Leopard Ridge. In the dense forest, a leopard ran fast, jumping with joy. Dad, my brother passed the test of the Chan sect. From now on, Brother Shingongbao is a fairy of the Chan sect. A black panther stopped in front of a pond with a sudden break. In the pond, a middle-aged man with a long beard stood on a wooden stake, holding the handrail. In front of the middle-aged man with a long beard, there was a group of monsters who had not transformed. At this time, they stood on the bamboo poles and were practicing. What did you say? Shun Gongbao passed the test of the Chan sect? Little leopard, say it again. I'm not dreaming. With a whistle, the middle-aged man with a long beard turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of the little leopard. Dad, Big Brother has returned with the fairy of the Chan sect. Mom asked me to call you. Big Brother really passed the test of the Chan sect and is a fairy of the Chan sect. Staring at the middle-aged man with a long beard, the little black panther grinned. Ha ha! Our Leopard Ridge finally has an immortal. My son, Shun Jingdao, has finally joined the Chan sect. Upon hearing the news, Shun Jingdao laughed first, then sorted out his clothes and used his magic power to dry the moisture on his body. Congratulations, Master, the eldest brother has joined the Chan sect. Our Leopard Ridge is going to be famous. From now on, who in the 10,000 mountains will look down on our Leopard Ridge? Ha ha! Just now the eldest brother told me that when I learn to become a human, the eldest brother will take me to join the Chan sect. Really? Then if we work hard to practice, can we also let the eldest brother Gongbao introduce us? Nonsense. Is it that easy to become an immortal? You still don't practice well for your master. That's all. My son passed the Chan sect's assessment, and your master allows you to rest for half a day. Hearing that Shun Gongbao joined the Chan sect, the monsters who were learning skills whispered to each other, full of envy in their words. After the witch and demon calamity, both the witch clan and the demon clan suffered losses. The witch clan, led by Hotu Zuwu and the remaining members, entered the underworld. However, both Di Jun and Tai E of the demon clan died. Except for Bai Zhe, who took Liu away, almost all the demon clan warriors died in the battle. In the current prehistoric world, the Chan sect and Jie sect are the only two. With the development, the Chan sect has surpassed Jie sect, and everyone is proud to join the Chan sect. If you become a disciple of the Chan sect, you can walk with your back straight, and your status is 3 points higher when you meet a demon. Today, Shun Gongbao passed the Chan sect's assessment, and Beizailing became famous. The 10,000 mountains almost regard Beizailing as the most respected. Where is the immortal? Thank you for not abandoning me. I hope you can take care of my son. Rushing back to the leopard's nest, Shun Jingdao combed his hair back and used saliva to straighten the leopard's whiskers, just to avoid embarrassing Shun Gongbao. However, the immortal had left, leaving Shun Gongbao sitting there, looking extremely ugly. Gongbao, what's wrong with you? You finally passed the Chan sect's assessment. Why are you so sad? Shun Jingdao was a little disappointed when he didn't see the immortal. But the moment he saw Shun Gongbao, Shun Jingdao still straightened his back and pretended to be a strict father. Dad, can I not go to the Chan sect? I want to join the Jie sect. Looking up at Shun Jingdao, Shun Gongbao sighed, his eyes full of despair. The reason why Shun Gongbao looked like this was because he was reborn. He knew very well what he would have to face after joining the Chan sect. The Nanji Immortal who recommended him to the Chan sect, and the Nanji Immortal's disciples He-Tong and Lu-Tong, as well as the entire Chan sect's demon hunting team, none of them were good guys. First of all, Nanji Immortal, because the demons worked too hard, he was worried that it would threaten the status of the Chan sect, so he used the demons to make pills. Marmots are considered to be the working class, and have never done anything bad or exterminated their clan. The fat girl Shijin Yang is very self-aware and just wants to be the most beautiful girl in the whole mountain, but she was killed inexplicably. Shintangwen is even worse. In order to find an excuse to kill the dragon clan, not a single one is left alive. There is also Leopard Ridge. Shun Jingdao broke his hand, but he was still respectful to Lu Tong. The bad reputation of Jiejiao was also caused by Nanji Xianwen. By constantly vilifying Jiejiao, the Chanjiao became the first major sect in the prehistoric world. In the conferred God War, the Jiejiao outer sect, Zhao, Gongming, and Sanshao took action, which was enough to wipe out the Chanjiao 12 golden immortals. In his new life, Shun Gongbao didn't want to join the Chanjiao. Think about how much dirty and tiring work he did for the development of Chanjiao. But in order to refine the elixir, Nanji Xianwen even calculated his father and slaughtered the entire Leopard Ridge. After rebirth, Shun Gongbao also thought about resisting, but Hong Jun stood behind the Chanjiao. Even the leader of Tontian's sect is a pawn. How can he resist? How dare you? How much effort did I put in to let you pass the assessment of the Chan sect? And how much effort did you put in? Now that you have finally passed the assessment, you actually don't want to go? Jiajiao. Do you know what Jiajiao is? Jiajiao has no threshold. It is a mixed bag, and it is full of smoke and miasma. What future can you have in Jiajiao? Chanjiao is different. Who can join Chanjiao is not an elite. Shun Gongbao, listen to me. We finally got an immortal in Beaziling you. Are you going to piss me off to death? Shen Jingdao has not forgotten how much effort Shen Gongbao put in to join the Chan sect. Now that you have passed the assessment of the Chan sect, why don't you go? Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully awakened the invincible cause and effect system. As long as the cause and effect of the calamity is changed, the cause and effect turntable can be triggered. The cause and effect turntable has special rewards. Do you want to draw directly? The host has 3 chances to draw. It is recommended to draw all at once. System. Cause and effect wheel. Lottery? Shen Gongbao didn't know what a system was, so he was dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Gongbao subconsciously chose to draw lottery. Buzz. As soon as he thought of it, a roulette wheel appeared in front of Shen Gongbao. There was a pointer on the roulette wheel, and the pointer corresponded to the prize. 9-turn golden pill. Ginseng fruit. Peach. 8-9 mysterious art. Innate and script source. Thank you for participating. Cause and effect punishment order. Middle grade, innate, spiritual treasure, thunder, tribulation whip. Low grade, innate, spiritual treasure, 5 elements, heavenly secret umbrella. Thank you for participating. Good stuff. So many good stuff. Shen Gongbao's eyes widened as he looked at the things on the cause and effect wheel. Give him any one of them, and he can take off. Rubbing his hands, Shen Gongbao immediately chose to draw 3 times in a row. Buzz. As the roulette wheel turned, the lottery results appeared quickly. Ding. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the innate script source, and you can obtain the innate script source by fusion. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the causal punishment order. What is this? He raised his hand and flipped it, and the causal punishment order appeared in Shun Gongbao's hand. Causal punishment order. Can bind the causal punishment object. Once the binding is successful, all negative causalities will be borne by the causal punishment object. Warm tips. Tip 1. Causal punishment is very terrifying. It is recommended to use it with caution. And the other party's cultivation cannot exceed your own too much. Tip 2. When using the causal punishment order, use the slogan Daoyu. Please stay to trigger it. Chapter 2. The 8-9 Profound Arts and the 5 Elements Escape Technique. The Marvelous Cause and Effect Punishment Order. Nanji Xianwing. Let us wait and see. Shen Gongbao, with his remarkable intellect, comprehended the application of the cause and effect punishment order in an instant. Armed with this order, he could select the most perilous and rapid path of cultivation, as the binding target would bear all the side effects. Nanji Xianwang, Ba Tongzi, Molu Tongzi, the 12 golden immortals, Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Shen Gongbao planned to engage each of them in delightful encounters. Moreover, Shen Gongbao was resolutely determined to join the Taoist school. However, before doing so, he intended to bind all 12 golden immortals, compelling them to shoulder the burdens of his cultivation side effects. Gongbao, do not frighten your father. What is troubling you? Seeing Shen Gongbao oscillate between silence and exclamation, Shen Jingdao grew anxious and grasped his son firmly. Father, rest assured, I shall conduct myself well. By the way, it has been ages since our family dined together. Shall we indulge in a few drinks today? With the system by his side, Shen Gongbao felt emboldened to resist. Moreover, there remained several centuries until Nanji Xianweng would decimate the Leopard Ridge, granting Shen Gongbao ample time to accomplish many things. At present, he simply yearned for a gathering with his family. Very well. Today, let us drink heartily as a family. Observing his son return to his semblance of normalcy, Shen Zhendao laughed heartily and immediately instructed his wife to prepare the meal. In accordance with Shen Gongbao's intentions, they aimed for a low-key gathering. However, when mealtime arrived, all the transformed and untransformed demons of the Leopard lineage appeared. Gongbao, splendid work. You truly bring honor to Leopard Ridge. Here is 800 years' worth of Ishowu. Take it with you. Gongbao, I admire you immensely. When I transform into human form, could you possibly recommend me? Gongbao, my daughter has learned to assume human shape. Perhaps you could take her along as a warm bedmate? The demons of Leopard Ridge displayed remarkable enthusiasm, presenting Shen Gongbao with precious herbs they typically withheld. The younger siblings gazed at him with admiration in their eyes. The Taoist school, the foremost sect of the primordial era, who would not envy such prestige? Well, I must take my leave now. Overwhelmed by their fervor, Shen Gongbao chose to depart. He could not bear the thought that these familiar faces would ultimately be slaughtered by Nanji Xinwing and transformed into elixirs of immortality. Shen Gongbao was determined to alter this fate and ensure that the entire Taoist school paid a price. Gongbao, remember to rest and balance your efforts. Furthermore, when you join the Taoist school, exercise patience and avoid conflicts with your fellow disciples. If time permits, do remember to return. As Shen Gongbao dashed away, his mother hastily pursued him, calling out her earnest reminders. However, after a brief chase, she witnessed her son suddenly turn around and envelop her in a warm embrace. Mother, take care of yourself. After a moment of embrace, Shen Gongbao swiftly turned and departed at lightning speed. Shen's mother, momentarily stunned, stood frozen in place. All right. He has gone far. Approaching her, Shen Zhengdao supported her and signaled that Shen Gongbao had indeed departed. As the head of the household, Shen Gongbao embarks on his first journey away from home. Mother Shen, visibly reluctant, harbors concerns that her son may face adversity in the teachings of the Chan sect. However, Shen Zhengdao reassures her, grasping her hand and calling upon the assembly of demons to return. Who goes there? As he races forth, Shen Gongbao eventually arrives at the gates of the Chan sect. Just before reaching the entrance, he is halted. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Shen Gongbao, here to report. Producing a green token from his pocket, Shen Gongbao promptly reveals his identity. You are Shen Gongbao. Follow me. Upon seeing the green token, the gatekeeper's demeanor shifts, leading Shen Gongbao directly to the South Pole Immortal. Please wait here. I shall inform the master. Upon encountering the South Pole Immortal, Shen Gongbao is instructed to wait while the Immortal goes to announce his arrival. Wait a moment. How can I qualify to become a disciple of the primordial supreme being, given my origins? This process, Shen Gongbao had experienced in his previous life. At that time, he believed his unparalleled talents had garnered the favor of the primordial supreme being. Yet, as a reincarnated soul, he comprehends the nature of this being all too well. This individual, with an inflated sense of self-worth, regards himself as the true heir of Pangu, looking down upon other beings. His disdain is evident in his remarks about those deemed lesser, revealing deep-seated biases. Not to mention, among the 12 golden immortals, the plight of the yellow dragon true man is particularly tragic. As a fellow disciple of the primordial supreme being, the other golden immortals possess numerous treasures and formidable powers, while the yellow dragon true man is but a practitioner of the four no's, lacking treasures, achievements, disciples, and affection. Shen Gongbao had overlooked this before, but now realizes that matters are far more complex than they seem. Very well, the master has granted you entry. Shortly thereafter, the South Pole Immortal returns, beckoning Shen Gongbao to follow. Disciple Shen Gongbao pays homage to the sage. Cursed be his tongue. In his anxiety, he stammers. How many misfortunes had his speech impediment caused him? Shen Gongbao vividly recalls his initial encounter with the primordial supreme being. Shen Gongbao, now that you are my disciple, proceed to the Chan sect treasury and select 3 treasures. No, do not. Very well, you may leave. With a wave of his hand, Shen Gongbao finds himself outside the main hall. Gazing at the closed doors, he finally utters his last words. No. I am deeply grateful. Are you Shen Gongbao? As he contemplates, the voice of the primordial supreme being resonates once more. Yes. Fearing another stutter, Shen Gongbao quickly nods. From this moment onward, you are my disciple. Shen Gongbao, since you have become my disciple, go to the Chan sect treasury and choose 3 treasures. The primordial supreme being appears quite pleased with Shen Gongbao's conduct. Upon hearing these words, Shen Gongbao eagerly nods, anxious to avoid another stutter. Do not be afraid. When you see your master in the future, be more at ease. Nanji, take Shen Gongbao to the treasury and allow him to select 3 treasures. The primordial supreme being, satisfied with Shen Gongbao's performance, gently waves his hand, permitting him to depart. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully resolved the causes of your stutter, triggering the cause and effect roulette. Would you like to draw now? Not now. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Shen Gongbao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he believed that triggering the causal wheel would be a formidable challenge. However, he was pleasantly surprised by its simplicity. After the initial thrill, Shen Gongbao fell into a contemplative silence, savoring the flavor of causality. reflecting on the past few centuries since his arrival at the Chan sect. He acknowledged the favorable treatment he had received. It was remarkable that he had managed to elevate his cultivation to the golden immortal realm within such a brief span. Yet, he pondered, everything changed after Jiangxia ascended the mountain, leading to his subsequent neglect. What, then, were the pivotal moments? As he delved deeper into his thoughts, one name resonated: Jiangxia. The shift in Shingonbao's status was intrinsically linked to Jiangxia. Ever since Jiangxia's arrival at the Chan sect, Shingongbao had fallen from grace. From that moment on, he found himself tasked with the arduous and menial duties for the South Pole. Junior brother, why are you dawdling? Hurry up, South Pole Immortal urged, noticing Shingongbao lagging behind. Yes, elder brother, Shingongbao promptly replied, regaining his pace. The Chan sect's treasury was renowned, each item within holding profound significance. Master has permitted you to select 3 treasures. I recommend you choose a cultivation method, a magical artifact, and a divine ability. This configuration will expedite your cultivation progress. Arriving before the treasury, South Pole Immortal provided his counsel. Indeed, Shingongbao nodded in agreement. This was a teaching from the Dragon King of the East Sea, who had once remarked that there was no matter that could not be conveyed with a simple nod. Shingongbao, who held a disdain for South Pole Immortal, preferred to minimize conversation. Go on, South Pole Immortal encouraged with a warm smile, granting Shingongbao entry into the treasury. Stepping inside, Shingongbao was enveloped in a realm reminiscent of the ocean. Each treasure appeared as a fish, gracefully swimming through this aquatic wonderland. The sheer abundance left him utterly astonished. Elder brother, is there a body-refining technique within the Chan sect, particularly one that is notoriously difficult to cultivate? Shingongbao inquired, spotting South Pole Immortal trailing behind. I am unafraid of hardship. The more arduous, the better. For years, Shingongbao had practiced the 5 elements true marvel technique and had no intention of changing it. His interest in body refining was solely for the purpose of wielding the causal punishment decree. After all, someone else would bear the side effects. What did he have to fear? There is indeed one, but your innate talent is lacking, and your foundation is insufficient. If you attempt to cultivate it forcefully, the backlash will be substantial. In an instant, South Pole Immortal recalled the 8-9 profound art. While incredibly powerful, its threshold was exceedingly high. With insufficient innate talent, mastery was a daunting task, and the repercussions of reckless cultivation could be dire. And no, I am not afraid. I want to give it a try. Shingongbao stammered, excitement bubbling within him upon hearing of the possible backlash. Very well. What about the magical artifact? Do you have specific requirements? South Pole Immortal inquired, respecting Shingongbao's fervor. I am of the lightning element. A spear or halberd would be ideal, Shingongbao specified. Both Shunjingdao and Shingongbao shared this elemental affinity, which explained Shingongbao's use of the lightning whip. As for the divine ability, with a simple gesture, 2 fish swam toward him, transforming into a jade tablet and a thunder spear as they approached Shingongbao. The jade slip contains the 8-9 profound arts. The black-bodied thunder spear dragon head is strikingly formidable. It must be an art of evasion, having participated in the Battle of the Gods. Shingongbao understands a profound truth. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Those proficient in offense cannot surpass those skilled in defense, and those adept in defense cannot outmatch those who excel in escape. Shingongbao embodies both, opting for body refinement methods and evasion techniques. This divine skill, known as the 5 elements great evasion, is equally challenging to cultivate. You may first attempt to practice. If it proves too difficult, I shall provide an alternative. With a wave of his hand, the Antarctic Immortal fetched the 5 elements great evasion for Shingongbao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have altered the causal cycle once more, earning an opportunity for a causal roulette draw. Would you like to draw immediately? Is it possible to change my cultivation configuration as well? No. Having acquired yet another draw opportunity, Shingongbao nearly burst into laughter. It is essential to know that the items on the causal roulette are treasures indeed. Junior brother, devote yourself to cultivation and contribute to the Chan teaching. There will be further opportunities to acquire treasures. Observing Shingongbao's carefree laughter, the Antarctic Immortal joined in, mistakenly believing that Shingongbao was amused by the acquisition of a treasure. Laugh while you can. Once I close the gap in our cultivation levels, I shall bind you to the causal punishment decree. Chapter 3. Fellow Taoist, please stay observing the smile of the Grand Master of the South Pole. Shingongbao could hardly suppress the urge to strike him. This scoundrel, ostentatiously righteous in public yet secretly engaging in nefarious deeds. Nonetheless, Shen Gongbao dared not offend him at this moment, and could only offer a forced smile and a nod. Having acquired the techniques, treasures, and supernatural powers, it was time to devote himself to cultivation. Unlike other sects, in our school, everything must be earned through one's own efforts. To attain rewards, one must labor diligently. Gesturing for Shen Gongbao to follow, the Grand Master began to elucidate the rules of the sect. It must be said that the Grand Master possessed an exceptional talent for persuasion. His every word extolled the virtues of the sect and the self-cultivation expected of its disciples. Although Shen Gongbao feigned enthusiasm, responding with repeated affirmations, he was eager for the Grand Master to take his leave. Very well, you shall reside here. This is the demon hunting team I have established, and once you have made sufficient progress in your training, you may join us. As they walked, the Grand Master led Shen Gongbao to the demon hunting team. The sect itself was opulent, yet the accommodations for the team were rather modest. Fortunately, as a disciple of the primordial supreme being, Shen Gongbao was assigned to the mountain and did not have to share space with ordinary disciples. The aura here was quite rich, and beside the bamboo cottage, there was a spiritual spring. The arrangement was quite satisfactory. Thank you, senior brother. At this moment, Shen Gongbao merely wished for the Grand Master to depart so he could focus on his cultivation. He was eager to test the efficacy of the causal punishment order he had recently bound. Cultivate for 100 years, and after that, I shall return to find you. With a slight smile, the Grand Master took his leave. A century? Are you truly coming to find me? Are you assigning me tasks that involve the most arduous and menial labor? Watching the Grand Master depart, Shen Gongbao retracted his smile and turned to descend the mountain. As a reborn individual, he was quite familiar with the sect. Last time, he had drawn the causal punishment order. It would be prudent to bind it to the Fawn Boy. The White Crane Boy and the Fawn Boy were disciples of the Grand Master and, notably, the captain of the demon hunting team, renowned for their considerable strength. Being his disciples, the Grand Master was rather indulgent towards them, affectionately referring to them as children. Indeed, the Fawn Boy and the Crane Boy were not entirely virtuous, particularly after Shen Gongbao joined the demon hunting team. They would often delegate the more unpleasant and laborious tasks to him. Oh, what fortunate timing. I've encountered one already. Just as he descended the mountain, Shen Gongbao came across the Fawn Boy, who was inspecting the demon hunting team with his hands behind his back, evidently preparing for another hunt against the demon clans. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Producing the causal punishment order, Shen Gongbao immediately pursued him. Hearing Shen Gongbao's voice, the Fawn Boy turned around. At that instant, the causal punishment order took effect, intertwining the fates of Shen Gongbao and the Fawn Boy. Who are you? Casting a sideways glance at Shen Gongbao, the Fawn Boy dismissed him with disdain. Had they been outside, he might have attacked outright. We are all disciples of the sect. Let us not be so rigid. A smile goes a long way. Those who smile often tend to have better fortune. With a swift motion, Shen Gongbao produced the green card and presented it forth. This. The young fawn pays respects to his esteemed uncle. Upon recognizing the identity card, the young fawn's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to bow hurriedly. There is no need for such formality. Let us be more generous with one another. Retrieving the identity card, Shen Gongbao wore a stern expression as he inquired about the young fawn's intentions. Esteemed uncle, to the north of Kunlun, a horde of flood dragons has been discovered, causing havoc in the area. The demon hunting team is set to exterminate them. The young fawn scrutinized Shen Gongbao, doubt etched upon his face. He found it perplexing that, despite being his uncle, Shen Gongbao's cultivation appeared rather inadequate. However, lacking clarity on Shen Gongbao's true capabilities, the young fawn refrained from offending him. Very well, proceed. Do not tarnish the reputation of our Changjiao. With hands clasped behind his back, Shen Gongbao turned and descended the mountain, pushing open the door to the wooden cabin. Shen Gongbao stepped inside, commencing the organization of his gains from joining the Changjiao. In his previous existence, he had mastered the 5 elements' true marvelous art. Its intricate details ingrained in his mind, allowing him to effortlessly reach the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Next, he considered the 8-9 mysterious art. If Yang Jian could perfect this technique within 30 years, achieving a physical manifestation of the Deluo, the sheer power of the art was evident. The 5 elements' great escape, corresponding to the 5 elements' true marvelous art, would not be wasted either. Conversely, he was not in haste concerning the inferior postnatal spiritual treasure, the Thunder Spear. And he still had 2 opportunities to spin the wheel of causality. System, initiate the draw. With a thought, the wheel of causality manifested, and Shun Gongbao began his lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3,000 years of cultivation. Please commence cultivation immediately to absorb the 3,000 years of experience. What a surprise! To draw 3,000 years of cultivation at once startled Shun Gongbao, who promptly activated the 5 elements' true marvelous art, striving to absorb the newfound power. Previously, he had practiced the ordinary cultivation methods taught by Shin Zhengdao. Now, as he practiced the 5 elements' true marvelous art, formidable energies surged within him, leading to a comprehensive transformation. Boom! As the 3,000 years of cultivation were absorbed, Shun Gongbao's body trembled, propelling him from the late stage of the celestial immortal realm to its zenith. Is this the power of the system? How exhilarating! Eager for more, he initiated a second draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained an opportunity for sudden enlightenment. Utilizing this chance allows you to comprehend any technique. It has been detected that you are about to practice the 8-9 mysterious art. Would you like to achieve enlightenment directly? Yes. With the second draw, Shin Gongbao received the opportunity for enlightenment and promptly began the process. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until he finally opened his eyes. Astonishment etched across his face. In that moment, he grasped the words spoken by the Antarctic Immortal in the treasure vault. To practice the 8-9 mysterious art, not only was exceptional talent required, but also formidable resources. As a mere ordinary demon, Shin Gongbao's foundation could hardly support the demands of the 8-9 mysterious art. To forcefully cultivate would only jeopardize his roots. In the past, this may have led him to abandon the endeavor. However, with a system at his disposal, Shin Gongbao felt no trepidation. With the system providing resources and the side effects shouldered by the young fawn, what did he have to fear? It must be said that the 8-9 profound arts is indeed formidable. Once successfully cultivated, it naturally awakens divine powers, including the 72 transformations, indestructibility, and the ability to manipulate the heavens and the earth. Commencing his training, Shin Gongbao removed his backpack and took out the spiritual herbs gifted by the Leopard Elder and Ant Leopard, and began to consume them directly. Previously, Shin Gongbao would never have dared to do such a thing. The reason is simple. The power of the spiritual herbs is quite violent. Even demons would only dare to consume a single leaf or root, refining them before proceeding further. Shin Gongbao, however, took several bites at once, intending to test the might of the causal punishment order. Oh, there was completely no sensation? Just as Shin Gongbao prepared to brace himself for the herb's ferocity, he discovered that he felt nothing at all. Instead, the unique properties of the herbs began to operate automatically according to the pathway of the 8-9 profound arts, refining Shin Gongbao's physical form. The causal punishment order had indeed transferred all adverse effects. Given this, he decided to continue consuming the herbs. Realizing the terrifying power of the causal punishment order, Shun Gongbao persisted in his consumption, diligently training in the 8-9 profound arts. On the other hand, the young deer spirit was in dire straits. Just as he had organized his team and issued the order to depart, he suddenly felt a violent force surging chaotically within him. The young deer spirit was acutely aware that if he did not suppress it, he would explode. I must refine it. Sitting cross-legged, he hastily attempted to contain the tumultuous energy. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the worse his condition became, forcing him to revert to his original form to bear the burden. Brother, what is wrong with you? Did you eat something strange? The crane spirit, startled, exclaimed beside him. At this moment, the young deer spirit was in a truly miserable state. Even after returning to his original form, his physique continued to expand, with blood streaks appearing on his surface, a clear sign that he had consumed something hazardous and was on the brink of explosion. Help me. The more he suppressed, the more violent the energy within him became, prompting the young deer spirit to immediately command the entire demon-catching team to assist him. Understood. With the crane spirit's command, the team sprang into action, exerting their full strength to help the young deer spirit contain the internal force. However, the sheer quantity of spiritual herbs brought by Shin Gongbao was overwhelming. Not only were there too many, but they were also varied, some even toxic. Just as the crane spirit had resolved the issue of the violent energy, he found himself poisoned the very next moment. His body fluctuated between red, black, and yellow, resembling a chameleon, a spectacle indeed. As the young deer spirit teetered on the edge of death, the crane spirit had no choice but to report to the Southern Pole Immortal for assistance. What on earth have you done? Upon arrival, the Southern Pole Immortal immediately employed magical artifacts and medicinal pills, ultimately rescuing the young deer spirit. Master, I am terrified. The young deer spirit, having no understanding of what had transpired, could only feel immense discomfort, nearly perishing. For the time being, do not concern yourself with the matters of the demon-catching team. Focus on resting for a few days. The Southern Pole Immortal was evidently displeased with the young deer spirit, who, on the verge of leading the demon-catching team, had behaved so recklessly. Yes, bowing his head, the young deer spirit felt deeply troubled. Yet, he dared not express it. How much effort had he expended to lead the demon-catching team? How many menial and exhausting tasks had he undertaken? He has reaped countless benefits from it. His elk clan has basked in immense glory. The elk youth cannot fathom the arduous days that would ensue should he lose his position. But there is no need for haste. The demon hunting squad has largely been nurtured by my own efforts. My prestige and my contributions remain intact. The foremost task now is to discern the issues at hand. As he watched the crane youth lead the demon hunting squad away, the elk youth clenched his fists, eager to uncover the source of the problem. Goodness, he has directly stepped into the realm. A smile is never truly absent, it merely shifts. The elk youth's distress is matched only by the exhilaration of Shingongbao. This time, indulging in the spirit herbs has allowed him to grasp the rudiments of the 8-9 profound arts. How could Shingongbao not be elated? Yet, it was not long before he found himself troubled again. Where would he procure further cultivation resources? He could venture to the artifact refining hall, where countless laborious tasks await. It would be the perfect opportunity to refine the 8-9 profound arts. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Gongbao swiftly devised a plan. Each of the 3 pure ones possesses unique strengths. Taching excels in alchemy, Yuching in artifact refinement, and Shaoqing in array formation. The primary developmental direction of the Yuanshi Tianzuan in establishing the sect is also artifact refinement. However, artifact refinement is arduous labor, and dealing with the refuse of artifact crafting is what plagues the disciples the most. Despite the substantial contribution points, few disciples are inclined to partake. Shun Gongbao's ambition is to manage the refuse of artifact refinement. He aims to galvanize the entire Chan sect, enabling everyone to cultivate into formidable beings. Chapter 4. The collapse of the Deer Youth. The refining hall is recruiting laborers, offering 100 contribution points a day. Everyone hurry to seize this opportunity. Upon entering the task hall, Shin Gongbao heard the enticing calls. Working at the refining hall is something even a dog wouldn't do. Indeed. Moving refining refuse is trivial, but it can severely impact one's foundation. Some divine materials can directly harm one's spiritual awareness. Shoo, keep your voice down. The folks at the refining hall are not to be trifled with. The crowd scoffed at the tasks from the refining hall, steering clear of them. With 150 contribution points available for the day and only 3 slots remaining, the task disciple had to raise the stakes. However, no matter how he shouted, the crowd remained indifferent. Senior brother, I intend to give it a try. However, I have a condition. Noticing the lack of response, Shun Gongbao stepped forward. What condition? Rest assured, junior brother, we at the refining hall are aware of our circumstances. As long as you accept our tasks, I shall provide elixirs and distribute protective garments. The protective measures will be thoroughly implemented. Seeing Shin Gongbao step up, the disciple from the refining hall, fearing he might flee, seized Shin Gongbao and began to elaborate on the hall's benefits. Senior brother, worry not. I shall not escape. My request is quite simple. I do not wish for a daily rate but rather a piece rate. You will quantify the tasks in terms of contribution points. For every task I complete, you will reward me with corresponding contribution points. With the causal punishment decree as a safeguard, a daily rate would surely not be advantageous. Hence Shin Gongbao's desire for a piece rate. Concerned that the disciple from the refining hall might not comprehend, Shin Gongbao patiently explained, hoping to reach an agreement. How brilliant! Why had I not thought of this before? Upon hearing Shun Gongbao's explanation, the disciple from the refining hall nearly erupted in cheers. Previously, when tasks were posted, the disciples from the exposition sect would often resort to underhanded tactics. Now, it was straightforward, tasks quantified, rewards distributed according to effort. Senior brother, there is no time to waste. Let us depart. Shin Gongbao was acutely aware of the urgency of time and thus wished to proceed swiftly. Very well, junior brother, follow me. Accompanied by Shin Gongbao, the disciple from the refining hall immediately dashed out. Before long, Shin Gongbao found himself led to a vast pit. Here, he beheld countless heaps of refining refuse. There were divine materials, enough to form a mountain. This is the purifying pill, which can cleanse one of impurities. This is the chi-avoiding garment, for self-protection. And this is the universe storage ring, along with the shattered star hammer. With a flick of his wrist, the disciple from the refining hall distributed the benefits and tools to Shen Gongbao, urging him to commence work. Senior brother, if I were to handle all this refining refuse alone, how many contribution points would you offer? Gazing at the endless piles of refining refuse, Shen Gongbao contemplated taking it all. To others, this might be mere refuse, but to Shen Gongbao, it was a treasure. Not to mention, this refining refuse contained the essence of the 5 elements, a veritable paradise for cultivating the true marvelous technique of the 5 elements. Of course, the essence here had already been tainted. Absorbing it completely would undoubtedly harm one's foundation and corrupt the physical body. But what concern was that to Shen Gongbao? The side effects of absorbing the 5 elements essence would fall upon the dear youth. Junior brother, are you speaking the truth? Upon hearing the words of Shen Gongbao, the disciples of the refining hall were rendered utterly speechless. The other disciples of the Chan sect were compelled to undertake their tasks out of necessity, driven by circumstances beyond their control. During their assignments, they tread cautiously, fearful of contamination. The refining hall found itself in a dilemma, struggling to find a suitable location to dispose of the refining refuse. Thus they had come forth to address the matter. This was undeniably true. Senior brother, I not only assist you in clearing the refining refuse, but I can also aid in its processing. If my conjectures are correct, once we clear the refuse from this location, it will be sent for casting, attempting to repurpose waste materials. In this manner, I will take on the task, and you may observe how much contribution value it can yield. No need to fret over side effects. The nature of the task has shifted. This, indeed, is a swift avenue to amass contribution points. Moreover, the deep pit of refuse contains unique divine materials. In the prosperous times of the primordial era, the Yuan Shi Tian Zun was heedless of conservation, carelessly discarding them. Shen Gongbao could secretly hoard these for future refinement of magical artifacts. Junior brother, what do you think of this proposal? I shall seek approval. For now, let us operate on the basis of the Qiankuan storage rings. For every full Qiankuan storage ring, I shall grant you 1,000 contribution points. The disciples of the refining hall expressed their bewilderment at Shen Gongbao's demands and felt hesitant to make decisions. If this could indeed resolve the deep pit's issue, it would be a significant contribution, especially considering the abundance of superior materials at the pit's bottom. In the age of the witch and demon, these were taken for granted. Now they lament their loss. Very well, we shall adhere to this pricing. However, this Qiankuan storage ring is rather diminutive. Might I request one with 10-fold capacity? For each filling, you shall grant me 10,000 contribution points. Assessing the Qiankuan storage ring in his hand, Shen Gongbao found it inadequate and sought a larger replacement. How absurd. Once again, the disciples of the refining hall were taken aback, feeling utterly confounded by the world around them. Contribution points are indeed vital, yet one's life holds greater significance. When life is lost, what use are contribution points? Fear not, I am well aware of how to safeguard myself. Handing over the Qiankuan storage ring, Shen Gongbao urged for a swift exchange. Overwhelmed, the disciple hurried off to inform the overseer. Commencing his labor, Shen Gongbao leaped into the refuse pit and immediately set to work. The cultivation of the 9 turns mysterious art is a rigorous endeavor focused solely on the refinement of the physical body. It requires the tempering of flesh, sinew, and organs until one achieves an indestructible form. This process is exceedingly monotonous and laborious, demanding immense perseverance to endure. Yang Jian's ability to practice the 8-9 mysterious art stemmed from his mother's capture, a source of pent-up frustration within him, coupled with a pure heart. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Shen Gongbao, however, bore no such burdens. All side effects of his cultivation were shouldered by the young deer spirit, allowing him to focus solely on his practice. Wait, why do my arms ache so fiercely, as though I am toiling in servitude? What on earth is happening to me? Why has impure energy manifested within my dantian? Surely this artifact was bestowed upon me by my master. He could not have forged it from the refuse of the refining hall, could he? As Shen Gongbao began to exert his strength, the young deer spirit found himself in dire straits. Firstly, the side effects of cultivating the 8-9 profound art caused Shen Gongbao to tirelessly lift heavy objects, leaving the stag youth in a state of profound soreness. The absorption of impure energy fell upon the stag youth, quickly polluting his dantian. Sensing his condition, the stag youth panicked, enduring the pain throughout his body, and hurriedly sought to exchange for medicinal pills. Quickly, give me the purification pill. Fearing for the integrity of his foundation, the stag youth urgently exchanged for the purification pill to cleanse his own affliction. Ah, the Qiankuan storage ring is full. On Shin Gongbao's side, the Qiankuan storage ring was soon brimming. Looking up, he noticed that the disciples from the artifact refining hall had yet to arrive, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. With a sigh, Shin Gongbao commenced his practice of the 5 elements true marvel art, fully absorbing the elemental essence present in the surroundings. As he practiced, his internal organs underwent rapid refinement, and the 5 elemental magical power within him surged, beginning to strengthen his primordial spirit. Meanwhile, the stag youth found himself in dire straits. Just after purifying his internal contamination, the 5 elemental impurities re-emerged, prompting him to hastily consume a second pill. What on earth is happening? Where did this pollution within me originate? Damn it. Damn it. I've already consumed 9 purification pills, and my contribution points are nearly depleted. Yet more. Who have I offended? Who is scheming against me? Woe is me, senior. I realize my mistakes. I bow to you. Please spare me, if you will. As he continued to consume the purification pills, the stag youth felt overwhelmed. No matter how he attempted to cleanse his internal contamination, he could not achieve complete purification. This relentless cycle was utterly despairing. One moment, he would be clean. In the next, impurities would reappear, with no end in sight. With no other recourse, the stag youth knelt upon the ground, pleading for mercy. Oh dear, what ill fortune! What are you doing? On Shin Gongbao's side, the disciples from the artifact refining hall arrived, accompanied by the Taoist master Tai. During this time, Tai, Puxian, Sihong, Yuding, and Daoxing Tianzuan had been diligently crafting magical artifacts. The impending calamity of the Fengshen was drawing near, and they were receiving disciples to navigate the tribulations. Given the necessity of forging artifacts for their students, they were all quite occupied. However, the artifact refining hall had long accumulated a plethora of refining debris, a problem that required resolution. Upon learning that Shin Gongbao could assist, the Taoist master Tai personally rushed over. You gluttonous fool. Brother. The Qiankuan storage ring is full. Quickly, give me a second one. In light of this, provide me with 10 at once. Once I have filled them all, we shall proceed to address the issue together. Upon seeing the Taoist master Tai, Shin Gongbao nearly exclaimed in frustration. His feelings towards Tai were complex. Among the 12 golden immortals, he had exerted immense effort, yet he could scarcely earn even a nomination. Tai, being lazy and unreliable, lacked combat prowess. Merely due to his advantageous background, the primordial heavenly venerable entrusted the spirit pearl to Tai, designating it as Tai's destined disciple. Should he successfully mentor Nezha, he would ascend to the ranks of the 12 golden immortals. How could one not feel envy in comparison? Regrettably, the primordial heavenly venerable erred, as his endeavors to undermine the Jia sect ultimately led to mutual destruction. The true beneficiaries were the heavenly court. 365 deities ultimately serve the celestial court. In this lifetime, Shin Gongbao has chosen not to contend with Tai Jinren. Instead, he is determined to cultivate diligently, safeguarding his parents and younger brother, as well as the entire Leopard Ridge. If you are fated to meet misfortune, step forth without delay. The inferior artifacts, tainted with the filth of the 5 elemental impurities, will corrupt your dantian. Come, take this purification pill swiftly. With a flick of dust, Shin Gongbao found himself ensnared by Tai Jinren, who pulled him directly from the depths of a pit. Thank you, senior brother. I am quite well. This is the Qiankuan storage ring, now filled to capacity. With a cupped fist in gratitude, Shin Gonggbao sighed, resolving not to bind Tai Jinren with karmic punishment in the future. Upon reflection, this rotund fellow is not so bad after all. His actions were driven by a desire to protect his own. From the perspective of a master, he is indeed a rather competent one. Very well, hand over the Qiankuan storage ring and the identity token, and I shall grant you contribution points. Upon receiving the Qiankuan storage ring, the disciple who issued the task immediately provided a new Qiankuan storage ring while simultaneously calculating the contribution points. Agreed. Cultivating the 8-9 profound arts requires formidable resources. For the sake of contribution points, Shin Gongbao is willing to go to great lengths. This, master, uncle. Upon receiving the identity token, the disciple from the artifact refinement hall was taken aback, for Shin Gongbao's standing far surpasses his own. Chapter 5. The failure of the demon-catching team. The abandonment of the dear boy. Are you also a disciple of the master? Junior brother. Why are you engaged in such menial tasks? With a swift motion, Tai Jinren seized the token, bewildered. As a disciple of the primordial venerable one, resources were allocated in a fixed manner. Such filthy and laborious work should not fall upon him. Tai Jinren had always preferred to take it easy, rarely undertaking tasks. And after a casual retreat, his resources would accumulate once more. Do not engage in such dirty, exhausting work. Senior brother, regardless of the nature of the task. Someone must undertake it, mustn't they? Unfazed by Tai Jinren's nonchalant attitude, Shin Gongbao silently picked up the Qianquan storage ring and turned to leave. In his previous life, Shin Gongbao had first clashed with Tai Jinren and later contended with Jiang Zia. Upon reflection, they were all mere pawns in this game. With adversaries like these, a single causative punishment decree for each would suffice to resolve matters. Remember, the contribution value of junior brother Shin Gongbao must not be deducted. Seeing Shin Gongbao walk away, Tai Jinren had no choice but to depart as well. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your intervention, the dear boy was unable to participate in the demon hunt, resulting in significant losses to the demon-catching team. This hunt against the Jialong clan has incurred heavy casualties, triggering the causative lottery. The host may draw 3 times. Just as he began to gather refining materials, the system's voice echoed once more. Is this even possible? If I bind the white crane boy as well, wouldn't that create even greater causation? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shin Gongbao couldn't help but chuckle. With a mere thought, he initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3,000 years of cultivation. Coupled with the 5-element source energy, the host may directly break through to the true immortal realm. Will you proceed with the breakthrough? Breakthrough. Naturally, Shin Gongbao prioritized this opportunity to enhance his cultivation. In an instant, 3,000 years of cultivation energy appeared, propelling Shin Gongbao strength to new heights. Yet, an ominous presence loomed. Damn it, why is there so much foul energy this time? I'm doomed. Master. Save me. Who have I offended? No. Please, I realize my mistakes. Spare me. What a terrifying absorption of the 5-element source energy during Shin Gongbao's breakthrough. He had nearly consumed half of the source energy from the deep pit. The foul energy contained within was exceedingly potent. The dear boy continued to consume cleansing pills, yet to no avail. What on earth have you done? With a wave of his hand, Nanji Xianweng immediately employed the immortal life technique to assist the dear boy in purging the toxic energy from his body. Master, it's dire. The Jialong clan is fighting fiercely, and the demon-catching team has suffered grievous losses. At that moment, the white crane boy rushed over, battered and bruised. His wings nearly stripped bare. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Nanji Xianweng trembled, momentarily stunned. Grasping the dear boy tightly, he dashed out, heading straight for the battlefield. The demon-catching team had been nurtured under Nanji Xianweng's guidance. It could be said that the reputation of the Chan sect was largely due to his contributions. Now that the team had sustained such severe damage, Nanji Xianweng was compelled to take action. Furthermore, the revered Antarctic Immortal conveyed his message to the compassionate navigator and the esteemed Tai Jinren, requesting their assistance in the crafting of magical artifacts. With a swift command, the illustrious Tai Jinren, the Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures, the Venerable Manjushri, the Venerable Samantapadra, the compassionate navigator, the Jade Cauldron Jinren, the Celestial Virtue Jinren, and the true monarch of the clear void collectively set forth to the battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, Shin Gongbao, oblivious to the unfolding events, exerted all his efforts to break through and successfully ascended to the realm of true immortality. With renewed vigor, he prepared to draw from the lottery once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the causality punishment order. As the wheel of causality spun, Shin Gongbao triumphantly acquired a second causality punishment order. The question arose, whom should he bind with this newfound power? Contemplating the order in his grasp, Shin Gongbao's thoughts gravitated towards the Antarctic Immortal. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered the likelihood of success negligible. Tai Jinren emerged as a viable candidate. If Shin Gongbao could incapacitate him, he might ascend among the 12 golden immortals. Yet, a moment of clarity struck him. How could the primordial heavenly venerable ever choose a demon to represent the Chan teaching? This thought was immediately dismissed. What a preposterous notion. The primordial heavenly venerable harbors an inherent disdain for those born of foul origins and those adorned with fur and horns. How could a leopard ever hope to join the ranks of the 12 golden immortals? With a self-deprecating smile, Shin Gongbao opted for the white crane boy, resolving to first eliminate the demon hunting squad. For the demon kin, the hunting squad posed the most significant threat. Henceforth, whoever led the hunting squad would become his target. A few decisive actions would suffice to deter anyone from taking on that role. He pondered the fate of the dear boy. Having absorbed such a substantial amount of tainted energy, surely the boy must have been rendered useless by now. Nevertheless, with his cultivation now elevated, he continued to practice the 8-9 mysterious arts. As he calculated the passage of time, it became evident that the dear boy had likely succumbed, unable to advance in cultivation after absorbing such filth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The dear boy had led the hunting squad in the slaughter of countless demons. Merely incapacitating him would not suffice. Shin Gongbao aimed to dismantle the very essence of the dear boy's corporeal form. Once again, that unsettling sensation crept upon him. Who was it that he had offended? He felt as though he had done nothing yet was burdened by an overwhelming fatigue. It was akin to laboring under a heavy load. As Shin Gongbao toiled, despair enveloped the dear boy anew. Useless, the white crane boy disdainfully regarded the dear boy. She could not fathom his weakness. After all, he had not even participated in battle. Had she not faced the dire threat of several peaked golden immortal serpents during a hunt, she would have perished had she not fled swiftly. Most infuriating was the dear boy's demeanor of unjustifiable victimhood. Your theft amounts to nothing. Kill. Annihilate them all. Leave not a single one behind. Upon arriving at the Serpent Dragon Abyss, the Antarctic Immortal bellowed for everyone to join forces. In an instant, his innate magical treasure unfurled its infinite roots. The Immortal's unending life technique, in conjunction with the roots, began to swiftly reap the lives of the Serpent Dragons. The Dragon Clan, you seek your own demise. Witnessing the plight of the demon capture team, the esteemed Grand Sorcerer Lingbao, the Venerable Manjushri, the real person Puxian, the Taoist Sihong, and the real person Yuding roared in unison and charged forth to join the fray. Where do you, the Chan sect, find the audacity? The Dragon Clan, residing in the abyss of dragons, had never committed any wrongdoing. By what right do you pursue our annihilation? Indeed, after the war of demons and wizards, have we not been sufficiently discreet? We have always held the Chan sect in reverence. Why then do you act so? Do not waste words with them. Charge forth immediately and seek the protection of the teaching of interception. Faced with the onslaught from the Chan sect, the Dragon Clan felt deeply aggrieved. After the war of demons and wizards, they had maintained an extraordinarily low profile to avoid unforeseen incidents. The clan leader had even restricted the clan members from venturing out freely. Their primary focus was on cultivation, striving for the resurgence of their kind. Yet, despite their restraint, the Chan sect sought their extermination. They were utterly wronged. Utter nonsense. You harm the disciples of the Chan sect. You court death. Little did the Dragon Clan know that their prowess had drawn the ire of their pursuers. Their formidable strength and relentless dedication made them a target of the likes of the Antarctic Immortal. Why did you, the Demon Emperor Dijuan, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, perish so early? Let us fight back. Attack. With no avenue for retreat, the Dragon Clan was left with no choice but to fight desperately. However, against the Chan sect, defeat was an inevitable fate. After several failed attempts to break through, they ultimately resigned themselves to capture. Why feign death upon the ground? The battle has concluded. Hasten back to the Chan sect. As the skirmish ended, the demon capture team meticulously scoured the battlefield, leaving no remnants behind. Furthermore, they seized the treasures of the Dragon Clan, taking every artifact with them. Once all was in order, the white crane boy approached the dear boy, instructing him to follow closely. Confronted with the reproach of the white crane boy, the dear boy felt a profound sense of distress. He wished to protest. Is it my desire to remain idle? I am simply incapable of movement. His dantian tainted, his spiritual energy was nearly beyond reach. Though his physical strength remained, he was utterly fatigued, nearing his limits. The demon capture team received orders to revoke the dear boy's position, appointing the Bull King in his stead. The white crane boy instructed, from now on, guide the Bull King well. The Antarctic Immortal approached the dear boy, having previously aided him in recovering from his injuries, and discerned that the dear boy had been rendered useless. With no further utility, he was to be discarded. The demon capture team was vast. It could easily function without any single individual. In the absence of the deer boy, there were still the sheep boy, horse boy, and dog boy. Thank you, master. I shall never betray your expectations. Suddenly elevated to a prominent role, the Bull King was exhilarated. His capabilities were no less than those of the white crane boy. Had it not been for his slightly inferior cultivation, he would never have been overlooked for so long. Now, with the dear boy incapacitated, this grand fortune was rightfully his. Indeed, now that I am to serve as the captain of the demon capture team, the accompanying benefits must follow. In a moment, I shall return and reward you with a few elixirs. Additionally, I will assist in upgrading your magical artifact, The Southern Polar Immortal was exceedingly pleased with the diligence of the Ox King and promptly announced his commendations. "Thank you, Master." The Ox King prostrated himself solemnly. However, the young deer disciple felt utterly despondent, left with nothing but despair. "Master, my body has encountered difficulties. I intend to return to Deer Ridge. Once I have recuperated, I shall come to pay my respects to you." Struggling to rise, the young deer disciple knelt before the Southern Polar Immortal, pleading for mercy. "Very well. You have indeed labored over these years. Return and recuperate for a while." The once valuable young deer disciple, now rendered useless, received immediate consent from the Southern Polar Immortal. "Thank you, Master." Just as he was about to bow, the young deer disciple experienced a cramp. It was the result of the strenuous task of transporting refining materials while simultaneously cultivating the profound technique of 8-9 Mystique, which had caused his entire arm to seize. After taking stock of the goods, he promptly returned to the palace. Ignoring the plight of the young deer disciple, the Southern Polar Immortal turned and signaled for everyone to return. Yes, the demon hunting squad imprisoned the captured dragons and transported the treasures of the dragon clan, collectively ascending upon the white clouds, returning to Kunlun Mountain. Am I to be abandoned like this? Watching the demon hunting squad depart, the young deer disciple couldn't help but laugh. How much effort had he invested for the demon hunting squad? How many menial and arduous tasks had he undertaken, just because he had lost his utility? He was cast aside without a second thought. This is dire. Given the temperament of the Southern Polar Immortal, Deer Ridge is sure to face devastation. Chapter 6. Finding the crane boy calming himself, the reindeer boy inhaled sharply and turned to flee. While others may be oblivious to the mission of the demon hunting team, the reindeer boy was acutely aware. The primary purpose of the demon hunting team is to hunt down demon clans and refine their essences into elixirs using the Tianyuan Ding. It can be said that every pill produced by the Chan sect is a life taken from a demon. In pursuit of the Chan sect's prosperity, the Southern Pole Immortal has long been sacrificing the lives of demons. Having served the Southern Pole Immortal loyally, the reindeer boy is privy to many dark secrets, and the Southern Pole Immortal would never allow him to live. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. No, this cannot be the way of the intercepting sect. Our only hope lies with the intercepting sect. In that moment, the reindeer boy quickly pondered, immediately thinking of the intercepting sect. The Great Way encompasses 50. With heaven's transformation encompassing 49, one must evade one. The doctrine of the intercepting sect is inclusive, offering a glimmer of hope to all beings of the wilderness. To grasp the last thread of survival, the reindeer boy recognized that his sole option was to seek refuge with the intercepting sect. Otherwise, once the Southern Pole Immortal had organized the demon hunting team, he would undoubtedly dispatch the Bull King to the Deer Ridge to annihilate the entire deer clan. Having taken only a few steps, the reindeer boy stumbled and fell. Initially, it was just a cramp in his arm. However, now his legs and back began to seize as well. The sensation was overwhelmingly painful. It felt as though he had plowed 10,000 acres of land. He could not succumb. If he fell, the entire Deer Ridge would be reduced to mere elixirs. From then on, he would become a mere pawn in the world of alchemy. Gritting his teeth, the reindeer boy began to crawl. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The more he feared, the more fatigued he became. The more he feared, the sleepier he grew, until he unknowingly fainted. Ding! Friendly reminder. Alert 1. The reindeer boy is on the verge of being incapacitated and will be unable to continue for a short duration due to side effects. Please leave the current environment and continue utilizing the causality punishment order to bind a new target. Alert 2. Due to the reindeer boy's profound sins, upon incapacitating him, you will gain 100 points of merit. Just at the moment the reindeer boy lost consciousness, the system's notification chimed. Remarkable. He managed to endure for so long. Upon hearing the system's alert, Shen Gongbao quickly departed, eager to avoid contamination. Master Uncle, why have you left? I have yet to provide you with contribution points. Observing Shen Gongbao's departure, a disciple from the refinement hall hurriedly pursued him. Is that so? Upon realizing that the contribution points had not yet been fully delivered, Shen Gongbao chased after him once more. After some calculations, Shen Gongbao joyfully discovered that merely from handling the refuse of the refinement process, he had gained a staggering 10,000 contribution points. Such an abundance of merit would undoubtedly enrich Shen Gongbao significantly. Just in time. As the Jiao Dragon clan had been besieged, he could utilize the contribution points to exchange for some magical treasures. They have returned. The demon hunting team has returned. Wow, they have captured so many Jiao dragons this time. Truly, the demon hunting team is unparalleled. There is no demon they cannot subdue. However, wait, why are there so many injuries? Moreover, upon closer inspection, it became evident that a considerable number of team members were also missing. The Dragon Clan truly deserves condemnation for the massacre of so many members of the demon extermination team. Upon exiting the refining hall, Shen Gongbao immediately spotted the returning demon extermination team. Their presence was imposing and awe-inspiring as they glided upon white clouds, commanding a prison cart and basking in the envious gazes of onlookers. Within the cart, chains bound the captured dragons, who bore wounds and exhibited profound terror in their eyes. Alas, I am but a fish on the butcher's block, powerless against the might of my adversaries. My own strength is woefully insufficient. Observing the Dragon Clan being escorted toward the heavenly Yuan cauldron, Shen Gongbao sighed heavily. In the current realm of Hongwang, the teachings of the Chan and Jia sects reign supreme, with the two great saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu, firmly entrenched in their positions. Who could possibly challenge their authority? Fellow Taoist, please hold. Grasping the causality punishment order, Shen Gongbao hastily caught up with the White Crane boy, urging him to pause. Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's voice, the White Crane boy turned, his face a canvas of confusion. Fellow Taoist, might I inquire if it is possible to exchange some resources using contribution points? Shen Gongbao smiled amiably at the White Crane boy, striving to appear harmless. Shen Gongbao, if you wish to exchange resources, you should proceed to the resource hall. Seeking me is futile. The resources here will be sent to the resource hall, and specific details regarding the exchange must be discussed later. On the journey back, the Southern Polar Immortal calculated the losses. Although the demon extermination team suffered greatly, the casualties were predominantly demons. To the Southern Polar Immortal, demons were akin to chives. Harvest one batch, and another will sprout immediately. A single assessment would soon replenish the ranks of the demon extermination team. Coincidentally, the Deer Ridge required cleansing, making it an ideal assessment task. The Southern Polar Immortal felt elated, for the treasures of the Dragon Clan were plentiful, rendering this endeavor ultimately profitable. Thank you, senior brother. Shen Gongbao clasped his fists in gratitude toward the Southern Polar Immortal, indicating his understanding. His primary objective was to forge a bond with the White Crane boy. With that task accomplished, it was time to return. I have broken through to the true immortal realm. Observing Shen Gongbao's cultivation level, the Southern Polar Immortal's face lit up with a broad smile. Previously, he had been taken aback, curious as to what merit Shen Gongbao possessed to gain the favor of Yuan Shi Tianzun. It now appeared to be a matter of talent. The Chan sect traditionally prioritized innate ability when accepting disciples. The greater the talent, the more one is valued, and the Southern Polar Immortal was certainly attentive to this. However, he concealed his feelings. The recent hunt of the Dragon Clan had disrupted many plans, and the Southern Polar Immortal needed to reorganize his thoughts. What resources do you wish to exchange? Shen Gongbao, oblivious to the Southern Polar Immortal's thoughts, arrived at the resource hall and presented his identity token, seeking to exchange for cultivation resources. Yet, upon submitting his token, he found that the attendant responsible for resource exchange paid him no heed, engrossed in devouring a spiritual fruit, showing no inclination to facilitate any exchanges. Damn it, I completely overlooked this. Taking a deep breath, Shen Gongbao began to tidy his appearance. In the Chan sect, the resource hall was under the purview of the Southern Polar Immortals faction. His disciples, however, were quite arrogant. To secure an exchange of resources, one must offer some incentive. For instance, the disciple before us is feasting upon the spiritual fruit that has been offered by others. The most effective way to deal with such a disciple is to counter malevolence with malevolence. At present, Shen Gongbao is favored by the primordial heavenly venerable. And should matters escalate, it is assured that the opposing party will bear the brunt of the consequences. Who permitted your entry? Shen Gongbao exclaimed as he pushed open a side door, provoking immediate ire from the disciple, who demanded that he leave. Without uttering a word, Shen Gongbao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. This strike harnessed the true celestial power, augmented by the forces of the 8-9 mysterious art. The impact sent the disciple spinning like a top, whirling for several rotations before he came to an abrupt halt, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. You seek death. The disciple bellowed, attempting to reposition his dislocated neck. However, before he could finish his exclamation, Shen Gongbao thrust his identity token against the disciple's face. Master, uncle. The disciple stammered, his countenance shifting dramatically as he instantly knelt in submission. It was no jest. Within the hierarchy of the Chanjiao sect, respect for seniority was paramount. And he, as a junior, dared not act recklessly. Crucially, the actions he had taken were indefensible. Should this situation escalate, he would undeniably be the one to suffer. He had long heard tales of the disciples from the resource hall, known for their arrogance and self-serving ways. Previously, he had been inclined to believe these rumors. Now, however, it was clear that they were indeed quite adept at their misdeeds. Shen Gongbao pulled the disciple's chair and sat down with authority. "I acknowledge my mistake," the disciple implored, trembling with fear as he lay prostrate on the ground. He sensed that today could mark his downfall. Having provoked this uncle, he might even face expulsion from the Chanjiao. As a disciple of the resource hall, his role was to serve the Chanjiao, not to elevate himself above others and wield the slightest power to oppress. In his previous life, Shen Gongbao had endured his share of grievances. In this life, he resolved not to be so indulgent. While the primordial heavenly venerable still valued him, he would relish the privileges of power. I acknowledge my error," he repeated, and the more Shen Gongbao chastised him, the more terrified the disciple became. Quaking on the ground, "Enough of this. I shall inform senior brother Nanji of your conduct. You parasites ought to be eradicated. This is my identity token. Based on my contributions, you shall exchange it for the essence blood of myriad beasts." As the moment approached, Shen Gongbao presented his identity token, demanding the exchange of resources. "Yes, yes," the disciple replied eagerly, taking the token and hastily rising to procure the coveted resources. In that instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. The essence blood of myriad beasts he exchanged was of the highest quality, and to add to that, he offered the maximum discount. "Uncle, you have yet to claim your resources for this year. Would you like to collect them together?" Utilizing a universe storage ring, the disciple meticulously stored the essence blood, deciding to distribute Shen Gongbao's annual resources in one go. "Let us do so together to avoid unnecessary trips." Upon learning that there were annual resources available, Shen Gongbao nearly betrayed his composure. By heaven's grace, in his previous life, he had been unaware of the existence of such resources. Had he claimed the annual resources over the centuries, he would not have found himself in such dire straits, especially after falling from grace. Shen Gongbao even dared not to utilize elixirs. When he was at Shintang Pass, his brother came to find him, and the only elixirs Shen Gongbao could offer amounted to merely 6. Indeed, following that resounding slap, the disciple could scarcely lift his gaze to meet Shen Gongbao's. The other disciples of the resource hall were equally apprehensive, fearful of being caught in the fallout. In an effort to curry favor with Shen Gongbao, they even allocated the highest possible provisions when arranging annual resources, striving to secure benefits for him. Upon witnessing the resource allocation, Shen Gongbao inhaled sharply, nearly revealing his naivety. The resources distributed to the second-generation disciples were astonishing. Firstly, 1,000 pieces of celestial jade were granted. Subsequently, 300 elixirs were bestowed. And finally, an array of rare herbs and treasures. "Master, do you see anything that requires replacement? If so, we can assist with the exchange." Noticing Shen Gongbao's silence, the disciples of the resource hall mistakenly assumed his dissatisfaction and promptly inquired, "No need. My requests are not so extravagant. Listen well. As disciples of the resource hall, your duty is to serve everyone diligently, not to create difficulties for others. I shall pretend today as events did not occur. But do not let there be a next time." Chapter 7. The apprentice of the 12 golden immortals having reaped the benefits, Shen Gongbao naturally had to express his stance. After all, only that which remains undisclosed can serve as leverage. "Indeed, we acknowledge our mistakes," he declared. All present were astute individuals. A mere utterance was sufficient for the disciples of the resource hall to grasp that Shen Gongbao intended to grant them clemency. Their gratitude was palpable when Shen Gongbao chose not to pursue the matter further, prompting them to bow in reverence. Contemptible. Observing these bowing disciples, Shen Gongbao shook his head, deeming them to embody but a single word: contemptible. Ding. Congratulations, host. Through your audacious maneuvers, you have successfully altered the course of fate. You are rewarded with a chance to spin the wheel of fate. Would you like to spin? Not at the moment. I shall save it. Having just acquired such resources, Shen Gongbao resolved to conserve them, awaiting the opportunity for a tenfold draw. At present, the most pressing matter was to lavishly expend the resources within the Qiankuan storage ring, transforming them into formidable power. Farewell, Master Uncle. Upon Shen Gongbao's departure, the disciples of the resource hall collectively exhaled in relief, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "Senior brother, I am here to exchange resources. No sooner had Shun Gongbao left than a disciple hurried forth, presenting a piece of special celestial material alongside his identity token. Impudent. Do you hold anyone in disdain? Is this how we conduct ourselves? The disciples insisted that the celestial material be reclaimed or exchanged for contribution points, reflecting on their recent experience. They resolutely condemned any notion of further misappropriation. During the resource exchange, their demeanor was exceedingly cordial, as if enveloped in an ambience of utmost consideration. How peculiar. What has come over these senior brothers? Until they received the resources, the exchanging disciple remained baffled. He could not fathom how these lofty individuals had so suddenly adopted such amiable discourse. Not only did they reject his offerings, but they also provided him with insightful analyses and the best recommendations. Could it be that I am destined for greatness? Has fortune finally favored me? They perceive my remarkable presence and are attempting to curry favor? Am I to become one of the 12 golden immortals? The more he pondered, the prouder he became. Standing tall with an air that proclaimed his intention to ascend to the primordial realms, declaring, "Who else but I?" However, after only a few steps, the disciple was abruptly brought back to reality as a slender hand appeared before him, striking him soundly across the face. Impudent! You dare to greet Sister Baihatongzi? Incensed by the unexpected slap, the disciple seethed with anger. In that moment, he had already begun to envision himself as one of the 12 golden immortals. To strike the face of one among them was a foolhardy act indeed. Yet, upon recognizing the assailant, he was rendered utterly speechless. To his astonishment, the one who had slapped him was none other than Baihatongzi, a favored disciple of the revered Nanji Xianwang, a figure he could not afford to offend. Begone! Baihatongzi was quite displeased with the recent hunt against the Jiaolong clan. The absence of Molu Tongzi had resulted in a critical shortage of high-level combat power, leading to significant losses for the demon hunting team. Moreover, Baihatongzi herself had suffered injuries at the hands of a formidable Jiaolong warrior. Her purpose in coming to exchange resources was solely for healing. As she walked, everyone treated her with utmost respect, save for the reckless individual standing before her. Puffed up with pride, he drew a 6 with his left foot and a 9 with his right, his nostrils flared, convinced of his own greatness. Encountering such an insufferable individual, how could the White Crane disciple offer any semblance of kindness? Indeed, I shall leave at once. Fearing the wrath of the White Crane disciple, the young disciple promptly prostrated himself on the ground and rolled away as instructed. What a stroke of misfortune! Spitting on the ground, the White Crane disciple strode directly towards the resource hall. Senior Sister Crane, you have arrived. What do you require this time? Senior Sister, we have reserved the blood of 10,000 demons, body-refining elixirs, and rare treasures for you. Qing Yao, why are you blinking like that? Fool! Have you forgotten that the blood of 10,000 demons was taken by our Uncle Master? Oh, what shall we do now? The disciples stationed at the resource hall were far from foolish. They were adept at discerning the worth of individuals. Even before reaching the hall, they would assess everyone. Upon encountering a figure like the White Crane disciple, they would eagerly seek to curry favor, while those of lesser renown would be ruthlessly bullied. The dear child specialized in magical arts, wielding the Xianyang Bao, which could bypass defenses with terrifying ease. In contrast, the White Crane disciple focused on physical prowess, with a pair of crane wings providing unparalleled defense, rivaling that of magical artifacts. The blood of 10,000 demons sought by Xinguang Bao had been intentionally reserved for the White Crane disciple, now that it had been given to him. They were at a loss for what to do. Do not expect any special treatment. As disciples of the Chan sect, we must fulfill our own duties. According to tradition, hand over the accumulated blood of 10,000 demons to me. By the way, during the hunt for the Dragon Clan, we obtained quite a bit of dragon blood as well. Bring that to me as well. Flipping his identity token, the White Crane disciple directly demanded the blood of 10,000 demons. Spare us, Senior Sister Crane. The blood of 10,000 demons has already been exchanged by our Uncle Master. Yes, Uncle Master. Xinguang Bao arrived before you and claimed all the blood of 10,000 demons. Upon hearing the White Crane disciple's demand, Qing Yu and her companions fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Fools, have you forgotten? My cultivation path is body refinement. The blood of 10,000 demons and body-refining secret elixirs must be reserved for me. Enough. All of you rise and explain this situation to me. Upon learning that the blood of 10,000 demons had been exchanged, the White Crane disciple was consumed by fury, nearly losing control. Yet he retained his composure, exhaling several deep breaths to allow Qing Yao and her group to recount the events as they unfolded. It was, at that time, Senior Sister. He is our Uncle Master, we dared not defy his orders. He specifically requested the blood of 10,000 demons. They recounted the previous occurrences, kneeling in fear of incurring the White Crane disciples' wrath. Uncle Master, when did the Chan sect acquire an Uncle Master named Xinguang? These resources belong to the Golden Immortal phase. Which Uncle Master would require them? Could it be him? Never mind. Gather some of the lesser demon blood as well, with the finest blood of 10,000 demons claimed by Xinguang Bao. The White Crane disciple had no choice but to acquiesce, settling for the inferior demon blood instead. There was no alternative. The dear child had already been eliminated. The White Crane disciple needed to enhance his power, for if he were to be outshone by the Bull King, the consequences would be dire. Whether it be the White Crane boy or the Elk boy, they have never fought alone. Should she falter, her kin would face ruin. Thus, there exists no retreat for them. They must tread a path of unwavering determination. Indeed, gaining the understanding of the White Crane boy, Qingyu and her companions hastened their actions, swiftly preparing resources for her. In future encounters with exceptional essence, reserve it for me. After giving her instructions, the White Crane boy turned and departed towards her mountain abode. The White Crane boy is not foolhardy. With the Elk boy's elimination, the Deer Ridge is undoubtedly at risk. In recent years, several Golden Immortals have emerged from Deer Ridge, thanks to the Elk boy's influence. Should they mount a forceful assault, the difficulty would be considerable. To survive more effectively, the White Crane boy must not be injured. Furthermore, she must investigate Xinguang Bao. This uncle, seizing the essence of myriad demons, would impede her future cultivation. Offending him is not an option. The White Crane boy considers herself unfortunate. If it were feasible to offend, she would disregard his status. Only through her own strength can she forge a path forward. Finally returning with this batch of essence from myriad demons, perhaps my 9 turns mysterious art can reach a minor accomplishment. Unbeknownst to Xinguang Bao, he has already deposited the essence into the bathing tub. A safer method of cultivation would involve combining spiritual spring water with elixirs, diluted with the essence for practice. However, Xinguang Bao eschewed this approach, recklessly pouring all the essence into the tub and carelessly tossing in various elixirs before disrobing and leaping in. By doing so, he would endure the excruciating pain of the myriad demons' essence. Since the essence originates from diverse demons, they would inherently repel each other. Simultaneous refinement would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Xinguang Bao need not bear the side effects. The one who should be concerned is the White Crane boy, as fate would have it. At the moment Xinguang Bao plunged into the bathing tub, the White Crane boy also entered. Though she is a girl, the White Crane boy has never regarded herself as such. For the sake of her kin, she must strive relentlessly. Here it comes. Wait. Why are the side effects of this batch of essence so severe? Ah, what on earth is happening? This sensation feels as if she has leapt into a pool of demonic blood. Ah, I must not scream. I am the captain of the demon capture team. Ah, the pain. Upon her entry into the bathing tub, a wave of terrifying agony surged forth. In that moment, the White Crane boy found herself enveloped in a chilling blood aura, as countless demonic souls began to gnaw at her spirit. Confounded, she pondered the same cultivation method employed before, yet with even less essence used. Why then was the side effect so pronounced? The torment she now endured was unmistakably the result of the myriad demon's essence. Alas, she felt nothing at all. The refining of the myriad demon's essence accelerated the cultivation speed of the 8-9 mysterious art exponentially. Meanwhile, Xinguang Bao experienced sheer ecstasy, with no side effects. He wholeheartedly practiced the 8-9 mysterious art, acutely aware of the enhancements to his physical form. The sensation was euphoric, akin to witnessing the real-time box office of the film Nezha 2, with figures surging by hundreds of thousands every few seconds. It was reminiscent of the satisfaction derived from a post-event cigarette, taking a puff, and all was left unspoken. The matter of resources is not a concern for the time being. The crux lies in how to trigger the lottery opportunity of the causal roulette. According to the system's introduction, to increase the chances of drawing from the causal roulette, one must alter the causal dynamics of the Fengshen tribulation. The Fengshen tribulation is fundamentally a battlefield for the sages, where the Chan sect and the Jie sect engage in a conflict, resulting in mutual destruction. After the Fengshen, disciples of the Jie sect are inscribed on the Fengshen list, with some meeting their demise while others are relegated to mouts. The disciples of the Chan sect fare little better, with figures such as the lamplighting Taoist, Zhu Lusun, the universal virtue true man, and the compassionate navigation Taoist joining the Western sect, while other disciples submit to the heavenly court. The 3 pure ones similarly reap no benefits, being compelled to consume the fallen sage elixir and collectively imprisoned in the Zhixiao Palace. Altering the Fengshan tribulation is not insurmountable. For instance, one could facilitate the inclusion of Chan sect disciples on the Fengshan list. I could refrain from serving as the national master in the Yinshan during the Fengshan War. I might choose not to invite Jie sect disciples into the calamity, or perhaps unveil the schemes of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jain Taoist, and Zhuani Taoist, allowing the iron-headed Togtian cult master to recognize the harsh realities. After indulging in food and drink with ample cultivation resources at hand, Shen Gongbao finds himself dissatisfied with the present circumstances and begins to devise grander schemes. Upon careful contemplation, Shen Gongbao realizes that everything is still in a state of flux. Without several hundred, or even 1,000 years, the Fengshan tribulation will never commence. At present, the only viable approach remains to create chaos within the Chan sect, thereby bringing calamity upon the 12 Golden Immortals' disciples. Chapter 8: The Massacre of the Deer Ridge. To survive the calamity of slaughter, the 12 Golden Immortals adopted a common strategy. They took disciples. Once their disciples transcended the tribulation, their masters would naturally follow suit. Among the disciples of the 12 Golden Immortals, the most renowned included Nezha, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, Wei Hu, and Tu Xing Sunday. To harm these individuals would undoubtedly alter the course of fate. However, most of these disciples had yet to be born, and Shen Gongbao needed to bide his time. For now, he could only disrupt the demon hunting team, thereby diminishing the cultivation levels of the disciples of the Chan sect. This, in turn, afforded him precious time to cultivate his own strength. Otherwise, being too weak would render any struggle futile. After a period of contemplation, Shen Gongbao smiled. Everything was just beginning, and he still had time. With the system in place, by the onset of the heavenly tribulation, he might very well achieve the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Oh, the first batch of blood from myriad demons has been completely absorbed. After pondering for a moment, Shen Gongbao was astonished to discover that the first portion of the demon blood had been entirely consumed. Rising from the bathing barrel, his bones crackled, and with a mere fist clench, he unleashed terrifying power. Indeed, through this session of cultivation, the 8-9 profound art was approaching minor completion. With the consumption of 2 more portions of demon blood, he might even attain the physical embodiment of the profound immortal. Given this, he decided to utilize the blood of the dragon clan directly. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Shen Gongbao formed a rough estimate of his physical realm. At that moment, he bestowed the highest recognition upon the 8-9 profound art. It was no wonder that Yang Jian could attain the Great Luo through sheer physical cultivation within a few decades. Given sufficient resources, Shen Gongbao could achieve it as well. Yang Jian's practice required him to endure the tedium of the 8-9 profound art, whereas Shen Gongbao was spared, with all side effects borne by the White Crane Boy. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became. Shen Gongbao retrieved barrels of Dragon Clan blood and poured them into the bathing tub before sitting down once more. Oh no, here it comes again. No sooner had Shen Gongbao settled down than the White Crane Boy, on the brink of collapse, screamed in anguish once more. At that moment, the White Crane Boy finally comprehended the torment experienced by the Reindeer Boy. It was also at this moment that the White Crane Boy felt that death would be preferable. This sudden onslaught of the 10,000 dragons devouring body had nothing to do with the blood she had used, for there was no blood from the Dragon Clan within it. However, the pain endured by the White Crane Boy was undeniably the result of the 10,000 dragons devouring body. Help! Help! Grasping the jade tablet gifted by the Southern Polar Immortal, the White Crane Boy immediately called for assistance. There was no other option if she did not seek help. She would undoubtedly perish today. In this instance of slaughtering the Dragon Clan, the White Crane Boy bore the sinister aura of the Dragon Clan upon her. At this moment, the power of the 10,000 dragons devouring body was overwhelmingly terrifying. 10,000 dragons devouring body. Fool, how many times have I told you? The blood of myriad demons refines the body, allowing for rapid breakthroughs in realms. However, the risks are immense. Wait, something is amiss. The demon blood you used for the ratio contains no Dragon Clan blood at all. White Crane, confess honestly, where did the 10,000 dragons devouring body come from? As the speed of the explosion surged forth, the Southern Polar Immortal was left bewildered, unable to discern what had transpired. Master, help, save me. In the midst of the tumult, the White Crane Boy found himself bereft of any opportunity for resistance, his breaths now more labored than before. With only a fragment of vitality remaining, the Immortal of the Southern Pole, invoking the art of eternal life, waved his hand, causing roots to emerge from his arms. piercing into the back of the white crane boy to swiftly infuse him with life force. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3. It was only after this duration that the white crane boy managed to endure. "Thank you, Master," he uttered with great difficulty, lifting his head to express his gratitude to the Immortal of the Southern Pole. What had transpired during those 3 hours? The Immortal himself was not unscathed. He pondered, perplexed, as to how the white crane boy could invoke the power of the 10,000 dragons without utilizing the essence of the Jiao dragon's blood. Before the white crane boy could respond, the ominous presence of the 10,000 dragons surged forth once more, rendering him unconscious. "Who dares to conspire against my disciple?" the Immortal exclaimed, raising his hand to again channel life energy to aid the white crane boy's recovery. He felt keenly that this backlash was far more severe than in previous encounters. Little did he know that this ferocity stemmed from the fact that Shen Gongbao was on the verge of attaining the status of a true immortal. Only one final step remained. With all his elixirs consumed, he fervently stuffed them into his mouth as if they were mere candies. After ingesting hundreds of pills, Shen Gongbao felt slightly overwhelmed. Yet, as the 8-9 profound art and the 5 elements true marvelous formula coursed through him, the elixirs and the essence of myriad demons transformed into pure power, refining his mortal form and elevating his realm. With a resounding thud echoing within him, Shen Gongbao's physical body ascended to the rank of a true immortal, unleashing terrifying strength. Following this, his magical power surged, propelling him into the mid-stage of true immortality. "Heron boy, have you broken through?" As Shen Gongbao experienced his advancement, the adverse effects on the white crane boy dissipated. The Immortal of the Southern Pole recognized this familiar pattern. It was a sign of breakthrough. However, upon assessing the cultivation of the white crane boy, he was aghast to discover that rather than progressing, the boy exhibited signs of regression. "Master, save me." The white crane boy struggled to open his eyes, tears streaming down his face. She felt compelled to weep, fully aware of the dire predicament facing the dear boy. If the Immortal did not intervene, her fate would be equally grim. "Calm yourself and explain to me what transpired," the Immortal urged, gesturing for the white crane boy to collect his thoughts. "Master, I do not know. After exchanging contribution points for the essence blood, I returned to my practice as usual. The moment I entered the bathing tub, the presence of the 10,000 demons overwhelmed me. Fear gripped the white crane boy, his body trembling uncontrollably. Could it be the machinations of the Jiao Dragon clan? The Immortal of the Southern Pole fell into contemplation, recalling that the former demon clans possessed a collective strength surpassing that of the Chan sect. Had it not been for the primordial heavenly sovereign being a saint, they might have been obliterated long ago, particularly by the likes of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, the unparalleled demon sovereigns of their age. They left behind some peculiar methods, which is not entirely impossible. However, how they fell into the trap remains unknown to the Antarctic Immortal. The Antarctic Immortal also wishes to inquire whether he and the compassionate navigator have also been ensnared. "Master," observing the Antarctic Immortal deep in thought, the white crane boy dared not disturb him and could only wait in silence. "Take this elixir and rest well to recuperate," said the Antarctic Immortal, presenting a pill to the white crane boy for her recovery. "It's over." Upon hearing this phrase, the white crane boy's eyes were filled with terror. She had not forgotten. The Antarctic Immortal had spoken similar words to the reindeer boy. The white crane boy could foresee that during her recuperation, the Antarctic Immortal would undoubtedly dispatch the Bull King to lead the demon hunting team to eradicate the reindeer boy from Deer Ridge. She could not partake in this hunt. Would her position be supplanted by the Bull King? If replaced, what fate awaited their Crane Valley lineage? No, she must recover quickly and demonstrate her worth. The white crane boy understood all too well that demons held no esteemed position in the Chan religion. The primordial heavenly sovereign harbored a disdain for demons, famously referring to them as mere creatures of damp origins, adorned with fur and horns. With the primordial heavenly sovereign leading the charge, how could anyone else hold them in high regard? If she proved her value, the Antarctic Immortal would surely reinstate her. Otherwise, she would inevitably become a mere ingredient in the heavenly origin cauldron, transformed into an elixir. Swallowing the elixir provided by the Antarctic Immortal, the white crane boy settled into a meditative posture, hastening her recovery. Meanwhile, the Antarctic Immortal had summoned the Bull King, preparing to assault Deer Ridge. "Disciple Bull King, I pay my respects to my master," the Bull King exclaimed, astonished to be summoned alone by the Antarctic Immortal. He understood clearly that this was a tremendous honor. Upon entering this door today, glory and wealth would follow. "Bull King, I have been observing you all these years," the Antarctic Immortal remarked, noticing the Bull King kneeling. He gestured for him to rise. Disciple has disappointed the master. The Bull King was overwhelmed upon realizing the Antarctic Immortal had been watching over him, his heart brimming with excitement. You have worked diligently and handled matters with earnestness. The previous pressures were deliberate tests from me. Congratulations. You have successfully passed my trials and can now be reinstated. Slowly approaching the Bull King, the Antarctic Immortal placed a few reassuring pats on his shoulder. I am willing to dedicate myself to the master, the Bull King declared, aware that this was the moment to express his loyalty. I shall devote myself entirely to the Chan religion. The stronger the Chan religion becomes, the better our lives will be. Yet, he lamented, it was still far from sufficient. The Chan religion had monumental missions, and without adequate strength, fulfilling those tasks would be arduous. Gazing into the void, the Antarctic Immortal could not help but sigh. The last time the primordial heavenly sovereign personally summoned him, he had shared intricate details regarding the impending calamity of the deification. Concerning the situation of the Antarctic Immortal understood that if war were to break out, the Chan religion would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage, especially with the presence of the human race. After the calamity between the witch and the demon, humanity had emerged as the main protagonist of the wilderness. Though lacking a formidable legacy, humanity possessed terrifying innate talents. The capacity for learning is remarkably strong. Over the years, numerous members of the human race have sought mentorship to hone their skills, demonstrating that their strength should not be underestimated. A pivotal aspect lies in the auspicious fate of the human race. This presents the greatest challenge. It was during a heartfelt conversation that the Antarctic Immortal conceived the notion of utilizing the demon clan for alchemical purposes to enhance the teachings of the Chan sect. Those who engage in malevolent deeds are acutely aware of their own wickedness. The Antarctic Immortal, being cautious of the demon clan while employing them for alchemy, harbors concerns about potential insurrection, which is why there is a deliberate effort to minimize the representation of demons within the demon hunting teams. Disciples must strive diligently, honoring their master's teachings and dedicating themselves to the promising future of the Chan sect. The Bull King, unaware of the Antarctic Immortal's true nature, is eager to demonstrate his loyalty once more. Very well, the moment has arrived for you to showcase your abilities. The Bull King is commanded to lead the upcoming entrance examination for the Chan sect. The target for this assessment is the Deer Ridge. After conducting an investigation, it has come to my attention that Deer Boy, leveraging his position as the leader of the demon hunting team, has acted selfishly, bringing calamity upon his kin. As a mentor, it is my duty to rectify this situation. Bull King, you shall lead the demon hunting team, guiding the newcomers in the examination, capturing the Deer Boy's kin, and bringing them back to Kunlun for trial. Chapter 9: The Taste of Power. Over the years, under the guidance of the Antarctic Immortal, the ability to brainwash has reached an extraordinary level. As his eyebrows twitched, the gaze of the Bull King transformed. Rest assured, Master, I shall not betray your expectations. Clenching his fists, the Bull King exhaled sharply, every cell in his body trembling with anticipation. Go. Capture them alive if possible. After all, we are acquainted. With a sigh, the Antarctic Immortal's voice was laden with regret, wishing for the Bull King to leave him alive. Master, you are too merciful. Upon hearing the words of the Antarctic Immortal, the Bull King was filled with disdain for the Elk Boy. He pondered why someone as benevolent as the Antarctic Immortal would face betrayal from the Elk Boy. Little did he know, the Antarctic Immortal's intent to spare lives was solely for alchemical purposes. Alchemy. Finally, I have recovered. This time, I must partake in the hunt. Simultaneously, the Crane Boy had regained his strength. Abruptly opening his eyes, he stood up, a terrifying surge of vitality erupting from within, and he immediately stepped outside. No. The tainted energy. Cursed, he thought. How could I have tainted energy within me? Could it be the Antarctic Immortal? That is impossible. After just a few steps, the tainted energy manifested within him, a change that startled the Crane Boy. He understood all too well that the Elk Boy had been rendered powerless due to an overabundance of tainted energy. Initially, he believed the Elk Boy had brought this fate upon himself, but now it seemed it might be the work of the Antarctic Immortal. The Crane Boy distinctly remembered that aside from the pill given by the Antarctic Immortal, he had consumed nothing else. He had not ventured elsewhere. The sudden appearance of tainted energy was utterly inexplicable. Master, I have devoted myself to you, yet you still intend to eradicate us? After the clearing of the Deer Ridge, would the Crane Valley be next? Collapsing onto the ground, the Crane Boy was left in a state of shock. At this moment, despair consumed him. He believed that as long as he remained obedient, the Antarctic Immortal would surely value him. Yet it appeared that any creature deemed a demon could never earn a place in the Antarctic Immortal's heart. Indeed, prejudice is a formidable mountain within the human heart, unmovable no matter how hard one tries. I once thought joining the celestial sect would be my opportunity to alter my fate. Yet, it seems I am merely a pawn in this game. If that is the case, then I shall play a grand move. Antarctic Immortal, you initiated this cruelty. Do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. With a sudden burst of speed, the crane boy dashed out. He was determined to expose the Antarctic Immortal's secret, to reveal to all demons the truth. The Antarctic Immortal was using demons for alchemical purposes. The captured demons were not atoning for their sins within the celestial sect. Rather, they were being transformed into elixirs. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your influence, the crane boy has broken through defenses and turned against the Antarctic Immortal. The crane boy is a crucial subordinate of the Antarctic Immortal, and this betrayal will have significant repercussions. Reward: 3 chances to spin the karma roulette. At the very moment the crane boy burst forth, the system's notification sounded. What has transpired? Upon hearing this prompt, Shin Gongbao was rendered utterly bewildered. His eyes, sparkling like precious gems, widened in astonishment as a flurry of questions swirled in his mind. What have I done? What has transpired? What actions did the white crane boy undertake? Clearly, Shin Gongbao had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Yet a rift had emerged between the white crane boy and the South Pole Immortal. This was untenable. The current task was no longer feasible. With the white crane boy's intentions now questionable, he could not allow her to bear the repercussions. Hastily filling a Qiankuan storage ring with various alchemical refuse, Shin Gongbao submitted his task and hurriedly set off in pursuit. He was determined to ascertain the white crane boy's true intentions and how the South Pole Immortal would respond should she turn against him. Have you heard? Someone exclaimed. The South Pole Immortal is capturing demon clans not to reform them under the teachings, but to concoct elixirs of immortality. Impossible, another replied. Aren't the elixirs of the teachings all provided by the Grand Supreme Elder? He is the benevolent corpse of the Supreme Clarity, part of the 3 pure ones. Surely he can spare a few elixirs? That is debatable. With so many disciples in the teachings, how many elixirs do you think they consume daily? How many can the Grand Supreme Elder possibly produce alone? It can't be true, can it? By the way, according to rumors, isn't the Bull King leading a demon-capturing squad to Deer Ridge? We should follow them and see for ourselves. Indeed. Let us head directly to Deer Ridge and observe whether the demon-capturing squad will decimate it. That seems unlikely. The Deer Boy is a disciple of the South Pole Immortal. Let us go and take a look. Upon arriving at the resource hall, Shin Gongbao overheard the disciples engaged in fervent discussions to validate the unfolding events. The group of disciples took the initiative to set off toward Deer Ridge. Remarkably, news spread with astonishing rapidity in this era. Observing their departure, Shin Gongbao hastened to follow, eager to witness the South Pole Immortal's reaction upon learning the truth. As for the advanced knowledge of such news, he felt no apprehension. One should not underestimate the intelligence of those disciples. It is rare for a fool to disclose sensitive information to the South Pole Immortal, for such a slip could result in dire consequences. Prepare for battle. Everyone, prepare for battle. I have already lost influence within the teachings, and it will not be long before they return to besiege Deer Ridge. Meanwhile, at Deer Ridge, the Deer Boy had transformed back to his true form and was already rushing back. Deer Boy, what troubles you? Upon seeing him, a deer immediately morphed into human form and rushed to support him. Cousin, we must flee. Lead our kin to seek refuge with the. Hurry. There is no time to lose. Seeing who had arrived, the Deer Boy urgently implored his cousin to escape. Foolish child, what nonsense are you uttering? Ever since you became the captain of the demon-capturing squad, how much support has the teachings afforded Deer Ridge? Do you not realize that Deer Ridge has become a regional hegemon? Those demons are desperate to join our ranks. Indeed, just an hour ago, the teachings sent a batch of valuable resources. We have refrained from using them, awaiting your return to discuss their allocation. Regarding the words of the elk youth, the cousin was entirely incredulous, believing that the teachings of the Chan sect were not as depicted by the elk youth. Were they merely divine materials and magical treasures? Upon learning that the Chan sect had bestowed gifts, the elk youth's heart sank with dread, realizing the impending doom. To frame the demon clan, the Chan sect would undoubtedly offer exceedingly rare divine materials and magical artifacts, subsequently dispatching a demon-hunting squad to seize the evidence. The rationale for selecting such materials was quite straightforward. They could not be employed directly. When the demon-hunting squad arrived, they could simply confiscate them, incurring no loss at all. Additionally, there were 9 high-grade elixirs. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the cousin blinked her doe-like eyes with a proud expression. What high-grade elixirs? They were poisons. Should a powerful member of the clan consume them, the poison would take root, rendering them incapable of channeling their magical power. Quick! Take me to see the clan leader. A calamity is befalling our elk ridge. As fear mounted, the elk youth roared, urging his cousin to lead him to the elk clan leader. Very well. Witnessing the elk youth's urgency, the cousin hoisted him up and returned directly to the clan. Child, you have returned. Oh dear, what is this situation? Let me guess. Did you lead the demon hunting squad to slay a wicked demon and sustain injuries? Come. Fetch the divine elixir bestowed upon us by the Chan sect to heal your wounds. Upon seeing the elk youth, the stronger members of the elk clan approached collectively, their eyes filled with concern. They were not foolish. The current status of Elk Ridge was entirely dependent on the elk youth. Should he fall, Elk Ridge would face ruin. Everyone, listen to me. Our Elk Ridge is on the brink of annihilation. Gazing at the powerful members of the elk clan, the elk youth immediately revealed the true nature of the Southern Polar Immortal. Do not hesitate. Summon the clan members and flee for your lives. And yes, we must go to the Jess sect. The Jess sect is not as malevolent as rumored. We have deliberately tarnished their name. What are you all waiting for? Hurry to the Jess sect. Only there do we have a glimmer of hope. Observing the collective silence, the elk youth panicked and roared once more. Foolish children. What nonsense are you spouting? We are under the protection of the Chan sect. How can we speak ill of them? Child, have you committed some transgression against the Chan sect? The Southern Polar Immortal is your master. If you sincerely repent, you will surely be forgiven. As they exchanged glances, the elk clan members were reluctant to leave. A closer inspection of their eyes would reveal their ulterior motives. Within the elk clan, the elk youth's cultivation was by no means the highest. Several younger members possessed talents even more formidable than his. Should they be sent to the Chan sect? They would undoubtedly usurp the elk youth's position. You all are doomed. There is no escape. The demon hunting squad has arrived. The elk youth attempted to continue his explanation, but noticed golden light appearing in the sky. This radiance was all too familiar to him. It was the emblem of the demon hunting squad. Ha ha ha. It's over. Let us perish together. Sitting down abruptly, the elk youth laughed heartily. Knowing that Elk Ridge was doomed, he had initially believed that his standing within the elk clan was respectable. When he called out, everyone would respond. However, the reality is far from this. In pursuit of wealth and status, the deer clan is utterly unwilling to depart. The young stag is all too familiar with their gaze. They intend to sacrifice him in exchange for the riches of Deer Ridge. All disciples are instructed that the venue for the new recruit's assessment is to be Deer Ridge. Here lies a traitor of the Chan sect. The young stag has pilfered treasures from the Chan sect and has even inflicted injury upon the White Crane disciple. By slaying the young stag, one may pass the Chan sect's examination. As for the other formidable demons of Deer Ridge, the objective is to capture them alive and bring them back to Kunlun for trial. Soon, the Bull King arrived above the young stag, gesturing for the participating recruits to take action. Indeed, to gain entry into the Chan sect and become a disciple of the Chan sect. The similar demons have succumbed to madness. In an explosive surge, they collectively charge toward Deer Ridge. Wait, everyone, hold your fire. Esteemed Immortal. The Deer Ridge is willing to cooperate with the investigation. This is the traitorous young stag of the Deer clan. We have already apprehended him and hope for your grace. Seizing the young stag, the clan leader of the Deer clan stepped forward briskly, bowing deeply to the Bull King. Clan leader, what is this? The members of the Deer clan are poised for battle. Witnessing this scene, they stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Do not resist. Relinquish your weapons and trust in the Chan sect. Looking at his clan members, the clan leader led by example. Discarding his magical artifacts and bowing once more to the Bull King. Is this the essence of power? How exhilarating it is. Chapter 10, Utter Chaos in the Past. During his time with the Demon Hunting Squad, what was the Bull King? When venturing out to hunt demons, others regarded the likes of the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy with reverence, while he, the Bull King, was but a trivial figure. Now, however, the Bull King stood exalted, looking down upon all. Those he once idolized now lay prostrate before him, resembling nothing more than a lifeless dog. Even the formidable members of the Deer clan dared not resist, standing obediently at attention. It is madness. You are all mad. Do you not realize that upon entering the Chan sect, you shall be consigned to the heavenly origin cauldron? The Chan sect, in its quest for power, will utilize you to concoct elixirs. Bull King, do not revel in your triumph. My present state shall be your future. Once you lose your value, The very wasteland you inhabit shall also be hunted to provide for the Chan sect's alchemical needs. And you, in the eyes of the primordial heavenly venerable, you are not but the spawn of damp earth and the beast adorned with fur and horns. With such prejudice, how could you ever be deemed worthy of importance? Ha ha ha, it is laughable, utterly laughable. How much menial labor and toil have I performed for the Antarctic Immortal? Once I am deemed useless, I shall be discarded without a second thought. No, not merely discarded. The dear ridge I nurtured shall be swept away in one fell swoop. As he observed the demon hunting squad, the elk boy erupted in laughter. At that moment, he found the situation absurd. Within the Chan sect, members of the demon tribe fought tooth and nail merely to prove their worth. Yet the Chan sect held them in utter disdain. The elk boy had witnessed firsthand how the Antarctic Immortal claimed elixirs by the hundreds. And what of them? They could only exchange contribution points for elixirs, receiving resources in units of a single pill each year. One elixir from the Antarctic Immortal could casually augment centuries of cultivation, while the best they could hope for was an increase of a mere decade. The elk boy held the second-generation disciple, Taishinran, in the utmost contempt. That lazy glutton, who indulged in feasting and idleness, was utterly unreliable, perpetually inebriated. Yet, he never lacked for cultivation resources. The primordial heavenly venerable even coddled Taishinran into practicing. Had he been of the demon tribe, he would have likely been consigned to the heavenly origin cauldron for alchemical processing. Fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Slap. Before the elk boy could continue his tirade, the deer clan leader raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the elk boy's face. The members of the deer clan, under orders, relinquished their magical artifacts and refrained from resistance. Immortal, it is a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. The elk boy has lost his senses. Come, I have captured him. Please take him back to the Chan sect for questioning. Bound tightly. The elk boy was personally escorted by the deer clan leader, who feared offending the Chan sect. You fool. Lugio, you are but a simpleton. Are you deaf? The Chan sect intends to use you to concoct elixirs. Elixirs? The elk boy struggled, but Lugio offered no chance, swiftly silencing him. Lugio dared not offend the Chan sect. He wished to relish the privileges he had previously enjoyed, as long as it was not his demise. Lugio was willing to sacrifice everything. Proceed. With a slight smile, the Bull King gestured for the demon hunting squad to take action. In response to this situation, the Demon Hunter Brigade had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. They swiftly retrieved the demon binding locks crafted from demon tendons and proceeded to restrain the members of the Deer Ridge, preparing to escort them away. With a wave of his hand, the Bull King signaled for everyone to take them away. At that moment, he could not suppress his laughter, for the task was exceedingly simple. Without the slightest expenditure of effort, the Deer Ridge had been subdued, a delightful outcome indeed. Immortal, you are mistaken. We are innocent. All of this is the doing of the Fawn Boy. We have already captured him and have no objections to the teachings on how to deal with him. Immortal, I have a son of exceptional talent. As the Demon Hunter Brigade escorted the group, the Deer Ridge members panicked and hurried to explain. The Fawn Boy, relying on his position as the head of the Demon Hunter Brigade, has exploited his authority for personal gain, jeopardizing the interests of the teachings. The kin of the Fawn Boy, taking advantage of his status, have acted lawlessly under the guise of the teachings, committing heinous acts. In compliance with the decree of the Antarctic Immortal, we shall apprehend the Fawn Boy and his kin and return them for questioning by the teachings. With everything under control, the Bull King sneered and promptly announced the transgressions of the Fawn Boy. How could this be? This is an injustice. An injustice. Immortal, you must be mistaken. We have always been law-abiding, committing no wrongdoings. Upon hearing this news, the Deer Ridge finally panicked and began to defend themselves. Whether it was an injustice or not would be determined by the teachings. With another wave of his hand, the Bull King nearly burst into laughter. The sensation of dictating the fate of others was exceedingly pleasurable. At that moment, a voice pierced through the air. The figure moved with astonishing speed, arriving beside the Fawn Boy in the blink of an eye. With a resounding roar, feathers transformed into blades, effortlessly slicing through the demon binding locks. White Crane Boy. The actions of the Demon Hunter Brigade this time are in accordance with the decree of the Antarctic Immortal. What are you doing? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Bull King panicked. His combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the White Crane Boy. What could be done now that the White Crane Boy had taken action? White Crane Boy, why have you come? The Bull King was at a loss, and the Fawn Boy was equally astonished. Having conducted a thorough investigation, it has become evident that this is all a scheme orchestrated by the Antarctic Immortal. The murky energy within you was caused by the Antarctic Immortal. I have suffered from the same tactics. Raising his hand, a celestial elixir appeared in the white crane boy's grasp, which he directly administered to the fawn boy. What? What is this elixir? Its effects are remarkable. Once the elixir was ingested, the murky energy within the fawn boy was swiftly purified, and the sealed magical power coursed through his body, restoring his formidable strength. I was foolish. The purification elixir we exchanged with contribution points was merely a half-finished or failed product, with purification effects virtually non-existent. This purification elixir was obtained by me in the resource hall. It is exclusively for second-generation disciples. Just one is sufficient to resolve the issue of murky energy. Observing the fawn boy's expression of astonishment, the white crane boy felt a sense of irony. They had fought desperately, utilizing scraps, while the Tai real person, indulgent and idle, enjoyed the finest resources. Such is the reality. It is akin to reincarnation. Some destinies are destined for Rome, while others are born within its very confines. The white crane boy is perplexed. What offense have the demons committed? Why must they serve as cannon fodder? What grievances have they incurred? Oh, it becomes clear. This is akin to raising pigs. First, we are bestowed with identities, then our kin are prompted to absorb the demon race, ultimately leading to an all-encompassing demise. Antarctic Immortal, how long has it been? Why can you not bide your time? A few more centuries of deception would have sufficed. The more he contemplates, the more infuriated and despondent he becomes. Tears stream down the face of the elk boy. Let us take action. Our path as demons should not be dictated by the Chan sect. We must strive for self-reliance. During the War of Sorcerers and Demons, the Earth Mother Sorceress led her clan members into the Netherworld. Our demon race has not been annihilated either. Prince Luya and Baize have also retreated into seclusion. To attain freedom and earn respect, one must exert effort. Spreading his wings, the white crane boy roars, resolved to carve a bloody path. Indeed, our demon race has its own homeland. We shall seek out Prince Luya. With a flick of his wrist, the deer antler Xian Yang Bao materializes in the elk boy's hands, fully prepared for battle. Should they perish today, at least they will have no regrets. At the very least, they have tried. If survival is within reach, they shall undoubtedly find Luya and strive for the demon race. What is transpiring? How could the two most loyal hounds of the Antarctic Immortal turn against their master? Witnessing the performance of the white crane boy and elk boy, Shen Gongbao is utterly bewildered. He cannot fathom how the most devoted servants of the Antarctic Immortal could betray him. Is it possible that the rumors hold truth? Alchemy. Our demon race is in a dire state, indeed. What shall we do? The battle is imminent, but what can be done? Shen Gongbao is in a daze. The other disciples of the Chan sect share his confusion. Among them, there are many demons. If war truly breaks out, they find themselves at a loss. White crane boy. Elk boy, how audacious you are. Having committed errors, you dare to incite the masses. Demon capture squad, heed my command. Kill, without mercy. In the face of this situation, the Bull King is equally alarmed. This is his first task assigned by the Antarctic Immortal. If he fails, how will he account to the Antarctic Immortal? For a brief moment, he hesitates, pondering whether he should fight for the demon race. Yet, in an instant, his resolve crystallizes. The Chan sect boasts sages. Only by clinging to this mighty tree can he weather the tempest. Not only that, but he is now the captain of the demon capture squad. Wielding great power, how could the Bull King bear to relinquish it? Let us depart. Recognizing his inferiority, the white crane boy flaps his wings and turns to flee. You carry me. I will guard the rear. As the demon capture squad approaches, the elk boy hopes for assistance from the white crane boy. With a cry, the white crane boy transforms into a crane, turning to support the elk boy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Standing atop the white crane boy, the elk boy unleashes a flurry of attacks, his arms resembling a rotating Dharma image, as if 1,000 troops were at his command. Under the elk boy's onslaught, golden arrows fly forth like schools of fish, creating a sensation of 1,000 arrows being loosed simultaneously. It is over. Witnessing the elk boy's assault on the demon capture squad, Lu Jiu exclaims in despair. At this moment, everything appears doomed. The tranquility of Deer Ridge has vanished, leaving him devoid of status. Today, even if he were to survive, he would merely exist as a rat in a stinking gutter, enduring a life shrouded in darkness. Chief, it is time to rebel. If we do not act now, we shall be captured by the Chan sect. Cursed be the Molo boy, what madness has possessed you? Even if we were to be refined into elixirs, as long as Deer Ridge remains unscathed, why concern yourself with such matters? The Deer clan, heed my command for self-preservation. Flee. With a long sigh, How could the members of the Deer clan dare to linger? They erupted into a frantic dash for survival. The decree of the Antarctic Immortal has been issued. Leave not a single soul behind. Slaughter them all. As the Deer clan fled, the Bull King had no choice but to command his followers to take action. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your influence, the White Crane Boy and the Mullah Boy have thoroughly severed ties with the Chan sect. Now, the White Crane Boy and the Mullah Boy will expose the transgressions of the Antarctic Immortal to the public, completely disrupting the plans of the Chan sect. Such a consequence grants you 6 chances for a lottery draw. Warm reminder. Hint 1. The host has accumulated 10 lottery chances. Would you like to proceed with a 10-fold draw? Hint 2. The Antarctic Immortal is soon to arrive, and a massacre will ensue to ensure no information leaks. It is advised that the host depart immediately. Curse be it, how could I have forgotten this? With the nature of the Antarctic Immortal, should the matter of elixir refinement be exposed, he would naturally seek to eliminate the demons to silence them. I am a leopard spirit transformed into human form. He could never allow me to escape. Utilizing the 5 elements escape technique, Shingongbao departed without delay. In my previous life, during the battle at Shenang Pass, Shingongbao, Ling Zhuzi, and Nezha unveiled this veil of shame. Chapter 11. 10 consecutive draws. The Chaos Pearl. At that time, Leopard Ridge was ravaged. With the demise of Sheng Wangbao's brother and the fate of Shinzhengdo unknown, despite the overwhelming loss, Sheng Wangbao's unyielding rationality was not clouded by hatred. For the first time, he preserved evidence and rescued Li Jing and Lady Yin. In the ensuing chaos, the Dragon Clan and the Undersea Demon Clan were ensnared within the Tianyuan cauldron. Sheng Wangbao directed his ire towards the Antarctic Immortal, vociferously condemning his misdeeds. In that moment, he anticipated that the demon hunting squad would rally against the Antarctic Immortal. However, it soon became evident that Sheng Wangbao's hopes were misplaced. The disciples of the Chan sect were already privy to these events. This was not surprising, as the Chan sect held a prestigious position, and its disciples enjoyed abundant resources, leading to a lack of rigorous training. The disciples' complacency was wholly attributable to the bountiful benefits they received. A mere elixir could augment their cultivation by centuries. Who would wish to toil, as the demon clans did? It could be said that had the Antarctic Immortal not been at a disadvantage, the entire Dragon Clan and Undersea Demon Clan would have been transformed into elixirs. The current situation mirrored this, as the veil of secrecy had been lifted, yet it was not beyond remedy. Silencing the demons would suffice. However, escape was no longer an option. Given his current level of cultivation, there was no necessity to flee. Any trace left behind would lead to his discovery. The optimal course of action was to draw a treasure that would conceal all. After distancing himself, Sheng Wangbao paused in a cave. He was acutely aware that, with his present cultivation, fleeing was unwarranted. The Antarctic Immortal had cultivated the undying longevity technique, enabling him to sense vitality. In the face of overwhelming power, Sheng Wangbao had no chance of escape. His sole opportunity lay in the lottery. 10 consecutive draws should yield some surprises, shouldn't they? Ding! Thank you for participating. Congratulations. Host, you have gained a millennium of cultivation. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a ginseng fruit. Thank you for participating. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a causal punishment order. Thank you for participating. Congratulations. Host, you have attained the divine ability of 5 thunderstrikes. Thank you for participating. Congratulations. Host, you have received 10 millennia of cultivation. Once more. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. With each draw, Sheng Wangbao heard numerous acknowledgments of participation. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the Chaos Pearl, he realized he was secure. The Chaos Pearl, an unparalleled treasure derived from the primordial essence, contained the laws of space. It stood alongside the celestial acts of creation, the earth-splitting pick, the Chaos Green Lotus, and the creation jade plate as one of the 5 supreme treasures of chaos. In ancient times, when Panga separated heaven and earth, the Chaos Pearl evaded the cataclysm and remained intact. Within the Chaos Pearl lay a primordial world and complete laws awaiting comprehension. Most critically, the Chaos Pearl could obscure the heavenly secrets. With the Chaos Pearl in his possession, he could continue his escape. Clutching the Chaos Pearl, Sheng Wangbao resumed his flight using the 5 elements' Great Escape, heading back towards Mount Kunlun. As he journeyed, he returned to his own peak. Salvation had come. Lying upon the stone bed, Sheng Wangbao breathed heavily, aware of his newfound safety. After a brief respite, He rose and began to assess the spoils of his 10 consecutive draws. Firstly, possessing the cultivation of 11,000 years, Shin Gongbao is poised to transcend into the late stage of true immortal. Considering the passage of time, he has yet to endure the tribulation of the thunderstorm that tests the body. This opportunity to absorb cultivation is perfectly timed for him to cross that threshold. Only by overcoming the thunderstorm tribulation can one manipulate the laws and engage in combat utilizing these principles. Here, Shin Gongbao employs a clever stratagem, seeking to utilize the thunderstorm to temper his physical form while cultivating the 8-9 profound art. Should he succeed on this path, he would attain a greater corporeal form in a shorter span of time. Let us commence. With a single step into the void, Shin Gongbao ascends into the ether. Thunder rumbles ominously as the fearsome storm descends, striking him relentlessly. Ah, this cunning leopard has indeed chosen the 8-9 profound art. The thunderstorm tribulation intended to refine his body successfully captures the attention of Yuanshi Tianzuan. This diverges from our expectations, according to our design. He ought to cultivate the 5 elements true wonderful formula. Beside Yuanshi, Tai Ching furrows his brow, noting the deviation in events. Nevertheless, cultivating the 8-9 profound art is acceptable. As a pivotal figure in the Fengshen calamity, his formidable defenses will prevent premature demise. With a slight smile, Yuanshi Tianzuan finds this satisfactory. Though he fears deviations from the celestial plan, he contemplates finding an opportunity for Shin Gongbao to also cultivate the 5 elements true wonderful formula. Tai Ching, concerned about unforeseen outcomes, decides it is prudent for Shin Gongbao to practice both arts. Brother, have you forgotten? The cultivation of the 8-9 profound art is incompatible with other techniques. Once Shin Gongbao embarks on this path, he cannot engage in any other cultivation. One must wonder why the heavenly Tao would select Shin Gongbao, a fierce beast, to bear such a significant role. Yuanshi Tianzuan harbors a deep-seated disdain for Shin Gongbao. What qualifications does a demon have to be a key figure in the Fengshen calamity? Tai Ching counters, your prejudice against demons is excessively profound. If Di Jun and Tai Yi were not to perish, their achievements would not necessarily be inferior to ours. We should nurture Shin Gongbao diligently. Upon reassessing Shin Gongbao, Tai Ching feels there is more to him than meets the eye. Just moments ago, Tai Ching had conducted a divination regarding Shin Gongbao's future and discovered a blank void, an enigma that defied calculation. Brother, are you suggesting that Shin Gongbao can indeed cultivate the 5 elements true wonderful formula alongside the 8-9 profound art? Seeing Tai Ching's vested interest in Shin Gongbao, Yuanshi Tianzuan, too, becomes intrigued and decides to test this hypothesis. Why not? Let us not forget that we have also practiced the 8-9 profound art. Tai Chi shakes his head, indicating to Yuanshi Tianzuan to proceed with caution. However, we are the true lineage of Pangu. What is he in comparison? At best, he is a being of otherworldly origins. Upon mentioning beings of otherworldly origins, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes widen with determination to give it a try. He raises his hand and sends forth a talisman. The primary function of this talisman is to convey sound. The task of imparting the 5 elements true wonderful formula is entrusted to the Southern Polar Immortal Elder. Moreover, the primordial supreme being granted Shin Gongbao permission to select exquisite elixirs from the treasury to solidify his realm. The disciple comprehended the directive, employing talismans for tracking. He soared from Kunlun and located the Southern Polar Immortal at Deer Ridge. Upon grasping the intentions of the primordial supreme being, the Southern Polar Immortal clasped his fists in salute, indicating his understanding. Accelerating his pace, he began to clear the battlefield, preparing to return to Kunlun. Ox King, patrol the surroundings and see if there are any stragglers, he commanded. The Southern Polar Immortal expressed his confusion regarding the primordial supreme being's orders. The leniency shown towards Tai Junren stemmed from the latter's established position, yet what significance did Shin Gongbao hold to warrant such attention from the primordial supreme being? Master, I have scoured the area multiple times and found no signs of life. Soon, the Ox King returned to report on the battlefield's condition. I have severed the tongues of the monsters from Deer Ridge to bind their essence and shall bring them back to Kunlun. With a decisive step, roots from the earth sprang forth from the Southern Polar Immortal's palm, swiftly intertwining with the surrounding flora. This exemplified the terrifying power of the undying longevity art, enabling communication with vegetation to extract valuable information. Did one escape? In no time, the Southern Polar Immortal arrived at the spot where Shin Gongbao had previously stood, employing a secret technique to delve into the earth once more. Upon reappearing, he found himself at the cave where Shin Gongbao had lingered. The aura had vanished. No, it was obscured by some magical artifact. Whoever possessed such an ability was certainly not an ordinary individual. Who could it be? Unable to uncover any clues, the Southern Polar Immortal was compelled to depart. Master, all the monsters from Deer Ridge have had their tongues removed. We are ready to embark. The Ox King executed his tasks with remarkable swiftness, having completed the assignment in a short span. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, the Southern Polar Immortal commanded the demon-catching team to set forth. Piteous were the demons of Deer Ridge, now confined within a prison cart, awaiting their fate in the celestial origin cauldron to be transformed into elixirs of immortality. As for the onlooking disciples of the Chan school, they dutifully trailed behind, not daring to utter a word. Just moments ago, the Southern Polar Immortal had compelled them to slay demons, effectively forcing their hands into the crimson of battle. Now, they were all inextricably linked by bloodshed. The Southern Polar Immortal harbored further intentions. After capturing the demons, he planned to refine them into elixirs and administer them to his disciples. Thus, the cycle would be complete. The demon-catching team returned once more. This time, they have captured numerous demons. Yet, something was amiss. The captain of the hunting team was not the Deer Boy or the White Crane Boy, who had taken their place. Upon returning to Kunlun, the demon-catching team reveled in the adulation of the stars. However, it soon became apparent that the former Deer Boy and White Crane Boy were nowhere to be found. The current captain of the team bore the horns and snout of an ox demon. Hush, do not speak of it. Be wary of inviting trouble. The disciples of the Chan school were not foolish. They understood what was prudent to say and what was best left unsaid. The absence of the Deer Boy and the White Crane Boy signified their elimination. Henceforth, it would be wise to show respect to the Ox King. Resources were to be surrendered to the Resource Hall, while the remaining Deer Demons were to be consigned to the Celestial Origin Prison. As he traversed the crowd, the South Pole Immortal promptly issued commands for the Bull King to organize everything. Yes, Master. The Bull King dared not defy the orders, treading with utmost caution at every step. Once the task was completed, he was to meet with me. The White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy had betrayed him, and the South Pole Immortal had lost faith in any of the demons. If the Bull King aspired to lead the demon-hunting team, he must master the heart-piercing spell. Only with this spell could the South Pole Immortal feel assured. Moreover, the disciples of the Chan and Jazz sects were about to engage in an exchange competition, necessitating special training for the disciples. Special training implies a need for resources, a never-ending source of concern. Indeed, upon hearing of a private meeting, the Bull King trembled slightly, clearly apprehensive. There was a gap in the heart of the South Pole Immortal, just as there was in the Bull King. The White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy had exerted themselves to no avail, ultimately being forsaken by the South Pole Immortal. What was the Bull King in comparison? By the way, where is Shen Gongbao? Once the matters of the demon-hunting team were organized, the South Pole Immortal would seek out Shen Gongbao at the first opportunity. He had not forgotten that, following the commands of the primordial supreme being, he was also to impart the 5 elemental profound secrets to Shen Gongbao. Chapter 12. Taunting the Antarctic Immortal. Upon arriving at the mountain peak where Shen Gongbao resided, the Antarctic Immortal was taken aback to discover that Shen Gongbao was absent. As he searched the surroundings, he soon spotted Shen Gongbao descending from the heavens, his body shimmering with arcs of lightning. Could it be? You have transcended to the true immortal realm? The Antarctic Immortal was well aware of Shen Gongbao's circumstances. When he first arrived, he was merely at the celestial immortal level. Yet, in such a short span of time, he had indeed become a true immortal. In the primordial world, the cultivation levels are categorized as Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Supreme Golden Immortal, and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Each level is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Shen Gongbao had leapt directly from the late Celestial Immortal stage to the late True Immortal stage, the significance of which was evident. At that moment, the Antarctic Immortal recalled the command of the primordial Heavenly Venerable, suspecting that Shen Gongbao's talents had been recognized by the latter. However, Shen Gongbao was a demon. How could one invest effort in nurturing a demon? Suddenly, a shiver ran through the Antarctic Immortal as he contemplated another possibility, raising livestock. The more powerful the demon, the more effective the elixirs produced using the celestial Yuan cauldron. Ordinary minor demons might gain a mere decade of cultivation, while formidable demons could increase their cultivation by 10,000 years. The disparity could be as vast as 10,000 times, or even several 100,000 times. Fortuitous breakthrough. He mused. My dear brother, the way of the teachings is indeed the foremost sect of the primordial realm. The 8-9 mysteries is truly profound. Caught off guard by the Antarctic Immortal, Shen Gongbao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had he foreseen this, he would have chosen to break through at Leopard Ridge instead. Wait, the method you cultivated is the 8-9 mysteries. Upon mentioning the 8-9 mysteries, the Antarctic Immortal was once again flabbergasted. While others may be unaware of the difficulties associated with the 8-9 mysteries, the Antarctic Immortal knew all too well. Once upon a time, he had attempted to cultivate it, yet found himself utterly incapable. Yet here was Shingongbao, who had directly broken through to the late true immortal stage. The Antarctic Immortal was overwhelmed with frustration. This technique is rather simple. I simply persevered without rest, continuously cultivating, and naturally achieved a minor success. However, once I reached that minor success, my body ascended into the void and was bombarded by thunder for quite some time. Brother, being struck by lightning is truly painful. Yet, as time passed, I became accustomed to it. Higi, by now, I am nearly immune. Shingongbao chuckled foolishly, feigning innocence. The demon race has long been labeled as the epitome of diligence. With hard work as an excuse, the Antarctic Immortal found himself at a loss for words. This rascal was the eldest disciple of the Way of the Teachings. When he criticized the likes of Taiji Jinren and his companions, he did so with great fervor, berating them for their lack of effort and ambition. If only the demon race exhibited half as much diligence, he would not be so burdened. Yet here he was, the Antarctic Immortal himself, equally unmotivated, as evidenced by his failure to master the 8-9 mysteries. The 12 Golden Immortals also exhibited a lackluster character, none of them achieving the great Luo with their physical forms. In contrast, the third-generation disciples, Yang Jian, Wei Hu, Jin Jia, Mu Jia, and Lei Zhenzi, all attained the great Luo through their physical forms. The distinct sects, including Zhao Gongming, San Shao, the later Buddha of the Tathagata, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, the Holy Mother of Wudong, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirits, and the Immortal of Dark Clouds, all possess formidable strength. The root of their power lies in the relentless self-improvement of the demon race. There is a saying, often, the children deemed least promising exhibit the greatest resilience. When Shingongbao proclaimed the path to be simple, the Antarctic Immortal fell into a profound silence, feeling a grave psychological blow. The teaching of the Way regards the 8-9 mysterious arts as exceptionally challenging, yet Shingongbao audaciously claimed it was simple. In that moment, the Antarctic Immortal's wariness towards the demon race intensified. Henceforth, demons were forbidden from practicing the 8-9 mysterious arts. Should this technique spread among them, the pressure on the teaching of the Way would be monumental. Additionally, the demon-capturing teams must accelerate their efforts. Any threatening demons must be apprehended for alchemical purposes. Little did the Antarctic Immortal know that Shingongbao found it simple because he bore no side effects, allowing him to practice continuously. Indeed, it is simple. As long as one endures the fatigue of cultivation and withstands the pain, success is inevitable. Brother, initially, it is somewhat painful, and there's a bit of a swelling sensation. I also feel apprehensive. However, with a bit of endurance, it becomes quite comfortable afterward. Moreover, during cultivation, one must heed the principle of 9 shallow and 1 deep. Fixating on the Antarctic Immortal, Shingongbao began to impart his cultivation experiences. All right, follow me. The more Shingongbao shared, the more discomfort the Antarctic Immortal exhibited, his expression betraying a sense of constipation. The Antarctic Immortal had previously practiced the 8-9 mysterious arts. If it were truly so simple, he would not have struggled. Yet, he could not refute Shingongbao, for to do so would reveal his own ignorance. Witnessing the Antarctic Immortal's predicament brought Shingongbao great satisfaction. This turtle grandson, too, has his moments of being speechless. Furthermore, Shingongbao was crafting an alibi. He did not wish for the Antarctic Immortal to learn that he had witnessed the revolt of the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy. The secrets of alchemy among demons were not something the current Shingongbao could comprehend. Keep up. With a cold snort, the Antarctic Immortal gestured for Shingongbao to follow. This time, Shingongbao refrained from provoking the Antarctic Immortal and obediently trailed behind, curious about his intentions. Brother, why have we come to the treasury? As they progressed, Shingongbao beheld the treasury, rendered speechless. In his previous life, aside from the initial learning of the 5 elements marvelous arts, he had never witnessed the treasury's appearance again. In less than a year since his rebirth, he had come to this treasury for the second time. Seeing your diligent cultivation, the Master has graciously bestowed upon you the 5 elements marvelous arts. Furthermore, you may select a golden elixir personally crafted by the Grand Master. As the treasury opened, the Antarctic Immortal felt a pang of bitterness, for the primordial heavenly sovereign had never shown such concern for demons. Only that inept Tai Jinren received such indulgence from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Brother, I heard the master created the 9-turn great elixir. Consuming one can swiftly elevate one to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Could I possibly have one? Rubbing his hands together, Shin Gongbao turned his gaze towards the southern polar immortal, hoping for the gift of a 9-transformation great rejuvenation pill. Shin Gongbao was quite aware of the significance of this elixir. The martial Tianping, a disciple of the Taoist sect, was once bestowed with a 9-transformation great rejuvenation pill when he became a disciple of Xuandu. Consequently, Martial Tianping sang praises as he cultivated to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, commanding an army of 800,000 water warriors. However, this was also a strategic maneuver, a scheme devised by Laozi as he journeyed westward beyond the Hangu Pass, transforming into a Buddha, and further preparing for the tribulations of the journey to the west. Yet, the 9-transformation great rejuvenation pill bore a fatal flaw: its terrifying side effects. It would exhaust the potential of its consumer, rendering them incapable of further breakthroughs beyond the great Luo golden immortal level. Nevertheless, Shin Gongbao was undaunted. He need not bear the repercussions himself. Rather, he could impose them upon the White Crane Boy or the Deer Boy. If that failed, he could bind the Bull King with a causal punishment decree. Shin Gongbao's most desired target for binding was the Southern Polar Immortal. However, given that the latter was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, while Shin Gongbao was merely at the late stage of the true immortal, success was improbable and might even provoke suspicion. Thus, while the 9-transformation great rejuvenation pill sounded appealing, its side effects were too severe. The second-generation disciples of the Chan sect should not partake in it. Instead, he would provide a 9-transformation golden pill, which would be immensely beneficial for the cultivation of the 8-9 mysterious arts. With a stroke of luck, one might even attain the golden immortal status in corporeal form. Had it been earlier, the Southern Polar Immortal would have readily given it. However, he could not fathom the intentions of the primordial heavenly venerable should this disciple suffer harm. His own existence would become untenable. The Southern Polar Immortal remained fiercely loyal to the Chan sect and would never engage in actions that would harm it. Very well. I shall heed the elder brother's counsel. If there is an opportunity for benefit, Shin Gongbao will naturally feign compliance and seize the advantage first. Go back and cultivate. Remember, diligently practice the 5 elements true marvelous formula, as instructed by our master. The Southern Polar Immortal was perplexed. He harbored an aversion towards Shin Gongbao. Being in the presence of Shin Gongbao made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Indeed, clutching the elixir and jade tablet, Shin Gongbao turned and departed. The Southern Polar Immortal did not favor Shin Gongbao, nor did Shin Gongbao hold any fondness for the Southern Polar Immortal. Were it not for their disparity in strength, he would have slapped him senseless. Ah, the Bull King. Not having ventured far, Shin Gongbao encountered the Bull King, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. During a series of 10 draws, Shin Gongbao obtained a causal punishment decree. Unable to bind the Southern Polar Immortal, he could bind the Bull King instead. Henceforth, whoever led the demon-catching team would become his target for binding, ensuring that each captain would encounter misfortune. At most 5 misfortunes would cause others to regard the position of demon-catching captain with trepidation. Shin Gongbao's mission was to cultivate diligently and induce more side effects, deriving his joy from the suffering of others. Fellow Taoist, please hold. Producing the causal punishment decree, Shin Gongbao immediately pursued. Who are you? Upon hearing Shin Gongbao's voice, the Bull King turned sharply. The moment he beheld Shin Gongbao, his expression darkened, nearly prompting him to strike. The Bull King's presence was solely to meet with the Southern Polar Immortal, utterly unaware of the reason for this summons. Thus, the Bull King was exceedingly vexed. Moreover, he was now the captain of the demon-capturing team, standing above all but one. A mere true immortal dared not pay him homage, and instead referred to him as a fellow Taoist. Would he not address the captain properly? Surely, he could not be so presumptuous as to omit calling him senior brother? Such insolence! Upon encountering his master uncle, why did he not bow in reverence? Producing his identity token, Shin Gongbao struck it forth with a resounding slap. Bang! With a dull thud, Shin Gongbao found himself staggered back a few steps. The physical form of a mystic immortal was indeed no match for the golden immortal realm of the Bull King. Master Uncle? Disciple Bull King pays his respects to Master Uncle. Although furious at being struck atop his head by Shin Gongbao, the Bull King could only endure upon seeing the identity token. In the territory of the Chan school, why the flurry of activity? After departing from Deer Ridge, Shingongbao, being unaware of the specific circumstances, intended to probe for any information the Bull King might unwittingly reveal. The White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy have rebelled. We have already suppressed Deer Ridge. Now, all the demons of Deer Ridge have been confined to the celestial prison, in accordance with the Master's orders. I have come to report. Not daring to offend Shingongbao, the Bull King had no choice but to comply. The White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy have rebelled. How could this be? Can the demon capturing team apprehend them? Chapter 13. A stone weighs 3 pounds, 3 eyes watch a dog, fixated on the Bull King. Shingongbao appears unfazed. Yet within, he is in a state of utter turmoil. Should the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy remain at large, they would undoubtedly disrupt the intricate web of causality, a matter of great consequence regarding the wheel of karma. Alas, at this critical juncture, Bull King. Why the delay? Hurry forth. Before the Bull King could utter another word, the voice of the Southern Pole Immortal resonated. Yes, Master. Upon hearing his Minor's command, the Bull King hastened towards him. Could they have escaped? That seems improbable. The Southern Pole Immortal is a grand Luo Golden Immortal. With his direct intervention, how could there be any misstep? Shingongbao found the Southern Pole Immortal's reaction unexpected. This individual possesses formidable prowess, undoubtedly a grand Luo Golden Immortal. For him to personally engage and allow the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy to elude capture is certainly more complex than it appears. In that moment, Shingongbao contemplated the heart-piercing spell. Is it possible that the Southern Pole Immortal is employing a strategy of patience, deliberately allowing the Elk Boy and the White Crane Boy to flee in order to track down the Demon Clan, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop? Following the calamity between the Witch and Demon clans, both would be left severely weakened, descending from their lofty status. Under the guidance of the Earth Mother Ancestor Witch, the Witch clan would retreat to the underworld to preserve their remaining strength. However, the Demon clan would not enjoy such fortune. With Emperor Jun and Tai deceased, only Bai Zhe remains, along with Luya in seclusion. In other words, the Demon clan is at its weakest point. If Bai Zhe and Luya are discovered and captured, the Demon clan would have no chance for resurgence. Could they truly be so unscrupulous? The thought sends a chill down Shingongbao's spine. From his perspective, he harbors no desire for the annihilation of the Demon clan. The primordial realm is a manifestation of the Pangu deity. Every being possesses the right to exist. For instance, the Groundhog Demon tribe, isolated from the mundane world, lives a humble existence, their only daily hope being a bowl of particularly unpalatable porridge. A group of demons, even while drinking porridge, understands the value of queuing. How could they be so depraved? They cannot even be considered true demons, as they have yet to assume forms, merely having attained a semblance of sentience. The robust Stone Ji, too, has her essence as a mountain, capable of transformation into any alluring form. Yet, she chooses to remain a plump maiden, believing that her ample figure is the epitome of beauty. In contrast, Stone Ji embodies the essence of a homebody, in a radius of 100 miles. She is the soul demon, and her thoughts remain clear, solely desiring to be the most beautiful girl within 10 miles. What malevolent intent could such a plump maiden harbor? Even when reduced to mere fragments of stone, she maintains an optimistic outlook, confident in her ability to cultivate anew. Such a figure poses no threat to the way of revelation. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to your influence, the relationship between the way of revelation and the Demon clan has undergone a transformation. With your contributions, you are entitled to 3 opportunities to spin the wheel of karma. Just as Shingongbao was lost in contemplation, the system's prompt echoed once more. Cultivation remains paramount. One must diligently pursue strength. Only through the enhancement of one's abilities can one seize control of their own fate. When the time comes to flee, one must be swift in their escape. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shingongbao felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, his heart filled with vigilance. There exists a principle known as Murphy's Law. The more one worries about something, the more likely it is to transpire. Shingongbao sensed that his intuition was undoubtedly correct. In his previous life, the Antarctic Immortal dared to confront the Dragon Clan. In this life, he showed the audacity to besiege Luya and Bai Zhe. Where there is no perfect egg beneath the overturned nest, should the Antarctic Immortal succeed, his Leopard Ridge would surely be imperiled. Patience is key. He must proceed with caution. With the alteration of causality, he could acquire a chance to spin the wheel of karma. In the future, should he draw beneficial items devoid of side effects, he could send them back to his father and Little Leopard, thereby enhancing the strength of Leopard Ridge. At some point, he would need to confront his father. For a man, it is crucial to maintain composure. One must not be swayed by emotion. Wailing and lamenting over a mere scratch hardly defines masculinity. Moreover, while chicken demons may don overalls, they should not engage in basketball. In Shin Gongbao's view, everything was merely in its infancy, and he had ample time to prepare. With the system at his disposal, it was indeed plausible for Shin Gongbao to defy fate. Should his power surpass that of the Antarctic Immortal, a multitude of opportunities would unfold before him. Firstly, concerning the human race, considering the timeline, it would not be long before the Fengshan tribulation commenced. If he were to assist DXIN in preserving the fortunes of humanity, the Fengshan tribulation could perpetuate indefinitely. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled the 3 great rebels of the primordial world: a stone, 3 pounds of lotus root, and 3-eyed dogs. If he could locate rare celestial treasures, enabling that stone to transform earlier, and subsequently take it as his disciple, leading them to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Of course, these are merely anticipations. The crux of the matter remains strength. Power. Strength. It is, indeed, all about strength. Continuing his cultivation of the 8-9 mystical arts, Shin Gong clenched his fist and departed, making his way to the Artifact Refining Hall. The Artifact Refining Hall is a splendid venue, where gathering refining debris can swiftly accumulate contribution points. The processing of such debris necessitates burning and forging. Particularly, the forging process demands the relentless wielding of a superhammer, striking without pause. This labor is the most arduous, even the disciples of the Artifact Refining Hall dread it. Yet, Shin Gongbao felt no trepidation. The more he swung the hammer, the more invigorated he became. After all, the 8-9 mystical arts would temper his flesh, continually enhancing his strength. As for side effects, was there not the Bull King? Disciple Bull King, pay your respects to the master. At this moment, the Bull King had already arrived before the Antarctic Immortal. Faced with the Antarctic Immortal, the Bull King felt a flicker of fear. However, he dared not display it, kneeling with utmost reverence. Bull King, your efforts in the recent hunt at Deer Ridge were commendable. Yet, my heart aches. The Milla boy and the Baya boy were my right and left arms, and I had high hopes for them. Yet, they have proven ungrateful, betraying me. Mentioning the Baya boy and the Milla boy made the Antarctic Immortal's teeth grind with fury. He could not fathom why, despite his kindness towards them, they chose treachery. Master, do not sorrow over traitors. They are not worth it. Do you not still have me? The Bull King is not a fool. He recognizes that the Antarctic Immortal is merely applying eye drops. This entity before him is a proverbial smiling tiger, appearing amiable and harmless, yet capable of ruthlessness that could annihilate entire clans. Indeed, having been deceived by those 2 miscreants, I have overlooked your true nature. Bull King, from this moment forth, you shall be my personal disciple, entrusted to me by the Antarctic Immortal. I shall nurture you as a core disciple of the Chan teaching. Come forth, and allow me to chant the Ascension spell for you. Henceforth, you shall no longer be a mere demon, but a true immortal. The Antarctic Immortal orchestrates all of this to scheme against the Bull King. With the betrayal of the White Crane Boy and the Reindeer Boy, he has lost faith in the Demon Clan. To seize power, the Bull King must accept the heart-piercing spell. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Upon learning of the opportunity to partake in the Ascension spell, the Bull King is overwhelmed with gratitude. At this moment, he strikes himself twice, realizing he had judged the Antarctic Immortal with a petty mindset. The Antarctic Immortal, a pitiful elder betrayed by his disciples, harbors no ill intentions. The Ascension spell is not something just any disciple can enjoy. Only those who become core disciples of the Chan teaching can partake in its benefits. With the Ascension spell, one's foundation is elevated, and one can also partake in the fortune of the Chan teaching. This is a tremendous honor. Do not speak, simply feel. Bull King, from this day forward, you shall take charge of the demon hunting team. Placing his hand upon the Bull King's crown, the Antarctic Immortal begins to chant, casting the heart-piercing spell upon him. Is this the Ascension spell? It feels so warm. Wait, why is it a bit scorching? As he concentrates, the Bull King swiftly senses the intense heat, akin to being near a furnace, subjected to its relentless heat. Simultaneously, his muscles twitch, and an inexplicable fatigue envelopes him. Something is amiss. What is happening? Is the Ascension spell not meant to be a soothing experience? Why do my muscles ache? The more he senses, the more the Bull King feels something is amiss. The Ascension spell is the aspiration of every demon, extolled by many to be an unparalleled boon. Yet now, as he experiences it, he finds himself in agony. Do not move. Relax. Just like that. Here it comes. Seeing the Bull King's movements, the Antarctic Immortal immediately admonishes him. Little does he know, the Bull King's unusual response is not due to rejection, but rather the consequence of the causal punishment order enacted by Shin Gongbao, transferring the side effects onto him. At the refining hall, Shin Gongbao stands beside a furnace, bare-chested and wielding a hammer several times his size, striking a piece of divine material. The flames within the furnace are the true fire of Samadhi. Approaching it would result in searing heat. Without sufficient strength, one could suffer severe burns or even be melted on the spot. The forging platform conceals its own mysteries. Striking with the hammer absorbs magical power, and the hammer's weight renders it the most arduous task. Moreover, to achieve the most perfect forging of divine materials, a powerful rebound array is set up. Each strike must endure the counteracting force. I can't take it anymore. This hammer is too heavy. Senior brother, I no longer desire contribution points. Let me go. I do not want contribution points. The rebound force will kill me. Beside Shin Gongbao stood 3 bear demons, a monkey demon, and 4 tiger demons. They wielded hammers, unleashing their inner strength upon the divine material. However, they could scarcely withstand the rebounding force of the forging platform. With each strike, they spat out blood, contemplating the abandonment of their task. How reckless! Do you not comprehend that if you forsake this endeavor now, the divine material shall be destroyed? Can you afford the repercussions of damaging it? The reason this task offers such a high contribution value is that it encompasses the costs of healing. Otherwise, would it possess such a lofty contribution value? I implore you all, do not cease your efforts. Should the divine material be ruined, so too shall your futures be obliterated. Witnessing the bear, tiger, and monkey demons wavering in their commitment, the disciples of the refining hall immediately berated them. As they rightly pointed out, the lives of the demons may be insignificant. Yet the divine material holds paramount importance. Should it be compromised, these demons would face dire consequences. Shape into form. Realizing they could not afford the consequences, the bear, tiger, and monkey demons had no choice but to persistently swing their hammers. With each strike, they coughed up blood. And in the end, Shin Gongbao even glimpsed fragments of their innards. Chapter 14. The Antarctic Immortal yet again displayed his foolishness. Step back. Allow me to assist you. With a swift motion, Shin Gongbao seized the hammer from the tiger demon and unleashed a surge of strength, delivering a series of powerful blows. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the disciples of the artifact refining hall were merely making things difficult for the bear, tiger, and ape demons. A few scraps of worthless metal hardly held any mystery. Moreover, as this was merely a preliminary forging stage, the impact was negligible. Their trepidation stemmed from the fear that no demon would take on the task, leaving them to shoulder it themselves. Thus, they exerted relentless pressure. To speak candidly, the disciples of the Chan sect harbored prejudices against the demons, largely due to their association with the primordial heavenly sovereign. It was these experiences that led Shin Gongbao to proclaim, the biases in the human heart are akin to an insurmountable mountain, no matter how hard one strives. They cannot be moved. Within the Chan sect, despite the demons' aspirations for advancement, the higher echelons of the sect paid them no heed. How could this be possible? Observing Shin Gongbao relentlessly hammering away at the divine materials, the bear, tiger, and ape demons were rendered utterly astonished, struggling to believe that it could unfold in such a manner. Very well, let us turn it over. Signaling the Chan disciples to flip the materials, Shin Gongbao continued his vigorous hammering. His speed was remarkable. While the bear, tiger, and ape demons managed a single strike, he could deliver dozens. How audacious! Who do you think you were to cause such a ruckus? After a moment of bewilderment, the disciples of the artifact refining hall erupted in anger, confronting Shin Gongbao with shouts. With a resounding slap, Shin Gongbao struck one of the disciples, sending him flying. How dare you show disrespect to your senior brother? Do you wish to be expelled from the Chan sect? In an instant, the disciples of the artifact refining hall conjured their magical artifacts, ready to execute Shin Gongbao. Here is your chance to reorganize your words. With a wave of his hand, his identity token soared into the air, hovering before the assembled disciples. Second generation disciple. Uncle Master, please spare me. I did not recognize your esteemed presence and acted rashly. Uncle Master, my voice was too loud earlier. I beg for another chance. Uncle Master, I am but a trifling being. Please let me go. Uncle Master, I too am a demon. Grant me a chance. Upon seeing the identity token, the disciples of the artifact refining hall were instantly cowed, kneeling in supplication for mercy. To be honest, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor, Shin Gongbao remarked, feeling no inclination to alter anything. His roots lay with the primordial heavenly sovereign. What could he possibly change? Yet, Having encountered this situation, he could not overlook it. Seeking a semblance of peace. Fear not. In the Chan sect, status held immense importance. Even if Shingonbao's cultivation was inferior to theirs, they dared not act recklessly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the fate of the artifact refining Hall disciples and imparting a lesson upon them. You have earned a chance to spin the karmic roulette. Ah, a delightful surprise. Very well, I shall undertake their tasks. I shall assume full responsibility for the tasks here. With the opportunity for a reward, Shingonbao's spirit soared, instructing the disciples of the artifact refining hall to prepare. Uncle Master, we shall handle this tedious and laborious work ourselves. Upon realizing Shingonbao's identity, they were even less inclined to act out of line. Standing frozen in place, blinded by their short-sightedness. As for my presence here, what purpose do I serve? I forge divine materials, which are beneficial for cultivating the 8-9 profound art. I am currently engaged in this cultivation. You few, join forces and assist me by turning the materials. While I focus on the forging process, I shall undertake all tasks here alone. With a massive hammer in hand, SHNGNGBO signaled them to prepare. Cultivating the 8-9 profound art. Indeed, how could we have overlooked this? Cultivating the 8-9 profound art necessitates the tempering of the physical body. And the forging platform possesses a rebounding force. The greater the explosive power, the stronger the rebound, making it the ideal location for practicing the 8-9 profound art. Moreover, one can accomplish tasks simultaneously. Upon SHNGNGBO's reminder, the disciples of the artifact refining hall were invigorated. Within the teachings of the Chan sect, the 8-9 profound art is regarded as a superior method. Even the primordial heavenly sovereign has practiced it. However, its difficulty in mastering poses a significant challenge. Now, with SHNGNGBO's guidance, they could utilize the forging platform for their cultivation. Prepare, he signaled to everyone. And SHNGNGBO began to swing his hammer. Without concern for adverse effects, each strike was delivered with full force. The hammer struck the forging platform, unleashing a terrifying rebounding force. The bear demon, tiger demon, and monkey demon observed as the rebound caused SHNGNGBO's muscles to tremble, even shaking his internal organs. Yet, he responded flawlessly, each blow more powerful than the last, as if he had no regard for his own life. Little did they know, SHNGNGBO's apparent ease stemmed from the Bull King bearing the brunt of the load. No, Master, your ascension incantation is incorrect. Ouch, my head. Oh dear. My elbow. Ah, my abdomen. Ouch, my lumbar disc. Pfft. Master, save me. Meanwhile, the Bull King quivered violently, beginning to dance in place. With each strike from SHNGNGBO, the Bull King trembled. After dozens of strikes, the Bull King had suffered numerous fractured bones. Moreover, the damage from the rebound was so severe that his internal organs were affected, leaving him with a sensation of ruptured kidneys and displaced organs, even expelling fragments of his innards. This cannot be right. I cast the heart-piercing spell. How could this happen? Witnessing the Bull King's distress and cries for help, the Southern Polar Immortal was momentarily dumbfounded. At that moment, self-doubt crept in. Had he miscast the spell? First, take this medicinal pill, he said, as he pinched the Bull King's mouth and administered a healing elixir to aid in his recovery. In other matters, the Southern Polar Immortal could remain indifferent. However, this situation was different. Everyone was aware of his unauthorized summons of the Bull King. If the Bull King were to perish here, how could he explain himself? As the eldest disciple of the Chan sect, the Southern Polar Immortal had cultivated an image of being amiable and approachable. Should the Bull King die, his carefully constructed persona would crumble. Thank you, Master. After swallowing the medicinal pill, the Bull King hastened to mend his injuries. Yet, the more he attempted to heal, the more severe his wounds became. In a moment of desperation, the South Pole Immortal resorted to the technique of eternal life to aid the Bull King in recovering from his injuries. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The healing process endured for a full 3 hours. The Bull King lay on the ground, resembling a wretched creature, barely clinging to life, intermittently convulsing as a testament to his existence. The South Pole Immortal was not faring much better. He appeared haggard, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. Finally, the healing came to a halt. What had transpired? Supporting himself with his waist, the South Pole Immortal coughed up blood, his face etched with profound distress. Since ascending to the rank of Deluo Golden Immortal, he had never endured such humiliation. Casting a heart-piercing spell on the Bull King nearly cost him his own life. Subconsciously, He recalled the White Crane boy and the Elk boy. Before their betrayal, they too had experienced bizarre occurrences. Was there a connection? Setting aside this thought, he proceeded to cast another heart-piercing spell, followed by the dream remembrance technique, to make the Bull King forget everything. He carefully transported the Bull King to the core of the room and once again invoked the heart-piercing spell. During this process, the South Pole Immortal consumed a cherished elixir, prepared for any unforeseen events. Fortunately, the entire process unfolded smoothly. Little did he know, his ease stemmed from the fact that the disciples of the artifact refining hall were nearing their limits. Master Uncle, I can't continue. My back can't take it. Let me rest for a moment. Master Uncle, how do you cultivate with such vigor? Is this the terror of the 8-9 profound arts? I must find a way to cultivate it. In the artifact refining hall, Shun Gongbao stood resolute, wielding twin hammers with an air of tranquility. Opposite him, a group of disciples clutched their waists, desperately pleading for mercy. A few had succumbed to exhaustion, retching uncontrollably, tears and snot mingling in a pitiful display of grievance. Beside Shin Gongbao lay an immense pile of precious materials. Goodness gracious, how have so many forging materials appeared? At that moment, the true Immortal of Tai made his entrance. Having consumed a considerable amount of materials while crafting treasures recently, he had come out in search of more as his supplies dwindled. Deep-sea fine iron, giant spirit flame. By the heavens, this is infinite treasure glaze. Finally, I have spotted the wishful divine iron. No, wait, could these materials originate from the waste pit? Have the demon tribe's disciples grown this formidable? Following Tai, Guangchengzi, Shijingzi, Jiu Lushan, Sihong Dao Run, and Lingbao Dafa Master also emerged, their eyes widening at the mountain of materials, immediately beginning to select. Master Uncle, all of this is thanks to Master Shun. If there is merit, a token of contribution will suffice. Must we publicly commend you? They hurriedly sought the divine ice iron. The disciples of the artifact refining hall wished to report their findings, but Guangchengzi dismissed them outright. To them, it mattered little who had amassed such materials. They were solely concerned with the availability of resources. Shin Gongao stood nearby, receiving not a glance from anyone but Tai. How absurd it is. In my previous life, I toiled relentlessly to become one of the 12 golden immortals, scarcely allowing myself a moment's respite. And what was the outcome? I was never even within the realm of consideration. Observing Guangchengzi, Qi Jingzi, Zhu Lushan, Ci Hang Daoren, and Lingbao Dafa Master, I found myself scoffing coldly within, lamenting my own worthlessness and the tragic fate that befell me. As a demon, I could not even aspire to a mere corner of the heavenly palace, let alone its illustrious throne at the center. Ordinary mortals purchase gold by the gram. However, in the heavenly palace, gold is utilized as wiring for its superior conductivity. Such is the disparity. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new causal relationship has been triggered. Your recent forging has provided substantial materials for the 12 golden immortals, thereby presenting a certain probability of altering the causality of the function calamity. The causal roulette has been activated, granting you 3 chances to draw. Just as Shin Gongbao was lost in contemplation, the system's notification jolted him back to reality. There is no need for sorrow. I have parents, a younger brother, and a system. Though I cannot partake in the benefits, I shall rely on my own hands to forge my own fortune. Standing quietly to the side, Shin Gongbao reaffirmed his resolve. Chapter 15. The Great Mother Dragon. AO Run. At this moment, Shin Gongbao felt a profound longing for his parents and his younger brother. He reassured himself, setting a goal. Once he transcended to the Golden Immortal realm, he would return to visit them. Within the treasury, he acquired the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir, which he intended as a gift for his father. As for the ginseng fruit, he resolved not to consume it himself, but to save it for his mother. Regarding Shin Xiaobao, Shin Gongbao aspired to obtain a commendable cultivation technique. Having amassed 4 opportunities for the lottery, he contemplated using them directly. Upon returning to the peak, Shin Gongbao instinctively summoned the Wheel of Causality. Ding! Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Curse it. Was it because he encountered the 12 golden immortals? His luck was abysmal. After 3 consecutive thank you for participating, Shin Gongbao felt utterly defeated. At that moment, he hesitated to continue. System, I am willing to sacrifice 10,000 years of my singlehood for a stroke of fortune. Closing his eyes, he clicked to draw. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100,000 years of cultivation. Wait, can I take that back? In his previous life, Shin Gongbao had not found a partner even until his self-destruction. In this life, he had similarly never contemplated it. Once, when he met Aorun, he indeed found her to be quite stunning. Unfortunately, she was not his type, nor did he possess the qualifications. However, in this lifetime, Shin Gongbao planned to collaborate with Aorun to alter the fate of the Dragon Clan. The dragon should not be in such a pitiable state. Imagine the dragon and phoenix tribulations, the ancestral dragon leading the Dragon Clan, confronting the Phoenix and Qilin clans with the strength of his lineage. How majestic that was. Their current plight stemmed from the sins of the ancestral dragon. Had it not been for the shackles of karmic retribution, how swiftly could the dragons have cultivated? They wouldn't have been suppressed by the heavenly court, forced to imprison the underwater demons, becoming mere jailers. Hint: absorbing 100,000 years of cultivation can allow a breakthrough to the early Xian immortal stage. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough? Breakthrough. 100,000 years of cultivation would enable Shin Gongbao to ascend from the late true immortal stage to the early Xian immortal stage. Yet, he was curious about how this cultivation time was calculated. With his innate talent, could he really cultivate for 100,000 years? If so, did that imply his talent was woefully inadequate? It was known that he had drawn the innate roots. In the era of the witch and demon, beings born with innate gifts were already at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Back then, the wilderness was filled with Great Luo, and the Tai Golden Immortals were as common as dogs. How was it that with his innate roots, he had to painstakingly cultivate? Clarification: every calamity marks a golden period for cultivation. Being amidst a calamity allows one to cultivate without the constraints of the heavenly Tao, resulting in accelerated progress. Particularly for those endowed with calamity energy, their cultivation speed is unparalleled. However, being entangled with calamity energy also poses a risk of backlash. What a remarkable system indeed. Hearing this explanation from the system, Shin Gongbao realized its truth. The primordial lord, Laozi, the guide of the Tao, and the purveyor of the Tao plotted against Hao Yan's son, the Jade Emperor, enticing his sister, Yao Ji, to descend and fall in love with Yang Tianyu, ultimately leading to their suppression at Mount Hua. From the moment of Yang Jian's birth, the calamity of the gods commenced. It was also from that point onward that the pace of cultivation for many began to accelerate. Jiangxia ascended the mountain and, over the span of 40 years, transformed from a mere mortal into a golden immortal, a testament to the extraordinary nature of this era. Upon reflection, it becomes apparent that Shin Gongbao acted foolishly. During the golden age of cultivation, instead of diligently honing his skills, he squandered his time frivolously. By the time he realized the gravity of his situation, the tide had turned, leaving him trapped by the CI. However, Shin Gongbao could not resist, for he was destined to be a supporting character to Jiangxia. The fate of the fierce leopard sealing his legacy. The machinations against him were orchestrated by Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan. How could he escape their grasp? In this lifetime, Shin Gongbao has become aware of everything. Those who wish to scheme against him will find it far from effortless. Ding! Cultivation absorption in progress. As the voice of the system resonated, Shin Gongbao closed his eyes and commenced the absorption of his cultivation. 1 month, 5 months, 7 months. This time, it took him an entire year to complete the absorption. At the moment of his breakthrough, Shin Gongbao once again entered the void, ready to face the tribulation of thunder. The true immortal invokes the laws, while the mysterious immortal begins to master them. To ascend from the pinnacle of true immortal to mysterious immortal requires enduring the tribulation of 63 chains of law. Only after the soul and body have undergone the baptism can one gain absolute control over the laws. Boom. Upon entering the void, the thunder tribulation of the mysterious immortal manifested. Excellent. Utilizing the 8-9 profound art, Shin Gongbao directly absorbed the thunder tribulation, completing his training in the 8-9 profound art. Yet another breakthrough. Is his speed of cultivation truly this rapid? As Shin Gongbao achieved his breakthrough, he once again caught the attention of Yuanshi Tianzuan. For a being of Yuanshi Tianzuan's stature, a mere retreat could span tens of thousands of years. Thus, he was astounded by Shin Gongbao's cultivation speed. After all, he is a fated individual, and such rapid advancement is entirely normal. Let us not forget, upon our inception, we were already at the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Shin Gongbao is but a minor mysterious immortal, with realms above him including the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, and ultimately the Saint. Laozi, on the other hand, regarded this as a trivial matter. During the era of the witch and demon, the speed of cultivation was truly remarkable. In hindsight, they seemed to soar like rockets. Upon their birth, they were already Great Luo Golden Immortals. traversing the vast wilderness and transforming Kunlun into a holy ground. Once established, they swiftly advanced to the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Those times were filled with joy. Treasures abounded in the wilderness, such as the Panlong Flat Staff, the third-grade Jade Rui, and the Qingping Sword, all discovered in Kunlun Mountain. Subsequently, Hongjun became a saint, proclaiming his teachings in the Hongwang at the Zishu Palace. Their speed was terrifying, soaring to the heights of sainthood. Saints, dear brother, after the era of the witch and demon, there have been no further saints. It is impossible for us to witness the emergence of another saint. They are acutely aware of the circumstances in the Hongwang, especially after attaining sainthood. The path to becoming a saint in the Hongwang is threefold. First, through the accumulation of merit. By amassing merit, one can elevate their realm directly to that of a saint. The advantage, the speed of becoming a saint is swift. As long as there is sufficient merit, one can achieve sainthood in place. Nuwa attained sanctity through her virtuous deeds. However, she possesses a significant flaw. Her combat prowess is notably low, ranking as the weakest among all saints. Nevertheless, there exists a silver lining. Few dare to strike against a saint of virtue, fearing the repercussions of karmic retribution, which serves as a protective talisman against death. Secondly, there is the method of achieving sanctity through the annihilation of the three corpses, a technique devised by Hongjun. This approach involves severing the three corpses with the essence of a magical artifact, relinquishing all emotional attachments to draw nearer to the heavenly Tao, thus becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao. The advantages of this method include rapid cultivation and a swift accumulation of foundational strength, surpassing the combat abilities of the saint of virtue. However, it necessitates alignment with the Tao and the submission of one's true spirit to the heavenly Tao, rendering the practitioner a mere puppet of the Tao. Additionally, this method demands high standards for magical artifacts. Without a complete set, success in alignment is virtually unattainable. Notably, the three purities, Taoist Patriarch Drain and Taoist Patriarch Chuandi, all failed to achieve alignment and ultimately relied on virtue to complete their path, thus embodying both virtue and the annihilation of the three corpses. Thirdly, there is the path of proving the law to attain sanctity. The strengths of this path are formidable, easily overpowering saints of the heavenly Tao and saints of virtue with astonishing ease. However, it is exceptionally challenging. The path of proving the law is daunting, so much so that even Hongjun refrained from pursuing it. Only Pangu, through sheer strength, validated the Tao and ascended to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, becoming a saint of the great Tao. Had the three purities not been deceived by Hongjun, they would undoubtedly have succeeded in proving the law. In the midst of the tumultuous tides of the primordial world, one must refrain from unwarranted speculation about events that have yet to unfold. Despite the overwhelming strength of the 12 ancestor witches, they too succumb to the relentless currents of history. As the calamity of the Fengshen approaches, we must maintain a firm grasp on the overarching situation. While Laozi harbors grievances, he remains constrained by the heavenly Tao and must suppress his frustrations. It is imperative to adhere to the arrangements set forth by our esteemed master. With a resigned sigh, Yuan Shi Tianzuan closed his eyes, prioritizing Hongjuan's commands. At present, they are acutely aware of the impending calamity and possess a general understanding of its overarching mission. However, the specifics of execution rely on the calculations of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Indeed, until the precise tasks are delineated, one must exercise caution to avoid being ensnared by calamity. Raising his hand, Laozi began to calculate, only to find himself unable to do so. Of course, he had no intention of participating. Having witnessed the horrors of the witch-demon calamity, he was reluctant to become tainted by calamity. Break. In the void, Shingongbao roared, absorbing the final streak of thunder calamity. The tribulation of the 63 chains of laws concluded, and Shingongbao descended from the void, swiftly gathering the thunder within him. This round of cultivation fundamentally transformed Shingongbao's understanding. The 8-9 mysterious art primarily enhances the physical body, while the 5 elements true marvelous scripture chiefly augments the loss. However, this time, Shingongbao underwent a metamorphosis of his internal organs, giving rise to the 5 vital energies, a hallmark of the Golden Immortal. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is characterized by the convergence of the 3 flowers at the crown. Having completed the 5 vital energies, Shingongbao transformation is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, during his 2 tribulations, he seized the opportunity to master the 5 thunders strike, condensing the essence of thunder within his dantian. During the previous tribulations, he encountered several dangers. It seems he was inadvertently diverted as a side effect. Could the Bull King have perished? As he sensed the essence of thunder, Shen Gongbao recalled the details of the situation. Instinctively, Shen Gongbao rushed out, eager to ascertain the fate of the Bull King. Have you heard? The newly appointed captain of the demon hunting team, the Bull King, has gone mad. What on earth is happening? Are you unaware? Ever since the Bull King took on the role of captain, he has been cursed, struck by lightning, and now his mind is in disarray. I am aware of this. According to rumors, the demon hunting team angered the heavenly Tao by refining elixirs from demons. Is that truly the case? The truth will only be revealed once the next captain of the demon hunting team assumes office. Indeed. By the way, have you heard the other rumor? It is said that one can rapidly master the 8-9 profound arts using a casting platform. Really? That is astonishing. The most difficult technique to cultivate in the Chan sect has been conquered. Now everyone is undertaking missions in hopes of exchanging for the 8-9 profound arts. Just after descending the mountain, Shen Gongbao overheard the disciples' discussions. Chapter 16. The Death of the Bull King by Shen Gongbao esteemed colleagues. Upon learning that everyone intends to exchange for the 8-9 profound arts, Shen Gongbao felt compelled to offer a word of caution. This technique is fraught with complications. Those who endeavor to cultivate it are beset by incessant headaches. Were it not for Shen Gongbao's ability to mitigate the adverse effects, success in its cultivation would be utterly unattainable. Moreover, having endured 2 tribulations of thunder, he still could not master the 8-9 profound arts to its fullest extent, underscoring its immense difficulty. Yet, when the words hovered on his lips, Shen Gongbao chose silence. The reason was quite simple: they would not believe him. It was possible that some disciples might even suspect that he was hindering their pursuit of transformation. Shaking his head, he opted to depart. Making his way towards the resource hall. Master Uncle, what resources do you wish to exchange for this time? A voice called out. By the way, would you like some deer blood? At present, the Chan sect possesses an ample supply of deer blood, deer antlers, and musk. Coincidentally, the disciple handling the resource exchange this time was none other than Qing Yao. This time, Qing Yao exhibited keen insight, catching sight of Shen Gongbao from afar and rushing to convey the latest news. As per usual protocol, they discussed the essence of myriad demon blood, the heavenly materials, and earthly treasures for body refinement. For cultivation, Shen Gongbao still prioritized the 8-9 profound arts. Through numerous lotteries, he had uncovered a secret. Most of the resources obtained through the lottery were primarily used for enhancing magical prowess. Previously, he had drawn upon 100,000 years of cultivation. Hence, during exchanges at the Chan sect, he focused on resources for body refinement. Master Uncle, there is something I must report to you. Given that everyone is attempting to cultivate the 8-9 profound arts, resources for body refinement have become rather scarce. As for the prices not daring to offend Shen Gongbao, Qing Yao could only relay the truth. By the way, is there any resource available that possesses terrifying effects but comes with significant side effects? Or perhaps it has rather stringent conditions for use? Fixing his gaze upon Qing Yao, Shen Gongbao inquired immediately. Yes, but hardly anyone dares to utilize it. During the war of sorcerers and demons, the Chan sect gathered a considerable number of corpses from the witch clan and extracted the blood of mighty sorcerers. The bodies of the witch clan are innately robust, however. When they cultivate their physique, they absorb malevolent energy. Utilizing the blood of mighty sorcerers for body refinement yields astonishing results. Yet it is susceptible to corrupting one's mind with this malevolent energy. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, Qing Yao indeed identified the corresponding resource. The blood of mighty sorcerers I wish to exchange for it. Upon hearing the phrase blood of mighty sorcerers, Shen Gongbao nearly burst into laughter. It can be stated without a doubt that the witch clan is the strongest race in terms of physical prowess. To cultivate using their blood is a most extravagant endeavor. As for the side effects, what concern is that to Shen Gongbao? He felt that by refining several portions of the blood of mighty sorcerers, he could elevate the 8-9 profound arts to its pinnacle. Given his comprehension of the 8-9 profound arts, once perfected, he would undoubtedly awaken divine abilities. However, awakening such abilities would necessitate even greater resources, not to mention transformations like the 72 transformations, the ability to manipulate heaven and earth, and the invulnerability of the diamond body. What else does not require formidable resources to sustain? Very well, Master Uncle, please hold on. By the way, I will assist you in exchanging for the New Year's resources. Shen Gongbao, ever reasonable, was deeply grateful to Qing Yao, who promptly assisted him in exchanging for the essence of the Great Witch's blood. By the way, if I forego the annual resources, can I convert everything into the essence of the Great Witch's blood? For Shin Gongbao, the essence of the Great Witch's blood surpasses all else. Converting everything into it would be optimal. It is indeed possible, but Master Uncle, this might be somewhat disadvantageous for you. The essence of the Great Witch's blood sounds appealing, yet it is rather lackluster. I advise you to contemplate this matter. Concerned about Shin Gongbao's potential regret, Qingyao felt compelled to caution him. The essence of the Great Witch's blood is generally unwanted, falling into the category of non-recyclable items. If Shin Gongbao were to change his mind, Qingyao would find herself in a difficult position. Do not worry. Let us convert everything into the essence of the Great Witch's blood, Shin Gongbao insisted, causing Qingyao to refuse, leaving Shin Gongbao in a state of alarm. What if the exchange could not be made? Whom would Shin Gongbao turn to for solace? Master Uncle, I will offer you a premium for other resources. As for the exquisite cleansing pill used by core disciples, you should keep it for yourself. In the event of contamination by malevolent energy, utilizing the exquisite cleansing pill can purify the harmful essence. Concerned for Shin Gongbao's well-being, Qingyao decided to retain the exquisite cleansing pill on his behalf. Very well. Presently, Shin Gongbao was solely focused on acquiring the essence of the Great Witch's blood, adhering to whatever Qingyao proposed. He also had a need for the exquisite cleansing pill, particularly for his mother. Master Uncle, although the essence of the Great Witch's blood may seem trivial, its value is exceedingly high. Within my authority, I have secured 6 drops for you. Please consider whether you truly wish for this exchange. Qingyao, exercising great caution, sought to confirm once more. By the way, the different essences of the Great Witch's blood should possess varying attributes. Could you discern and provide me with those distinct attributes? The 12 ancestral witches naturally command the laws of nature. The Great Witches under the ancestral witches should not fare significantly worse, right? Shin Gongbao, having cultivated the 5 elements true marvel technique and 5 elements great escape, anticipated that obtaining the essence of the Great Witch's blood with the attributes of the 5 elements would indeed be a delightful surprise. It seems there are records on this. Let me investigate. Master Uncle, I have found it. Following Shin Gongbao's request, Qingyao promptly searched and soon presented him with 6 jade vials. Thoughtful as ever, Qingyao had labeled the vials, inscribed with the characters for gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder. Take care, Master Uncle. As Shin Gongbao departed with the jade vials, Qingyao waved him goodbye. From the perspective of resource exchange, Qingyao's act of providing the essence of the Great Witch's blood was commendable, despite its rather insipid nature. It was akin to a child with an onion, spicy to taste yet regrettable to discard. However, given that the recipient was a second-generation disciple, Qingyao harbored concerns about any potential trouble Shin Gongbao might cause. Ha ha ha, what luck, sheer luck. Perhaps only within the teachings of the Chan can one find treasures such as the essence of the Great Witch's blood. Witch clan, I hope you do not disappoint me. Upon returning to his mountain, Shin Gongbao burst into laughter. He opened the vial, drawing forth the essence of the Great Witch's blood, and with a mere gesture, he suspended it before him. How powerful! As he sensed the essence of the Great Witch's blood, Shin Gongbao was overwhelmed by its terrifying aura. Such formidable energy must indicate the immense strength of the Great Witches within the Witch clan. With a deep breath, 6 drops of essence were consumed by Shin Gongbao, immediately refining them with the 8-9 mystical arts. In an instant, a shroud of blood energy enveloped Shin Gongbao, the malevolent force surging toward his primordial spirit. Simultaneously, the Bull King screamed in agony amidst the demon-hunting team. First, his physical form swelled to twice its size, followed by a startling revelation regarding his primordial spirit. An inexplicable malice began to erode it. As the horrific aura surged, the hidden heart-piercing curse within the Bull King's body was triggered, resulting in a barrage of thorns erupting from him, transforming him into a hedgehog. The heart-piercing curse. What have you done, Bull King? How could you have been afflicted with it? This shouldn't be possible. While the curse is formidable, its imposition requires considerable time, and you could have resisted. Wait. The malevolence. Bull King, what have you done? How could there be so much malice within you? Incredible. The heart-piercing curse has been tainted by this malevolence, turning black. The Bull King is doomed. The disciples of the School of Elucidation were numerous and talented. As the Bull King unleashed the heart-piercing curse, he was quickly recognized. With the emergence of the curse and the malevolent energy, he called out, "South Pole Immortal, come forth." Realizing the gravity of his predicament, the Bull King could no longer contain himself, demanding the South Pole Immortal reveal himself. Previously paralyzed by fear of death, he now had nothing left to lose. Having worked diligently within the elucidation school, he had grown accustomed to its darkness. This very reason made him cherish his promotion to captain of the demon hunting team. When the South Pole Immortal sent him to slaughter in Deer Ridge, he did so without hesitation, eager to earn respect for the Heavenly Wasteland Bull clan. Yet, the South Pole Immortal was despicable, intent on silencing him. South Pole Immortal, come out. Is it not enough that you have sacrificed White Crane Boy and Deer Boy? Must you now conspire to destroy me as well? I have served you faithfully. Why seek my demise? Channeling his magical energy, the Bull King's voice resonated with authority. Impudence! What nonsense are you spouting, Bull King? Enraged, the South Pole Immortal could barely contain his fury. Feeling wronged, he pondered why calamities seemed to plague him relentlessly. He instinctively recalled the rumors circulating among the disciples. The demon hunting team had committed numerous misdeeds, inciting the wrath of the heavens and incurring a curse. Every captain of the demon hunting team faced bizarre occurrences leading to their demise. No, there must be a flaw in this rumor. Everything I do is for the elucidation school. How could there be a problem? The trouble lies with the demon race. If I appoint a new captain for the demon hunting team, the issue will be resolved. However, with the imminent exchange meeting between the elucidation and intercepting schools, how could he explain such a calamity to his master? Gazing at the Bull King, the South Pole Immortal's face visibly flushed with rage. He was bewildered. Everything had been fine until these events unfolded. South Pole Immortal, may you suffer a wretched fate. You refine elixirs with the demon race. I bear the weight of all this, but rest assured, your turn shall come. I curse you. I curse you to an untimely demise. I curse the malevolent energy to invade your being, stripping you of your cultivation, leading you to an irreversible fate. Fellow members of the demon race, if possible, depart from the Chan sect. The Chan sect is not the rightful domain of demons. Remaining within its confines guarantees a dismal end. I lament. Why did I not turn to the Jis sect? Bang. Aware of his inevitable death, the Bull King chose to abandon everything, pouring forth his innermost thoughts. Yet, as he spoke of regret, the horrifying side effects of the Great Witch's essence overwhelmed him, resulting in his explosive demise. It is not me. Truly, it is not I. I have done nothing. The malevolent energy. It is the malevolent energy. Look closely. This is the malevolent energy of the Witch clan. I understand now. It must be that the Bull King absorbed the Great Witch's essence, allowing the malevolent energy to seize him, thereby losing his sanity. My friends, are you all prepared to cultivate the 8-9 mystical arts? Heed my warning, do not attempt this. The 8-9 mystical arts are not easily mastered. Not only does it consume vast resources, but the suffering endured is truly terrifying. Do not attempt it. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the Antarctic Immortal was in a state of utter panic. The Bull King's explosive demise had nothing to do with him. However, the more the Antarctic Immortal tried to explain, the less the others believed him. This is akin to yellow mud falling into one's trousers. It may not be excrement, yet it is nonetheless foul. Chapter 17. Unfeeling reversal. Solely striking the forehead, lower your voices. Feeling a twinge of guilt under the scrutinizing gazes of others, the Antarctic Immortal bellowed, urging silence among the crowd. Yet, the atmosphere remained eerily quiet. Not a single disciple dared to utter a word. Deep down, they all understood that the Antarctic Immortal was in dire need of a way out. Whoever trifled with him would face dire consequences. What was happening? Avoiding eye contact with the Antarctic Immortal, everyone averted their gaze upward, where they beheld a flying artifact resembling a ship, adorned with a six-tailed banner emblazoned with a prominent character for Intercept. It was the Intercept sect. Indeed, the long-anticipated Disciples Exchange event, occurring once every 3,000 years, was upon them. At the forefront of the flying vessel stood the Celestial Master. Wasn't he it? Wow, who was that senior sister? Her legs are so long. One whispered. Awestruck. They seem longer than my entire lifespan. Shoo, keep it down. That est the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother. Be cautious lest you lose your limbs. ISNT at 4 limbs? Where does the 5th come from? Oh, I see. The arrival of the Celestial Master with the Intercept disciples provided the perfect opportunity for everyone to shift focus. As the disciples of the Intercept sect descended, discussions erupted among the disciples of the Tranquil sect. Momentarily taken aback, the Antarctic Immortal promptly rushed out to issue a fresh command. Yes, upon hearing the order, all disciples of the Tranquil sect surged forth, propelling themselves toward the peak of Kunlun. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully maneuvered the Antarctic Immortal into a predicament, simultaneously planting a seed of discord within the hearts of the Tranquil sect disciples. This greatly influences the karma of the Tranquil sect. rewarding you with 2 opportunities for the Karma Roulette draw. Congratulations, host, you have successfully brought about the demise of the Bull King. Due to his numerous heinous acts, he is deemed irredeemable. Merit 10. Warm reminder. Notice 1. The Bull King has perished. The Karma Punishment Decree has been retrieved and placed within the Qianquan storage ring. Notice 2. The White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy are gravely injured and cannot fully endure the side effects of the Great Witch's blood. Please bind the Karma Punishment target immediately. As everyone rushed toward the summit of Kunlun, Shin Gongbao heard the voice of the system. Goodness, this is possible. According to Shin Gongbao's understanding, the death of a binding target would result in the disappearance of the Karma Punishment Decree. Little did he know that it could be retrieved. However, Shin Gongbao was uncertain about the next binding target. The reason was quite straightforward. Those with formidable strength were unbindable. For instance, he had long desired to bind the Antarctic Immortal, but it was an unattainable dream due to the vast disparity in their realms. Others were either too powerful or insufficiently skilled. Just then, as Shin Gongbao pondered his predicament, he spotted a flying artifact approaching him. The Intercept Sect. No, wait. What purpose did the Intercept Sect have at this time? The Disciples Exchange event. Every 3,000 years, there was an exchange competition between the Intercept Sect and the Tranquil Sect. Upon seeing the large character for Intercept, realization dawned on Shin Gongbao. He raised his hand and summoned the Karma Punishment Decree, beginning his search for a binding target. After being cast down the mountain by the primordial Supreme Being, Shin Gongbao sought out a new master in Tog Tian Jiao Master. As a demon, he mingled with a multitude of fellow demons, and in doing so, he accumulated a wealth of vibrant memories. It was this very reason that forged his unwavering allegiance to the Jie Jiao until the very end, where he ultimately found himself cornered by the primordial Supreme Being at the Northern Ci, enduring the torment of eternal suffering. Among the Jie Jiao, there were numerous individuals whom Shin Gongbao wished to eliminate, such as the Dragon-Headed Immortal, Lingya Immortal, Golden Light Immortal, and Long-Eared Jingguang Immortal. Had they not betrayed the Jie Jiao, its downfall would not have been so swift. Even if they could not outmaneuver the Chan Jiao, they could have brought more disciples of the Chan Jiao onto the Fengshen Bang. However, after searching high and low, Shin Gongbao discovered only Great Luo Jingxian, none of whom he could defeat. In his second search, Shin Gongbao's gaze fell upon a grotesquely ugly and fearsome man. This giant's hair resembled vermilion, and his face was akin to a melon, with bulging golden eyes that radiated crimson light. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and he donned a bright red Taoist robe, adorned with a string of beads made from skulls and a golden inlaid gourd resembling half a human head. Possessing memories from a previous life, Shin Gongbao recognized this demon as Ma Yuan, hailing from Skull Mountain's Bone Cave, notorious for his fondness for human hearts. During the calamity of the Fengshen, Ma Yuan had once accepted Shin Gongbao's invitation to descend the mountain to assist In Hong in dealing with Jiang Zia. In a battle against the Zhou army, Ma Yuan captured Wu Rong, the grain officer of the western Qixin prefecture, tearing him asunder with his bare hands, devouring his heart, and boasting that he would do the same to Jiang Zia. As the saying goes, every cause has its consequence, and the retribution for such a heinous being fell upon Shin Gongbao. Friend, please stay your hand, he called out to Ma Yuan, immediately invoking the causal punishment order. In an instant, the order transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, binding his own fate. Seeking death, Ma Yuan sensed something was amiss as Shin Gongbao employed the causal punishment order, though he could not discern the specifics. An instinct urged him to eliminate Shin Gongbao without delay. Before he could utter another word, Wu Yinstin struck Ma Yuan on the head, admonishing him not to stir trouble. They were within the precincts of the Chanjiao, where adherence to its rules was paramount. With a pain cry, Ma Yuan succumbed to the blow and promptly sat cross-legged, releasing a surge of malevolent energy. Strange. I have not unleashed any magical power. Observing Ma Yuan's discomfort, Wu Yunxian was taken aback, raising his hands to indicate his innocence. Little did they realize, the causal punishment order had already taken effect. Ma Yuan's habitual consumption of human flesh had granted him a high resistance to malevolent energy, otherwise, he would have succumbed to the initial wave. This inadvertently benefited Shin Gongbao, allowing him to perfectly absorb the blood essence of the Great Witch. Disciples of the Chanjiao were hastily summoned to the summit of Kunlun, denying Shin Gongbao any time to further refine the Great Witch's blood essence. The voice of Nanji Xianwing echoed throughout the Chanjiao, urging everyone to proceed with utmost urgency. It seemed there was no escaping this fate. With a burst of speed, Shin Gongbao surged forward. Thanks to the side effects of the causal punishment order, He felt no apprehension about potential backlash. Arriving at the scene to cultivate was still an option, albeit he needed to choose a position further back. In the realm of celestial beings, Tongtian, I hope you have been well. Just as he took a few steps, Xinguang Bao heard the voice of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tongtian, it has only been 3,000 years since we last met, yet your cultivation has advanced remarkably. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward, followed by Laozi. Elder brother, second brother, third younger brother, did you not miss me? With a stride, the Tongtian sect leader approached Yuanshi Tianzuan and Laozi, extending a courteous greeting. Ah, you fool. You regard them as brothers, yet in their eyes, you are mere cannon fodder. The disciple exchange competition held once every 3,000 years. Do you truly believe it is for fostering relationships? You are merely testing your disciples, seeking out their weaknesses. When the time comes for the cataclysm of the establishment of the deities, it will be a slaughter, one after another. As the three saints gathered, the purple aura surged from the east, exuding an overwhelming sanctity, creating an atmosphere of harmony. However, Xinguang Bao felt an unsettling dissonance, even a sense of revulsion. From beginning to end, the Tongtian sect leader was the one being schemed against. At the inception of the sect, he utilized the Zhuxian sword bestowed by Hong Jun to suppress the fortunes of the Jie sect. This artifact is inherently a treasure of calamity, meant to subdue fortunes. How could such disciples be virtuous? The heavenly court requires stalwarts, and the universe needs governance. Thus, the Fengshen list emerges. Logically, the Fengshen list should recruit from Jie sect, Chan's sect, the Western sect, and humanity, and the problem would be resolved. Yet, everything unfolds contrary to this expectation. Everyone perceives the Tongtian sect leader as docile, and thus, they plot against him. When the calamity of the Fengshen concludes, the elite of the Jie sect will perish, some will ascend the Fengshen list, while others will become mounts, leading to the eventual dissolution of the Jie sect. What say you? Let us adhere to the old custom, and each send forth 6 individuals to enliven the gathering. With a wave of his hand, 3 thrones materialized atop the Chan sect, and Yuanshi Tianzuan led the way forward. Very well. Let us observe whether our disciples have made progress. We shall then expound upon the teachings accordingly. The Tongtian sect leader felt elated and exceedingly warm-hearted, truly perceiving it as an opportunity among brothers. Guangqingzi, you shall take the first match. Turning to Guangqingzi, the foremost among the 12 golden immortals, Yuanshi Tianzuan designated him for the challenge. Who among the Jie sect's disciples would rise to face him? Among the 12 golden immortals, Guangqingzi possessed the most formidable strength. He wielded a powerful treasure known as the Fantian seal. This treasure is no ordinary artifact. It was forged at the peak of Mount Buzhou by Yuanshi Tianzuan after the ancestral which Gong Gong shattered the mountain. The Fantian seal is ruthless in its execution, striking with unrelenting force, causing the demise of those unfortunate enough to be struck with horrific consequences. Furthermore, Guangqingzi's arrogance is palpable. In his eyes, the disciples of the Jie sect are merely his juniors. Gui Ling Xingmu, you shall engage with your senior brother. As for Guangqingzi's slight, the Tongtian sect leader was utterly unconcerned. He is the third of the Sanqing, and the Jie sect acknowledges the Chan sect's seniority. So what? Indeed. With a respectful bow, Gui Ling Xingmu stepped forward. How unfortunate. Xinguang Bao felt a pang of regret for Gui Ling Xingmu. Her true form is that of a 1,000-year-old spiritual tortoise, transformed into human shape when Sanjue crafted characters, taking on the appearance of a winged being. One would expect her disposition to be gentle, however. Gui Ling Xingmu is known for her forthrightness and impulsiveness, having faced Guangqingzi in battle multiple times, yet always falling short against the Fantian seal. In the end, he was subdued by the guide with a rosary, meeting his demise at the jaws of the black-winged blood mosquito. The turtle spirit Holy Mother, akin to Taoist Master Qianhe, engages only in high-stakes confrontations, defeated due to constraints had it not been for the Fantian seal. The turtle spirit Holy Mother would have effortlessly vanquished the 12 golden immortals, were it not for the suppression by the guide. How could she have perished at the hands of the black-winged blood mosquito? Such formidable strength. Could this be the prowess of a direct disciple? This is dire. Master Guangqing has been relentlessly overpowered. Is it possible that the Chan sect is destined for defeat? Fear not, for Master Guangqing has yet to employ his magical artifacts. The strength of our Chan sect lies in our treasures. What could that be? The trajectory of battle mirrors that of the previous lifetime. At the onset of the conflict, Guangqing intended to toy with the turtle spirit Holy Mother. Little did he know her unparalleled strength would allow her to dominate him. With no recourse, Guangqing unleashed the Fantian seal. With a mere flick of his hand, An overwhelming force shattered her defenses, inflicting grave injury upon her. Indeed, if I were to incite chaos, could it alter the outcome of the battle and enable me to acquire the rewards of the causality wheel? Observing the fray, Shen Gongbao resolved to stir the pot. Chapter 18 The Power of a Nod Quietly rising. Shen Gongbao proceeded until he stood before the South Pole Immortal. Junior brother Shen, why are you here instead of attentively observing the battle? Upon Shen Gongbao's sudden appearance, the South Pole Immortal was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Master, the exchange between the Chan and Jia sect should not merely consist of performances by a few disciples. I have a plan that would allow all disciples to participate. Glancing at the South Pole Immortal, Shen Gongbao stumbled over his words, his tongue tripping as he spoke. Raising his hand, a jade slip materialized in his grasp, which he promptly pressed to his forehead to imprint his thoughts. Shen Gongbao's idea was remarkably straightforward, to engage in a grand gamble. The Chan sect would act as the house, allowing its disciples to bet on the outcome of the contest between the Chan and Jia sections. The life of immortals was excessively mundane. A little amusement would bring joy to all. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Junior brother Shen, you are indeed a clever individual. However, this approach is ultimately a diversion. We must focus our minds on cultivation. As he examined the jade slip, the South Pole Immortal's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had faced numerous misfortunes recently, committing several blunders. Consequently, he was at a loss on how to report to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Now, with Shen Gongbao's suggestion, he could finally approach Yuanshi Tianzuan. Haha, Tongtian. Your disciple leaves much to be desired. How is it that he cannot withstand even a single strike? When the South Pole Immortal arrived beside Yuanshi Tianzuan, he found him mocking Tongtian. Initially, Yuanshi Tianzuan had been quite anxious, as Guang Chengzi was being overwhelmed. However, with the emergence of the Fanjin seal, the turtle spirit mother was severely injured. Had Guang Chengzi not shown mercy, she would have already perished. Second brother, relying on magical artifacts for victory seems somewhat strained. Does it not? The process of the battle was clear to Tongtian. In terms of combat prowess, none of the three Guang Chengzi were a match for the turtle spirit mother. It was solely due to the Fanjin seal that her defenses were breached. This was no surprise, as the Fanjin seal was forged atop the Mount Buzhou. With such a powerful artifact, who could stand against it? From another perspective, Yang Jin's ability to endure a strike from the Fanjin seal attested to the terrifying nature of the 8-9 profound skill. Conversely, it could be argued that postnatal artifacts are not necessarily inferior to innate artifacts. The Fanjin seal itself was a postnatal artifact. Tongtian, your words are misguided. The foundation of our Chan sect lies in artifact forging. If we do not forge artifacts, would we not be violating our teachings? Your Jia sect excels in formation techniques. You could incorporate formations into the battle. Roaring with laughter, Yuanshi Tianzuan offered no quarter. Indeed, this first match resulted in a loss for the Jia sect. Tongtian, being quite straightforward, conceded under Yuanshi Tianzuan's fierce demeanor. Master, I have something to report. At that moment, the South Pole Immortal arrived. What is it? After just regaining face, Yuanshi Tianzuan was in a splendid mood, inviting the South Pole Immortal to share his news. Master, I have a plan that could involve the disciples of the Chan sect in this grand event. Presenting the jade slip with both hands, the South Pole Immortal promptly offered his suggestion. In a fleeting moment, Shen Gongbao was forgotten by the Antarctic Immortal. Shen Gongbao's schemes had transformed into those of the Antarctic Immortal. Little did the Antarctic Immortal know that Shen Gongbao was already aware of his character and had deliberately set a trap for him. Soon, the disciples of the Chan sect faced consecutive failures, and the expression on the Antarctic Immortal's face became quite unpleasant. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Tongtian, would you care to partake in this? Upon reviewing the jade tablet, the primordial supreme being immediately expressed his utmost approval. The exchanges between the Chan and Jia sect disciples had already commenced several times, yet the primordial supreme being found them somewhat lacking in excitement. Were it not for the subsequent teaching session, the attendees would hardly remain seated. Now, with the Antarctic Immortal introducing a betting element, everyone could participate. Indeed, Antarctic, you truly embody the essence of the Chan sect's elder brother. Splendid work. Second brother, shall we wager something for the next round? Receiving the jade tablet, the Tongdian teacher promptly began to examine it. Upon his scrutiny, the Tongdian teacher's interest was piqued. Excellent. Antarctic, I entrust this matter to you. Preside over it. Laughing heartily, the primordial supreme being granted the Antarctic Immortal full authority. Shen Gongbao, I owe you immense gratitude. How could the master bestow such an honor upon me otherwise? Ahem. A private reward would suffice. I must perform well now. Besides, as the elder brother of the Chan sect, if the master does not rely on me, whom will he favor? With the primordial supreme being's commendation, the Antarctic Immortal felt invigorated, as if he had received a surge of vitality. Taking a step forward, he ascended into the sky, preparing to don his ceremonial attire. All disciples of the Chan sect, heed my command. For we are about to revel in the joyous exchange between the Jia and Chan sections. We shall introduce the betting segment. Now, I shall announce the rules of the game. The Chan sect serves as the banker, addressing all disciples as the market opens. From a commanding height, the Antarctic Immortal began to expound upon the betting rules. Goodness, it can be played this way? Elder brother, could you elucidate? I did not quite grasp it. You should have listened attentively from the start. Betting is a game. For instance, if Master Guang Qingzi battles against the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, we wager on the outcome of their duel. Should you wager 100 contribution points on Master Guang Qingzi's victory and he indeed triumphs, you will receive 200 contribution points. However, if you bet 100 contribution points on Master Guang Qingzi and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit prevails, your contribution points will be lost. Wow, how delightful. Who will battle in the next round? I wish to wager 500 contribution points. Goodness. Is this not a boon of resources for us? Not at all. Let us not forget, there are still 2 saints. When we wager, the saints will naturally also place their bets. They are the ultimate safety net. If that is the case, the Jias sect will surely suffer significant losses. Regardless, I am betting it all on the Chan sect. 500 contribution points, doubling that yields 1,000 contribution points. For the third battle, I will wager 1,000 contribution points, which would become 2,000. How exhilarating. Goodness, calculating thus. Wouldn't I have enough contribution points to exchange for Bajio Xiangong? Alas, my contribution points have been expended to exchange for the art of the 8-9 mysteries. What shall I do? There is no need for alarm. Master Nanji has assured us that the resource hall will provide continuous oversight. In the absence of contribution points, one may wager treasures. In that case, I shall stake my flying sword. Once the concept of wagering was comprehended, the entire Chan sect erupted with fervor. In that moment, all beheld the prospect of immense gain. Yet, what a predicament we find ourselves in. The greater the enthusiasm of the disciples, the more anxious Shen Gongbao became. The reason was straightforward. These disciples lacked discernment. Their sole contemplation was how to spend their contribution points after securing a victory. They never entertained the notion that should the 12 golden immortals prevail, their contribution points would vanish entirely. Given their fervent wagering, they might soon find themselves bereft of all means. Fear not, fear not. All consequences shall rest upon the shoulders of the venerable Nanji. Upon reflection, Shen Gongbao chuckled softly. When he devised the strategy, he was aware that Nanji would seek to claim the credit. When reporting to the primordial heavenly venerable, Nanji had not uttered a single word regarding Shen Gongbao. Even in subsequent proceedings, all accolades would be attributed solely to Nanji. Should calamity arise, it would naturally be Nanji who bore the brunt of it. However, after the fact, Nanji would undoubtedly make things difficult for Shen Gongbao. System, I implore you to grant me a 20 consecutive draws. Otherwise, you shall not absolve the karmic repercussions I have instigated. Finding a secluded corner, Shen Gongbao surreptitiously observed Nanji, silently offering prayers in his heart. To his surprise, he discovered that Nanji was also gazing at him. Instinctively, Shen Gongbao averted his eyes, unwilling to meet Nanji's gaze. This is troubling. That wretched fellow is approaching. After exchanging a glance, Shen Gongbao was alarmed to see Nanji striding towards him. Panic ensued. Shen Gongbao was certain that after the disciples' exchange tournament concluded, Nanji would face dire consequences. At this juncture, it would be prudent to minimize encounters. Shen Gongbao desired to flee, yet there was no escape. He could only remain rooted to the spot. Junior brother Shen, within a few breaths, Nanji had reached Shen Gongbao's side. I greet you, master brother. His guilt rendered him stammering. Junior brother Shen, I acknowledge my missteps in this matter. However, my recent tribulations have adversely affected the image that master holds of me. The strategy for wagering was indeed yours. My appropriation was unwarranted. Yet, I hope you can comprehend the plight of your elder brother. This is but a token of my regard. Please accept it. In the future, within the Chan sect, I shall take you under my wing. Grasping Shen Gongbao's hand, Nanji's eyes crinkled with mirth as he pressed a Qiankuan storage ring into Shen Gongbao's palm. Master brother, it is my honor to alleviate your burdens. How can I accept your offering? Clutching the Qiankuan storage ring, Shin Gongbao immediately declined. Naturally, such rejection was merely superficial, akin to refusing a red envelope during the New Year. One hand clutched the pocket while the other grasped the offering, all the while protesting. No, no. In truth, the words unspoken within his heart were, "Give me more. Give me more. Squeeze me, exert your utmost." Shin Gongbao understood very well that this matter would undoubtedly offend the Antarctic Immortal. Thus, he resolved to reap as many benefits as possible. Accept this, a token of goodwill from your senior brother. If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased. The intent of the Antarctic Immortal was exceedingly clear. He wished for Shin Gongbao to remain silent. The offerings presented were of a nature that implied an irrevocable transaction. By accepting his gifts, the matters of wagers would henceforth belong solely to the Antarctic Immortal. Should Shin Gongbao decline, he would be opposing the Antarctic Immortal. Very well, everything. Everything? Listen to the. Shin Gongbao was to say something first. Yet, at the critical moment, that wretched tongue faltered. Instinctively, Shin Gongbao nodded and uttered a simple, Indeed, there is nothing that cannot be conveyed through a nod. Thank you, Brother Shin. Grasping Shin Gongbao's hand, the Antarctic Immortal's smile grew ever brighter. Chapter 19, The Bustling Bet's Master Brother, Your affairs are my own, declared the ever-enthusiastic Shin Gongbao, grinning widely. Presently, his singular desire was for the South Pole Immortal not to hold him accountable. If losses continued to accumulate, the atmosphere would undoubtedly become charged. Indeed, we brothers are united, he affirmed as the South Pole Immortal patted Shin Gongbao on the shoulder before taking his leave. Once the South Pole Immortal was gone, Shin Gongbao hastily examined the Qiankuan storage ring. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment. It must be said, the South Pole Immortal's resources were indeed vast. He had been bestowed with no less than 10 bottles of elixirs to enhance his cultivation, along with 3,000 pieces of celestial jade and a considerable amount of rare materials for body refinement. Furthermore, he had received a postnatal spiritual treasure, a thunder whip, intricately associated with lightning. In his previous life, this very whip had been his prized possession. In this life, he had deliberately chosen to evade it, opting instead for a lightning spear to make his return. Brother, since we are adopting a different approach, disciples above the Deluo Golden Immortal level shall not participate. It has become monotonous with them always taking the stage. This time, let us provide the other disciples with an opportunity, he suggested. The remaining 5 contests would feature 2 Tai Golden Immortals, 2 Golden Immortals, and 1 Xian Immortal. What say you, brother? While Shin Gongbao contemplated his fortunes, Tongtian Jiangzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan engaged in discourse. In the previous bouts, it was primarily disciples of the Deluo Golden Immortal level who had fought. Had it not been for Tongtian's insistence on leniency, the Chan sect would have certainly found itself at a disadvantage. Without the stakes of wagering, Tongtian would have compelled everyone to feign defeat, yet such actions would inevitably tarnish the Chan sect's reputation. Tongtian understood that maintaining Yuanshi Tianzuan's dignity was of utmost importance. Should the Chan sect be crushed, it would surely breed resentment. For instance, if Guangchengzi were truly to win, he could simply dispatch Duo Bao Daoist, whose original form was a treasure-seeking mouse, possessing an abundance of magical artifacts. Alternatively, he could lend his Zhusha sword to the turtle spirit mother for a similar victory. Nevertheless, such measures seemed unnecessary. 1 Zhao Gongming sufficed against the likes of the 12 Golden Immortals. Ha, Tongtian, are you afraid? He jested. Very well, I shall acquiesce to you. Brother, the remaining 5 contests will see Yun Zhangzi and Huang Longjun represent the Tai Golden Immortals. Deng Hua and Xiaojun shall contest for the Golden Immortals. As for the Xian Immortal bout, Shin Gongbao shall take the lead. Upon hearing Tongtian's words, Yuanshi Tianzuan erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating powerfully. The sound of his mirth brought an immediate hush over the gathering. What? I will take the stage. Shin Gongbao, who had been quietly assessing his resources and contemplating a breakthrough to the Golden Immortal realm, was taken aback by Yuanshi Tianzuan's unexpected call. Unaware of the reasons behind his selection due to his lack of attention, he felt a sense of bewilderment. For the first 4 matches, there were no objections. Uncle Yun Zhangzi was formidable, and Huang Longjun was indeed one of the 12 Golden Immortals. Their representation of the Tai Golden Immortals was wholly acceptable. However, who was Shin Gongbao to represent the Xian Immortals? Was this not a touch hasty? Hush, lower your voice. This is personally arranged by the sage. Do you dare to question it? Well, it's not really questioning. It's just hard to believe. Who is Shin Gongbao? We have never heard of him. Can he truly triumph in battle? Frankly speaking, both Deng Hua and Xiaojun seem somewhat inadequate for the task. It would be better to send Bai Tongzi and Mi Lu Tongzi instead. They are the captains of the demon-catching team and possess formidable combat prowess. Brother, are you unaware or merely reckless? Have you forgotten? Bai Tongzi and Mi Lu Tongzi betrayed the Chan teaching and have already faced just punishment. The current captain of the demon-catching team is Niu Wang. Brother, your information is outdated. Ever since Niu Wang assumed command, bizarre incidents have ensued, culminating in his sudden demise. In this matter, please elaborate. Shen Gongbao failed to catch every word, but his fellow disciples understood clearly and began to debate amongst themselves. Hearing their discussion, Shen Gongbao was taken aback. He wanted to exclaim that it hadn't been this way in his previous life. In that life, he too participated in the exchange competition between the Chan and Jie teachings, but was merely an anonymous pawn. Why then, in this life, was he chosen for such a mission? Little did he know that he had broken through his cultivation twice. The primordial heavenly sovereign and Laozi were both observing him. Fully aware of his combat strength and foundation, it could be said that in the realm of Xianxian, Shen Gongbao was invincible, otherwise, he would not have been selected. Yet, Shen Gongbao did not wish to feign superiority. Winning would be one thing, but if he were to lose, the consequences would be dire. Second brother, please wait a moment. My eldest disciple, Duobao, is making arrangements, fearing that the primordial heavenly sovereign might not be able to bear the loss. Tong Tian Jiaozhu sought to distance himself and allowed Duo Bao Dao Ren to handle the situation. Master, Grandmaster, Second Grandmaster. Our Jie teaching is also well prepared. For the Tai Golden Immortal matches, our external disciples, Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao, will compete for the Golden Immortal tier. Third-generation disciples Yu Yuan and Hua Ling Xingmu will take the stage. As for the Xianxian matches, we entrust it to Yu Yixian. As Tong Tian Jiaozhu finished speaking, Duo Bao Dao Ren emerged, presenting his own list of participants. Excellent. Nanji, he signaled his understanding. As the primordial heavenly sovereign had entrusted Nanji Xian Wang with all arrangements. Yes, fellow disciples, the list of combatants has been finalized. Are you all prepared? In the first match, Yun Zhangzi will face Yun Xiao. Everyone, hurry and place your bets. Upon arriving above Kunlun, Nanji Xian Wang smiled slightly, signaling that it was time to wager. Meanwhile, disciples from the resource hall rushed out to record the amounts and targets of the bets. Ha. We are about to strike it rich. I bet on Uncle Yun Zhongzi to win, 500 contribution points. I too bet on Uncle Yun Zhongzi to win, 600 contribution points. A vial of elixir, along with my previous contribution points. I bet on Uncle Yun Zhongzi to win. As Nanji Xian Wang issued his command, everyone eagerly began to place their bets. To maximize their profits, the Chan disciples wagered their entire contribution points, anticipating substantial rewards. Uncle Shun, will you participate? After making her rounds, Qing Yao approached Shen Gongbao to inquire about his stance. Qing Yao, is that you? In this manner, consider how much contribution value all these items, which have been staked, might yield. I wager on the victory of the Celestial Maiden. Ahem, with a couple of coughs, Shen Gongbao staked all his resources. This included 10 bottles of elixirs, over 20,000 celestial jade, 3 portions of rare materials for body refinement, and 2 magical artifacts. In pursuit of resources, Shen Gongbao also wagered the Thunder Whip and the destructive spear, Thunder Spear. Master Uncle, must you be so ruthless? All these items are worth at least 400,000 contribution points. Upon witnessing Shen Gongbao's reckless gambit, Qing Yao was taken aback, believing him to be overly impulsive. No worries, stake it all on me. If permitted, Shen Gongbao intended to wager the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir as well. However, following procedure, the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir had already been consumed by him, leaving him reluctant to bring it forth. Very well. I shall convert these items into 420,000 contribution points to buy the victory of Master Yun Zhongzi. Taking out a jade slip, Qing Yu began to record. These jade slips were specially crafted by the Chan sect, inscribed with unique talismans that would merge and could not be forged. Wait. Not Master Yun Zhongzi, but the Celestial Maiden. Qing Yu misunderstood, and Shen Gongbao hastily corrected her. Master Uncle, are you certain? Accumulating resources is no easy task. Please think twice. The Celestial Maiden is merely an outer disciple. How formidable can her strength be? Master Uncle, heed my counsel and choose Master Yun Zhongzi. Among the second-generation disciples, his combat prowess is no trifling matter. Despite Qing Yao's urgent counsel, Shen Gongbao remained resolute in his choice of the Celestial Maiden. Pay no mind. I shall select the Celestial Maiden. What a jest! In the presence of the Celestial Maiden. What is Master Yun Zhongzi? During the calamity of the Fengshen, the Celestial Maiden, along with the Chionghua and Bishu Maidens, orchestrated the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation. 12 golden immortals entered the formation simultaneously, all losing their 3 flowers atop their heads. Had it not been for the Celestial Maiden's lack of murderous intent, all 12 would have found themselves inscribed upon the Fengshen list. Master Uncle, why do you not heed my advice? Shaking her head with a sigh, Qingyao ultimately recorded Shen Gongbao's wager. Ha ha ha, for 120,000 contribution points. After the battle concludes, that will amount to 840,000. He chuckled, envisioning that, given his circumstances, he would soon break through to golden immortal status. Following this breakthrough, Shen Gongbao planned to return home to exchange for resources worth several 100,000 contribution points, sufficient to elevate Leopard Ridge to new heights. Moreover, he could foresee the multiplication of contribution points from the forthcoming battles. Now, let us welcome Chan sect disciple Yunzhangzi and Jie sect disciple Celestial Maiden to the arena. Once all bets were placed, the Elder of the South Pole personally appeared to welcome both Yunzhangzi and the Celestial Maiden. The righteous path of the Chan sect endures, dispelling illusions and illuminating the way. As Yunzhangzi made his entrance, a voice erupted from the crowd, prompting all Chan sect disciples to roar in unison. What fools! Why provoke the Celestial Maiden? Do you wish for Yunzhangzi's demise to be hastened? Watching the fervor unfold, Shen Gongbao could only shake his head repeatedly, instinctively stepping back a few paces. The 3 Celestial Maidens, namely Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, collectively wield the 2 illustrious treasures, the Primordial Golden Dipper and the Golden Dragon Scissors. The Primordial Golden Dipper is a supreme artifact, existing since the dawn of creation, imbued with boundless mysteries. It possesses the ability to contain all treasures of heaven and earth, exhibiting an immense force of attraction for both celestial beings and material objects. Once its golden light emerges, escape becomes impossible. In a past life, during the cataclysmic event of the Fengshen, the Yunxiao Maiden utilized the Primordial Golden Dipper to capture the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, along with numerous disciples of the 3rd generation. She also thwarted Yang Jian's profound techniques, seized Jin Jia and Mu Jia along with their artifacts, and captured the Taoist Luya, diminishing the celestial flowers atop the heads of many immortals, along with their vital energies and millennia of cultivation. How could a mere cloud dweller stand as a competitor? The Golden Dragon Scissors are even more fearsome. Forged from the essence of 2 dragon spirits drawing upon the spiritual energy of the universe, transformed by the quintessence of the sun and moon. It hovers in the sky, bending and folding, enveloped by auspicious clouds, its blades meet head-on, while the tails intertwine like a powerful force. This treasure is extraordinarily sharp and immensely powerful, unyielding even to those who have attained divinity, capable of cleaving with a single strike. In a previous incarnation, during the same tumultuous event, Zhao Gongming wielded the Golden Dragon Scissors against the Taoist Ran Ding, triumphing over the 12 great immortals of Yusu, and even fatally struck down Ran Ding's prized deer. Chapter 20. Yunzhangzi is defeated junior sister. As an outer disciple, what are you doing here to stir up trouble? Leave, for I, Yunzhangzi, have no desire to strike a woman. Otherwise, your delicate demeanor might render me incapable of doing so. Hearing the shouts from the disciples of the Chan sect, Yunzhangzi stood with his hands behind his back, urging the fairy Yunxiao to concede. Humph, my sect is distinct from yours. There is no division between inner and outer disciples. In the heart of our master, we are all equal. The disciples of the Chan sect harbored resentment, as the primordial heavenly sovereign always maintained an aloof demeanor, disparaging those he deemed lesser beings, categorizing lives into rigid hierarchies. In contrast, the Tongdian patriarch embraced inclusivity, believing that all were equal. Cultivating within the confines of Golden Claw Island constituted the inner sect, while those who practiced externally were regarded as outer disciples. Thus, those training on the 3 Immortals Island were naturally considered outer disciples. How audacious! Allow me to teach you a lesson. With a swift motion, Yunzhangzi summoned the Mirror of Revealing Spirits, intent on exposing Yunxiao's true form and thereby humiliating her. However, despite his efforts, the mirror revealed nothing. Yunxiao remained undisturbed, her essence eluding detection. This cannot be. You disciples of the are all anomalies. What manner of being are you? With renewed determination, Yunzhangzi unleashed the celestial fire pillar, aiming to inflict serious harm upon Yunxiao. Shameless. Yunxiao, perceiving his intentions, felt a flicker of anger ignite within her. Though she possessed an inherently gentle and kind nature, had she not exhibited such traits during the divine punishment calamity, she would have long since secured a place on the divine ranking. In her ire, Yunxiao activated the primordial golden dipper. With a tremor of her artifact, she effortlessly absorbed Yunzhangzi's celestial fire pillar. In a swift motion, she appeared before him and delivered a resounding slap across his face. With a thunderous crack, Yunzhangzi transformed into a mere shadow, hurtling off the arena. Upon crashing to the ground, he expelled a mouthful of blood, unable to rise. Humph. Casting aside the celestial fire pillar, Yunxiao ascended, returning to the side of Tong Tian. What? I lost. This is inconceivable. I, Yunzhangzi, have been defeated. The swiftness of his downfall was staggering. It had only taken 2 exchanges. Oh no, my contribution points. My hard-earned contributions. As Yunzhangzi lay vanquished, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, grappling with the shocking outcome. Among the second-generation disciples, aside from the likes of the Lantern Master, the South Pole Immortal, and the 12 Golden Immortals, Yunzhangzi was recognized as the most formidable. Yet, such a powerful figure had been so swiftly bested by Yunxiao. The result was utterly unacceptable, especially since many had wagered their contribution points. Savings amassed over a lifetime now vanished in an instant. How did he know? 42,000 contribution points had suddenly doubled to 84,000. If bets continued, would it not escalate to 168,000? Only Qing Yao stood still, instinctively gazing in the direction of Shen Gongbao. At that moment, she felt that Shen Gongbao was shrouded in secrets. Was that gaze not terrifying? Simultaneously, Qing Yao fervently wondered whether she should follow his lead and place her bets. Should she? Splendid. Senior sister Yunxiao, well done. Fellow brothers of the Chan sect, continue to chant slogans. Shout. The teachings of the Chan sect endure, the righteous spirit persists. Cut off the delusions, protect the way, and let it shine. Ha ha. Is it not ironic? Does your face not ache? While the disciples of the Chan sect felt the sky had fallen, the disciples of the Jia sect were celebrating. Just moments ago, they had all placed their bets, all wagering on the victory of Fairy Yunxiao. Now, they were reaping bountiful rewards. How could they not be exhilarated? Simultaneously, both Yuanshi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu roared in anger. Yuanshi Tianzun, of course, could not afford to lose. This feeling was akin to having one's collar yanked and being slapped in the face, leaving no room for dignity. Tong Tian Jiaozhu, on the other hand, sought to maintain decorum among his disciples. In his eyes, the 3 pure ones were originally one family, and such rudeness was unacceptable. The first match had ended in defeat for the Chan sect. The second match was about to commence. Observing the Jia sect disciples' silence, Yuanshi Tianzun let out a cold huff, prompting Nanji Xianwang to initiate the second round. Yes, this time, Nanji Xianwang was devoid of the earlier bravado, realizing the precariousness of their situation. If they continued to lose, what then? For the second battle between the disciples of the Jia and Chan sects, we invite Huang Longzhenren and Qiong Shao Xianzi to enter the arena. Everyone, prepare to place your bets. Fearing reproach from Yuanshi Tianzun, Nanji Xianwen spoke little. After hastily announcing the proceedings, he welcomed Huang Longzhenren and Qiong Shao Xianzi into the arena. Humph, Huang Longzhenren is already one of the 12 Golden Immortals, a hallmark of our Chan sect. I wager 1,000 contribution points on Huang Longzhenren. Brothers, how do you still have contribution points? I was distracted by Fairy Yunxiao's legs earlier and forgot to place my bet. Alas, why did I not think to admire her legs? Never mind. I'll wager all the resources meant for cultivation. With Huang Longzhenren on our side, we must win this time. Let us go all in. In the second round of betting, the enthusiasm was notably subdued compared to the first. Hesitation appeared on the faces of each disciple of the Chan sect. However, gamblers possess a shared trait, optimism. They believed that the next opportunity would certainly yield victory. Thus, many disciples discarded their robes, relinquished their treasures, and staked everything. Uncle Master, here are your resources, along with the 420,000 contribution points gained from the first round of betting. Avoiding all other disciples of the Chan sect, Qing Yao approached Shen Gongbao directly, returning the contribution points and resources. Qing Yao harbored a curiosity to see whom Shen Gongbao would choose this time. No need to return it. This time, I bet it all on Qiong Shao Xianzi. For the second round, Shen Gongbao felt compelled to continue betting. However, for the third and fourth rounds, Shen Gongbao hesitated. The reason was simple. Tong Tian Jiaozhu had a kind heart and might allow his disciples to concede. But the second round was undoubtedly safe. Good. This time, Qing Yu refrained from idle chatter and proceeded with utmost swiftness. Upon returning to the resource hall, she placed a wager on herself. betting on the victory of the fairy Xiao. The competition officially commenced, and as the betting concluded, the Antarctic Immortal reappeared to signal the start of the battle between the Huanglong Jinren and fairy Xiao. This time, the disciples of the Chan sect had learned their lesson, remaining quiet and refraining from unnecessary words. On the other hand, the disciples of the Jie sect, under the constraint of the Tongtian teacher, also dared not act recklessly. An uncanny silence enveloped the arena, so profound that even the sound of breathing could be discerned. Fairy Xiao, I humbly request your guidance, Huanglong Jinren said modestly, bowing to the fairy before the battle commenced. Such humility was understandable. Huanglong Jinren, known as the Three-Nose Immortal, often found himself overlooked. Lacking magical artifacts, he relied solely on his own strength. Seeing your courtesy, I shall go easy on you, thought fairy Xiao, whose temperament was notoriously fierce. The 9, had it not been for the restraint of Yun Xiao, fairy Xiao would have eliminated the 12 golden immortals without hesitation. Fairy Xiao's own situation was precarious as well. Witnessing her disciples stripped of their 3 flowers and rendered powerless after millennia of cultivation, she felt the weight of injustice as the Yuanshi Tianzuan wielded his might against the weaker. With a swift strike of the 3 treasures Rui, he shattered fairy Xiao's celestial core, leading to her demise and subsequent inclusion on the divine list. With a resounding roar, Huanglong Jinren, adorned with dragon scales, charged straight at fairy Xiao. Fortunately, he refrained from using magical artifacts to avoid collateral damage. In this clash, fairy Xiao had prepared the golden Jiao scissors, which could potentially sever Huanglong Jinren. However, her intention was not to slay him, but merely to incapacitate him by cutting off his tail. Now, with Huanglong Jinren unarmed, fairy Xiao found it challenging to employ her artifacts. Little did she know that it was not Huanglong Jinren's choice to forego magical items, but rather his lack of possession. The likes of Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, and Tai Jinren were cherished by the Yuanshi Tianzuan as if they were his own progeny. In contrast, Huanglong Jinren felt akin to an illegitimate child, receiving nothing but the title without any accompanying recognition or support. Remarkable. Are the disciples of the Jie sect truly so formidable? Why is it that the Deluo Golden Immortals cannot compete with the Chan sect? Have we misjudged the Jie sect? As Huanglong Jinren and fairy Xiao clashed, spectators began to perceive the terrifying prowess of both combatants, particularly that of fairy Xiao, who possessed both a divine form and formidable abilities. Panic began to spread as it became apparent that Huanglong Jinren might not hold his ground against her. How can such a beautiful fairy strike so ruthlessly? They wondered, noting the scales of Huanglong Jinren being battered away. Quickly, Huanglong Jinren, utilize your magical artifacts. Use them. As the battle raged on, the audience was horrified to realize that Huanglong Jinren was outmatched. After hundreds of exchanges, he was being thoroughly overwhelmed. Witnessing this, many disciples shouted for him to employ his artifacts. Everyone, please be quiet. Huanglong Jinren possesses no magical artifacts, corrected Shingong Bao, unable to bear the sight any longer. What? Huanglong Jinren, the true dragon, lacks magical artifacts? How can this be? They exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he is a second-generation disciple, one of the 12 golden immortals. Silence. Are you questioning the saint? Upon learning that the revered Huanglong Jinren possessed no magical treasures, the disciples of the Chan sect were utterly incredulous. How could it be that one of the 12 golden immortals lacked such artifacts? Had I truly never bestowed a treasure upon him? The murmurs among the disciples could hardly escape the discerning ears of Yuanshi Tianzuan, who instinctively felt compelled to refute. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Yuanshi Tianzuan was struck with astonishment, realizing he had indeed failed to grant Huanglong Jinren any magical treasures. Very well, I shall reward him with one shortly. With a heavy sigh, Yuanshi Tianzuan resolved to privately bestow an artifact upon Huanglong Jinren. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the fate of Huanglong Jinren. Due to this conflict, Yuanshi Tianzuan's conscience has stirred, prompting him to grant Huanglong Jinren a magical treasure. Huanglong Jinren shall bid farewell to the realm of the Three Nose. The causal wheel has been activated, granting 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Is this truly permissible? Upon hearing the system's notification, Shingong Bao was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into unrestrained laughter. At that moment, the enchanting Xiao kicked Huanglong Jinren away, then surged forward with blinding speed, relentlessly pummeling him until a final blow sent him crashing off the arena. Thus, Huanglong Jinren was defeated. Chapter 21. The Grand Versailles event, the South Pole Immortal was utterly defeated. How could this happen again? My contribution points. Oh dear, my treasures, my garments. My celestial jade, all lost. Why are you not one of the 12 golden immortals? How could you falter? The defeat of the Yellow Dragon True Man elicited cries of despair from numerous disciples of the Chan sect. They could accept the loss of their leader, but they were unable to bear the devastation of their own fortunes. Many had scrimped and saved, amassing a few precious elixirs, only to find themselves empty-handed now. How could they not feel the sting of this loss? I apologize to all, said the Yellow Dragon True Man, struggling to rise from the ground. He felt immense guilt. He too wished for victory, yet the prowess of the fairy Cheong Shao was overwhelming. He simply could not prevail. Well then, let us commence the third match immediately. After 2 successive defeats, the visage of the Primordial Supreme was devoid of light. His smile vanished. At that moment, the South Pole Immortal sensed something amiss. If the Chan sect continued to lose, he was at a loss as to how to report this to the Primordial Supreme. It was he who had proposed this game, after all. The most vexing part was the wager between the Primordial Supreme and the Master of Heaven. With each defeat, the Chan sect would be compelled to relinquish a portion of their resources. Should they lose 5 matches in a row, the losses would be catastrophic. How formidable is Dao Bao and Yu Yuan? Knowing that the Primordial Supreme could not afford further losses, the Master of Heaven immediately inquired about Dao Bao's capabilities before Yu Yuan even took the stage. Do not worry, Master. Yu Yuan's strength is unquestionable. Though he stands at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, he can easily break through to the Tai Golden Immortal with just a single opportunity. Furthermore, Yu Yuan possesses an indomitable body, impervious to both fire and water. Dao Bao, oblivious to the Master of Heaven's anxieties, believed that the Master feared defeat. Dao Bao is well aware of the disciples of the Jie sect. Yu Yuan would have no trouble dealing with Deng Hua. Alas, had I known, I would have chosen someone of lesser caliber. Yu Yuan, heed my command. I am Tong Dian. When you battle Deng Hua, you may only utilize 80% of your strength. Do you understand? With a long sigh, the Master of Heaven chose to relent. After all, brotherhood runs deep. Such matters should not mar their bond. Indeed, Master, though begrudgingly, Yu Yuan dared not defy the Master's order. But wait, could it be that the Master is testing me? We are both at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. If I can defeat him while holding back, would it not further highlight my exceptional prowess? Yes, that is it. With a moment of reluctance, Yu Yuan swiftly adjusted his mindset. The battle had yet to commence, and he might not necessarily be defeated. Why not take a chance? Deng Hua, I am Yuan Shi. Listen well, engage immediately using your treasures, and strive to vanquish your opponent within a few exchanges. If possible, eliminate Yu Yuan for me. The Primordial Supreme was also transmitting his thoughts. Unlike the Master of Heaven, who asked Yu Yuan to hold back, the Primordial Supreme sought to eliminate him. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure Yu Yuan does not return. With a swift leap, Deng Hua surged forth, landing firmly upon the arena. Let the disciple Yu Yuan enter, the South Pole Immortal commanded following Deng Hua's appearance. A faint smile graced Yu Yuan's lips as he dashed into the fray. Alas, I cannot shake the feeling that Deng Hua is no match for him, some murmured. Indeed. Yu Yuan's mere presence is intimidating. Could someone lend me a bit of contribution value? I wish to place a wager on Yu Yuan. Woe is me. I have lost everything. I am left with naught. Which senior brother would lend me some contribution value? I could offer 6 hours as your Dao companion. Sister, such sacrifices are unnecessary. We have both lost twice already. How could the sage be unprepared? Thus, the outcome remains uncertain. Yes, let us observe this round. Upon seeing Yu Yuan, many were eager to bet on him. He possessed a countenance of deep indigo, with crimson hair and sharp fangs, towering at nearly 8 feet. Exuding an air of formidable authority, his eyes ablaze with fierce energy. Clearly, he was no ordinary opponent. However, after their previous losses, most had already lost their fortunes and were bereft of resources. The few cautious souls among them were even more hesitant to place a bet, gripped by fear. Master Uncle, how will you choose this time? Avoiding all disciples, Qing Yao once again approached Shin Gongbao, seeking his counsel. At that moment, Shin Gongbao sat cross-legged, refining the essence of the great witch's blood. Upon hearing Qing Yao call out to him, he finally opened his eyes. Is it time for Yu Yuan and Deng Hua? Casting his gaze over, he observed the 2 contenders. Shin Gongbao held little regard for either Deng Hua or Xiaozhan, despite their seniority. Their talents in Dao arts were mediocre, relegating them to mere cannon fodder. Recalling his past life, Shin Gongbao remembered that during the calamity of the Fengshen, the 10 heavenly lords had set up the 10 absolute formation, and Deng Hua had been commanded by the primordial heavenly venerable to be the first to test the formation. The result was a tragic demise at the hands of the heavenly lord Qin Wan, who displayed his severed head to the public. His soul was later inscribed upon the Fengshen list and designated as the Wood Mansion Star. One could only ponder, if Deng Hua could not contend with Qin Wan, how could he possibly face Yu Yuan? Yet, Shin Gongbao dared not make a hasty wager, fearing the Lord of the Heavenly Teachings might unleash chaos. Master Uncle, the time is nigh, bets must be placed swiftly. Noticing Shin Gongbao's contemplation, Qin Yao urged him on. I shall wager 100,000 contribution values on Yu Yuan. Let us test the waters. After a moment's reflection, Shin Gongbao deemed it a pity to let the opportunity slip away, deciding to place a bet of 100,000 contribution values. Then I shall also stake 10,000 contribution values on Yu Yuan. With a playful grin, Qin Yao opted to follow suit. Qin Yao, do not place all your bets, there is risk involved. Shin Gongbao, having a favorable opinion of her, decided to offer a word of caution. Master Uncle, fear not, I shall be mindful of the rhythm. With a cheeky gesture, Qin Yao departed once more. TCH. In 2 lifetimes as a leopard, this is the first time I've been teased. Shaking his head, Shin Gongbao closed his eyes once more, resuming the refinement of the great witch's essence within him. Curse it, what has happened to my body? On the side of the Ma Yuan felt immensely aggrieved. Before joining the Chan sect, he had been in fine form. Yet, shortly after entering, he sensed something was amiss. First, a surge of malevolent energy erupted, nearly encroaching upon his soul. At present, my entire body is racked with pain, marked by bruises and scars. Ma Yuan harbors a peculiar sensation, as if he is undergoing a breakthrough, a metamorphosis of his flesh. Yet, he finds himself ensnared in the midst of it all, unable to swallow or expel. It is a torment beyond life itself. Now, let us commence the 3rd round of the exchange tournament between the Chan and Jie sects, featuring the Battle of Golden Immortals. As the audience places their bets, the Antarctic Immortal gestures, signaling the onset of combat. Die! With a thunderous roar, Deng Hua unleashes a flying sword, aimed directly at Yu Yuan. As he conjures the sword, an air of inexplicable confidence radiates from Deng Hua. This sword is akin to a thunderbolt, shattering all in its path, far too formidable for the unassuming Yu Yuan to withstand. The Jie sect has already dispatched 2 prodigies. Surely, there cannot be an abundance of such talents. Golden Light Cutter, swift. Deng Hua employs a magical artifact, prompting Yu Yuan to follow suit. Yu Yuan possesses an array of magical tools, including the Blood Transformation Divine Blade, Golden Light Cutter, the Wishful Universe Bag, and Heart-Piercing Lock. His most cherished artifact remains the 1-foot, 3-inch Golden Light Cutter. Yu Yuan's combat experience is extensive. Wielding the Golden Light Cutter is a strategic maneuver to disrupt Deng Hua's rhythm, causing the flying sword to veer off course. Ha ha, you are doomed. In the face of the Golden Light Cutter, Deng Hua does not even consider evading. Instead, he chooses to exchange injury for a kill. He may sustain wounds, but Yu Yuan must perish. Clang. Splurt. As the magical artifacts collide, Deng Hua's sword strikes Yu Yuan first. However, Yu Yuan's indomitable body, impervious to blades and fire, merely causes him to stagger backward. Deng Hua, however, suffers a dire fate, being pierced by the Golden Light Cutter. Were it not for Yu Yuan's timely manipulation of the artifact, Deng Hua would have already met his demise. Ah, Master, this is not my fault. I have already restrained 40% of my power. His flesh is too frail. I did not anticipate this. Witnessing Deng Hua's grievous injury, Yu Yuan is momentarily dumbfounded. He exerted no effort, yet Deng Hua faltered. How pitifully weak. Simultaneously, Yu Yuan's mind is flooded with expletives. When disciples of the Chan sect boast of their prowess, the Jia sect is painted in a disparaging light. Upon hearing such rumors, the Jia sect disciples toil day and night, yet when the battle commences, the Chan disciples appear utterly feeble. You cheated. Deng Hua clutches his chest, spewing a mouthful of blood, declaring his dissent. Ah, it hurts. My heart has been shattered. I am dying. Upon seeing Deng Hua's bloodshed, Yu Yuan rolls his eyes and collapses, feigning convulsions on the ground. He has discerned Deng Hua's true nature, merely a buffoon, devoid of real strength. The Celestial Master does not seek to hone him. Rather, he is merely preserving the Chan sect's dignity. With a single blow, Yu Yuan has vanquished Deng Hua, leaving the Chan sect in disgrace, undoubtedly inciting the Celestial Master's ire. Fearing reproach from the Celestial Master, Yu Yuan lies prostrate, pretending to have been defeated. Well then, it seems this time, my Chan sect has lost. I, the Primordial Supreme One, am not one to take defeat lightly. Celestial Master, splendid. It appears your training of the lower-tier disciples surpasses my own. Those with discerning eyes can easily comprehend Yu Yuan's ploy. When struck by Deng Hua's flying sword, it bent under the impact, accompanied by a metallic clang. After such a long time, Yu Yuan declared that his heart had been shattered, but only a fool would believe him. The Primordial Supreme One yearned for victory. Yet he did not require the assistance of others. This modicum of pride was still retained by the Primordial Supreme One. Master, I bear no blame. I have already restrained my power. I truly did not realize he had not cultivated his physical form. When summoned to the arena by the Antarctic Immortal, Yu Yuan felt a surge of panic. He hoped that the Heavenly Master would comprehend his predicament. It was not that Yu Yuan was unwilling, but rather that Deng Hua was utterly incompetent. Enough. Let us commence the next match. Listening to Yu Yuan's voice, accompanied by his expressions, the Primordial Supreme One felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and immediately instructed the Antarctic Immortal to initiate the next contest. At that moment, the Primordial Supreme One harbored intense resentment towards the Antarctic Immortal. If it were not for this fool's suggestion of a betting game, would he have suffered such disgrace? Shingongbao, you have doomed me. Under the gaze of the Primordial Supreme One, the Antarctic Immortal could not help but tremble, inwardly cursing the entire Leopard Ridge. Incredible. Master Uncle, you are truly remarkable. After Deng Hua's defeat, the disciples of the Chan sect dared not even breathe. Yet, Shingongbao and Qin Yao were exceptions, for they had wagered on Yu Yuan. This time, they had once again reaped their rewards. Chapter 22. The underdog Shingongbao. Hush, restrain yourself. Do not laugh. With a hand firmly over Qin Yao's mouth, Shingongbao urged her to maintain a low profile. At this moment, the entire Chan sect was in solemn silence. Their laughter could certainly incite the wrath of the crowd. Master Uncle, who shall we place our bets on for the next round? Qin Yao licked her palm and glanced at Shingongbao, deciding to align her wager with his. For the next match, we shall refrain from betting. From the perspective of strength, Xiaojin is but a fool, certainly no match for the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. However, the temperament of the Tongtian leader may indeed lead to unforeseen circumstances. Thus we must abstain from gambling. Furthermore, Yuan Shi Taizun, for the sake of face, will undoubtedly resort to trickery, which poses significant risk. Very well. I shall heed Master Uncle's counsel. With Shingongbao disallowing the bet, Qin Yao chose to abstain as well. As for the final match, you shall follow my lead. Should I instruct you to wager, you must wager everything. Stepping past Qin Yao, Shingongbao ventured forth. The final battle was to be his against the Winged Immortal. The Winged Immortal possessed formidable strength. His true form was that of a magnificent rock. His wings could stir the waters of the four seas. However, if Shingongbao could neutralize the power of those wings, he would have no fear of his opponent. Yet on his own, Shingongbao could not surmount the challenges posed by the winds. Fortunately, Yuan Shi Tianzun could provide a solution. With the acquisition of a treasure that could counter the winds, the dilemma would be resolved. Moreover, given Yuan Shi Tianzun's temperament, should Shingongbao emerge victorious, that treasure would rightfully belong to him. Shingongbao, do you dare approach? Look at the mischief you have wrought. Upon sighting Shingongbao, the Antarctic Immortal was consumed with rage, seemingly wishing to slay him. Senior brother, do not act recklessly. I still have a role to play. I have come seeking Master S assistance. The Winged Immortal's greatest power lies within his wings. I require a treasure that is unaffected by the winds. Once I possess such an artifact, I shall be invincible. Senior brother, you do not wish for the Chan sect to continue its streak of defeats, do you? As Shingongbao drew closer to the Antarctic Immortal, he began to issue veiled threats. His intentions were clear. A battle was imminent, and should he falter, Yuan Shi Tianzun would not spare the Antarctic Immortal from the consequences. Additionally, Shingongbao was confident of his victory. However, his demand for a wind-defying treasure was paramount. Should the Antarctic Immortal procure it, victory would be assured. There is no need to seek him out. Master has granted it. Before the Antarctic Immortal could respond, the voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun resonated. Master, Master. Looking up, Shingongbao beheld a beam of light. His scalp tingled as a hairpin appeared atop his head. This was the wind-setting hairpin. Though a postnatal spiritual treasure, it was of superior quality. If you can attain victory, it shall be your reward. Without affording Shingongbao a chance to speak, Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice echoed once more. Indeed, concerned about his speech faltering. Shen Gongbao nodded emphatically. Uncle Master Xiaozhan is formidable. Uncle Master Xiaozhan, slay the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. Ha ha, Uncle Master Xiaozhan is indeed formidable. At that moment, Xiaozhan engaged in combat with the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits. In Shen Gongbao's estimation, Xiaozhan might struggle to hold his ground for even a single exchange. Upon a meticulous observation of the battlefield, Shen Gongbao nearly expressed his frustration. In pursuit of victory, Yuan Shi Tianzun disregarded Bai Lian, relinquishing not only his third-grade Jade Rui but also Laozi's Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram, a primordial treasure, was forged from the divine axe that opened the heavens, serving as a formidable defense. How could the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit possibly breach it? The third-grade Jade Rui, born of the transformative Blue Lotus and White Lotus, was intended for offense. How could the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit withstand such an assault? Shen Gongbao pondered. What merit or capability did the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit possess to endure the onslaught of these two treasures? Surrender. In this battle, we, the Chan sect, concede defeat. Upon witnessing these two treasures, Tongdian Jiao Master was also incensed. This sensation was akin to discovering a mere mosquito. Only for Yuan Shi Tianzun to unleash a nuclear bomb, such an egregious display of bullying. Ha ha ha, congratulations to my junior brother Xiaozhan for achieving victory. The final contest was a battle of the Xian Skin realm. Let us invite Shen Gongbao and Yue Xian to the stage. 6 battles had transpired, with 5 already fought. The Chan sect had won 2 and lost 3. This final match was of utmost significance. From the perspective of Nanji Xianwen, he expressed his bewilderment. What qualifications did Shen Gongbao, a mere weakling, possess to represent the Chan sect in battle? My friends, if you trust me, wager on me. Turning to Qingyao, Shen Gongbao urged her to place all her bets on him. He currently possessed a staggering 178,000 contribution points. Should he triumph, this would double to 356,000. How delightful. In due course, converting it all into resources to bring back to Leopard Ridge would be quite impressive. Who is this? It seems to be Shen Gongbao, a figure unfamiliar to many. How peculiar. What right does such an obscure individual have to represent the Chan sect? Alas, the probability of his defeat appears high. Really, who does he think he is, daring to invite our wagers? Is this some sort of jest? Upon seeing Shen Gongbao step forward, the crowd was rendered speechless. The formidable members of the Chan sect were nearly all recognized, and their cultivation levels were considerable, predominantly at the Golden Immortal stage. At this moment, Shen Gongbao, standing at the peak of the Xian realm, was naturally overlooked. A bunch of fools. The strength of my master is beyond your comprehension. With 178,000 contribution points, should he win, it would double, granting him ample resources for his Golden Immortal cultivation. Alas, I possess only 20,000 contribution points. Otherwise, I would wager more. Following Shen Gongbao's lead, Qin Yao's contribution points also reached 20,000. Without hesitation, she decided to go all in. Very well, let the battle commence. With a powerful flap of wings, Yue Xian soared into the void, standing amidst the air. This individual had a fiery temper and played by no rules. In the previous round, they discerned the intricacies. Xiaozhan was nothing more than a fool, utterly incapable of contending with the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. It was solely due to the magical treasures that the Holy Mother found herself constrained. Having suffered indignities, the Yue Xian naturally sought retribution. Hey, feathered brat. What are you boasting about? If you dare, come and strike me. Come and strike me. Standing upon the arena, Shen Gongbao devised a strategy to harness the power of Yue Xian to refine the essence blood of the Great Witch. At this moment, Shen Gongbao resembled a piece of crude iron. Only through relentless forging could he be transformed into steel. Though the feathered immortal merely stood at the pinnacle of the Xian realm, transcending to the golden immortal level was no simple feat during the heavenly calamity besieging Shichi. He had indeed been a Tai golden immortal. As for his taunting phrase, "Come at me if you dare," it was an imitation of the Tai Junren, perfectly capturing that insouciant essence. Fool, you are courting death. With a sudden surge of speed, the feathered immortal charged forth, unleashing his full might to unleash a barrage upon Shen Gongbao. Dodge, dodge. Panic ensued. Is he really that daft? The dust cloud billowed up, yet he seemed unharmed. Goodness. Shen Gongbao's physical form is truly formidable. As the feathered immortal struck, the onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats. When the dust settled, Shen Gongbao appeared unscathed, without a hint of injury. Ah, not bad. The little chick has quite the knack for scratching. He mocked. Come, come. Let us continue. I might reward you with a morsel afterward. Despite receiving a thorough thrashing from the feathered immortal, Shingongbao felt an exhilarating sense of pleasure. He could sense that with a few more blows, the essence of the Great Witch could finally be refined. You seek death. With a thunderous roar, the feathered immortal launched another assault. The sounds of impact echoed like drums, each punch landing on Shingongbao resonating with tremendous force. Yet, amidst the tumult, Shingongbao harnessed the 8-9 profound arts, gradually refining the essence of the Great Witch. In that moment, his physical form rapidly ascended, edging towards the golden, immortal realm. Why have you stopped? Continue. An hour passed before Shingongbao opened his eyes, evidently yearning for more. Meanwhile, the feathered immortal lay exhausted, foaming at the mouth. It was inevitable. Shingongbao's physique was simply too formidable. The feathered immortal's attempts to harm him had only served to exhaust himself. What was most infuriating was the rebound force he felt. Was this truly the work of a mortal? Little chick, you truly lack skill. Come, come. Let your master uncle provide you with a hammer. Strike me. Offering a hammer, Shingongbao urged the feathered immortal to continue. You asked for it. Do not blame me. Taking the hammer, the feathered immortal unleashed his magical energy and renewed his assault upon Shingongbao. Ah, how delightful. He found it curious. Why did he feel such pleasure in witnessing the feathered immortal strike Shingongbao? As Shingongbao refined the essence of the Great Witch, Ma Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief. This sensation was one of liberation. His body no longer bore the imminent threat of explosion. Brother Ma, why are you bleeding? Upon hearing Ma Yuan's voice, the others turned to see blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Most alarming was that Ma Yuan seemed to be reveling in it. Why on earth are you enjoying this while bleeding profusely? It's nothing. This feels far better than before. Producing a medicinal pill, Ma Yuan swallowed it immediately, beginning his recovery. I can't continue. This is outright bullying. How about you fight back? I beg you. You still resist. Another hour has passed, and with a heavy heart, the celestial wing cast aside the hammer, clutching his waist with one hand, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Since the dawn of his sentience, the celestial wing had engaged in numerous battles. Yet, never before had he encountered such despair as today. Shinnong the leopard offered him a chance, only to plunge him deeper into hopelessness time and again. This sensation of facing an invulnerable adversary was one the celestial wing longed never to experience again. Do not surrender. Fight a little longer. I am nearly at my limit. Come, come, be obedient. Strike me. The celestial wing yearned to flee, but Shinnong the leopard seized him, compelling the celestial wing to continue his assault. No. I concede. I admit defeat. With a final, desperate strike against Shinnong the leopard, the celestial wing found himself nearly exhausted. Gripped by Shinnong the leopard, he fell to the ground. Struggling, the celestial wing crawled forward, striving to escape. However, with each distance gained, Shinnong the leopard would drag him back. Woe is me. I concede. I truly concede. Utterly spent, the celestial wing burst into tears. Once more. Just once more. Strike me again. Shinnong the leopard sensed the moment. Allowing the celestial wing to strike one last time would lead to his physical ascendance to the golden immortal. Enough. The opponent has already surrendered. One must show mercy when possible. The exchange between the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects has reached its conclusion, resulting in a draw. Shortly, I shall personally impart teachings to all present. With a stern countenance, the primordial supreme being feigned reprimand toward Shinnong the leopard, though internally, he reveled in delight. Chapter 23. The Antarctic Immortal's despair in the fierce confrontation with Shingongbao. The stakes were exceedingly high. The reason Guangqingzi emerged victorious lay in his reliance on the Fantian seal. Without this artifact, he would stand no chance against the formidable turtle spirit mother. As for Xiao Zhan, his triumph was nothing short of shameless. Stripped of the Tai Chi diagram and the third-grade Jade Ri, he would be no more than an empty vessel. The fire spirit mother could easily defeat 10 of him. In contrast, Shingongbao's relentless torment of the winged immortal led to a spectacular collapse, showcasing the pinnacle of his prowess. It can be said that the prior disgrace of the Chan sect has now transformed into a moment of pride. Shingongbao has managed to recover the dignity that had been cast aside. Thus, the two sects reached an impasse, a result that pleased the Heavenly Lord immensely. The Jia sect demonstrated its strength without causing the Chan sect to suffer a catastrophic defeat. For this reason, the Heavenly Lord developed a remarkable fondness for Shingongbao. Ah, splendid. A draw between the two sects. Brotherhood prevails. The primordial heavenly sovereign laughed heartily, with the Antarctic Immortal joining in his mirth. Just moments ago, the Antarctic Immortal had been paralyzed with fear. Had the Chan sect faced utter humiliation, he would have been at a loss for words. Fortunately, Shingongbao had turned the tide, preserving the Chan sect's final vestige of honor. Isn't it amusing? Fixing his gaze on the Antarctic Immortal, the primordial heavenly sovereign suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, demanding a response. The Antarctic Immortal stammered, wishing for a fissure in the earth to swallow him whole. His toes curled tightly within his shoes, nearly creating a small dwelling. The sermon is about to commence. Why aren't you preparing? Seeing the Antarctic Immortal's silence, the primordial heavenly sovereign reprimanded him once more. Why yes. Enduring the scolding from the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Antarctic Immortal felt more despondent than if he had lost a beloved parent, his head drooping as he trudged off to make preparations. From his perspective, the Antarctic Immortal was aggrieved. He merely sought to showcase his abilities, yet here he was, monopolizing the accolades. Little did he know that the Chan sect's disciples would falter so dramatically, being outmatched by their GS sect counterparts. Oh, my contribution points, my magical treasures. It was all the Antarctic Immortal's fault. Why did he choose to engage in games? In his fervor to support the Chan sect, he had even lost his undergarments. This troublemaker had no business proposing such absurd ideas. Had it not been for him, he might have exchanged for the 8-9 mysterious art. Alas, my heart aches. As the Antarctic Immortal faced criticism, a collective venting of frustration ensued, with voices rising in condemnation of him. At that moment, he felt as if he were a rat scurrying across a street, universally reviled. Yet, he dared not retaliate. To explain himself would be to claim undue credit, shattering his carefully crafted image. Moreover, he could not confront Shingongbao. After all, Shingongbao had preserved the Chan sect's final dignity, making him a favored figure. What a predicament! The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, on the brink of tears. Previously, he had played such games without consequence. Why had he stumbled so gravely this time? What would the future hold? Congratulations, host, on successfully outsmarting all the disciples of the Chan sect, thereby significantly hindering their development and indirectly influencing the causality of the function calamity. This causality is sufficient to activate the wheel of karma, granting 10 opportunities for a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, on enabling the disciples of the GS sect to showcase their prowess, thereby altering their image in the eyes of the Chan disciples. You have even shattered the malicious slander propagated by the old man of the South Pole against the Jie disciples, indirectly affecting the causality of the function calamity. This causality is sufficient to activate the wheel of karma, granting 10 opportunities for a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, on causing the old man of the South Pole to suffer immensely, enduring the scorn of the entire Chan sect. At this moment, he resembles a rat scurrying across the street. Following this incident, his reputation has been severely tarnished, indirectly influencing the causality of the function calamity. This causality is sufficient to activate the wheel of karma, granting 10 opportunities for a lottery draw. The old man of the South Pole departed dejectedly. As the system's notification echoed in the background, 30 consecutive draws. Upon hearing the system's chime, Shingongbao was left in shock. This was beyond exhilarating. He was aware that the system would be generous, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming support. Scanning his surroundings, Shingongbao commenced the 30 consecutive draws. Ding! Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Open Heaven Pearl. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 12 Sea Calming Pearls. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Technique Ascension in the pot. Congratulations, host, on receiving a drop of the Ancestor Witch's blood. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the innate divine ability of the Swani Treasure Technique. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the high-grade innate spiritual root, the Cloud Mystery. As the lottery commenced, the system's notifications erupted like firecrackers, an exhilarating experience indeed. With these resources, it would be more than sufficient to elevate the status of Leopard Ridge. Shingongbao had resolved that once the teachings of Yuan Shi Tianzuan concluded, he would return to Leopard Ridge and relocate it to the territory of the GS sect. Naturally, the GS sect itself was far from secure, for the function calamity targeted not only humanity but also the GS sect. However, prior to the calamity, the GS sect remained safe. Furthermore, after the calamity, A region solely designated for refuge, known as North Julu Continent, would emerge as a paradise for demons, whereby Zhe and Luya resided. Moreover, Shin Gongbao contemplated altering the course of the Fengshen calamity, aiming to place the Chan disciples upon the Fengshen list, thus ensuring the survival of the GS sect. In truth, Shin Gongbao possessed a fallback option, that being the Western sect. Yet, he was reluctant to pursue this path unless absolutely necessary. For the reasons were straightforward. The Taoist of introduction and the Taoist of purity were exceedingly distasteful, and the Western sect was hardly a virtuous realm. A glance at the Lion Turtle Ridge and the journey to the West Calamity suffices to reveal the darkness of the Western sect. Master Uncle, I have finally found you. Hurry. Come over. We are about to strike it rich. Just as Shin Gongbao was chuckling to himself, Qing Yao rushed over. You have earned quite a bit as well. Haven't you? Upon seeing Qing Yao, Shin Gongbao suddenly recalled that he had profited significantly from his bets. Thanks to my Master Uncle's blessings, I have amassed 400,000 contribution points. Master Uncle, do you have a partner? May I accompany you? With her head lowered, Qing Yao fidgeted with the hem of her garment, resembling a shy neighbor girl. Qing Yao, you are a golden immortal, while I am merely a mystic immortal. Are you certain? Reflecting on his past life, Shin Gongbao had always been looked down upon. He was either schemed against or caught in the midst of schemes. It was his first time receiving a confession from a woman. Observing Qing Yao's bashful demeanor stirred something within him. No, women will only hinder my cultivation speed. I am shrouded in calamity. Anyone who approaches me will inevitably be tainted by it. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Gongbao made a swift decision, choosing his path with conviction. In his eyes, many among the human race were akin to parasites clinging to the weak. Such individuals were unlikely to achieve greatness. Shin Gongbao refused to be one of them. Qing Yao, let us focus on our cultivation. It won't be long before turmoil arises within the Chan sect. Only by enhancing our strength can we weather the storm. Aside from the 9 turns golden elixir, I shall exchange everything else for cultivation resources. By the way, I specialize in lightning techniques. Please assist me in crafting tailored resources. Fixating on Qing Yao, Shin Gongbao suppressed his inner impulses and made the most rational judgment. Master Uncle, I promise I won't disturb your cultivation, and I am quite obedient. Qing Yao understood in her heart that she had been rejected. Yet, she could not fathom where she had faltered. Why had Shin Gongbao turned her down? Let us concentrate on our cultivation for now. Once the resources are exchanged, come find me in the refining hall. Having nearly refined the blood essence of the great, which after battling with the feathered immortal, Shin Gongbao was confident that he could forge divine materials and achieve a breakthrough, solidifying his physical form as a golden immortal. As for the 20,000 years of cultivation from the karmic roulette, he planned to utilize it in conjunction with a comprehension card during the teachings of the primordial heavenly sovereign. From what he could observe, the primordial heavenly sovereign favored disciples who displayed ambition. Given his talents, perhaps a surprise awaited him. Master Uncle, I have set my sights on you. I must possess you. If I cannot win you over, I shall take you by force, and if that fails, I will resort to stealth or even to underhanded means. I care not whether you like me, or there is a will, there is a way. As Shin Gongbao's silhouette faded from view, Qing Yao clenched her fists, continually encouraging herself. Men are naturally a bit shy, thus, women must take the initiative. When a man pursues a woman, there's a wall. When a woman pursues a man, there's but a veil. Bang, bang, bang. Unaware that he had become the target of Qing Yao's affections, Shin Gongbao swung his hammer with all his might, forging divine materials. At that moment, the 8-9 mysteries began to transform, further evolving the 5 Qi while awakening divine abilities, metamorphosing Shin Gongbao's physical form. If the Antarctic Immortal were present, he would surely recognize that Shin Gongbao was in the prime state of the 8-9 mysteries. The 5 elements true wonder technique was also undergoing changes, merging with the 8-9 mysteries to become the foundation of Shin Gongbao's power. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. As the awakening of divine powers intensified and the transformation of his physical form progressed, Shin Gongbao relentlessly forged divine materials, resolved to create a magical artifact for Shin Zhengdao, Shin Xiaobao, Shin Mu, and himself. In his previous life, Shin Gongbao had been dissatisfied with the Thunder Whip awarded by the Chan sect, leading him to craft a Splitting Sky Thunder Whip. At that time, during the events at Chernang Pass, he had employed the Splitting Sky Thunder Whip to ensnare Ao Run's dragon claws, tearing open the void and releasing the underwater demon clan. However, he remained unsatisfied with the Splitting Sky Thunder Whip due to the inferior materials used. In this life, while dealing with the refuse of weapon crafting, Shin Gongbao secretly concealed exquisite innate materials. With the perfect conjunction of time, place, and circumstance, he was determined to forge with all his might. Shun Zhengdao could transform into thunder, prompting Shun Gongbao to plan the creation of a splitting sky soul-cutting blade, embracing an assassin's path. Shun Xiaobao, with a penchant for blades, inspired Shun Gongbao to forge a splitting sky claw blade, a dual-purpose weapon. Shun Gongbao's own artifact would retain the name Splitting Sky Thunder Whip, but with the incorporation of Ru-Yi Divine Iron and Universal Mother Gold, it could transform into any weapon at will. Shenmu could not be overlooked either, as he intended to craft a purple cloud sword. Following his cultivation breakthrough, thunder would be summoned, allowing these artifacts to be tempered by lightning, maximizing their potential. Meanwhile, on Ma Yuan's side, panic ensued as invisible injuries manifested, already damaging his internal organs. Chapter 24. The arrival of spring for Shin Gongbao. What is happening? Out of nowhere. How could one sustain an injury? No, it must be the karmic retribution. What on earth have you done to be entangled in such a web of karma? With malevolent energy surging? Curse it, what have you all been up to in secret? As Ma Yuan sought aid, the Tongtian cult master appeared instantaneously, employing his sage-like powers to assist in Ma Yuan's recovery. However, a mere glance at the situation caused the cult master's expression to darken. He discovered that Ma Yuan was indeed ensnared by karma and overwhelmed by malevolent energy. How much wrongdoing must one commit to arrive at such a dreadful state? Turning his gaze, the cult master observed his other disciples and noted that many were similarly afflicted by karma. It appears that he must dedicate time to manage his disciples more effectively. In focusing solely on their cultivation, he had neglected to impose necessary restraints. The sight of many disciples burdened by karma is far from a favorable omen. Once this exchange competition concludes, the Tongtian cult master resolved to implement a thorough reformation among his disciples. After all, he was wholeheartedly striving to secure a glimmer of hope for the beings of the Hong Wang, while his disciples were causing turmoil among them. Nevertheless, rather than extinguishing Ma Yuan's life, the cult master contemplated the possibility of educating him, hoping to cultivate him into a capable individual. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your influence, the Tongtian cult master has successfully discerned that most of the Jia sect disciples are burdened by karma and overwhelmed by malevolent energy. Once the exchange competition ends, the cult master will reorganize his disciples. This action significantly alters the causality of the Fengshan catastrophe, triggering the causality roulette. Granting 12 chances for a lottery draw. What is the meaning of this? What have I done? Upon hearing the system's notification, Shin Gongbao was left in utter bewilderment. He had accomplished nothing. Yet somehow, the Tongtian cult master became aware of his disciples' plight. Was this merely a jest? 12 consecutive draws commence. After a moment's contemplation, having successfully forged the foundational materials, Shin Gongbao wished to test his luck to see if he could obtain relevant experience for crafting magical artifacts. Ding! Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have received a time acceleration card. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special material. Void Divine Gold. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Primordial Supreme Level Forging Experience card. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have received a Tongtian Cult Master Level Array Experience card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Huang Zhongli. Congratulations, host. You have received 4 strands of Xian Huang Qi. Thank you for participating. Good heavens, is this not tailor-made for me? System. Activate the time acceleration card. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shin Gongbao was momentarily stunned. The rewards from this lottery draw seemed expressly designed for the crafting of magical artifacts. Ding! Using the time acceleration card, you may perceive 1 hour as equivalent to 1,000 years. The time acceleration card has been successfully activated, altering the flow of time around you. Within a 10-meter radius of the forging platform, the flow of time has been drastically slowed. System. Simultaneously utilized the Primordial Supreme Level Forging Experience card and the Tongtian Cult Master Level Array Experience card. Time was ample, and Shin Gongbao promptly utilized the Primordial Supreme Being Level Forging Experience card and the Tongtian Patriarch Level Formation Experience card. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Primordial Supreme Being Level Forging Experience card and the Tongtian Patriarch Level Formation Experience card have been successfully activated. Before the time acceleration card expires, You shall possess the artifact crafting prowess of the primordial supreme being and the formation mastery of the Tongtian Patriarch. What a windfall! Understanding the utility of the experience cards. Shen Gongbao extracted all the materials necessary for forging the Sky-Sundered Soul-Cutting Blade, the Sky-Sundered Prison Claw Blade, the Purple Cloud Sword, and the Sky-Sundered Thunder Whip, while simultaneously crafting magical treasures. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the forge resonated with the sounds of creation. Unbeknownst to Shen Gongbao, within this process, the essence of the Great Witch within him was rapidly refined. The habitual exertion of the 8-9 mysteries was also transformed. The 5 elements true marvel automatically deduced, completing the upgrade of his techniques. The reasoning was straightforward. Both the primordial supreme being and the Tongtian Patriarch were saints, and acquiring their experience cards provided benefits ample enough to satiate Shen Gongbao's current needs. Crafting magical treasures necessitates forging and inscribing formation patterns. Those instinctive actions were sufficient to elevate Shen Gongbao's capabilities to their zenith. 100 years, 500 years, 800 years. Under the accelerated passage of time, while only an hour elapsed in the outside world, a millennium had passed for Shen Gongbao. As he was crafting for his parents, brother, and himself, Shen Gongbao was meticulous, striving to perfect every detail. Consequently, the qualities of the Sky-Sundered Soul-Cutting Blade, the Sky-Sundered Prison Claw Blade, the Purple Cloud Sword, and the Sky-Sundered Thunder Whip reached their utmost limits, categorizing them as inferior post-heavenly treasures. In the Hongwang system, magical treasures are divided into categories such as malevolent, virtuous, innate, post-heavenly, primordial, and chaotic. Each magical treasure possesses a distinction between spirit treasures and supreme treasures. Spirit treasures and supreme treasures further classify into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. Supreme treasures, being above spirit treasures, imply that inferior post-heavenly treasures surpass exquisite post-heavenly spirit treasures. Generally, post-heavenly magical treasures are not on par with innate ones. However, this does not denote that post-heavenly treasures lack potency. For instance, Laozi's Heaven and Earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda is an exquisite post-heavenly treasure. Its might not necessarily inferior to that of innate treasures. Nevertheless, primordial treasures vastly exceed post-heavenly and innate treasures, while chaotic treasures far surpass primordial ones. Virtuous treasures are unique, bearing no karmic repercussions from slaying, while malevolent treasures are rare and exceedingly formidable, capable of wounding saints, such as the god-slaying Spear of Rahu. Beyond these, various artifacts, mysterious tools, celestial instruments, and divine implements are deemed inconsequential. In other words, the inferior post-heavenly treasures forged by Shen Gongbao with the aid of the system hold tremendous intrinsic value. Ding! Experience card has expired. All returns to normal. With the system's announcement, Shen Gongbao staggered back a few steps, barely able to maintain his footing. In that moment, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. Yet, Shen Gongbao's realm had transcended. His physical form not only attained the status of a golden immortal, but also awakened a divine power known as the Great Witch's body. Utilizing this divine power, Shen Gongbao's physical form could, for a limited time, rival that of a Great Witch. As Shen Gongbao continued to enhance his cultivation, his physical form would truly rival that of the Great Witch. Uncle Master, so you are here. I have already exchanged the resources for you. Please have a look. Uncle Master. Just as Shen Gongbao was fully immersed in perceiving his own being, Qing Yao approached. The moment their eyes met, Qing Yao's body trembled, and her eyes widened in astonishment. To her shock, she realized that Shen Gongbao had become more handsome. Any flaws that had appeared during his transformation had now been completely rectified. This feeling was peculiar. In the brief span of time, Qing Yao sensed that Shen Gongbao's life had undergone an evolution. No longer merely an ordinary leopard, but rather a being of innate divinity, akin to the likes of Guang Qingzi and Ran Deng Daoren. In that instant, Qing Yao felt a wave of inferiority wash over her. Even though she stood tall, seemingly sculpted like a character from a comic, she felt unworthy of Shen Gongbao. Do you have any 9 turns golden pills? I need one. I feel utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Qing Yao, Shen Gongbao couldn't suppress a smile. It was as if a long-awaited slumber had finally met its pillow. Uncle Master, I have exchanged 6 9 turns golden pills for you. I have also procured 20 drops of the Great Witch's essence blood, along with 4 sets of premium postnatal garments. Presenting the Qiankuan storage ring, Qing Yu began her introduction. Thank you. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Gongbao swallowed a 9 turns golden pill and simultaneously consumed the 20 drops of the Great Witch's essence blood to begin his recovery. After achieving the golden immortal state, the 8-9 mystical arts would soon reach perfection. His demand for resources grew even greater. This amount would hardly make a difference. Shun Gongbao pondered whether to consume the ancestral Witch's essence blood to further push his boundaries. However, he worried that Ma Yuan might not withstand it and cause a disturbance during Yuan Shi Tianzun's discourse, which would be quite unfortunate. Uncle Master, are you ready? The sage is about to begin his teaching. We should hurry. After a moment, Qin Yao gently reminded him. A closer inspection of Qin Yao's eyes would reveal that they sparkled with admiration. After observing Shun Gongbao, she distinctly noticed that he appeared more handsome than ever. Moreover, his cultivation had also progressed to the early stage of Golden Immortal. In that case, let us depart. Opening his eyes, Shun Gongbao rose, adapting to Qin Yao's lead. Uncle Master, I have exchanged a set of inferior postnatal garments for you. Why do you not wear them? Qin Yao inquired as she followed behind. This is quite sufficient. Shun Gongbao replied, wary of provoking Qin Yao. In this world, countless words exist, yet none can wound as deeply as matters of the heart. Unwilling to bear responsibility, Shun Gongbao chose not to engage. As for not donning the garments, it was simply a matter of avoiding the spotlight. After all, he had already lost everything betting on the disciples of the Chan teaching. If he were to adorn himself splendidly, how much animosity would he attract? Uncle Master, how have you become more handsome? You must be mistaken. Uncle Master, during your fight with the Feathered Immortal, if 10 is the highest score, what would you give yourself? 8. 5. Why so? Your performance was exemplary. Scoring 10 would not be an exaggeration. Because I have a 1. 5 bias. Shun Gongbao was reluctant to engage in conversation with Qin Yao, yet she was a chatterbox, incessantly attempting to strike up a dialogue. With no other recourse, Shun Gongbao hastened his pace to widen the distance between them. Shun Gongbao, you cannot escape. Unable to catch up with him, Qin Yao could only stamp her foot in frustration. Junior brother Shun, over here. Upon arriving at the summit of Kunlun, the South Pole Immortal immediately greeted him. I pay my respects to the Master Brother. Upon seeing the South Pole Immortal, Shun Gongbao promptly returned the gesture. You have broken through to the Golden Immortal realm, how remarkable. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were busy advancing, by the way. The Master is about to impart teachings and has specifically requested your presence as an auditor. The South Pole Immortal instinctively appraised Shun Gongbao's cultivation, taken aback to discover that he had indeed ascended to the Golden Immortal level. However, he merely paused for a moment. Above the Golden Immortal lies the Tai Golden Immortal, and above that, the Great Luo Golden Immortal. The South Pole Immortal himself was a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Master Brother, why has the Master suddenly asked me to attend? Being summoned by the primordial heavenly sovereign made Shun Gongbao somewhat anxious, clearly reluctant to display his emotions. What, you still refuse? Do you not realize how many disciples yearn for such an opportunity? This is the Master's profound grace. Observing Shun Gongbao's ignorance of the situation, the South Pole Immortal felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a reprimanding slap. If it were not for Shun Gongbao's achievements in the battle against the Winged Immortal, he would not have been afforded such treatment. Chapter 25. The Primordial Teachings over 5 millennia in the advanced stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Shun Gongbao hesitated, struggling to find the right words to express his thoughts. Ultimately, he settled on a single syllable, despite his inner discontent. He recognized that this was a directive from the primordial supreme being, and even the Antarctic Immortal dared not act recklessly. Thus, Shun Gongbao followed the Antarctic Immortal, making his way to the side of the primordial supreme being. Antarctic, when did our teaching become so humble? Before Shun Gongbao could pay his respects, the primordial supreme being had already noticed the tattered state of Shun Gongbao's robes. Time had accelerated, and after a millennium, his garments had become utterly worn. In such a grand setting, where every disciple of the primordial supreme being appeared immaculate, Shun Gongbao's presence resembled that of a beggar, provoking the supreme being's ire. Disciple acknowledges his error. Upon receiving a reprimand from the primordial supreme being, the Antarctic Immortal quickly realized the gravity of the situation. But what good was that realization now? Come here to my side, commanded the supreme being. This is the 8 trigrams purple ribbon celestial garment. You shall don it. With a cold snort, the primordial supreme being bestowed the 8 trigrams purple ribbon celestial garment upon Shun Gongbao, instructing him to change into it. Thank you, Master. Upon receiving the celestial garment, Shun Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. According to his past memories, The 8 trigrams purple ribbon celestial garment had been a gift to Qi Jingzi from the primordial supreme being. This garment was no ordinary item, it was a celestial treasure, resembling a purple ribbon that could envelop the shoulders and render the wearer impervious to blades and spears. Shen Gongbao recalled that during the 10 absolute formation, Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi had utilized the 8 trigrams purple ribbon celestial garment to breach the golden light formation and the soul-absorbing formation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the opportunity from Qi Jingzi and acquiring the 8 trigrams purple ribbon celestial garment, directly influencing the causal chain of the investiture of the gods. The causal roulette is triggered, granting 3 chances for a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully outmaneuvering the Antarctic Immortal, causing him to be reprimanded and fall into a state of despondency. This indirectly influences the causal chain of the investiture of the gods. The causal roulette is triggered, granting 1 chance for a lottery draw. As Shen Gongbao grasped the 8 trigrams purple ribbon celestial garment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Now, take your seat promptly. Observing Shen Gongbao donning the celestial garment, the primordial supreme being paused momentarily. The more he scrutinized Shen Gongbao, the more agreeable he appeared. Humph. He was clearly the last to arrive. Without facing punishment, he is favored instead. The greater the attention Shen Gongbao received, the more discomfort it brought to the Antarctic Immortal. Such honors should have belonged to him. Now, let us commence the teachings. With a wave of his hand, the primordial supreme being summoned forth a magical artifact. Concurrently, he invoked the laws of time, space, and the 5 elements. The flow of time is altered. Upon careful observation, Shen Gongbao was astounded to discover that the pace of time had indeed transformed. In other words, being near the primordial supreme being significantly enhanced the duration of the teachings. In his previous life, Shen Gongbao had been positioned at the periphery, barely gathering 10 years' worth of understanding, which yielded little benefit. This time, however, being in proximity to the primordial supreme being meant that while a decade passed outside, here it would equate to at least 3,000 years, or perhaps even more. As new disciples have arrived, I shall begin the teachings from the true immortal realm. The preceding discourse unfolds swiftly, delving into the realms of the Golden Immortal, the Supreme Golden Immortal, and the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Since the creation of humanity by Nuwa, the concept of human has emerged in the collective consciousness. Yet, have we pondered the essence of humanity? A human is not merely a race crafted by Nuwa. When all beings transcend their racial attachments, shedding their corporeal forms to cultivate the innate Tao body, standing tall beneath the heavens and firmly upon the earth, they embody what it means to be human. What then is an immortal? Before we explore this, we must first comprehend the nature of a mountain. A mountain stands upon the earth and reaches towards the heavens. Let us further inquire, what is the sky? The sky represents the laws of existence. It is the embodiment of those very laws. Everything we perceive is governed by these principles. Returning to our earlier inquiry, what constitutes an immortal? Those who cultivate the innate Tao body and practice the laws thereof are indeed immortals. Our pursuit is the path of immortality, which fundamentally revolves around these laws. As the primordial heavenly sovereign prepares to elucidate the path of immortality, the atmosphere grows serene. The system activates the enlightenment card, simultaneously absorbing cultivation. Though the primordial heavenly sovereign may be despised, his expertise is undeniable. The knowledge he imparts is substantial. This rare opportunity is not lost on Shen Gongbao, who promptly utilizes the enlightenment card to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. The enlightenment card has been successfully activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. Absorbing 12,000 years of cultivation. A single thought propels the system into action, granting Shen Gongbao profound enlightenment. In this state, his capacity for comprehension amplifies tremendously, enabling him to extrapolate from everything the primordial heavenly sovereign articulates. As his understanding deepens, his magical prowess flourishes, ascending through the ranks of the mystic immortal, from mid-tier to late tier, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the mystic immortal realm. With 12,000 years of cultivation empowering him, Shen Gongbao feels emboldened. As the primordial heavenly sovereign discusses various realms, Shen Gongbao seamlessly advances in tandem. Upon the mention of the Golden Immortal, he achieves a breakthrough, becoming a Golden Immortal himself. Such remarkable prowess astounds even the Tongtian cult master, who was left incredulous at the potential of other sentient beings. Shen Gongbao emerges as a candidate for focused cultivation. The primordial heavenly sovereign is equally taken aback by such extraordinary talent, having never witnessed anything like it before. Unbeknownst to them, In a previous existence, Shen Gongbao had already attained the status of Supreme Golden Immortal. Now, in his renewed cultivation, his speed is naturally accelerated. Moreover, with 12,000 years of cultivation at his disposal, his advancement is indeed formidable. He progresses from early to mid-tier, and then to late-tier Golden Immortal. However, as the 12,000 years of cultivation are depleted, Shen Gongbao reaches the late stage of the Golden Immortal realm. At this very moment, his enlightenment period concludes. In an instant, he experiences a disconcerting sensation throughout his body. Without the enlightenment card, his ability to comprehend feels akin to a reduction in internet speed from 4G to 2G, impeding his progress. Yet, Shen Gongbao dares not reveal his discomfort, maintaining a facade of tranquility as he listens intently. Eventually, the discourse halts. A direct ascension to the Supreme Golden Immortal would indeed be alarming. Shen Gongbao refrains from further elevating his cultivation, allowing the Tongtian cult master to exhale in relief, lest doubts about the world arise. Truly, he is an extraordinary being, and his innate talent is nothing short of remarkable. This cultivation session was equivalent to the arduous practice of others over 150,000 years. Yuan Shitianzun sighed inwardly, perceiving the peculiarity of Shen Gongbao. As Yuan Shitianzun, he had always favored the elite. Such innate talent could indeed be cherished like a precious gem. Attention, the discourse on the Golden Immortal realm has concluded. We shall now embark on the exploration of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The Golden Immortal level pertains to the mastery of laws. To further comprehend these laws, one must begin to merge their primordial spirit with them. Upon achieving a certain degree of integration, the memories within the primordial spirit will be repelled by the laws, leading to the emergence of tribulations of 8 or 9. Due to his fondness for Shen Gongbao, Yuan Shitianzun intentionally extended his explanation of the Golden Immortal realm. Only after confirming Shen Gongbao's understanding did he proceed to elucidate the Tai Golden Immortal. 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. This particular lecture lasted a full 5,000 years. Yuan Shitianzun imparted knowledge on both Tai Golden Immortal and Luo Golden Immortal. For Shen Gongbao, this lecture was of paramount significance as it clarified the path ahead. In his previous life, Shen Gongbao had merely reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, utterly unaware of the subsequent realms. Now, with Yuan Shitianzun's teachings, everything became clear. By drawing parallels, Shen Gongbao also gained profound insights into the 8-9 profound art. After the assembly, Shen Gongbao sought an opportune moment to consume the ancestral witch's essence blood, thereby infinitely accumulating his foundation and cultivating the auxiliary divine power of law of heaven and earth. However, the ancestral witch's essence blood was no trivial matter. Shen Gongbao needed to bind himself to a Tai Golden Immortal to bear the side effects. Well then, we shall conclude this lecture here. In the next exchange meeting, the teaching of the cut will be presented by Tongtian Jiaozhu, who will elucidate the path of the cut. Yuan Shitianzun did not prolong the session. As the 5,000 years elapsed, he promptly ceased, allowing everyone to disperse. Brother, I apologize for the intrusion. Thank you for this enlightening session, Tongtian Jiaozhu said, rising first and clasping his fist in gratitude to Yuan Shitianzun. It is all for the disciples, Yuan Shitianzun replied, visibly satisfied with his lecture as he also stood. Ah, how long ago was it that this place was once the dojo of Tongtian Jiaozhu? It was merely due to differing philosophies that he departed. Little did he expect to return now, finding himself an outsider. Observing Tongtian Jiaozhu's cautious demeanor, Shen Gongbao felt a pang of discomfort. During the Wu Yao era, the three pure ones arrived at Kunlun Mountain, establishing their dojo here and discovering the primal blue lotus, which they divided into 3 parts. The red flower transformed into the Panlong crutch, belonging to Taiji Laozi. The white lotus morphed into the 3 treasures Jade Rui, belonging to Yuqing Yuan Shitianzun. The green lotus leaf became the Qingping sword, belonging to Shangqing Tongtian Jiaozhu. Thus arose the legend of the red flower, white lotus, and green lotus leaf, suggesting that the 3 teachings were originally unified. Yet now, Tongtian Jiaozhu resembled a married daughter returning to her natal home, finding no room that belonged to him. Shen Gongbao, do visit the cut teaching when you have the time. Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly turned to Shen Gongbao, extending an invitation. What? Shen Gongbao was momentarily stunned by the invitation from Tongtian Jiaozhu, unable to believe that he would be so honored. Gratitude is extended to my esteemed master. Once I achieve the breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal, I shall visit you at Golden Ao Island. With a respectful gesture, Shen Gongbao solemnly vowed. In my previous life, I held great admiration for the Tongtian Patriarch due to his impartiality towards his disciples. Witnessing the Tongtian Patriarch's demeanor towards the primordial heavenly venerable in this life has only deepened my respect. It is not that the Tongtian Patriarch lacks temperament or seeks favor through flattery. Rather, he values emotional bonds and cherishes brotherly loyalty. Such a Tongtian Patriarch cannot possibly harbor malevolence. It is no surprise that he was deceived, leading to the tragic fates of his disciples as they ascended the Fengshen Bang. Now, let us all disperse and devote ourselves to earnest cultivation. With that, the Tongtian Patriarch departed, and the primordial heavenly venerable lost interest in pretense. Signaling for everyone to leave, we shall adhere strictly to the Master's command. With reverence, we bowed to the primordial heavenly venerable and departed in an orderly manner. Considering the passage of time, it has been over a decade. It is indeed time to reunite with my parents. This time, I intend to take them away from Leopard Ridge. Hidden among the disciples, Shen Gongbao swiftly retreated from the summit of Kunlun. At this moment, although he stood upon Kunlun Mountain, his heart had long since returned to Leopard Ridge. Chapter 26. Yearning for Home. Disaster at Leopard Ridge. However, Shen Gongbao did not return to Leopard Ridge immediately. Instead, he made his way back to his own mountain peak. When Yuanshi Tianzuan delivered his teachings, it naturally resonated with everyone. Upon conclusion, the most prudent course of action was to enter seclusion. Shen Gongbao, under the pretense of meditation, stealthily returned to Leopard Ridge. A most reasonable choice. In the realm of demons engaged in the exposition of the teachings, there was no notion of returning home. They needed to seize every moment to cultivate, otherwise, they would lag behind. Falling behind meant elimination. Furthermore, Shen Gongbao aimed to create an illusion that he was indifferent to Leopard Ridge, free from familial ties. He wished outsiders to perceive that his family held no significance for him. Otherwise, should enemies employ his family as leverage, it would spell trouble. In his previous life, Shen Gongbao had exhibited too much concern for his family, and thus, Nanji Xianwing held this in mind, ultimately using Shun Zhengdao to manipulate him. In this lifetime, Shen Gongbao resolved to appear more callous, denying Nanji Xianwing any opportunity to exploit his vulnerabilities. It was time. Raising the Great Formation, Shen Gongbao utilized Earth Escape to depart Kunlun Mountain. Strangely, upon leaving Kunlun, he felt the air was sweet. This liberating sensation was utterly delightful. To leave the best impression on his family, to prove that he had not suffered externally, Shen Gongbao donned a garment of postnatal spiritual treasure, wielded the Crack Sky Thunder Whip, and presented himself with an air of arrogance. Shen Zhengdao, do you truly wish to remain obstinate? I have already informed you that the teaching is not a commendable place. Under Nanji Xianwing, there exists a demon capture squad, fully staffed at 100,000. They toil day and night to seize demonkind. According to their claims, they aim to bring demons back to the teachings for education. Let me assure you, this is far from the truth. Those captured demons are all cast into the Tianyuan cauldron to be refined into elixirs. At this juncture, should you join us, you may accumulate power. Upon encountering the capture squad, we still have a chance to resist. If you do not believe me when the capture squad arrives, your ultimate fate will inevitably be to enter the Tianyuan cauldron and be transformed into medicinal pills. At Leopard Ridge, Hatong and Lutong, accompanied by a throng of demons, encircled Shen Jingdao and his companions. Their intentions were abundantly clear. They wished for Shen Jingdao to join the Slay Immortals alliance and unite against the capture squad. My friends, I, from Leopard Ridge, have no desire to participate in the Slay Immortals alliance. I merely wish to live a quiet life. I hope you will not make things difficult. Faced with the encirclement by Hedong and Lutong, Shen Zhengdao clasped his fists and quietly pleaded for mercy. Behind him, Shen Xiaobao, Niu Man, Yang Mia, and Yuing brandished their blades, ready to fight to the death. Shen Zhengdao, I am aware of the situation at your Leopard Ridge. Your eldest son, Shen Gongbao, has already joined the teachings. To you, joining the teachings is akin to elevating your status. But do you know, I hail from the teachings as well. And so does she. I am called Mula Tongzi, and she is Ba Tongzi, disciples of the esteemed Nanji Xianwing, who is also the captain of the demon capture squad. We possess utilitarian value. When Nanji Xianwing requires us, he affectionately calls us Tongzi. Over time, everyone has come to call me Lutong and her Hatong. However, once we lose our utility, the Antarctic Immortal will cast us aside with a single kick. He personally led the charge to annihilate my dear Ridge. Your Leopard Ridge has but a handful of members, while my dear Ridge boasts a formidable 3,000 tribesmen, all of whom have perished except for myself. At this point, The voice of the elk grew choked with emotion. Over 3,000 tribesmen, and not a single one remains. The entire Deer Ridge is awash in blood. Join us. The teachings of the Chan sect are not as splendid as you might imagine. Prejudice looms like a great mountain, immovable no matter how hard you strive. First and foremost, there is the primordial celestial lord, who classifies living beings into ranks, declaring those who are born from moisture and those adorned with fur and horns. In the Chan sect, demons are mere laborers, mere tools for exploitation. They refine elixirs using demons, reserving the finest for themselves, exchanging the mediocre for contribution points, and distributing the inferior to demon disciples. We toil tirelessly, yet our efforts pale in comparison to a single elixir. Xinjiangdao, join us, and we shall appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Demon-Slaying Alliance, tasked with training its members. The White Crane Boy also urged him along with the Elk Boy. They sincerely valued Xinjiangdao's talent. Xinjiangdao, a paragon of integrity and principle, had garnered the respect of nearly all nearby demons, a testament to his significance. Esteemed friends, I am truly grateful for your regard. Might I request a moment to contemplate? He replied. When my son returns, I shall confer with him. However, Xinjiangdao harbored deep skepticism towards the words of the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy. To him, they were akin to lunatics. What existence does the Chan sect embody? The sage serves as the leader, surrounded by countless disciples. Over the years, they have been selecting the 12 golden immortals. Having already chosen 11, how could such a sect be so malevolent? Do not delay, Xinjiangdao. To speak plainly, I am not here to consult with you, but rather to inform you. Should you choose to join the Demon-Slaying Alliance, we will appoint you as the Grand Commander. All members of your Leopard Ridge will be reinstated. If you refuse, we will be left with no choice but to act, leaving not a single one of your kind alive. With a wave of his hand, the Elk Boy summoned the Deer Hornbow, conjuring ethereal arms from his magical essence that transformed into countless phantoms. Little Leopard, we shall cover your escape. Go to the Chan sect and inform Grand Leopard. Tell him to cultivate diligently. His father has not hindered his progress. Thunder crackled around Xinjiangdao as he prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. In his eyes, he could perish, yet he must not impede his son's path. The Chan sect represents Shun Gongbao's dream, his life's work. If he were to rebel, what would become of Shin Gongbao within the Chan sect? Furthermore, for thousands of years, Leopard Ridge has given rise to but one Shin Gongbao, a source of pride for the Leopard Ridge. If they were to hinder Shin Gongbao's progress, how could he ever face his son? Moments ago, he assessed the cultivation levels of the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy. They stood at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. Although Xinjiangdao was in the latter stages of the Golden Immortal level and might not prevail in combat, he was confident he could hold them at bay. Moreover, Xinjiangdao possesses an extraordinary innate ability, capable of transforming into lightning, potentially allowing for a counterattack. Father. Upon hearing the command to break free, Xin Xiaobao wished to voice his thoughts. However, he remained silent, for the reason was evident. In such dire circumstances, they had no chance to struggle. Fight. A thunderous roar echoed as Nyoman, Yang Mie, and Yuing unleashed their power, poised for action. Kill. Raising his arm, formidable magical energy coalesced behind the young deer spirit, materializing into 1,000 arms. As these 1,000 arms gestured with precision, 1,000 arrows were formed and drawn taut. Go. Observing the simultaneous release of the arrows, Xinjiangdao transformed into lightning, attempting to rely on his speed to deflect all the magical arrows. It must be said, Xinjiangdao's velocity was remarkably swift. His form became a streak of lightning, swiftly striking the magical arrows and shattering them. Compare speed with me? With another flourish of his hand, the 1,000 arms summoned arrows, unleashing a barrage. Yet, despite the rapid-fire assault, Xinjiangdao could not evade them all. Some arrows were aimed at Shen Mu, his mother. Protect the mistress. Niu Man, Yang Mie, and Yuing immediately positioned themselves in front of Shen Mu, intercepting the arrows. Puff, puff, puff. Some leopard spirits, unable to withstand the onslaught, were struck down by the arrows. Xinjiangdao, I offer you one more chance. Join the Slay Immortal Alliance, and I shall spare all of Leopard Ridge. Otherwise, not a single one shall remain. The young White Crane spirit turned to the young Deer spirit, making another entreaty. With a whoosh, noting Xinjiangdao's silence, the White Crane spirit flapped his wings, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he took flight. Little Leopard, you coward if you dare. Kill me. What kind of skill is it to target a mere child? Witnessing the White Crane spirit charge toward Xin Xiaobao, Xinjiangdao panicked and cried out in desperation. It's over. Brother, where are you? Help. As the white crane approached, Shen Xiaobao fled for his life. At that moment, thoughts of Shen Gongbao entered his mind. In Shen Xiaobao's heart, Shen Gongbao was the mightiest, for he had already joined the Chan sect. After joining, his brother would undoubtedly ascend rapidly in cultivation. And upon his next return home, he would astonish all the demons. Call all you want. Scream until your throat is raw. No one will heed you. At that moment, Shen Xiaobao remained in his leopard form, a mere insect in the eyes of the white crane spirit. With a flap of his wings, a plume of feathers transformed into feathered blades, swiftly darting forth, intent on severing the young leopard's hind legs. Brother, with no means of evasion, Shen Xiaobao could only roar in despair. Bang! As the feathered blade approached, it erupted with a muffled thud, sending a towering cloud of dust into the air. Who? Suddenly halting, the white crane spirit turned to face the source of the sound, bellowing in fury. White crane spirit, you seek death. As the dust settled, Shen Gongbao burst forth from within. Just moments ago, he had heard Shen Xiaobao's cries and had unleashed his speed at the critical moment to rescue his younger brother. Shen Gongbao's relentless efforts were driven by a desire to protect his family. Little did he know, Leopard Ridge still faced peril. It is worth noting that in a previous lifetime, such an event had never transpired. Evidently, with Shen Gongbao's alteration of causality, the butterfly effect has emerged. However, Shen Gongbao could not afford to dwell on such matters. Those who dared to harm his family faced but one inevitable fate, death. Wait a moment, fellow Taoist, Shen Gongbao interjected. At this juncture, Shen Gongbao was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, a status far beyond the ordinary. The immense resources expended in cultivating the 8-9 profound art endowed him with a formidable foundation. Moreover, he possessed a low-grade postnatal treasure. With a single strike, Bai He Tongzi realized he was no match for him. You have harmed my family. Thus, you must perish today. As his internal power surged, Shen Gongbao unleashed his full might, delivering a cataclysmic assault. Mi Lu Tongzi, come quickly. Bai He Tongzi attempted to engage physically, but after exchanging just 2 blows with Shen Gongbao, he suffered a shattered wing bone. Left with no alternative, Bai He Tongzi sought the assistance of Mi Lu Tongzi. Brother, is that really you? You have become so powerful. Father, it's Brother Gongbao. I told you, once Brother Gongbao joined the Chan sect, he would undoubtedly become the mightiest. Brother, they are villains. They invaded Leopard Ridge and coerced us to join the Slay Immortals Alliance. If we refuse, they threaten to kill us. They're all wicked. As he witnessed Shen Gongbao send Bai He Tongzi flying with 2 powerful punches, Xiaobao's eyes brimmed with admiration. In that moment, Xiaobao felt that Shen Gongbao radiated a brilliance capable of illuminating his entire life. Chapter 27. Fury Unleashed. The terror of Shen Gongbao in this moment, the resolve within the young leopard solidified. He yearned to join the Chan sect, to wield formidable power akin to his brother S, to protect his family, and to become a source of pride for his parents. Those responsible, they all deserve death. Recalling the tragic fate of Leopard Ridge in his previous life, and observing the current situation, Shen Gongbao was consumed by a seething rage, feeling as though he might explode. In his past existence, he had been unable to safeguard his family, and the memories of Leopard Ridge remained a perpetual anguish in his heart. In this life, should anyone dare to harm his loved ones, Shen Gongbao would ensure their utter annihilation. There was, however, a silver lining to his own efforts and the assistance of the system. Shen Gongbao had acquired the strength to protect his family. Otherwise, even if he had returned, he would merely be struggling in vain, ending in regret. Are you the little demon who wishes to join the Chan sect? After a brief delay, the group led by the young deer approached Bai He. The speaker was a bear demon who, upon transformation, became a muscular giant wielding a heavy sword. His entire body was encased in menacing armor, exuding an aura of ferocity. Be cautious. Just as the muscular giant drew Shen Gongbao's attention, a bug demon launched an attack. This insect demon possessed an alarming talent, capable of completely concealing its presence. As it neared Shen Gongbao, it revealed its venomous stinger and lunged fiercely towards his back. One puncture from this stinger, laden with potent poison, could incapacitate any foe. Witnessing this scene, Shen Zhengyao panicked and shouted, "It succeeded. How is this possible?" As the stinger descended, the insect demon could not contain its laughter. Yet, the moment the stinger made contact, it felt no sensation of piercing flesh. It could not even break Shen Gongbao's skin. Moreover, the insect demon sensed a retaliatory force that shattered its stinger. At that very instant, Shen Gongbao retaliated. The sky-splitting thunder whip flew forth, crashing with a thunderous boom, obliterating the bug demon into a cloud of blood mist. Kill. With a decisive step, Shun Gongbao unleashed his full power, embarking on a rampage. In this moment, he resembled a tiger unleashed among a herd of beasts. With each stride, he felled foes, blooming a plethora of crimson flowers around him. You have mastered the 8-9 profound art. The young deer quickly discerned the technique Shun Gongbao had cultivated. It is impossible, for years. No one within the Chan sect has even begun to grasp the 8-9 profound art. How have you achieved such mastery? Want to know? Go to the underworld and ask. With a determined step, Shun Gongbao charged towards the young deer. In his previous life, it was this scoundrel who led the slaughter of Leopard Ridge. The one Shun Gongbao most desired to eliminate was none other than the young deer and the Antarctic Immortal. Now, with sufficient strength, he would show no mercy. Not good. The young deer, possessing terrifying battle experience, immediately recognized his disadvantage as Shun Gongbao struck. He swiftly raised the deer horn, Xianyang Bao, for protection. Just as he lifted the bow, the sky-splitting thunder whip collided with it, creating a resounding impact. At that moment, the young moose felt an overwhelming force surging through him. Spitting blood, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling backward. I shall assist you. Observing the young moose being thrown back, the bear demon warrior charged forth. Heading straight for Xing Wangbao, the bear demon, a being of immense strength and unparalleled defense, chose to confront Xing Wangbao head-on. With a thunderous crash, the bear demon was sent flying. His massive form akin to a stone skipping across water, stirring up clouds of dust upon impact with the ground. He finally came to a halt against a rocky wall. Goodness, so powerful. Witnessing this spectacle, the other great demons hesitated to intervene. In that moment, they felt a profound sense of absurdity. Before the formidable might of the teaching of Chan, what were they worth? Master Xingguang, please, wait. We come with goodwill. We do not wish to annihilate the entire Leopard Ridge. Rather, we seek to extend an invitation to your father to join our alliance of demon slayers, to serve as our chief instructor. Furthermore, we were unaware that Leopard Ridge is your homeland. Given our ignorance, we implore you to grant us a chance. Startled by Xing Wangbao's terrifying prowess, the white crane youth stepped forward, hastily bowing in respect. Friend, shall we conclude this here for today? Your strength is indeed formidable. Yet we could still detain you for a brief moment. If we can hold you just a little longer, our brethren may seize your parents. We acknowledge our mistake in this matter. We are prepared to offer 500 spiritual herbs as compensation. Henceforth, Leopard Ridge shall be our forbidden zone. We shall never encroach upon it again. What say you? Emerging beside the white crane youth was a jackal demon, threatening with the lives of all within Leopard Ridge. In just a fleeting moment, the jackal demon discerned the underlying issue. Shang Wangbao held a deep affection for Leopard Ridge, a vulnerability that could be exploited. Master, as you have just arrived at the teaching of Chan, you are unaware of its true nature. The South Pole Immortal is far from a benevolent being. When you are of use to him, he feigns warmth and concern. We, who have been referred to as youths for millennia, regard him as a paternal figure. Whatever tasks he assigns us, we accept without question. Yet, when my body faltered, he promptly ordered the extermination of the entire Deer Ridge. Master, how about joining us? We will grant you the title of leader within the alliance of demon slayers, and we shall heed your commands. Together, we can carve out a realm for our kind. Spitting a few mouthfuls of blood, the young moose rushed forward, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He immediately began to counsel. He genuinely seeks to invite Xing Wangbao to join us. Such formidable combat prowess would serve a significant purpose. I can allow you to leave, but he must remain. Exhaling deeply, Xing Wangbao gestured for the jackal demon to stay. The jackal was correct. Although Xing Wangbao was powerful, he could not be utterly dominant. If they could merely delay him for a moment, they would be able to capture his parents and brother, a consequence that Xing Wangbao could not bear. The white crane youth and the young moose harbored animosity towards the South Pole Immortal. They could spare their lives to continue entangling the threads of fate. As soon as Shun Gongbao delivers the resources he has exchanged, Leopard Ridge will possess the power for self-preservation. The reason is rather simple. During his 30 consecutive draws, Shun Gongbao obtained a Huangzhongli. This Huangzhongli is no ordinary fruit. It is a celestial divine fruit, one of the 5 primordial innate spiritual roots. It blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit after another 10,000 years, and requires an additional 10,000 years to mature, yielding only 9 fruits in 30,000 years. Its flowers resemble lotuses, while the fruit takes on the shape of pearl anthers, with the words Huangzhong inscribed upon both flower and fruit. Just a whiff of its fragrance can bestow a millennium of Taoist cultivation. And if one is fortunate enough to consume a single fruit, they may instantly ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, lacking sufficient foundation, consuming the Huangjong Li directly could drain one's potential, capping their advancement at the great Luo Golden Immortal level with no further progress possible. Even if one were to break through afterward, their combat prowess would pale in comparison to that of a normally ascended great Luo Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, a great Luo Golden Immortal remains a great Luo Golden Immortal, and despite a lack of foundation, they are not to be compared with the Tai Golden Immortal. Shen Gongbao intends to offer this Huangjong Li to his mother. His mother, being an ordinary individual, would be unable to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, no matter how many resources she is given. By allowing her to consume the Huangjong Li, Leopard Ridge would gain an additional great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, any other demons contemplating an offense would find it far from simple. It is impossible. If you dare to harm me, we shall obliterate your Leopard Ridge. Fellow Taoists, you do not wish to witness your kin being slaughtered, do you? Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, the Beiyu demon panicked. However, the Beiyu demon maintained a facade of composure and continued to threaten Shen Gongbao. Is that so? Then do test it. Undeniably, your plan holds some merit, but it is certainly not substantial. My father can protect my mother, and I can safeguard my brother. As for the others, my friends, should you truly endanger my family, from the depths of chaos to the abyss of the 9 hells, I shall pursue you relentlessly. Each one shall meet a fate of pulverization, their souls extracted and refined, rendering them utterly annihilated. Gazing at the Beiyu demon, Shen Gongbao smiled, gesturing for the other to take action. Master Uncle, do not be angered. We shall depart immediately. Beiyu friend, you are mistaken. When we established the alliance for slaying immortals, we asserted that no harm should come to wives and children. Indeed, we are outmatched. Our strength is insufficient. How can you threaten with the family of Senior Shen? I propose we expel Beiyu Li from the alliance for slaying immortals. Agreed. 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 Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, the bear demon was the first to point at the Beiyu demon. Regardless of whether one is human or demon, self-interest prevails. Faced with a life and death crisis, the Beiyu demon was the first to be abandoned. Simultaneously, all were aware that the Beiyu demon had, in fact, saved them this time. Had it not been for the Beiyu demon's threat, Shen Gongbao would not have ceased his actions. However, they dared not take risks. As Shen Gongbao stated, Shen Jingdao could protect his wife. Shen Gongbao could safeguard his brother. How much concern could he truly have for the other members? If Shen Gongbao were to go mad and slaughter them all, what then? Thus, many demons turned to flee, fearful of being remembered by Shen Gongbao. Fools. You are all fools. Do you truly believe that leaving now will suffice? He has already memorized you all. Given his deep concern for Leopard Ridge, once he finds the time, he shall not let you escape. My fate today is a reflection of what awaits you tomorrow. A group of ungrateful scoundrels. How can you find peace? Witnessing the escape of the White Crane youth and the Reindeer youth, the Bi Yao was left defenseless. It was he who saved everyone. Why is it he who is forsaken? Have you made up your minds about how you intend to meet your demise? After a few playful pats on the head of the little leopard, Shen Gongbao approached the Bi Yao to inquire about the manner of its death. Ha ha ha, how ironic. Truly ironic. Fellow cultivator, in my life, to perish at your hands, I would accept. Aware of his impending doom, the Bi Yao surprisingly became magnanimous. Upon reflection, he indeed deserves to die. He can only blame himself for placing his trust in the wrong entity. Moreover, he can only fault himself for provoking the wrong demon. Rise now, and from this day forth, accompany me. I shall safeguard your life for now. Crossing over the Bi Yao, Shen Gongbao still refrained from striking. Throughout the encounter, the Bi Yao performed admirably. He is indeed a talent. For Leopard Ridge to flourish, such individuals are essential. Shen Gongbao cannot remain at Leopard Ridge indefinitely. With the Bi Yao's assistance, Shen Zhengdao will find his tasks considerably easier. Upon further contemplation, considering they are both demons, why should one demon torment another? You will not kill me? This time, it was the Bi Yao who was left bewildered, unsure of why Shen Gongbao chose not to end his life. Chapter 28. The Leopard Conference. The dark revelation your life, I shall keep. When I wish to take it, I will. Gesturing for the demon to follow, Shen Gongbao accelerated, rushing directly to his mother, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Having grown significantly taller, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Dear son, what would you like to eat? Mother will prepare it for you. In the eyes of a mother, there is always a lingering concern over her child's hunger. Thus, the first thing Shen Gongbao did upon returning was to seek sustenance. I relish whatever you make, mother. Grasping his mother's hand, Shun Gongbao stepped outside. Oomph. Noticing Shun Gongbao's disregard, Shun Zhengdao let out a cold snort. He was feeling envious. Fathers across the world are all the same, feigning sternness while harboring abundant love within. Much like a child in university who always calls their mother, neglecting their father, who inevitably feels a pang of jealousy, though he would never admit it, clinging to his pride. Moreover, parental love manifests differently. A mother's affection is often indulgent, favoring the one she perceives as most pitiable, whereas a father's love is steadfast as a mountain, desiring success for all his children, yet secretly favoring the most promising one, basking in their achievements. Father, release mother, Shun Gongbao exclaimed, pulling Shun Zhengdao into a hearty embrace. Oh dear, what a spectacle! Though caught off guard by Shun Gongbao's embrace, Shun Zhengdao could not suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. He longed to proclaim, "Did you see? My son, my eldest son, the Immortal of the Chan sect. He is my pride, Shun Zhengdao's son. Brother, I too wish for a hug." The little leopard leaped up, resting its paws upon Shun Gongbao. Very well. Crouching down, Shun Gongbao cradled the little leopard as if it were a delicate kitten. The ensuing moments were filled with exuberance, as everyone warmly welcomed Shun Gongbao's return. Simultaneously, he sensed a shift in his status. Previously regarded as merely a child, his worth had now been recognized. He had become the backbone of Leopard Ridge. For both minor and major matters, everyone sought his counsel. Gongbao, how is life at the Chan sect? Gongbao, your sister has now completed her transformation. Could you secure a place for her in the Chan sect? Gongbao, regarding what your aunt mentioned last time, have you given it any thought? My daughter is quite intent on marrying you in their leisure. The villagers sought Shun Gongbao's engagement, hoping he might facilitate connections to the Chan sect for their children. Even if it meant being a mere servant disciple, it was deemed worthwhile. Those with daughters were particularly keen on Shun Gongbao, hoping for them to serve as attendants, with aspirations of securing a primary position being the ultimate goal. Everyone, please quiet down. Let us convene a meeting. Shun Gongbao signaled for silence, rising to prompt Shun Zhengdao to announce the gathering. Such meetings had been held at Leopard Ridge before, and with Shun Gongbao's command, the assembly commenced. Everyone, gather quickly and await the commencement by Shun Gongbao. Bailey, come here. Observing the distracted demeanor of the demon, Shun Gongbao allows the demon to approach. Is he to execute me publicly? Being singled out by Shun Gongbao, the demon feels a surge of anxiety. This sensation is utterly unbearable. He fervently hopes that Shun Gongbao will grant him a swift resolution. Otherwise, this state of limbo is excruciating. As a member of Leopard Ridge, you shall sit here, pointing to a seat nearer the front. Shun Gongbao instructs the demon to take a seat. What? Were you not intending to kill me? Glancing at the seat, the demon is once again taken aback. The demon is not foolish. He understands the significance of this position. Not only does Shun Gongbao spare his life, but he also intends to elevate him. How could such immense fortune befall him? Ladies and gentlemen, you have continuously inquired about life in the Chanjiao. Allow me to elucidate. The Chanjiao is vast, with countless disciples under its banner, including saints and mighty immortals, boasting considerable prestige. Within the Chanjiao, the 12 golden immortals can navigate freely. The resources they enjoy are astonishing. A single elixir can enhance one's cultivation by several centuries. Wow! Before Shun Gongbao could continue, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from the crowd. In that moment, their perceptions were clearly shattered, unable to fathom that a mere elixir could bestow centuries of cultivation. It is akin to how one could scarcely imagine that gold could be fashioned into electrical wiring. Furthermore, one might ponder how much gold would be required to wire a house spanning thousands of square feet. What would be the cost? In the Chanjiao, one can witness many phenomena surpassing imagination. Following the conclusion of the disciples' exchange competition between Chanjiao and Jiejiao, the saints imparted teachings, accelerating the flow of time. At that moment, I sat beside the saint, while the outside world experienced 12 years. 5,000 years elapsed for me in the saint's presence. Well, upon hearing this revelation, the crowd erupted once more, their worldviews profoundly transformed. Particularly among the untransformed leopards seated on the ground, they applauded with their paws, their eyes filled with longing. Beyond the aforementioned, the demon hunting squad of the Chanjiao is also quite renowned. Nearly all disciples aspiring to join the Chanjiao wish to become part of the demon hunting squad. The squad enjoys great prestige, traversing the wilderness in battle chariots, capturing demonkind. Upon mentioning the demon hunting squad, Shun Gongbao sneers, preparing to transition to another topic. Shun Gongbao first shares the positive aspects, then unveils the negative, creating a stark contrast to reveal the true nature of the Chanjiao. Brother, I am aware of the demon hunting squad. According to legend, they are indeed formidable. They roam far and wide to apprehend wrongdoers, bringing those who perpetrate evil to the Chanjiao for punishment. Yes, little Huahua strives to be a good leopard, always obeying her mother, otherwise the demon hunting squad may come for her. Little Qiushui also aspires to be a good leopard. Regarding the demon hunting squad, nearly everyone is informed, as elders have perpetually educated the younger generation about them. If one misbehaves, they risk being taken away. Moreover, the resources I just mentioned are exclusively enjoyed by the core disciples of the Chanjiao. For instance, the second-generation disciples receive hundreds of elixirs at once, along with celestial jade and rare treasures. They are even bestowed with magical artifacts by the primordial heavenly venerable. In stark contrast, ordinary demons are deprived of such privileges. Upon entering the Chan sect, one embarks on a life of servitude, relying solely on oneself for everything. All endeavors within the Chan sect require contribution points, leading most demons to fret over their contributions from the moment they join. In my pursuit of contribution points, I found myself clearing debris in the artifact refinement hall. This refuse is no ordinary waste. Having lain abandoned for an extended period, it has accumulated a foul aura. Once contaminated by this miasma, one is rendered useless for a lifetime. Moreover, the lives of demon disciples hold less value than a mere refining material. Observing his kin, Shun Gongbao began to elucidate the harsh realities of the Chan sect. This time, no one uttered a word. The atmosphere was chillingly silent. Yet, Shin's mother gazed at him with eyes brimming with anguish, while Shin Zhangdao's expression darkened, unable to fathom the extent of his son's suffering. Now, can you guess the origin of the Chan sect's elixirs? Some say that the benevolent corpses of Taiji are crafted by the Supreme Elder, with most elixirs being refined by him. However, have you considered that a single batch of top-tier elixirs requires millennia to concoct? Can the Supreme Elder and Taiji together truly fulfill the demands of the Chan sect? To reveal the truth, the elixirs of the Chan sect are actually produced from the demons captured by the demon hunting team. With a cold smirk, Shin Gongbao continued to unveil the terrors of the Chan sect. Woo, mother, I refuse to join the Chan sect. I too shall not go. I do not wish to become an elixir. Neither will I go. Listening to Shin Gongbao's account, the young cubs were frightened to tears. In their homes, each is a cherished treasure, yet upon entering the Chan sect, their lives would be as cheap as weeds. When deemed useful, they would be exploited for their worth. Once deemed expendable, they would be cast into the cauldron to be refined into elixirs. Who would willingly embrace such a fate within the Chan sect? But wait. If the Chan sect is so terrifying, how is it that your cultivation is so advanced? Moreover, you have only been with the Chan sect for a little over a decade. Is your rate of advancement not astonishing? Observing the contemplative expressions of the crowd, the demon named Bei stood up. Previously, Shin Gongbao had demonstrated his formidable prowess, a presence that eclipsed all other demons present, defying all logic. The explanation was simple. I had shifted my allegiance. Currently, I am not a disciple of the Chan sect but of the Jie sect. Ladies and gentlemen, the Master of Heaven is entirely different from the primordial heavenly venerable. The latter divides beings into hierarchies, dismissing them as mere mortal creatures and lowly beasts. In his eyes, demons are akin to chives, swiftly regrowing after being harvested. The Master of Heaven, however, embraces a philosophy of inclusivity. The Great Tao encompasses 50, while the celestial transformations are 4 and 9, with one escaping. The Jie sect is devoid of discrimination. Regardless of one's nature, the Master of Heaven treats all equally. It is through my affiliation with the Jie sect that I have acquired ample resources and rewards, thus attaining my current level of cultivation. Regarding this query posed by Bei, Shin Gongbao would earn full marks. Otherwise, it would be difficult to transition smoothly. Ah, was it not said that the is flawed? Humph. As if it does not boast of its own virtues. Yet they resort to demonic concoctions. Prejudice. It is all mere prejudice. Perhaps it is a deliberate smear campaign orchestrated by. Yes, that must be it. Upon gaining clarity, everyone willingly aligns with, their hearts brimming with disdain for. By the way, since we are all gathered, let us deliberate on the future of Given's modus operandi. It is inevitable that we'll eventually face total apprehension and be sent to the end, who previously attacked you, spoke no falsehood. Their kin were captured by, some slain. Others turned into. Not a soul was spared. The profound resentment of and stems from this very grievance. Did not overtly propose joining, rather. He subtly guided everyone to make their own choice. Only after transforming their mindset would elevate the strength of and offering a glimmer of hope for survival. We have aged. Whether we live or perish matters little, but could you possibly lead a way to? Chapter 29. The mother of the great Luo Golden, immortal indeed. We have lived long enough to face death, but the children are still so young. Kong Bao, please take the children away. Mother, I don't want to leave you. Sob sob. Mother, let us go to the together, shall we? Witnessing their parents weep, the little leopards followed suit, enacting a poignant scene of life and death parting. Wait a moment, everyone, could we refrain from crying? I never said we couldn't leave together. My intent for returning this time is to take everyone along. My plan is to first venture to the territory, find a mountain peak, and establish our power. Seeing the tears flowing abundantly, Shen Gongbao realized the situation had escalated. Senior, your reason for sparing my life is to allow me to join Leopard Ridge and leave together. Isn't it? Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, the Beiyao immediately comprehended the implications. Shen Gongbao had his eyes set on his abilities. Once everything dawned upon him, the Beiyao felt a sense of irony. They had arrived with great intensity, intending to compel Leopard Ridge to join the Slay Immortal Alliance. Yet, he found himself forsaken by the alliance, now becoming a part of Leopard Ridge instead. However, upon reflection, was this not an unexpected fortune? Indeed, while our acquaintance has been brief, your performance has shown that you are undoubtedly worthy of great trust. Upon our departure, you may also bring your kin with you. Gazing at the Beiyao, Shen Gongbao waited his response. Is that true? Senior, is that permissible? But my kin have already joined the Slay Immortal Alliance. They might not allow it. Mentioning his kin, the Beiyao fell silent. Since joining the Slay Immortal Alliance, everyone's family members had been securely arranged, serving as a form of constraint. This is simple. When we leave, we shall engage in a confrontation. We can take your kin with us. In Shen Gongbao's view, everything was a minor issue. In the face of absolute strength, there was nothing that could not be resolved through a fight. If necessary, we could even engage in a couple of skirmishes. Senior, when we reach the, will you return to the or remain with your tribe? The Beiyao was astute. This place was relatively small, and everyone's strength was quite limited. While mingling here posed no issues, the challenge of relocation was considerably daunting. I understand your concerns. Esteemed ones, this is the Huang Zhongli, one of the 5 primordial innate spiritual roots. It blooms once every 10,000 years, bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and matures only after 30,000 years, yielding only 9 fruits in that span. Its blossoms resemble lotuses, and its fruits take on the shape of precious pearls, with the characters Huangzhong inscribed upon both flower and fruit. A whiff of its fragrance grants one 10,000 years of cultivation. Should one be fortunate enough to consume a fruit, they can instantly ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, lacking adequate foundation, consuming the Huangzhong Li directly may deplete one's potential, limiting them to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm for life, with no further advancement possible. I intend to give this fruit to my mother. Once she consumes it, Leopard Ridge will have an additional great Luo Golden Immortal. Bailey, do you think Leopard Ridge can establish itself with a great Luo Golden Immortal? With a flick of his hand, the Huangzhong Li appeared in Shen Gongbao's grasp, and while his mother was momentarily distracted, he swiftly placed it into her mouth. No, it's far too precious. Upon recognizing the preciousness of the Huangzhong Li, the mother naturally hesitated to partake. It was a jest, after all. This was Huangzhong Li. Just one could elevate one to the status of a great immortal, a realm they could scarcely dare to dream of. As for any potential side effects, they were hardly worth mentioning. Mother, you must swallow it swiftly. I cannot dare to consume this. When acquiring the Huangzhong Li, Shen Gongbao had consulted the system, seeking to ascertain whether he could partake. The system revealed that the immediate breakthrough to great immortal status was, in fact, considered a side effect. How could he consume it? Yet, in the eyes of Shen's mother, consuming Huangzhong Li felt like a squandering of its worth. Mother, do not waste it. Quickly, consume it. Moreover, once you ascend to the realm of great immortal, you will be able to protect me. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Pearl was summoned by Shen Gongbao to shield his mother from the scrutiny of fate. Excellent. Upon hearing that she could protect her son, Shen's mother swallowed it whole, fully attuned to the transformations occurring within her. In that fleeting moment, her cultivation began to surge. Initial stages of Celestial Immortal. Late stages of Celestial Immortal. Initial stages of True Immortal. Late stages of True Immortal. Initial stages of Profound Immortal. Huangzhong Li, in essence, embodied a principle. By consuming it, Shen's mother awakened a fundamental law. The path of immortality is intrinsically linked to the mastery of such principles. However, this principle was a pseudo-law, at the cost of depleting Shun's mother's potential for a significant enhancement. Strangely, why was there no tribulation? Shin Gongbao had utilized the Chaos Pearl due to concerns over the potential for a heavenly tribulation. Yet, none manifested. This was fortuitous, alleviating Shin Gongbao's fears that his mother might not withstand it. Father, this is for you. Ensuring his mother was unharmed, Shin Gongbao presented the sky-splitting soul-severing blade. The 9 transformation golden pill, the Jade Purity Thunder Control technique, along with a complete set of robes, boots, and a storage ring to Shun Jingdao. This is for me. Receiving his son's gift for the first time, Shun Jingdao could scarcely believe it, rubbing his hands over the garments before finally accepting them. Father, the 9 transformation golden pill will enhance your foundation, allowing for swift advancement in cultivation. The sky-splitting soul-severing blade is a treasure I personally forged for you. You can transform into lightning for stealthy strikes, just right for you. As for the technique, you must change it swiftly. The one you've been practicing is hardly worthy. Once we find a new location, I shall impart to you a divine technique. This technique is the innate divine skill of the Swanee, known as the Swanee treasure technique. Pointing to the resources he had provided, Shun Gongbao introduced each item in detail. Wonderful. Pricking his finger, Shun Jingdao began to refine the sky-splitting soul-severing blade. The reason was quite simple. It was a magical artifact gifted by his son. Wow, how magnificent! He exclaimed. Alas, why do all the good children belong to others? Witnessing Shun Jingdao refining the sky-splitting soul-severing blade, envy filled the eyes of those around. Little Leopard, you should consume this pill first. It is a transformation pill, enabling you to take form ahead of time. Noticing the stars in Little Leopard's eyes, Shin Gongbao produced the pill, urging him to consume it. Brother, do I get one too? With a single gulp, Little Leopard devoured the pill, bursting forth in excitement. Do not speak, transform quickly. Remember, when you take form, do so thoroughly. The transformation pill has a modeling effect. Do not concern yourself with the appearance of claws, they are to be retained. The tail is striking. Let it remain. The teeth, formidable as leather, shall also be preserved. Exercise caution with the transformation elixir. Do not act recklessly. As a creature of the night, Xinguang Bao is acutely aware of the temperament of his kind. For the female demon, the ambition is to become the most exquisite woman amongst the towering mountains. If the eyes are not sufficiently large, they must be enlarged through magic. If the hips lack curvature, they shall be enhanced. If the chin is not pointed enough, let it be sharpened. If the neck is too short, let it be elongated. If the skin is not pale enough, it must be lightened. And thus, an ethereal beauty emerged. The male demon, on the other hand, boasts, behold my horns, as sturdy as leather, they shall remain. My tusks are my insignia. They too shall stay. My hooves exude masculine charm. The female demons shall be rendered speechless in my presence. They are to be kept. However, this attribute for clan development. It is excessively long. Trim it a little. Make it shorter still. Ah, and it must be more refined. Thus, a group of grotesque male demons materialized. Hence, the demon clan coexisted. The females radiated beauty while the males were comically unattractive. Yet, this disparity resulted in the males wielding significantly greater magical prowess, as they did not squander their energy on superficial enhancements. The females, however, expended all their magical essence on beautification, not ceasing until fully depleted. Brother, I am ready. Amidst Xinguang Bao's astonishment, Little Leopard successfully transformed into a child of 7 or 8 years. Do not move, let me see. Cradling Little Leopard, Xinguang Bao pried open his mouth, fearful of any self-initiated alterations. It is known that human form embodies an innate Tao body, allowing for the swiftest comprehension of the great Tao. Retaining demon traits would be a grave loss. Wow, I truly succeeded. Brother, I have become human. Pushing away Xinguang Bao's hand, Little Leopard frolicked joyfully, overwhelmed with excitement. Patience, we must first gather the other items. This is the Sky Rift Claw Blade, forged by my own hands. This is the 9-turn golden pill. To enhance your foundation, this is the Jade Clear Thunder technique. Commence your training swiftly, and since you have all transformed, don your magical garments. This is the Purple Thunder Vine, a treasure for cultivating thunder attributes. Grasping Little Leopard, Xinguang Bao hastily began his instruction. Under Xinguang Bao's guidance, Little Leopard donned the magical attire, seated himself in meditation, and commenced his cultivation. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, you too shall have these. This is a pill. Consume one, and it will augment your cultivation by a century. Furthermore, I have prepared techniques for you all. With the intention of elevating the entire Leopard Ridge, Xinguang Bao had indeed prepared a wealth of resources, pills, techniques, and magical artifacts in abundance. Haha. Do we also have some? A voice chimed in. A single pill increasing a century of cultivation? I must taste its flavor. Is this what a magical artifact is? The items presented by Xinguang Bao ignited a wave of curiosity among the onlookers, who eagerly gathered around. Upon receiving the pills, they hastily ingested them, squinting their eyes to perceive the effects. Their expressions mirrored that of Zhu Beiji indulging in ginseng fruits. Elder, do I also have one? Divided into techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts, the beastman felt a surge of emotion, realizing he too had a share in this destiny. He hastened to adapt to the new techniques. Once my mother achieves her breakthrough, we shall depart. He signaled to the beast man to expedite his training. While Shengo Bao stood tall, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloping him. In his previous life, every night, Shengo Bao reminisced about the kin of Leopard Ridge. Yet all that lingered was sorrow. It was this very anguish that led him to self-destruction, culminating a tragic existence. In this new life, however, everything was just beginning. He had the opportunity to redeem his regrets, to empower his companions alongside him. How splendid it was. A breakthrough. Mother has broken through. As Shengo Bao pondered. His mother completed her transformation. Sensing the magnitude of her newfound power, she felt a twinge of fear. Mother. This is the cultivation technique from the vessel. This is the 9-turn golden elixir. And this is the inferior grade postnatal supreme treasure, the purple cloud sword. As his mother transcended, Shengo Bao rushed forward, presenting the items he had meticulously prepared, with the Huang Zhongli achieving the status of a great Luo golden immortal. His mother's potential was fully expended, leaving her unable to advance further in cultivation. Yet, she could solidify her foundation, and naturally, Shengo Bao was there to assist. This could not be the end. Unless Leopard Ridge was eradicated, our plans could not progress. Meanwhile, on the side of the White Crane youth, a meeting was also convening. Chapter 30. The slaying of Xinguang Bao. After being betrayed by the Antarctic Immortal, they were consumed by an insatiable desire for revenge. Yet, their strength fell short. The Antarctic Immortal was a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, while they were merely Golden Immortals. Thus, they set their sights on the demon capture team. Prior to the betrayal, they had discovered a troubling fact. The Antarctic Immortal was assembling a demon capture team devoid of demons. In other words, he was cultivating a true foundation for the Chan sect. This foundation comprised the targets for extermination, the White Crane Boy and the Deer Boy. The Antarctic Immortal had slaughtered their kin, and now he aimed to extinguish their hope. If they could annihilate the foundation, the Antarctic Immortal's countenance would surely darken. However, at a crucial moment, an insurmountable obstacle emerged in the form of Xinguang Bao. Friends, I know of a place where one can cultivate demonic powers. Within, there exists a legacy of dark magic. Once one engages in this practice, their prowess may surge dramatically. For the sake of our aspirations, we may choose to pursue this path. As silence enveloped the group, a formidable demon stepped forward to recommend a location. Upon hearing the prospect of cultivating dark powers, the White Crane Boy hesitated. Her talents were commendable, otherwise, she would not have garnered the Antarctic Immortal's favor. It could be said that, had the Antarctic Immortal continued to rely on her, the White Crane Boy would inevitably have become a loyal servant. However, due to a physical ailment, the Antarctic Immortal presumed they had lost their value, leading to his abandonment of them. The crucial point was that the Antarctic Immortal believed he could not resolve their issues. Otherwise, the worth of the White Crane Boy and the Deer Boy would far exceed that of the finest elixirs. Ultimately, it was a matter of prejudice. Because they were demons, he was reluctant to invest in them, opting instead to cut his losses. I inadvertently stumbled upon that place once. Frightened, I fled. If we join forces, we could receive assistance from the legacy's bearer. We can enlist their aid to slay Xinguang Bao. This wretched creature is undoubtedly a favored companion of the Antarctic Immortal. Upon his return to the Chan sect, he will lead the demon capture team to hunt us down. Thus, it would be prudent to preemptively choose to cultivate dark magic and eliminate Xinguang Bao first. Is that a reliable plan? The Deer Boy was also averse to the idea of cultivating dark powers. Having long been in the company of the Antarctic Immortal, he had developed an air of superiority. My friend, at this juncture, does reliability even matter? Before us lie but two paths. First, to wait in despair for Xinguang Bao to return to the Chan sect and lead the demon capture team to our demise. Second, to embrace dark magic. allowing the legacy bearer to strike down Shingongbao. We must gather our strength, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the Antarctic Immortal. The formidable demon felt a growing discontent with the vacillation of the White Crane Boy and the Deer Boy, sensing that he had allied himself with the wrong faction. To oppose the Chan sect was indeed a perilous journey. Once embarked upon, there was no turning back. What is there to ponder? I choose to cultivate dark magic. So do I. All I desire now is to gain power. The nature of that power is of no concern to me. Me too, daring to oppose the teachings. These individuals are indeed desperate rogues. Their pursuit of power renders them indifferent to the consequences. Esteemed colleagues, while you all opt for the path of dark magic, both Bai He Tongzi and I refrain from such choices, which may cast us in the light of villains. Our collective aim is to vanquish the Antarctic Immortal. Why should we not strive for a swifter breakthrough in our cultivation? Prepare yourselves, ensure the well-being of our kin, especially those above the level of Xinxian, who are ready to embrace dark magic. The Dear Youth and Bai He Tongzi are solitary figures, driven by vengeance to undertake any action. We remain unperturbed. Yet what of our vulnerable kin? While relocating our family seems unproblematic, the demise of Bailey leaves his kin in a leadership void. What then shall we do? Bailey is a hero of our alliance against immortals. Without him, we might all have perished at Leopard Ridge. Let it be known that Bailey's kin shall be safeguarded by our alliance. Should any Xianstian or above join us in the dark arts, they shall receive a reward of 300 spiritual herbs as a form of compensation. After a moment of silence, Bai He Tongzi resolved to give Bailey a rightful recognition. They may have wronged Bailey, yet they cannot forsake his kin. In that dire moment, sacrificing one demon to save many lives was indeed a worthy trade. Furthermore, Leopard Ridge shall be designated as the foremost enemy of our alliance. As our alliance grows in strength, the first force we must eradicate is none other than Leopard Ridge. Regularly leading demon hunting teams, the Dear Youth possesses commendable skills as well. It is clear that Bai He Tongzi is winning over the hearts of the demons. A necessary remedy for the Bailey incident. Without addressing this issue, the team cannot thrive. Little do they know, Bailey is not dead. He has, in fact, gained the favor of Shun Gongbao and has pledged his allegiance to him. Let us proceed. After deliberation, the great demon personally led the team to that special place to commence their journey into dark magic. With a command, they swiftly selected members, ultimately forming a formidable army of 1,000 demons to embark on this dark endeavor. In a brief moment, I have achieved a breakthrough. I now stand at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm. By altering my cultivation methods and acquiring elixirs, Bailey has directly ascended to the peak of Golden Immortal. I too have broken through to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Presently, I could easily overpower 20 versions of my former self. Following Bailey, Shen Jingdao also experienced a breakthrough. By adopting the teachings of the Chan sect and absorbing the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, Shen Jingdao's foundational power has multiplied exponentially. I have also broken through. Brother, I have finally ascended to the celestial immortal realm. In this brief interval, Little Leopard has also achieved his breakthrough. Very well. Since you have all advanced, I shall also endure the lightning tribulation of the Golden Immortal. As we lead our kin in migration, we shall undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges. The greater our strength, the swifter our resolution of these issues. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully enhancing the strength of Leopard Ridge and enlightening its members about the true nature of the Chan sect. This indirectly influences the fate of the investiture of the gods, triggering the wheel of fate. Reward, 10 lottery chances. At the very moment Shen Gongbao stepped out, the system's voice resonated. What a stroke of luck, 10 consecutive draws. Was the causal relationship of Beaziling truly so immense? Upon hearing the system's notification, Shen Gongbao was taken aback, unable to fathom the magnitude of Beaziling's causality. Upon further contemplation, however, he found it rather reasonable. In his previous life, had the Antarctic Immortal not threatened his father, he would never have engaged in such nefarious deeds. The most absurd part was that prior to undertaking the task, the Antarctic Immortal had promised that upon its completion, the Chan sect would spare his father. Yet, once the cataclysm of the investiture of the gods concluded, the Chan sect discovered that they too had been ensnared in a plot, and they vented their fury upon his father. He was also obstructed from the North Sea's eye. Besides him, the nine-tailed fox, Humayr, suffered similarly. Under the Edict of Niwa, she was sent to wreak havoc upon humanity, only to be left bearing endless infamy once the task was accomplished. She had expected Niwa to assist in vindicating her, but instead, the goddess vanished without a trace. What was promised as support in strengthening the Fox clan culminated in a massacre led by Bygone. In a feeble attempt at consolation, she was begrudgingly granted a position on the investiture list. The thought of being reduced to a mere pawn was intolerable for Hu Meyer, who ultimately chose death. What profound sorrow! Boom, boom. In the very moment Shin Gongbao was lost in thought, the thunder of the Golden Immortal's tribulation erupted, striking him repeatedly. Devour it. In the face of tribulation, others would typically rely on treasures for mitigation or attempt to divert the strikes. Shin Gongbao, however, chose to directly consume the lightning, refining his body with its essence while practicing the 8-9 profound art. As for the side effects, was there not by He Tongzi, Mi Lu Tongzi, and Ma Yuan? Shin Gongbao, being equitable, decided that the three demons would each bear one strike of the thunder. Meanwhile, Bai Tongzi and Mi Lu Tongzi were hastily making their way to the land of demonic cultivation. Just as they were about to land, their bodies quivered violently, unleashing a harrowing cry. Although they were at the pinnacle of golden immortal status and had previously endured tribulations, they had relied on treasures to survive, never directly encountering the lightning. Shin Gongbao, by consuming the thunder within his body and refining it through the 8-9 profound art, rendered them incapable of withstanding its might. In an instant, Bai Tongzi and Mi Lu Tongzi were left battered, their skin torn and bodies crackling with errant lightning as they spewed forth clouds of black smoke. Ma Yuan was not faring any better. Suddenly, lightning surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was it karma? Ma Yuan, you ought to cease your malevolent ways henceforth. Consuming humans may elevate one's cultivation and solidify one's soul, yet it also augments karma. You few should consider yourselves fortunate. You cannot devour enough to create a mountain of bones. At that moment, as the karma surged forth, he realized the gravity of the situation. Observing Ma Yuan's anguish, the Holy Mother of Fire shook her head, deeming him deserving of his plight. Simultaneously, she reminded herself that both she and her disciple must remain vigilant regarding the web of causality. If karma were to ensnare them, Ma Yuan would be the next victim. Nevertheless, the Holy Mother of Fire still endeavored to aid Ma Yuan in mending his wounds, granting him a chance for redemption. What an exhilarating sensation! Truly delightful. Alas, the few of them could not withstand the malevolence of the ancestral witch's essence. Otherwise, he would have swallowed it whole. With each bolt of tribulation consumed, Shin Gongbao felt an exhilarating rush throughout his being. The tribulation was the most splendid resource for cultivating the 8-9 profound art. The thunderous tribulation refines the physical body. As the 9-turn golden elixir within is swiftly refined, continuously enhancing the physique, soon approaching the perfection of the 8-9 profound art. Shang Wangbao perceives that with each bolt of lightning consumed, the deer boy is left with but half of his life. The white crane boy, who specializes in physical cultivation, possesses a stronger resistance, thus receiving Shang Wangbao's careful attention. It is no jest. How could Shang Wangbao easily forgive those who dared to covet Leopard Ridge? Ma Yuan, a nefarious character, also finds himself under Shang Wangbao's scrutinizing care. Alas, here it comes again. I acknowledge my mistakes, please. Cease this torment. From this day forth, I, Ma Yuan, shall reform and accumulate virtue. Spare me from this suffering. Under Shang Wangbao's meticulous watch, Ma Yuan cries out in agony, pleading for mercy. There seems to be no recourse. Everything is far too bizarre, and if this continues, he shall perish. Senior, we have come to cultivate the demonic arts. Please grant us a chance. The white crane boy and the deer boy are also begging for mercy. However, it is not they who seek forgiveness, but rather the great demon who proposed the cultivation of demonic arts. In his eyes, this is the intervention of a successor. As for the reason behind the torment of the white crane boy and the deer boy, it eludes his understanding. The thread of cause and effect. You two youngsters have indeed stirred the ire of the god of cause and effect. How intriguing. With the great demon's plea for help, a shadow appears, instantly discerning the plight of the white crane boy and the deer boy. Chapter 31. The demon ancestor Lu's siege of Shang Wangbao Sr. Please save me. I am willing to cultivate the demonic path. Help, save me. I too am willing to embrace the darkness. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to resolve the troubles that beset me. At last, they recognized their plight. The white crane boy and the deer boy hastened to seek assistance. In that moment, the thought of submission dawned upon them. They were convinced that the being before them was extraordinary. In the primordial realm, there existed 3 tiers of beings: the insignificant ants, the fellow travelers, and the venerable seniors. When encountering someone weaker, they regarded them as mere ants, compelled to obey their every whim. Those of similar strength were considered companions, their interactions more casual and untroubled. While those who were mightier were deemed seniors, deserving of reverence, for their whims could dictate life or death. Resolve your issues? Young one, you underestimate the Lord of Karma. To offend the Lord of Karma is no trivial matter. I am curious, how did you incur such wrath? The shadow crouched beside the white crane boy and the deer boy, scrutinizing them intently, unable to suppress a shake of its head. Ah, senior, please save me. At that moment, Shang Wangbao once more devoured a bolt of lightning, its terrifying destructive power nearly claiming the life of the deer boy. Do not resist. Absorb my demonic essence with all your might, and I shall aid you in transcending to the Tai Golden Immortal. A finger pressed against the deer boy's brow as the shadow compelled him to absorb the essence of the demonic path. Senior, I desire this too. Upon learning of the possibility to ascend to Tai Golden Immortal, the white crane boy eagerly requested the same. Seeing your commendable talent, I shall accept you both as my registered disciples. Another hand raised, and the shadow similarly pressed against the white crane boy's brow, imparting the essence of the demonic path. With the infusion of demonic essence, the injuries of the white crane boy and the deer boy healed rapidly. This time, the effects of the lightning were rendered nearly inconsequential. Simultaneously, as their bodies sustained more wounds, the merging with the demonic essence proceeded more seamlessly and thoroughly. Ah, master, save me. Alas, Ma Yuan was not so fortunate. Each bolt of lightning inflicted wounds he had to endure. Once Shang Wangbao weathered the thunder tribulation, Ma Yuan collapsed to the ground. Exhaling black smoke, his body twitching sporadically, a testament to his continued existence. Ma Yuan, why do you weep so? Observing Ma Yuan's head twitching violently, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit approached to investigate. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Ma Yuan was indeed weeping. At that moment, Ma Yuan appeared profoundly sorrowful. Tears flowed from his eyes like rolling beads, one after another. I shall no longer commit evil. I shall no longer feast upon human flesh. With a wail, Ma Yuan broke into a heart-wrenching cry. Reflecting on his journey since joining the Chan sect, he had never known ease. First, he was burdened by karma, then scolded by Tang Tian, and now he was inexplicably struck by lightning. He felt wronged. Yet, the sins he bore were of his own making, and even through tears, he must endure. After all, who could blame him for his inability to restrain his tongue? However, from that moment forth, Ma Yuan would think twice before committing further misdeeds. Little did he know, all of this was orchestrated by Shang Wangbao. Had it not been for Shang Wangbao's binding of the karmic punishment decree, he would not have suffered so. Break for me. Compared to Ma Yuan, the white crane boy and the deer boy are indeed much more fortunate. Absorbing the essence of the demonic path, they awakened the latent darkness within their hearts, becoming completely possessed and consequently breaking through to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Upon closer inspection of their eyes, one would discern that the white crane boy and the deer boy no longer possessed any whites, their eyes were entirely black. Is this the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal? What a marvelous sensation. As he perceived himself, the deer boy smiled. Thank you, master, for your gracious rebirth. Before serving you, we shall first seek vengeance. Once I have slain the Leopard Ridge, I will return to serve you. With a flick of his toes, a pair of black wings unfurled behind the white crane boy, propelling him into the void. Dear friends, you may absorb the essence of the demonic path. I shall claim the head of Shen Gongbao and later provide it as a plaything. With a flash of his figure, the deer boy also surged forth. Junior Yin Yu humbly requests to become your disciple. Junior Qi Lin humbly requests to become your disciple. Junior Song Ming humbly requests to become your disciple. Witnessing the white crane boy and the deer boy transcend to the Tai Golden Immortal, this gathering of demons was stirred, collectively bowing before the shadowy figure. Rise. With your talents, you are unworthy. Casting a cursory glance over them, the shadowy figure promptly refused. Upon hearing these words, Yin Yu and the others fell into silence. Suddenly, they realized their pride had vanished. In the presence of true masters, they were nothing. Although this demon ancestor shall not take you as disciples, I can allow you to absorb the essence of the demonic path and practice my demonic techniques. With a wave of his hand, chains of demonic energy shot forth, swiftly binding Yin Yu and the others, drawing them into a special space. Upon entering this unique realm, they immediately closed their eyes and began to earnestly cultivate the demonic techniques. Shen Gongbao, is everything well? As Shen Gongbao descended from the sky, his mother seized him, anxiously inspecting him for injuries. Mother, do not worry, I am fine. At that moment, Shen Gongbao was in an exceptional state. Having absorbed the thunder tribulation, He had refined all the essence of the Great Witch blood, and with the power of the Thunder Tribulation, he successfully perfected the 8-9 profound art, awakening the ability to transform 72 times. At this instant, his physical realm caught up with his magical realm, reaching the late stage of the Golden Immortal. With Shun Gongbao's current foundation, even battling an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal posed no challenge. When shall we depart? Everyone is prepared, inquired Shun Jingdao as he approached Shun Gongbao. Bailey, you shall lead the way. We will set forth immediately to rescue your kin. Turning to the distant Beiyao, Shun Gongbao instructed him to guide them. Yes, yes. Thank you, esteemed elder. Realizing that Shun Gongbao still remembered his affairs, Beiyao nodded gratefully, filled with appreciation. At that moment, Beiyao made a decision. He would follow Shun Gongbao through fire and water, without hesitation. Everyone, stay close in line, keep an eye on your children, and let us depart. Glancing back at the group from Leopard Ridge, Shun Jingdao issued the command. Yes, understanding the terror of the teaching, who would dare to linger at Leopard Ridge? Casting a glance back at Leopard Ridge, a wave of urgency surged through the group, and they collectively surged forward. Public Leopard, have you noticed? Two formidable forces are approaching us at an astonishing speed. After covering some distance, Mother Shin suddenly halted, pointing into the distance. Evidently having spotted the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy, preparing for battle. While others remained oblivious, Shun Gongbao immediately sensed something amiss. The current Mother Shun had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Though still unaccustomed to wielding her power, she was undeniably a genuine great Luo Golden Immortal. It was entirely natural for her to detect danger ahead of time. In that moment, Shun Gongbao thought of the demon capture team. However, with only 2 adversaries, he found it difficult to gauge the situation. Fortunately, the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy were remarkably swift, appearing in Shun Gongbao's line of sight within mere breaths. Bailey, you have not perished? The White Crane Boy halted before Shun Gongbao's group, having been the first to spot the beast. To the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy, it was assumed that the beast had met its demise. Little did they know that Shun Gongbao had spared Bailey. Thus, the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy ceased their advance. Their philosophies, as well as yours, are fundamentally sound. We are about to embark on a journey to seek refuge with the GS sect. Will you join us? Upon sensing the cultivation levels of the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy, the beast was taken aback. In such a short time, they had remarkably ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, their auras had undergone a significant transformation. First, the Elk Boy's golden energy had morphed into a dark hue, radiating an aura of ferocity. The White Crane Boy fared no better, with his wings turning black and emanating a dark mist, akin to burning tires. You have chosen the path of demonic transformation. Drawing upon his past experiences, Shun Gongbao discerned their condition. The mention of demons brought to mind the demon ancestor Rahu. Rahu was one of the 3,000 chaotic demons. When the Panga deity exhausted his strength in creating the world, the 3,000 chaotic demons united to attack, only to be cleaved in 2 by Pangu's axe. To prevent the resurrection of these demons, Pangu used the essence of the earth and the blood of the 3,000 demons to forge the 4 swords of extermination and the formation of extermination, sealing the chaotic demons within. Upon his resurrection, Rahu incited discord among the 3 clans, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, igniting the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, leading to the near extinction of the primordial beings. Leveraging this calamity, Rahu absorbed the spiritual essence of the western primordial land and the grievances from the blood of the 3 clans, breaking free from the extermination sword formation as seal. He later faced a siege from Hongjun, the ancestor of heaven and earth, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the ancestor of Yamei, culminating in a decisive battle on Mount Sumeru. Unable to withstand their might, Rahu self-destructed the god-slaying spear and vanished without a trace. The reason Shun Gongbao thought of Rahu was due to Rahu's path being the demonic path. Rahu was indeed the demon ancestor. The drastic transformations of the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy might very well stem from an encounter with the demon ancestor Rahu. Alas, upon reflecting on this, Shun Gongbao sighed. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a situation. It was precisely due to his entangled fate that everything had changed. Let chaos reign. Let it be utterly chaotic. Only by throwing the calamity of the Great Tribulation into utter chaos can I seize the opportunity to extricate myself from its grasp. The thoughts of Shun Gongbao are rather straightforward: to escape the calamity and ensure the well-being of his kin. He chuckles ominously. You are indeed aware of the demonic forces at play. Alas, Shin Gongbao, fortune has not favored you this day. Your speed falters just enough. Had you been a tad swifter, we would not have been able to intercept you. If I am not mistaken, your intention is to return to the Chan sect. Is it not? You wish to relay my whereabouts and that of the White Crane Boy to the Antarctic Immortal, subsequently leading the demon hunting squad to eliminate me. Regrettably, I shall not afford you that opportunity. Every minion of the Antarctic Immortal shall face our wrath. With a mere flick of his wrist, the deer antler, Shin Gongbao, materializes in the hands of the deer boy, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that coalesces into a myriad of shadowy arms and 1,000 demonic arrows. It is often said that the deer boy and the White Crane Boy are paragons of beauty and talent, yet in this encounter, I find such praise to be exaggerated. You are but two empty vessels. Were I in your position, I would bide my time, awaiting my return to the Chan sect with the demon hunting squad in tow. Consider, if you will, the advantage of ambushing them all at once when I arrive. A subtle smile graces Shin Gongbao's lips as he steps forward to propose this notion. Indeed, how did I not think of that before? Upon hearing Shin Gongbao's words, the expression in the deer boy's eyes shifts dramatically. Chapter 32. Ensnared in madness, White Crane Boy. Shall we allow them to depart first? Once they return with a demon hunting squad from the Chan sect, we can ensnare them all at once? The deer boy turned to White Crane Boy, offering his counsel. That does seem reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, White Crane Boy stepped back, permitting Shin Gongbao and his companions to leave. What? Upon hearing White Crane Boy's words, the beleaguered demons and Shun Zhengdao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. They had encountered White Crane Boy and Deer Boy before. They should not be this foolish. Do not make a sound. Depart immediately. They have succumbed to madness, their minds clouded. Through a soul transmission, Shin Gongbao urged everyone to flee. He held no fear for White Crane Boy or Deer Boy, but he was wary of the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. In his prime, even Hong Jun would retreat from confrontation. Had it not been for the alliance with the ancestors of Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei, Hong Jun would have stood no chance against Luo Ho. Even though Luo Ho had self-destructed at that time, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Shin Gongbao dared not gamble with the lives of his family. Very well. Shin Zhengdao was resolute, taking the lead and charging forth. Only Shin Mu paused, glancing back to ensure Shin Gongbao was following. At that moment, despite being a great Luo golden immortal, Shin Mu had never left Leopard Ridge. She felt akin to a rural housewife, unable to adjust. Uncertain of her own strength, she was gripped by fear as Shin Gongbao urged their escape, closely trailing Shin Zhengdao. Wait, something is amiss. He already knows our secrets. If Shin Gongbao returns, it could summon a great Luo golden immortal. Dear boy, attack. Before Shin Gongbao and his group could retreat far, White Crane Boy quickly grasped the situation. With a fierce roar, he surged forward to engage. This Shun TB. Her influence is so minimal. Could they truly have encountered the demon ancestor, Luo Ho? As White Crane Boy charged, Shin Gongbao unleashed his speed, opting to cover their retreat. In that instant, Shin Gongbao was filled with fury. All he desired was to lead his family away from Leopard Ridge and find a peaceful place to live. What had gone awry? In his previous life, Deer Boy had obeyed the orders of the Southern Polar Immortal and obliterated Leopard Ridge. Shin Gongbao, occupied at Chenang Pass, had been unaware of this. Now, having meticulously arranged everything in this life, why was he still faced with such calamity? Whoever dares to harm my family shall meet their end. I swear it. The more he contemplated, the more his rage intensified, and a terrifying killing intent surged within him. In that very moment, the 8-9 profound art was swiftly activated by Shin Gongbao, his form trembling as a formidable aura ascended to the heavens. Die. Before the words could fully escape his lips, White Crane Boy's wings quivered, propelling him to Shin Gongbao's side. His wings swirled with dark energy, resembling two black blades, relentlessly striking at Shin Gongbao. Boom, boom, boom. The splitting sky thunder whip transformed into a spear. Shin Gongbao stood his ground, repelling White Crane Boy time and again. The splitting sky thunder whip was a low-grade postnatal treasure, and with each of Shin Gongbao's attacks, blood holes erupted upon White Crane Boy's wings. However, the White Crane Boy appeared impervious to pain, as dark blood flowed from him, immediately transforming into vital energy, granting him an even greater strength. Consequently, the White Crane Boy grew increasingly formidable as the battle raged on. Meanwhile, the Deer Boy ascended into the air, his antlers and the Xian Yangbao exuding dark energy, instantly condensing into a multitude of arrows. Whoosh! With a flick of his fingers, The ebony arrows darted forth like a school of fish, hurtling towards Shingongbao. Thud. What? In Shingongbao's estimation, he had already reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal, and his physical form should withstand the dark arrows. Yet, upon impact, an arrow pierced through his arm. Furthermore, a terrifying malevolent energy surged, attempting to infiltrate his body. Fortunately, Shingongbao could redirect the side effects. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a disadvantage with this single strike. Shingongbao, futile. Even if your 8-9 mysterious art were perfected, it would merely reach the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal. As for me now, I'm a Tai Golden Immortal. My Bao possesses multiple forms. There are those designed for rapid fire, aimed primarily at vanquishing lesser demons, and those specifically crafted to breach defenses, tailored for situations such as this. How did that last arrow taste? With another wave of his hand, more arrows manifested. Each of these arrows was imbued with the ability to overcome defenses. How does it taste, you ask? Allow me to inform you now. It tastes exquisite. Even in injury, it remains remarkably delightful. I would rather perish alongside my family than be rendered powerless. In my previous life, I was aware of the conclusion yet could not partake in the details. After receiving the harrowing news, I was tormented day and night, their images haunting my mind each night. This time, I can finally participate. Everything has only just begun. You are but two insignificant clowns, and to take my life will not be so simple. With a swift motion, Shingongbao extracted the ancestral witch's essence and swallowed it whole. He had long since bound the white crane boy and the deer boy with a decree of karmic retribution. To speak plainly, they were merely tools for Shingongbao. Should he desire their demise, it would be an effortless task. Such beings dare to flaunt themselves before him. Boom. As he consumed the ancestral essence, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted, enveloping Shingongbao in boundless malice. At that moment, the white crane boy and the deer boy screamed in agony, their corporeal forms assaulted by the overwhelming malevolence that eroded their very souls. Kill. With a mighty roar, Shingongbao surged forth once more. However, before he could pierce the white crane boy with his spear, he was struck first. This blow rendered Shingongbao momentarily dazed. He barely had time to react before a formidable force penetrated his chest, sending his body hurtling backward, plowing through the earth and carving a chasm hundreds of feet long. Boom. As his body came to a halt, the ground erupted, sending dust soaring into the sky. Rising from the earth, Shingongbao clutched his chest, anxiously surveying his surroundings. He held no fear for the white crane boy or the deer boy. Yet, Shingongbao harbored trepidation toward the demon ancestor Rahu. Should the demon ancestor truly arrive, Shingongbao would undoubtedly meet his demise. Devour. I command you to devour. Looking up, he saw the deer boy suspended in the void, exerting all his might to absorb the malevolent energy. To be precise, Shingongbao has fused the essence of demonic arts and malevolent energy to elevate his cultivation. With the aid of this dark essence and sinister energy, the flaws of his physical form are being rectified, giving rise to intricate demonic patterns. The white crane boy is also absorbing malevolent energy. While cultivating within the Chan sect, he attempted to refine his dual wings into magical artifacts, yet he has not succeeded thus far. At this moment, by combining the essence of demonic arts with malevolent energy, the white crane boy is refining his wings, manifesting intricate dark patterns. Shingongbao, my staghorn Xianyongbao possesses another form. This arrow is the arrow of annihilation. With a sudden opening of his eyes, the deer boy condenses magical energy to form the most powerful arrow. As the dark energy flows into it, a colossal arrow emerges, adorned with demonic patterns. As these patterns appear, the giant arrow seems to come alive, sending a shiver down Shingongbao's spine. As a great shaman, he cannot afford to conceal himself in the face of this arrow. He must unleash his strongest trump card. He cannot retreat. He must entangle the white crane boy and the deer boy. Should they catch up with the clan of Leopard Ridge, it would be akin to lambs entering the tiger's den. No foe would stand against them. With a resonant hum, Shingongbao invokes his great shaman form, causing the space around him to tremble and erupt in a thunderous roar. In an instant, a terrifying aura of blood rises, enveloping the area for 100 feet. Within the blood mist, ancestral shamanic runes emerge, imprinted upon Shingongbao's bones and flesh. Particularly, the 8th and 9th mystical arts are operating at full throttle, voraciously absorbing the essence of ancestral blood. Simultaneously, the deer boy releases his colossal arrow, unleashing a terrifying force that disrupts the void, annihilating all in its path with an unparalleled might. With a tremor of his arm, the rending sky thunder whip transforms into a blade-like form. Shen Gongbao steps forward, channeling the 100-foot aura of blood, and strikes with a single, decisive blow. This strike, infused with boundless killing intent, merges the terrifying blood aura with the malevolent energy, coalescing into a blood-red crescent that collides with the Dear Boy's colossal arrow. With a thunderous clash, their attacks collide, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberates through the cosmos, sending shockwaves in all directions. The ground beneath Shen Gongbao fractures, sending towering clouds of dust spiraling into the sky. A careful examination of Shen Gongbao's body reveals numerous lacerations, a testament to the toll of forcibly absorbing ancestral blood, pushing his physical form beyond its limits. Even the use of the causal punishment command cannot fully shift the burden. Ha ha ha, die. Let us all perish together. If I cannot slay the Antarctic Immortal today, I shall first eliminate his lackeys. Alas, my entire Crane Valley, not a single one shall remain. It will be reduced to ruins. With a hearty laugh, the White Crane Boy's 7 orifices bleed as he converges his magical energy with his blood essence, charging toward Shen Gongbao. Fight! Shen Gongbao does not offer explanations, wielding the rending sky thunder whip and choosing to confront him head-on. From the White Crane Boy's perspective, he is utterly innocent. Yet, what of those clans he has decimated? Are they not innocent as well? As he mourns the loss of kin, the White Crane Boy feels pain. Yet, when she causes others to lose their loved ones, do they not feel pain in return? In this moment, Shen Gongbao knows but one thing. He must protect his family in Leopard Ridge. Whoever dares to threaten his family will face his wrath. At this moment, both the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy have succumbed to demonic influence. Is not the state of Shen Gongbao also akin to that of a demon? To dare to harm his family, from the chaos above to the nether realms below, there shall be no rest until death. Indeed, they are all exceptional candidates for the path of demonic cultivation, particularly Shen Gongbao, who has astonishingly refined his physical form to such an extent. Yet, this is not merely his own doing. It is the effect of the 3 pure 189 profound arts. He has absorbed the essence of the witch clan's blood, successfully manifesting the form of a great witch. This is remarkable, truly remarkable. If he continues to cultivate in this manner, once his physical form attains the great Luo, will he not directly acquire the body of a great witch? If I were to intervene, I could obtain the witch clan's 9 transformations of primordial arts. Shen Gongbao could cultivate concurrently, merging the 8-9 profound arts with the 9 transformations of primordial arts to achieve the 9 transformations of profound origin. This is a technique once practiced by Pangu himself. There is no need for haste. Let them battle a while longer. Only when both sides are pushed to their utmost limits, resulting in severe injuries, can they thoroughly integrate the essence of the demonic path and ultimately emerge anew. Unbeknownst to Shen Gongbao, the White Crane Boy, and the Elk Boy, a shadow lurks above in the space of their combat, silently observing and gesturing towards them. Chapter 33. Who dares to harm my son? A mother's resolve. The ominous shadow was the source of the demonic essence for the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy. Driven by concern, it followed them, only to discover that the aptitude of the Shen Leopard surpassed that of both the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy, while the latter had succumbed to darkness, allowing their hatred to manifest as terrifying demonic traits. Shen Leopard, though not corrupted, exhibited a madness that rivaled their malevolence. Such a precious disciple was not to be overlooked by the shadow. Amidst the fierce battle, Shen Leopard, the White Crane Boy, and the Elk Boy clashed relentlessly. Shen Leopard drew strength from the blood of ancestral witches, while the White Crane and Elk Boys relied on the essence of their demonic origins. As they were both Tai golden immortals, the outcome remained indeterminate. As the conflict raged on, both sides sustained increasing injuries, blood flowing freely as if it were worthless. The White Crane and Elk Boys sought vengeance, while Shen Leopard fought to protect. To ensure Shen Leopard's complete descent into madness, his family must perish. With a sinister chuckle, the shadow concluded its plan. The slaughter of Shen Leopard's kin would inevitably lead him to madness, making him a suitable disciple of the demonic ancestor. The more the shadow observed Shen Leopard, the more satisfied it became. Back at home, Shintu's mother was anxiously looking back, having traversed a considerable distance without sight of her son. Stay here. I shall go check on him, she insisted. Shintu Zhengdao intended to investigate, but the elder remarked, "It would be better if my sister went. Have you forgotten? She is a great Luo golden immortal." What is a great Luo? It embodies immortality and the laws of existence. Dealing with 2 Tai golden immortals should be rather straightforward. The expression of the demon felt speechless upon observing Shintu's mother, particularly as she, a great Luo golden immortal, behaved like a timid bride. Was such behavior truly necessary? Indeed, I am a great Luo golden immortal, she declared. You stay here. I shall bring my son back. Whoever dares to harm him shall face my wrath. With that realization, she summoned her formidable power, a low-grade postnatal treasure. The purple cloud sword materialized in her hand, and she surged forward with astonishing speed. You can fly, the demon exclaimed, face-palming as it watched Shintu's mother race ahead. As a great Luo golden immortal, should she not carry herself with a certain dignity? Yet, she seemed to disregard her status entirely, sprinting like an ordinary mortal, diminishing her worth. However, Shintu's mother was beyond hearing the demon's lament, transformed into a fleeting shadow as she pursued her son. Despite her outward fury, a deep-seated fear gripped her heart. If it were not for Shingongbao, she would not have emerged at all. Since her transformation, she has devoted herself to Shun Zhengdao, attending to daily chores, cooking, foraging for wild vegetables, and gathering spiritual fruits. With the arrival of Shingongbao, she spent her days by his side, and later, with the birth of the little leopard. Her life revolved around nurturing her husband and raising her children. Yet, in this moment, she was called upon to confront enemies. How could Shinmu not feel fear? After all, in previous confrontations, it was always Shin Zhengdao who handled the matters. Her role was to maintain the household and radiate beauty. Alas, she had lost her way. How could she find Gongbao? After running for a distance, Shinmu realized she was lost. However, she did not panic. Instead, she carefully surveyed her surroundings, searching for traces of her path. Of course, I can sense him. Soon, Shinmu discovered a means to locate her son, closing her eyes to attune to Shin Gongbao's presence. As a Daluo golden immortal, her spiritual awareness was formidable. I found you. You rascals, attacking my son. Do you have no shame? She discovered the white crane boy and the elk boy besieging Shin Gongbao, who was covered in wounds. In an instant, Shun Mu's fear dissipated. The once unfamiliar power within her surged forth, propelling her into the air, transformed into a streak of light. Naturally, she disregarded the injuries of the white crane boy and the elk boy, for in mother's eyes, her child was paramount. Upon seeing Shin Gongbao drenched in blood, with arrows embedded in his body, she could not concern herself with anything else. But what is this situation? How could a Daluo golden immortal manifest in such a remote place? As Shin Mu charged forward, the shadow noticed her arrival immediately. The white crane boy and the elk boy were treasured disciples in its eyes, and the appearance of a Daluo golden immortal signaled impending trouble. Crucially, the shadow was not its true form, merely a spiritual body that could only barely unleash the power of a Daluo golden immortal, while its true self required time to recover. Die, perish, kill. Meanwhile, Shin Gongbao grew stronger with each battle, wielding the splitting sky thunder whip, relentlessly drawing upon the essence of the ancestral witch's blood. This is bad. Just as the shadow prepared to block Shinmu, it realized that the white crane boy and the elk boy had reached their limits. In contrast, Shin Gongbao, channeling his overwhelming blood energy, transformed the splitting sky thunder whip into a blade, poised to unleash a devastating strike. Damn it! The shadow could not bear the thought of the white crane boy and the elk boy perishing, and immediately intervened to shield them from Shin Gongbao's attack. Boom! The shadow struck, causing the void to tremble, as destructive forces clashed with Shin Gongbao's might, akin to exploding stars, radiating brilliance in all directions. At this moment, Shin Gongbao was not faring any better. After enduring that blow, he spat blood and was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Gongbao. It was then that Shun Mu arrived, her body instantly teleporting to catch Shin Gongbao. Mother, you must flee. I will hold them off. Upon seeing his mother, Shin Gongbao summoned his strength once more, striving to rise. Yet at that moment, he was utterly spent from the previous strike. Despite his attempts to struggle, he could not stand, his body marred by injuries. Due to the struggle, blood spilled forth once more. Alas, cursed be you. How dare you inflict such harm upon my son, Shin Gongbao? I shall exact revenge upon you. Clutching Shin Gongbao with one hand, a terrifying aura erupted from his mother. The power of a great Luo golden immortal surged within her, visibly manifesting under her command. In that moment, Shinmu felt her heart bleed. She could not bear to utter a single curse against her son, who had been so grievously wounded. Each injury felt like a dagger piercing her very soul. Simultaneously, she was engulfed in self-reproach. Why could she not be more assertive, more formidable? Why did she feel so powerless? Here she was, a great Luo golden immortal, yet still gripped by fear. Her son was being bullied, and he remained oblivious to the need for resistance. With a thunderous roar, her terrifying presence soared to the heavens. Grasping the inferior-grade innate treasure, the purple cloud sword, she charged forth with unbridled fury. A lunatic, this woman is truly mad. This battle would undoubtedly benefit Shen Gongbao immensely. As a great Luo golden immortal, did she not comprehend the necessity to rise after a fall? Upon witnessing Shenmu's advance, the shadow panicked, for her aura was overwhelmingly fearsome. Death. Yet Shenmu paid no heed, wildly swinging her purple cloud sword in a frenzy. The shadow, not to be trifled with, quickly conjured a spear of demonic energy to engage her in combat. A closer inspection of this spear's form would reveal that it resembled the god-slaying spear, albeit merely in appearance, not in essence. Bang, bang, bang. Shenmu had no concept of combat. Regardless, she flailed about indiscriminately, seizing any opportunity to grab hair, claw at flesh, or deliver a kick to the abdomen. If all else failed, she would bite. Wait, I concede. Is conceding not enough? How audacious, for I, the esteemed demon ancestor, to be so insulted by you. Curse be it. Shen Gongbao remains unharmed. Do not lose your mind. Alas, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Thus, the so-called chaotic punches that felled the master, Shenmu, undaunted by death, unleashed a flurry of blows that left the shadow dazed. In summary, it was a matter of insufficient cultivation. Though the shadow embodied the spirit of the demon ancestor, it could only barely muster the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. Shenmu, on the other hand, was a genuine great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, her treasures far surpassed those of her opponent. Shenmu's purple cloud sword was an inferior-grade innate treasure, while her garments and footwear were of superior-grade innate spiritual treasures. How could the shadow hope to compete? Most egregiously, Shenmu, either intentionally or inadvertently, aimed to eliminate the white crane boy and the deer boy, which rendered the shadow unable to act freely. As for Shen Gongbao, the shadow could not bear to slay him. He was, after all, his chosen disciple. Retreat. Retreat. Shenmu, filled with trepidation, continued to wield her purple cloud sword in a frenzied manner while berating the shadow to depart. This scene resembled two old women quarreling, clapping their hands and shouting, "Retreat! Retreat!" Such tactics, while lacking in brute force, wielded an unparalleled capacity for humiliation. The shadow's defenses crumbled. In a fit of rage, he endured several strikes from Shenmu's sword. "You shall pay for this." Raising his hand, he cast a mark, enduring one sword strike on his back, before seizing the white crane boy and the deer boy, fleeing forthwith. This mark would serve to facilitate the future search for Shen Gongbao. Such a remarkable disciple. He must be taken under his wing. Halt. Do not flee. As the shadow escaped, Mother Shen pursued relentlessly. However, after a while, the shadow vanished without a trace. "Gongbao, are you all right?" Once the shadow was driven away, Mother Shen, still haunted by fear, finally inspected Shen Gongbao's injuries. A closer look at her legs would reveal that they trembled. Her actions resembled a hen confronting an eagle, trembling with fear yet resolute for her son. "Mother, you are truly formidable." Cradled in his mother's embrace, Shen Gongbao witnessed her extraordinary prowess. Seeing the shadow scurry away in panic brought a smile to his face. "You rascal. Still laughing? Just look at what a state you're in." Mother Shen scolded upon seeing him grin. "Mother, no need to worry. Just set me down first. I need to recover from my injuries." Shen Gongbao had not forgotten that he still had 10 chances to draw from the causality wheel. Now that everyone was safe, it was the perfect moment to try his luck. Perhaps he could obtain a potion to heal his wounds. Chapter 34. The True Fire of Samadhi. Congratulations to the host for indirectly assisting the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy in becoming disciples of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. Their deep-seated hatred for the Chan sect will significantly influence the impending calamity of the gods. This cause and effect is sufficient to trigger the wheel of karma, granting 3 chances for a draw. Ah, what a delightful surprise. System, initiate the 13 consecutive draws. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shen Gongbao could not help but chuckle. This news is indeed fortuitous. Beep. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for receiving a time acceleration card for personal use only. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the essence of the true fire of Samadhi. Absorbing it grants direct mastery over the true fire of Samadhi. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a portion of the thunder essence, which can enhance one's foundation upon absorption. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for receiving a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly mechanism umbrella. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a core of the hollow willow tree, aged 100,000 years, which can restore injuries upon absorption. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine ability subduing dragons and vanquishing tigers. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for receiving a card of enlightenment, for personal use only. Thank you for participating. I've drawn something. Mother, please come closer and take the opportunity to refine the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly mechanism umbrella. Motioning for his mother to approach, Shen Gongbao immediately utilized the time acceleration card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the time acceleration card, accelerating time within a 3-meter radius around the host. Half an hour in the outside world equates to 1,000 years within this 3-meter space. With the activation of the time acceleration card, time around Shen Gongbao was immediately hastened. Gongbao, are you jesting? I've heard from your father that refining a treasure takes decades and is utterly impossible without that time. How can we afford to wait? Shen Gongbao's mother immediately rejected his request to refine the treasure. Mother, the time within my 3-meter radius is accelerated. Half an hour outside corresponds to 1,000 years here. Quickly refine the treasure. I must recover my injuries. Opening his mouth, Shen Gongbao consumed the core of the 100,000-year hollow willow tree, commencing his intense cultivation. In this battle, Shen Gongbao had sustained grievous injuries, particularly from the final strike of the shadow, which nearly shattered him. As he ingested the core of the hollow willow tree, a terrifying vitality erupted within him, fueling his recovery. Simultaneously, Shen Gongbao began his practice of the 5 elements true marvel technique and 8-9 profound art. 100 years, 500 years, 800 years. Strange, I have ceased all malevolence. Why is there still a backlash of karma? As Shen Gongbao entered seclusion, Ma Yuan felt a discomfort. At this moment, Ma Yuan was meditating. It had been quite some time since he last entered seclusion, so he intended to do so now, aiming to break through to the golden immortal realm. However, as he settled into a cross-legged position, Ma Yuan was suddenly overwhelmed by the sensation of having cultivated for over 1,000 years. As he circulated his techniques, he felt an urge to vomit. During this period, Ma Yuan had eliminated his habit of cannibalism, as the repercussions of karma were simply too terrifying. Half an hour ago, Ma Yuan felt as though he had been mercilessly struck. The malevolent energy within him surged, and various injuries manifested. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, he survived. Otherwise, he would have perished. After enduring such hardship, he intended to enter seclusion to break through his cultivation, yet misfortune struck once more. Ma Yuan, I offer you a piece of advice. For the time being, refrain from your cultivation. Venture into the realm of humanity and engage in acts of kindness to accumulate some merit. Observing Ma Yuan's furrowed brow, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits discerned the gravity of the situation and urged him towards benevolence. Alas, I regret this. Reflecting on the terrifying nature of karma, tears streamed down Ma Yuan's face, his heart heavy with sorrow. Ding. Notification. Time acceleration card has expired. Everything returns to normal. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of stagnant air. With a wave of his hand, a flame appeared in his palm, the true fire of Samadhi. As for his injuries, they had long since healed over the course of the past century. The subsequent time was devoted to merging with the essence of the true fire of Samadhi, utilizing an enlightenment card to comprehend the technique of subduing dragons and vanquishing tigers. In this battle, Shen Gongbao recognized his own shortcomings. His hidden cards were still too few. He naturally needed to learn combat forms such as subduing dragons and vanquishing tigers. Gongbao, are you well? At that moment, Shen Zhengdao and the Beastman approached. Boss, I couldn't hold him back. The Beastman, under Shen Gongbao's gaze, panicked and quickly begged for mercy. It's not his fault. I brought this upon myself. If you encounter any misfortune, there is nothing in this world that I would wish to cling to. Standing before the Beastman, Shen Gongbao articulated his thoughts. Perfect. I shall bestow upon you a treasure. Communicating through the system, Shen Gongbao presented the essence of the Thunder Tribulation for Shen Zhengdao to absorb. This artifact could enhance his foundation. After absorbing it, Shen Zhengdao's depth and foundation were both elevated, resulting in increased combat strength and accelerated cultivation speed. Let us not rush things. Are you injured? Shen Zhengdao did not accept the Thunder Tribulation essence, but instead urged Shen Gongbao and Shen Mu to check. Father, Mother is a great Luo expert. What could possibly be wrong? Enough. Swallow the Thunder Tribulation essence. Quickly refine it. without giving Shin Zhenggao a chance to respond. Shin Gongbao directly placed the Thunder Tribulation essence into Shin Zhengdao's mouth. Upon the essence entering his body, Shin Zhenggao immediately sat in meditation, focusing all his energy on refining it. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, Shin Zhenggao was lifted into the air, carried forward by Shin Gongbao. Meanwhile, on the side of the White Crane youth and the Deer youth, they had just begun to awaken. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld a young man, slender and frail, seated upon a throne crafted from bones. Surveying their surroundings, the White Crane youth and the Deer youth noticed Yin Yu, Qi Lin, and Song Ming seated on the ground, engaged in demonic cultivation. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives. They inferred, through instinct, that they were in the territory of the young man before them, and thus they promptly paid their respects. In the primordial realm, there were only 3 tiers of hierarchy: ants, fellow Taoists, and elders. The young man before them was an elder, and they dared not act recklessly. Indeed, your awakening was fairly swift. Upon witnessing the White Crane boy and the Elk boy, the youth felt a surge of discomfort. He was merely an observer, seeking to take on disciples, yet ended up receiving a beating. As for the senior, he was uncertain of the fate of Shin Gongbao. The White Crane boy and Elk boy, who fainted rather quickly, were oblivious to the subsequent events. Now awakened, they were eager to ascertain whether Shin Gongbao had perished. After all, having served as a mere lapdog for the Chan teaching for millennia, the perspectives of the White Crane boy and Elk boy were rather discerning. They understood full well that Shin Gongbao was no ordinary individual. Engaging in battle with a Tai Golden Immortal while possessing the cultivation of a Golden Immortal was an immensely formidable feat. The emergence of such a lackey from the Chan teaching only heightened their challenges for revenge. He had been rescued by a woman, a being of the great Luo Golden Immortal caliber. The mention of Shin's mother caused the youth further distress. It was his first encounter with someone like her after countless epochs in the primordial chaos. He implored the senior to eliminate Shin Gongbao. The White Crane boy and Elk boy were acutely aware that they had offended Shin Gongbao. If he remained alive, their demise was inevitable. What? Are you afraid? The youth glanced at the White Crane boy and Elk boy, shaking his head in disappointment at their apparent lack of ambition. This time, they offered no retort, for genuine fear had gripped them. You possess no aspirations at all. You are my disciples of Luo Hu. Am I, the demon ancestor, unable to cultivate even a decent disciple? With a swift kick, Luo Hu chastised them. Demon ancestor Luo Hu, you are the demon ancestor Luo Hu. At the mention of Luo Hu's name, the White Crane boy stood up abruptly. Hong Jun held a deep-seated fear of Luo Hu and had long since issued orders. Disciples of the Chan teaching must report upon encountering Luo Hu, with promises of great rewards. Consequently, everyone was well informed. Who would have thought that after previously being unable to locate him, they would now be seeking him as a mentor? Master, my entire clan has been slaughtered by the Chan teaching. I seek vengeance, pleaded the Elk boy, kneeling on both knees before Luo Hu. Enough with the pretense. Before this demon ancestor, your hidden thoughts are transparent. Elk boy, you were betrayed by your kin, yet you harbor little affection for them. The demon within you yearns not to be reduced to an insect, but to gain strength. It is a hatred directed at the Antarctic Immortal and a grievance against the injustices of the primordial chaos. As for the White Crane boy, he bears genuine enmity. Luo Hu could not suppress a chuckle as he regarded the White Crane boy and Elk boy. He was the demon ancestor, and they were but 2 insignificant insects, naive in their attempts to scheme before him. However, Shin Gongbao has been rescued by a great Luo Golden Immortal, rendering my spiritual form ineffective. As for my true body, it is currently in the midst of a breakthrough to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage and cannot depart. Should you genuinely wish for revenge, dedicate yourselves to rigorous cultivation for a millennium. The impending calamity of the primordial chaos awaits. Perhaps after a millennium, you may reap the benefits and directly ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Casting his gaze upon the White Crane boy and Elk boy, Luo Hu articulated their innermost thoughts once more. Disciples shall faithfully adhere to the master's orders. Disciples shall faithfully adhere to the master's orders. Upon hearing that they could achieve a breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal within a millennium, the White Crane boy and Elk boy immediately knelt, eager to commence their training without delay. I shall first impart to you the techniques of cultivation. With a mere lift of his hand, Luo Hu immediately bestowed the cultivation methods upon the White Crane boy and the Deer boy. You are still alive, little Bei. How splendid. At this moment, Shin Gongbao had already located Bei Li's kin. Upon seeing Bei Li, Granny Bei was overcome with tears of joy as she embraced him tightly. To the outside world, Bailey was a formidable golden immortal great demon, yet in the presence of Granny Bay, he remained but a child. Simultaneously, Bailey stood as the pillar of strength for their clan. Granny, gather our kin. We must depart from here. This is my newly acknowledged elder brother. With his assistance, I have successfully transcended my previous limits. Moreover, his mother is a great Luo golden immortal. Under the protection of a great Luo golden immortal, we shall no longer endure the trials of wandering or be subjected to oppression. Grasping Granny Bay's hand, Bailey introduced him. I have encountered the esteemed elder. Straightening her attire, Granny Bay endeavored to compose herself, bowing respectfully to Shin Gongbao and his mother. Her demeanor reflected a palpable sense of reticence. Every movement was executed with utmost caution, fearing to jeopardize Bailey's fortunes or bring him any distress. Granny, from this moment forth, we are kin. There is no need for such formality. With a gentle gesture, Shin Gongbao encouraged Granny Bay to take a seat. Chapter 35, The Great Archer Shoots the Suns at Leopard Ridge. We are not bound by excessive regulations. From her bosom, Mother Shin produced a medicinal pill and presented it. In her eyes, there were no distinctions of rank. She cared solely for Shun Zhengdao and her son. Bailey, as a subordinate of Shin Gongbao, was regarded as one of their own. Elder, this is unnecessary, she asserted, startled by the offering. She was merely at the initial stage of celestial immortal, while Mother Shin was a grand Luo golden immortal, a realm beyond her reach. Bailey, take this. This pill can fortify the body and replenish vital energy. At your age, it is greatly needed. Yet Bailey hesitated to accept it, prompting Shin Gongbao to issue a direct command. Yes. Receiving the pill, Bailey hastily administered it to her grandmother. Come together, let us convene, Shin Gongbao instructed, stepping a few paces forward, urging everyone to gather closer. Soon, the assembly formed around Shin Gongbao as the focal point. They were already aware of the prior events. They had been obstructed by two Tai golden immortals, ultimately relying on Mother Shun to repel them. This foretold that the journey ahead would not be simple, yet migration was imperative. Remaining here would inevitably result in capture by the demon hunting squad, destined for alchemical servitude in the Chan sect. Given their current strength, resistance was futile. Thus, relocation was the only option. As he surveyed the crowd, Shin Gongbao began to articulate his intentions and aspirations. Gongbao, we shall heed your counsel. Whatever course you suggest, we shall follow. Indeed, we have spent our lives at Leopard Ridge, never having ventured beyond. A change of scenery could be refreshing. We are aging and have not experienced the world, so we must rely on you. Fear not. Great endeavors require relinquishing trifles. When it is time to let go, we shall. Without our generation striving, there will be no future for the next. Understanding Shin Gongbao's concerns, the assembly reassured him not to fret. He should simply act. Then I shall proceed with arrangements. Shin Xiaobao, Niu Man, Yang Mie, and Yuing, you are the elder siblings among the children, and your task is to protect them. Familiarize yourselves with the techniques I provide and pass them on to the younger ones. You are the future of Leopard Ridge, and this is a splendid opportunity for growth. I hope that upon arriving in the new land, you can stand independently. Turning to Shin Xiaobao, Niu Man, Yang Mie, and Yuing, Shin Gongbao appointed them directly. Brother, is it permissible for me? Suddenly entrusted with such a significant responsibility, Shin Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet apprehension lingered about his ability to meet expectations. His brother was none other than Shin Gongbao, his idol. He wished not to disappoint him. Do not fear. I will be here to support you. Should you err, I shall bear the consequences. He encouraged them all to be bolder. Once you learn to transform into humans, you will no longer be children. Addressing the group of children, Shin Gongbao once more delegated responsibility. Thus, from this moment forth, I shall be the captain of the children's team. Listen closely, we are no longer children. It is essential to learn obedience and to be considerate. We must not only strive for self-improvement, but also safeguard our elders, our aunts, uncles, grandfathers, and grandmothers. Driven by the efforts of Shin Gongbao, Shin Xiaobao ventured out to rally a group of children. His intentions were straightforward. As the captain, he designated Niu Man, Yang Mie, and Yuing as the squad leaders. Together, they formed teams, each member striving to contribute their utmost. Father, please select the guards. In the event of extraordinary circumstances, we must be prepared to make sacrifices. When it is time to fight, we shall engage. After organizing the children, Shin Xiaobao turned his attention to the adults. Shin Zhengdao had many disciples who should also play their part. This task was simple. I will show you the results shortly. Gazing upon his disciples, Shin Zhengdao began contemplating how to assemble the team. At Lan Aunt Hua and Sister Qingqing, you are in charge of logistics. During our journey, we will undoubtedly discover resources. You shall handle this aspect. Turning back, Shen Gongbao reiterated the names of Shenlan, Shenqingqing, and Nyodahu. The construction of a community is synonymous with the establishment of power. As a reborn individual, Shen Gongbao resolved to utilize the civilization of humanity to develop Leopard Ridge. Suddenly entrusted with significant responsibilities, Shenlan, Shenqingqing, and Nyodahu felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. You may organize all the women, but be mindful to care for their needs appropriately. Mother, you are the core of the team. Join me in the mobile unit. Though Shen Mu possesses great strength, her gentle nature requires fortification, and Shen Gongbao intended to strengthen her character. What about me, the eldest? As everyone else was assigned roles. Bailey realized he had not been named and awaited Shen Gongbao's direction. You shall serve as the strategist, primarily assisting my father. With your intelligence, you should grasp my deeper intentions. Shen Gongbao could not remain within the ranks indefinitely. His fierce demeanor destined him for a more antagonistic role. As a significant figure in the impending calamity, remaining in the team might not be advantageous. Shen Gongbao sensed that the journey ahead would not be easy. According to the law of causality, Leopard Ridge was fated for destruction, and he was bound to the Danqing family. Yet, Shen Gongbao refused to accept such a fate. If rebirth did not yield change, what was the purpose of it? Indeed, Bailey, astute as he was, understood Shen Gongbao's desire for Leopard Ridge to attain independence and prepared to assist Shen Zhengdao wholeheartedly. With that, let us prepare to depart immediately. As all arrangements were finalized, Shen Gongbao signaled for everyone to get ready. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully indicated a developmental direction for Leopard Ridge and altered its fate, triggering the causality wheel and earning 6 lottery chances. 6 times. Developing Leopard Ridge grants 6 lottery opportunities? No, 6 is insufficient. By establishing a foundational framework, Leopard Ridge now has a clear path forward, leading to growth for all. Perhaps I should proceed with the lottery. Upon hearing the 6 lottery chances, Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, but upon further reflection, he found it lacking. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the technique Great Celestial Immortal Method. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the spell Invisibility. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the spell Binding Technique. Congratulations, host. You have received the Divine Ability Earthly Radiance Technique. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 purple gold pills. Congratulations, host, you are rewarded with 10,000 years of cultivation. Such bountiful treasures. What an exceptional quality from this lottery. Upon gazing at the wheel of causality, Shen Gongbao was utterly astonished. Previously, the odds of acquiring such remarkable items were far less favorable. Upon further reflection, Shen Gongbao surmised that this was linked to the development of their clan. All of these items could indeed be utilized for the benefit of their community. Everyone, Shen Xiaobao, come here. I shall impart to you new cultivation techniques. Bailey, come forth. I have a pill for you. Mother, approach. I will share with you a divine ability. Shen Gongbao had no inclination to hoard resources. Transforming resources into strength was the most prudent course of action. Moreover, one should not underestimate any divine ability or technique. When wielded effectively, their impacts could be exceedingly formidable. For instance, Nezha's transformation technique not only ensnared Shen Gongbao, but also ensnared the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, and the North Sea Dragon King, Ao Shan. However, with only 20 purple gold pills at his disposal, Shen Gongbao prioritized the needs of the combatants. The rationale was simple. Purple gold pills could significantly enhance cultivation speed, making it the most advantageous arrangement. Consequently, they remained in place, focusing on their cultivation. Taiqing, Yuqing, come to the Purple Cloud Palace. At the Chan sect, the primordial supreme being, Laozi, was engrossed in his usual cultivation when he suddenly received a summons from Hongjun. Yes, master. With a tremor, the primordial supreme being, Laozi, promptly rose and traversed the chaos towards the Purple Cloud Palace. Please, take a seat. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun produced 2 cushions, gesturing for the primordial supreme being, Laozi, to sit. Master, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Looking toward the cushions, the primordial supreme being, Laozi, noticed the presence of the Enlightenment Taoist, the Purity Taoist, and Niwa as well. Behind Hongjun stood another figure, Hao Tiantongzi. Notably absent was the Tong Dian. The primordial supreme being, Laozi, held great regard for the Enlightenment Taoist and the Purity Taoist. These two rascals were akin to troublemakers, perpetually stirring up strife in the eastern wilderness. For instance, the tale of Dai shooting the suns was orchestrated by these two. The demon emperor Dijuan and Xia bore 10 golden crows, instructing them to perch upon the Fusang tree in the Tang Valley, allowing only one to emerge daily to circle the wilderness, delivering sunlight to the areas shrouded in darkness. However, the Enlightenment Taoist and the Purity Taoist lured all 10 golden crows to fly together. This led to a catastrophic 10-day journey, resulting in immense suffering for the living beings. The ordinary witches of the Wu clan could not withstand the scorching heat of 10 suns, prompting Quafu to chase after them. Little did he know that the 10 golden crows toyed with him like a kite, ultimately exhausting him to death under the relentless heat. This incident catalyzed the conflict between the witches and the liches, as Dai rallied the strength of his entire tribe to forge the sun-shooting bow, eliminating 9 of the golden crows. It can be said that this was the spark that ignited the war of witches and liches. With the golden crows slain, how could Shiha remain passive? She sent Changshi to descend to the mortal realm, transforming into Chang'e, bestowing a grand gift upon Dai. Thus unfolded the legendary tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon. In the final battle against the Lich, both sides suffered grievously, leaving the Lich in a state of disarray. Conversely, the Taoists of the Western Paradise, Jain and Zhuanti, along with the Chan sect, reaped countless benefits. There exists an alternative perspective. Jain and Zhuanti are likened to 2 excrement piles, while Hongjun represents the wind. When the wind blows, the foul stench pervades the mountains and fields. After the downfall of the demon clan, Hongjun appointed his disciple Haoyan to take charge of the heavenly court, thus becoming the Jade Emperor. He also dispatched the Yaoqi disciple to assist in managing logistics. Now that everyone has gathered, let us commence the meeting. The purpose of your assembly is to address matters concerning the heavenly court and the impending calamity. Haoyan, whom I have sent forth, governs the heavenly court and serves as the voice of the Tao. The role of the heavenly court henceforth will be to uphold the order of the primordial chaos. Esteemed brothers and sisters, as elder disciples, it is your duty to extend your support. With a glance towards Yuan Shitianzun, Laozi, Enhua, Jian, Zhuanti, and Hongjun, directives were promptly issued. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters. As Hongjun concluded his words, the disciple Haoyan stepped forward, his face brimming with pride. Chapter 36. The primordial pearl. It is not difficult to surmise that this time, it is Haoyan who has come to seek counsel from Hongjun. This is hardly surprising. Although the witch and demon tribes have fallen, the teachings of Chan and Jia still persist. According to the original intentions of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Taijing, it was supposed to be these teachings that inherited the Taoist legacy, for they are the true orthodox of the Xianmen. However, the reality is far from this. Haoyan has suddenly descended and become the spokesperson for Hongjun. The demon court has transformed into the heavenly court. The situation of Yuanshi Tianzuan resembles that of a diligent company manager, tirelessly striving for performance while tackling the most arduous tasks. In the eyes of everyone, he must be the vice president. Little did he know that after eliminating other companies, the demon and witch tribes, he would receive a mere commission. Haoyan, a young boy, has directly descended and become his immediate superior. How could Yuanshi Tianzuan possibly assist him? Naturally, he would seek to create obstacles. In the years since his appointment as the Lord of Heaven, Hao Tian has been diligently expanding the heavenly court, first recruiting the most capable civil servant, the Star of Tai Bai. He also established a mechanism for evaluation, forming the heavenly soldiers and generals. Yet, compared to Chan and Jia, the heavenly court remains a small fry. To further develop, Haoyan sought personnel from Jia and Chan, as well as the Western teachings, but received no response. They merely sent over a few demons as a token gesture, all of whom were utterly inept, leading to chaos in the heavenly court. Ultimately, Haoyan had to eliminate a number of them to restore order. Left with no other options, Haoyan could only report to Hongjun. Consequently, Hongjun convened a meeting. The next calamity would be aimed at strengthening the heavenly court. Once the heavenly court grows, it will represent the Tao and govern the vast wilderness. Everyone pondered for a solution, but as silence reigned, Hongjun had no choice but to inquire one by one. Everything shall adhere to the Master-S arrangements. Everything shall adhere to the Master-S arrangements. Everything shall adhere to the Master-S arrangements. Oh, Master, our Western teachings are in dire straits, and we owe a substantial debt of merit to the Tao. Might we be granted an opportunity to strengthen the Western teachings to repay this debt? Indeed, the Western teachings are pitiable. Under Hongjuan's gaze, Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Nuwa remained silent. Meanwhile, the Taoists of Jian and Zhuanyi wept profusely. Their tears conveyed a clear message. The Western teachings are currently in a wretched state. Among the entirety of the Western teachings, they are the only two who can be of any significance. Be silent. Hongjun harbored disdain for the Taoist of Jian and Zhundi. However, he found himself at a loss. Years ago, Hongjun led an assault alongside the ancestor of the universe, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the Taoist of Yangmei to besiege Luoho at Mount Xumi, resulting in the mountain's destruction. It was Jian and Zhundi who restored Mount Xumi, leaving Hongjun indebted to them for great karmic consequences. Furthermore, as representatives of the West, they are ordained saints, forcing Hongjun to begrudgingly acquiesce. With calamity approaching, even the saints cannot escape. Thus, all must proceed with caution. The battle between the witches and demons has left both tribes nearly annihilated, while the chaos demon god stirs unrest in the shadows, causing turmoil in the wilderness. Under the suppression of the Tao, I extracted a primordial pearl from the core of the wilderness. This orb embodies the primordial essence and the essence of malevolence, posing a significant threat. Lousy, Yuanchi Tianzuan, I entrust this Hunyuan pearl to you. You must immediately refine it, separating its demonic and spiritual natures. Upon successful refinement, it can transform into a spiritual orb and a demonic orb. At that time, cast a heavenly tribulation incantation upon the demonic orb, compelling its reincarnation and allowing it to incubate a soul. Once the incantation reaches its zenith, it will naturally invoke the heavenly tribulation, reducing it to ashes. As for the spiritual orb, you should also allow it to reincarnate and gather it as disciples of the third generation. The spiritual orb shares a fateful connection with your disciples, serving as their support during the tribulation, so exercise caution. With a wave of his hand, the Hunyuan pearl floated before Yuanchi Tianzuan. The third generation of disciples. The disciples acknowledged the command. Upon hearing the mention of the third generation of disciples, Yuanchi Tianzuan was filled with excitement. He values the roots of his disciples, and the spiritual orb's roots are indeed to his liking. The impending tribulation is vast and cannot be delayed. You must proceed forthwith. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun signaled for Laozi and Yuanchi Tianzuan to depart. The disciples take their leave. Holding the Hunyuan pearl, Yuanchi Tianzuan and Laozi left. After the calamity of the witch and demon, humanity emerged as the protagonists of the primordial world. This time, humanity must face the tribulation. This tribulation is exceptionally fierce. As the mother of humanity, you must tread carefully. Once the tribulation begins, refrain from excessive interference. During this period, you may cultivate a demon to wait, so that when the tribulation commences, it can stand in for you. After Yuanchi Tianzuan and Yuhua departed, Hongjun turned to Yuhua and imparted a few more words. The disciple understands. Rising to pay respects, Yuhua signaled her understanding. Very well. You may go. The tribulation approaches, and your time is limited. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun permitted Yuhua to depart. The disciple acknowledges the command. Bowing her head, Yuhua retreated, leaving the purple cloud palace. Among the 6 great saints, Yuhua was the first to break through. However, she followed the path of virtue. Over the years, Yuhua had not garnered any merit, leading to stagnation in her cultivation, and her progress had lagged behind. Now that humanity faces the tribulation, Yuhua feels a mix of desire and powerlessness, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, Hongjun reminded her that she could utilize her disciple to enter the tribulation in her stead. However, for many years, Yuhua had not taken any disciples and could only use the summoning banner. Alas, Master, what about us? Yuanchi Tianzuan, Laozi, and Yuhua have all reaped benefits, while the Jain Taoist and the Zhuani Taoist have not. Naturally, they feel disheartened. 2 foolish ones. The tribulation in the East has no bearing on your West. You managed to gain advantages during the witch and demon calamity. Can you not do so in the next tribulation? You are saints. Is it not simple for you to seek benefits? Moreover, with Yuanchi Tianzuan's favoritism, are there not neglected disciples, and is there no room for maneuver? Begone! With a wave of his hand, Jain Taoist and Zhuani Taoist were sent flying into the chaos. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. We understand. Brother, what do you think of the Lantern Taoist? Hush. Lower your voice. Those who plot should keep their mouths shut. As they exchanged glances, the shifty-eyed guide departed with excitement, twirling in delight. The Lord, witnessing the departure of the saints, felt a deep discomfort, for his matters remained unaddressed. The heavenly court had become merely a third-rate power, looked down upon by all. Should recruitment take place, everyone would flock to the way of the teachings. From the perspective of the Lord, he yearned to establish a formidable force. However, under the dominion of the saints, he found himself powerless. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. The next tribulation will serve as a selection for talents for your heavenly court. Yet, the secrets of heaven must remain undisclosed. Do not be anxious." With a wave of his hand, Hongjun signaled the Lord to depart. The Lord, in his folly, failed to grasp the implications of standing beside Hongjun. Driven away, he had no choice but to leave. He had resolved to return and continue recruiting followers under the auspices of the true way. According to Hongjun, the entirety of the wilderness was under his jurisdiction. Why should the minor sects like the Way of the Teachings or the Western Church defy him? It was time to set forth. At this moment, Shang Guangbao had completed his preparations, and everyone had preliminarily updated their techniques and cultivated their powers. Brothers, prepare to depart. Line up. Wipe your noses. You are the future of my Leopard Ridge, and you cannot allow snot to hang from your lips. Those larger should carry the smaller. We are the Qingfeng team of Leopard Ridge, and no member must be left behind. Stand straight. Do not act like children. Upon hearing Shang Guangbao's command to depart, Little Leopard sprang into action, immediately directing the young team. After being appointed by Shang Guangbao, the children became particularly obedient to Little Leopard, disregarding their parents' words in favor of his commands. This scene elicited quiet laughter and encouragement from the onlookers, as it was indeed a joyous occasion when the children were not misbehaving. The Leopard Ridge Guard team assembled efficiently. In contrast to Little Leopard's group, Shang Guangbao and the guard team appeared far more disciplined. They stood in neat formation, awaiting Shang Guangbao's command. Set forth. With a wave of his hand, Shang Guangbao issued the order, and the entire army commenced their march. Thus, Shang Guangbao led the team on a swift journey. Brother, why was Tong Tian not invited by our master this time? At this moment, Yuan Shi Tianzun had returned to Kunlun Mountain. During this gathering, all 5 saints attended, except for Tong Tian, which surprised Yuan Shi Tianzun. It seemed he had no business there. Our purpose was to receive the primordial pearl. The likes of Nuwa, the guide, and the one known as Zhuanti likely conveyed the necessary precautions regarding the tribulation. There should be no matters concerning Tong Tian, right? Laozi himself found it puzzling why Hongjun did not summon Tong Tian. Should we not inform him? Upon reflection, as members of the 3 Pure Ones, perhaps it was prudent to notify him. Nevertheless, let us hasten to refine the primordial pearl. In the current wilderness, it had become exceedingly difficult to find disciples akin to the spirit pearls. Shaking his head, I signaled to the primordial heavenly venerable to hasten his pace and expedite the refinement of the Hunyuan pearl. It would also allow the Southern Pole Immortal to pay a visit. The refinement of the Hunyuan pearl undoubtedly necessitates seclusion, and naturally, the myriad affairs of the Chan school shall be entrusted to the Southern Pole Immortal. During this period, the Southern Pole Immortal has indeed engaged in certain actions that displease the primordial heavenly venerable. However, upon reflection, the contributions of the Southern Pole Immortal to the Chan school are monumental. Were it not for his undertaking of the arduous and menial tasks, how could the Chan school have attained such prominence today? My master has summoned me? This cannot bode well. I am surely to be reprimanded. Cursed be Shingongbao. Were it not for you, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. Summoned by the primordial heavenly venerable, the Southern Pole Immortal felt a surge of panic, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Shingongbao. If it were not for Shingongbao's reckless ideas, would the Chan school suffer such disgrace? The disciples, having lost everything, stood in dismay. The disciples paid their respects to their master. Trembling, the Southern Pole Immortal approached the primordial heavenly venerable and immediately knelt before him. Southern Pole, the calamity of the era approaches. I shall enter seclusion for a time to strategize for the future of the Chan school. During this period, you are entrusted with the full management of the Chan school. Remember, let the prosperity of the Chan school be your guiding principle. Do not engage in any actions that would bring harm to the Chan school. After all, the calamity is perilous and lacking strength. One cannot hope to survive. With that, the primordial heavenly venerable cast a token and offered a few parting words, allowing the Southern Pole Immortal to withdraw. Chapter 37. The South Polar Immortal realizes his capabilities upon receiving the Jade Token. The South Polar Immortal was utterly bewildered. Had he not come to face criticism? How had he instead been rewarded? It was crucial to note that this Jade Token carried significant weight, with the primordial heavenly sovereign in seclusion. It effectively placed him in a position of great authority. This was indeed a moment of great fortune. Do you have any objections? The primordial heavenly sovereign inquired, fixing a frown upon the South Polar Immortal. And no, I assure you, I shall not disappoint my esteemed master, he stammered, kneeling once more. South Polar. Over these years, I have been aware of your sacrifices. However, with the impending calamity, our overall strength within the Chan teaching still falls short. Moreover, the disciples lack a sense of urgency. Observe the demon clan, they toil tirelessly. If only our Chan teaching could muster half their diligence. Enough. I must enter seclusion now. During this period, you shall handle all matters pertaining to the Chan teaching. Be bold, should any issues arise. I shall bear the consequences for you. Rising, the primordial heavenly sovereign placed a reassuring hand upon the shoulder of the South Polar Immortal. I shall remember, Master. The interests of the Chan teaching surpass all else. With the primordial heavenly sovereign's commendation, the South Polar Immortal felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins, longing to transform into an ox, until vast fields. Dismissed, the sovereign waved his hand, allowing the South Polar Immortal to depart as he activated the grand array to refine the primordial pearl alongside Lousy. As he took a few steps back, the South Polar Immortal turned and left, a look of triumph evident on his countenance. His confidence radiated like ink spilled into water, capable of darkening everything in its path. All team leaders of the Demon Capture Squad prepared to assemble. Having contemplated his next steps, the South Polar Immortal resolved to surprise the primordial heavenly sovereign. He aimed to cultivate an elite team within the Chan teaching, a demon capture squad devoid of demons. His ambition was grand. He sought to nurture a formidable army of Tai Golden Immortals to represent the Chan teaching. However, relying solely on ordinary resources would render success elusive. Thus, the only viable solution was alchemy. As for the materials required for alchemy, they were indeed demons. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, master. Greetings, Uncle Master. Under the South Polar Immortal's summons, the Demon Capture Squad swiftly gathered. Everyone, I shall be brief. The purpose of this assembly is to initiate a brand new demon capture mission. From this moment forth, the capture of demons will be subject to evaluation tasks. Your cultivation resources will be determined based on these tasks. The more tasks you complete, the greater the resources you shall receive. Furthermore, from now on, there will be no time constraints. You may arrange your schedules as you see fit. I shall only consider the results. For the first time, the South Polar Immortal did not adopt an imposing demeanor. His message was clear. He wanted everyone to engage wholeheartedly. Regardless of status, the more demons one captured, the more favor he would bestow upon them. Meanwhile, the South Polar Immortal would devote himself entirely to alchemy. Understood. Hearing the South Polar Immortal's words, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Most notably, they were thrilled by the change in the resource hall's exchange conditions. Previously, despite their efforts, many resources had been beyond their reach. For instance, there are formidable magical artifacts that they are utterly unqualified to exchange. However, the situation has changed. Now, by capturing demons, one can accrue contributions. And these contribution points can be redeemed for anything. Take for example Shin Gongbao. At the behest of the primeval heavenly sovereign, he was allowed to select treasures from the treasury, accompanied by the Antarctic Immortal. During the selection process, it was not merely a matter of what Shun Gongbao desired, but rather the Antarctic Immortal would inquire, "What would you like to choose?" The Antarctic Immortal would then match the selection to Shun Gongbao's privileges. Otherwise, how could Shin Gongbao wish for a thunder spear without knowing it was a primordial spiritual treasure? Currently, the dynamics have shifted. As long as one captures demons and accumulates sufficient contribution points, redemption is within reach. To facilitate this, the Antarctic Immortal even summoned individuals from the resource points to align the appropriate resources. Is this true? I possess 430,000 in used contribution points. The demon catching team is elated, and the members of the resource hall share in their joy. Among them, the most jubilant is Qing Yao. She had wagered alongside Shin Gongbao and earned an impressive 400,000 contribution points. She has refrained from redeeming them, uncertain of what to acquire. Now, with resource privileges relaxed, Qing Yao can redeem a postnatal treasure. Uncle Master, you are mistaken. If you had utilized those several million contribution points, you would have struck gold by now. Instinctively, Qing Yao thought of Shin Gongbao. Upon reflection, she realized it had been quite some time since Shin Gongbao had made an appearance. Compelled by instinct, Qing Yao headed to Shun Gongbao's mountain, only to find the grand formation still active. Shaking her head, she had no choice but to depart. The third team of the demon-catching squad was fully assembled and ready to capture demons. The sixth team was also fully present, prepared for the same task. The ninth team, likewise, was ready to engage in demon capture. As Qing Yao descended from Shun Gongbao's mountain, she noticed the collective emergence of the demon-catching teams, all rushing off to seize demons. Uncle Master, if you were not in seclusion, we could have formed a team together. Capturing demons now yields substantial contribution points. Looking back at the mountain where Shun Gongbao resided, Qin Yao bit her lip, yearning to set off alongside him to hunt demons. She even contemplated offering her 40,000 contribution points to bolster Shun Gongbao's strength. Quickly clear the battlefield and gather what can be collected. Anything that cannot be taken should be left behind. Our mission is to proceed. Ensure all members are accounted for, leaving no teammate behind. Meanwhile, Shun Gongbao had just concluded a battle. The demons from Leopard Ridge and the ones from Bailey numbered over 800. With such a multitude of demons, the target was substantial. Earlier, they encountered a mountain, only to be obstructed by the local demons who sought their allegiance. Shun Gongbao, of course, would not permit this, leading to an explosive confrontation. With his mother present, the battle was a mere formality, and Shun Gongbao seized the opportunity to replenish some resources. However, he felt an unsettling premonition. A significant event seemed imminent. This sensation was peculiar, an enigmatic intertwining of fate, shrouded in mystery. Boss, the demons here wish to join us. Should we accept them? Soon, Bailey approached Shun Gongbao, inquiring about his decision. Accept them. After a moment of silence, Shun Gongbao resolved to take action. With numerous subordinates and various paths to choose from, only through strengthening their prowess could they dare to resist. However, this strategy was fraught with peril. The larger their ranks grew, the greater the risk of exposure. Having previously led a demon hunting team, Shun Gongbao was acutely aware of the dangers of having too many members, as it would inevitably attract attention. While discretion would typically be the wisest course, he was a firm believer in the principle of causality, dismissing conventional wisdom. He sensed that an encounter with the demon hunting team was inevitable, and when that time came, combat would be their only recourse. Thus, the stronger their team became, the greater their opportunities would be. Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately, he affirmed. With Shun Gongbao's consent, Bailey felt reassured and promptly turned to depart. By the way, do some motivational work. Should anything seem amiss, remain vigilant. At that moment, Shun Gongbao felt immense pressure. The annihilation of the Leopard Ridge in his past life haunted him, and it was this pain that led him to utter the words, "My family is gone. I have nothing left to cherish." Following that declaration, he grasped the and leaped from the dwelling, confronting the myriad demons alone. Ultimately, upon discovering that Shun Zhengdao had survived, he clung to that final glimmer of hope, continuing to perform the arduous tasks for the Chan sect, still under the manipulation of the Antarctic Immortal. It wasn't until Shun Zhengdao's demise that Shun Gongbao realized he could not avenge his grievances, leading to his ultimate self-destruction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for adding 365 members to the Leopard Ridge. Among them, there is 1 at the late Golden Immortal stage, 2 at the mid-Golden Immortal stage, 5 at the early Golden Immortal stage, and the remainder comprises Xian Immortals and True Immortals. Strengthening the Leopard Ridge has significantly altered its causality, triggering the causality wheel. Reward: 6 lottery draws. Without delay, Shun Gongbao opted to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 20 purple gold pills. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5 mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Congratulations, host, for receiving 3 enlightenment leaves. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1-time acceleration card. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10,000 years of cultivation. Remarkably, he had amassed a considerable bounty. Gazing at the causality wheel, a grin spread across Shun Gongbao's face. With these treasures, the strength of the Leopard Ridge would undoubtedly soar once more, particularly with the enlightenment leaves, which could aid everyone in their pursuit of understanding. Shun Gongbao resolved to allocate these to Shun Xiaobao, Shun Zhengdao, and Bailey. As for the mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, they could be utilized to entice the newly joined demons. Should they perform admirably, he would bestow rewards upon them. Now, the first step was to employ the time acceleration card, allowing everyone to enjoy the initial wave of benefits. Everyone, gather in the cave immediately. As he took out the time acceleration card, Shun Gongbao commanded the assembly. At his directive, Bailey promptly organized the gathering. The newly arrived demons, still acclimating to life in the Leopard Ridge, exhibited a certain lethargy. Observing the scattered congregation, Shun Gongbao's countenance hardened, and he admonished, "Silence. If you continue to make such noise, you shall be expelled. Since you have joined the Leopard Ridge, you must adhere to our rules. If you cannot comply, you may leave." Pointing towards the cave's entrance, Shun Gongbao presented everyone with an opportunity for free choice. However, Considering the presence of great Luo Jingxian within Shun Gongbao's team, how could they possibly desire to leave? Since they were unwilling to depart, it would be best for them to cooperate fully. Calculating the time, it was evident that the demon-hunting squad from the Chan sect was poised to make significant moves. Should they attract the attention of the demon-hunting team, they would inevitably face the grim fate of being refined into elixirs. Observing the group of newcomers, Shin Gongbao promptly began his enlightening discourse. Is this true? The Chan sect? It turns out to be a deception. Surely, it must be a ruse. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd exhibited clear disbelief. Disbelieving, are we? Once the calamity concludes, the fate of humanity shall be dictated, and heaven will exert absolute control over the cosmos, leading to the emergence of a mechanism for ascension within the primordial realm. At that time, the experience will be even more exhilarating. Those fortunate enough may find themselves dispatched to the heavenly court for servitude, while the unfortunate could be unceremoniously cast into the alchemical furnace. Now, let us set aside matters concerning the Chan sect and focus on enhancing our power. He continued, this is the purple gold elixir, which can accelerate your cultivation speed. And this is the enlightenment leaf, which will enhance your comprehension abilities. I shall now accelerate the flow of time within the cave. For every hour that passes outside, a millennium shall elapse within. Utilize this time wisely for your cultivation. With a flourish of his hand, Shun Gongbao tossed several celestial jades into the air, bestowing them upon the gathered individuals. Chapter 38. The Captured Demon Team. On the importance of acting, do not underestimate the celestial jade. Within the celestial jade resides the ethereal energy of immortals, a rare resource for cultivation. Shin Gongbao, sharing the burden equally, does not take this lightly. Ding! Congratulations, host. The time acceleration card has been successfully activated. Outside the cave, 1 hour equals 1,000 years within it. Having confirmed that everyone was prepared, Shin Gongbao promptly utilized the time acceleration card. The flow of time has indeed altered. What kind of ability is this? It is terrifying. Enough idle talk. Let us hasten our cultivation. The celestial jade is formidable. The energy within is remarkably pure. With eyes closed in meditation, everyone soon opened their eyes again. The demons of Leopard Ridge fared well, having previously absorbed celestial jade. Most had also consumed elixirs of immortality. The newly joined demons, however, gaped in astonishment. Their naivety laid bare as they struggled to believe their eyes. All right, focus on your cultivation. Do not disturb others. Moving forward, I shall allocate resources based on your performances. With that, Shin Gongbao closed his eyes and began to absorb his cultivation. In merely a quarter of an hour, he assimilated a millennium's worth of cultivation. Exhaling deeply, Shin Gongbao continued to refine the essence of the ancestral witch's blood. He sensed that once he fully refined this drop of ancestral blood, he would be on the brink of attaining the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Of course, resources were still essential. It remained to be seen how much the system would yield. If another drop of ancestral blood were to materialize, his success would be assured. I have broken through. I have too. It is no surprise. For I am a sage of enlightenment. What was once incomprehensible now instantaneously makes sense. Ready for a breakthrough. As the 1,000 years elapsed, Shin Xiaobao, Shin Zhengdao, and Bailey simultaneously achieved breakthroughs. Shin Xiaobao ascended from the heavenly immortal to the true immortal. Shin Zhengdao advanced from the peak of the golden immortal to the Tai Golden Immortal. And Bailey progressed from the late golden immortal stage to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Their rapid cultivation can be attributed to two factors, a foundation built over time and the formidable resources provided by Shin Gongbao, particularly for Shin Xiaobao and Shin Zhengdao. They had directly consumed the 9-turn golden pill, crafted by Laozi himself. Shin Zhengdao even integrated the essence of the Thunder Tribulation, coupled with the purple gold pill. The Enlightenment Leaf. In their prior efforts, advancement was inevitable. Is this truly a breakthrough? Meanwhile, the other demons looked on enviously. Some felt jealousy, while others experienced admiration. In this moment, all were resolute in their conviction to follow Shin Gongbao closely and enhance their own strength. Everyone, please wait. I am off to face a tribulation. With a gentle leap, Shin Zhengdao ascended into the sky, preparing to confront the tribulation. I shall follow suit. After Shin Zhengdao, Shin Xiaobao also took flight. Be cautious, Xiaobao. The intensity of the tribulation surged. Shin Gongbao too burst forth. Under ordinary circumstances, when each demon breaks through, the thunder tribulation would not interfere with one another. However, in this case, as Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao faced the same peak, their tribulation would indeed influence one another. Yet, this presented an opportunity. Should Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao falter, Shin Gongbao could absorb the thunder tribulation. Devouring the thunder of the Tai Golden Immortal may very well allow for the complete refinement of the ancestral witch's essence, enabling one to manifest as a Tai Golden Immortal. How formidable! As Shang Wangbao pursued, Shin Zhengdao had already borne a strike of thunder, rendering his entire form a deep shade of black. Father, little leopard, step back. Allow me to take the lead. Once I have weakened the tribulation by 80%, you may then absorb it. Remember, it is not about resisting the tribulation, but about absorption. Our attributes are all related to thunder. We can entirely absorb the tribulation, thereby nurturing our very essence. Stepping forward to stand before Shin Zhengdao, Shang Wangbao clenched his fist and struck the descending tribulation with all his might. A resounding boom echoed as the tribulation recoiled. At that moment, closing the distance, Shang Wangbao inhaled deeply, consuming 80% of the thunder. Now, following closely, Shin Zhengdao similarly exerted himself, eliminating the remaining 20% of the tribulation. Leave the rest to me. With that, Shin Xiaobao surged forward and devoured the final remnants of thunder. Even so, Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao were left in excruciating pain, channeling the power of thunder. They relied on the acquired treasures to absorb and refine it simultaneously. Noticing Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao struggling to endure, Shang Wangbao promptly instructed everyone to utilize the obtained treasures. Refine it for me. Upon hearing Shang Wangbao's command, Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao began to channel the tribulation into their bodies, refining it with the treasures. With the treasures at their disposal, the pressure on Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao diminished significantly. Boom, boom, boom. At that very moment, the second wave of tribulation arrived. Prepare. Once again, Shang Wangbao unleashed his strength, engaging in battle with his corporeal form, and continued to absorb the tribulation. 2 strikes of thunder, 20 strikes, 40 strikes. The Tai Golden Immortal faces a total of 81 strikes of tribulation. Shang Wangbao resembled a voracious beast, continually devouring the thunder. Simultaneously, the ancestral witch's essence within him was being refined, significantly enhancing Shang Wangbao's physique. I cannot endure any longer. After consuming 81 strikes of tribulation, Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao could no longer withstand it and plummeted from the skies. Mother, take care of them. My tribulation is upon me. Though Shin Zhengdao and Shin Xiaobao faltered, Shang Wangbao remained invigorated. As the ancestral witch's essence was refined and the power of the tribulation absorbed, Shang Wangbao's physique ascended to Tai. Moreover, Shang Wangbao awakened a divine ability named Law of Heaven and Earth. This power was extraordinarily terrifying, capable of boundless accumulation of essence, and once unleashed, it would evoke cries of despair from spirits and deities alike. With the tribulation at hand, Shang Wangbao resolved to use it as the foundation for cultivating Law of Heaven and Earth. Boom. As Shang Wangbao erupted with the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, the tribulation manifested in response. Simultaneously, a team of demon hunters stumbled upon the unfolding events and halted their advance. Captain Lion. Such tribulation indicates the presence of a Tai Golden Immortal. Observing the distant clouds of tribulation, Deputy Captain Xiangqing furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to proceed. Xiangqing, whose true form was that of an elephant, was a formidable physical combatant, having forged 2 ivory blades from his own tusks. All personnel, prepare for an ambush. Be cautious. Once we move in, do not act recklessly. If this demon is gravely injured under the thunder tribulation, I shall strike immediately. Should the opponent remain unscathed, I will protect myself under the guise of a disciple of the Tao, while subtly gathering intelligence. Upon returning to the Tao, I will report to Master Nanji. The leader of the demon hunting team is Shiyuan, a pinnacle golden immortal. He is also a demon, his true form being a 9-headed lion. Endowed with terrifying talents and unparalleled combat prowess, only slightly weaker than the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy. Indeed, with explosive speed, we swiftly pursued. This damned causality. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Standing in the void, Shang Wangbao quickly discerned the demon hunting team. This group had not concealed themselves at all, boldly charging forward. In a past life, Shang Wangbao had led a demon hunting team and was well acquainted with their tactics. They took advantage of others' misfortunes, mercilessly attacking the wounded. When faced with an adversary they could not overpower, they would invoke the Tao to instill fear in the demons. I wish to avoid trouble, yet you insist on provoking me. If that is the case, then perish. With a thunderous roar, Shang Wangbao once more absorbed a bolt of lightning, fully dedicating himself to the cultivation of Law of Heaven and Earth. Under the accumulation of Law of Heaven and Earth, Shengguo Bao's physical body underwent continuous transformation. After devouring 81 bolts of lightning, his magical power surged, achieving the status of a Tai Golden Immortal alongside his physical transformation. Congratulations, my friend, on attaining the Tai Golden Immortal stage. As Shengguo Bao descended from the sky, Shi Yuan clasped his hands in greeting, celebrating his achievement. Captain, why do I feel he seems so familiar? My friend, have you perhaps visited the Tao? Observing Shengguo Bao, Xiaoqing felt a sense of recognition. Is that so? Perhaps it is because I possess a rather common appearance. Wait, you claim to be immortals of the Tao? Looking at Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing, Shengguo Bao was met with expressions of admiration and greetings. Despite Shengguo Bao's calm exterior, his heart raced with anxiety for a simple reason. At the intersecting teachings disciple exchange competition, Shengguo Bao represented the Tao. If he were to be recognized, it would spell disaster. Indeed, we are disciples under the South Pole Immortal of the Tao. I am Shi Yuan, leader of the demon hunting team. This is Xiaoqing, the deputy leader. Meeting Shengguo Bao's gaze, Shi Yuan and his companion straightened up, feeling themselves superior to the lesser demons. At that moment, they forgot their intent to further identify Shengguo Bao and began to view him with prejudice, considering him a rustic who had never seen the world. Little did they know, Shengguo Bao was probing their cultivation levels. Esteemed immortals, this is the mountain stronghold of a minor demon. If you would not mind, might we converse within the mountain? I have 1,000 subordinates who would greatly benefit from witnessing your extraordinary prowess. With a sinister chuckle, Shengguo Bao invited Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing to converse within a cave. Estimating the numbers, Shengguo Bao realized that Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing's demon hunting team comprised approximately 200 members. Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing were pinnacle golden immortals, accompanied by 5 in the late golden immortal stage, while the remainder were in the mid to early golden immortal stages. With such a team, Shengguo Bao intended to eliminate them. He had no choice. Should he refrain from killing them, Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing would undoubtedly report back, endangering the demons of Leopard Ridge. Over 1,000, very well. Let us see what unfolds. Should a prodigy be discovered, one might consider introducing them to the Chan sect. By the way, my friend, would you be inclined to join the Chan sect? If you express your willingness, I could make an exception and recommend you. You would even be permitted to bring your kin along, becoming part of the Chan sect. Upon learning that the demon before them commanded 1,000 subordinates, both Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. They planned to lure Shengguo Bao back to the Chan sect, enticing him and his entourage to willingly step into the Tianyuanding. Once inside, escape would be impossible. Is that truly the case? Esteemed immortal, I have heard that joining the Chan sect requires passing through numerous rigorous evaluations. Am I eligible? Feigning excitement, Shengguo Bao pressed forward, making his way toward the cave. Indeed, you are a Tai Golden Immortal. I observed you during your tribulation. You emerged unscathed, which attests to your considerable talent. It is entirely possible for you to become a member of the Chan sect. Laughing heartily, Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing exchanged glances, knowing their plan was secure. You flatter me, esteemed immortal. I nearly perished moments ago. Fortunately, my resilience allowed me to endure, though I am not without my injuries. Should you two esteemed immortals facilitate my entry into the Chan sect, I would heed your every command, be it traversing treacherous mountains or facing perilous challenges. Shi Yuan and Xiaoqing deceived Shengguo Bao, even as he cunningly deceived them in return. Chapter 39. Annihilation of the Demon Capture Team. Lion Yuan and Elephant Qing intended to lure Shengguo Bao and his entourage back to the Chan sect. However, Shengguo Bao aimed to eliminate them all. Should he succeed in vanquishing the Demon Capture Team, he could disguise himself as one of them. Yet, something felt amiss. A battle was imminent. Bailey had been closely observing Shengguo Bao's demeanor. Seeing him bow and scrape before the Demon Capture Team, Bailey quickly grasped the situation. Having spent considerable time with Shengguo Bao, he was acutely aware of his temperament. Shengguo Bao harbored an intense loathing for the Demon Capture Team and was utterly devoted to the future of Leopard Ridge, rendering this scene entirely implausible. The only plausible explanation was that Shengguo Bao sought their demise. The forces of Leopard Ridge were formidable as well. Among them were a beginner Deluo Golden Immortal, Shenmu, 2 early Tai Golden Immortals, Shenjingdao, Shengguo Bao, 1 peak Golden Immortal, Bailey, 3 late Golden Immortals, Xiongdong, Xiongkue, Xianglei, 2 mid-level Golden Immortals, Hui, Cig, and 4 early Golden Immortals, Shenchangkong, Li Qingqing, Huan Mingqiu. Ma Bin. Retaining the Demon Capture Team was entirely feasible. Shen Xiaobao. Take the Qing Feng team of Leopard Ridge and escort everyone to the depths of the cave for safety. Nyolan, Yangwan Matahua. Assist in protecting the women and children and ensure your own safety. Those above Golden Immortal level, prepare for battle. Remember, there is no choice for you. If our adversaries do not perish today, it will be you who meets your end. Upon returning to the cave, Bailey swiftly organized everything. Bailey, what has transpired? Others lacked Bailey's insight, still oblivious to the unfolding events. We have been discovered by the demon capture team. The leader is bringing them to this cave. Given the leader's temperament, this choice indicates an intent for total annihilation of the enemy. Remain calm, let us feign ignorance and await the leader's signal. Once we strike, it will be a thunderous assault. Ant, as a Deluo Golden Immortal, we are counting on you this time. Bailey turned to address the assembled demons, immediately orchestrating their roles. He understood well that Shun Mu was excessively kind-hearted. Without proper directives, she might hesitate to act. Rest assured, anyone who dares to harm my family must perish. With a flick of her wrist, the purple cloud sword appeared in Shen Mu's grasp, poised for battle. In this period, Shen Mu had undergone a transformation, fully aware that failure to resist would lead to dire consequences for her family. Thus, she was prepared to fight with all her might. Do not rush. We must not reveal our murderous intent. We shall strike when they least expect it. Observing the demon capture team, which comprised over 200 members, all Golden Immortals, Bailey signaled for calm, instructing everyone to take their seats. His strategic arrangements were astute. When the time came to attack, they would possess the optimal vantage point. Esteemed Immortals, welcome to the lair of the little demons. Please, come in. Just as Bailey completed his preparations, Shin Gongbao returned, confirming the presence of numerous demons. Upon entering the cave, the demon capture team surveyed their surroundings, seemingly perceiving a lucrative opportunity. Esteemed ones, this is the demon capture team from the Chan sect. Should you not pay your respects to the Immortals? Leading the demon capture team forward, Shin Gongbao exchanged knowing glances with his comrades. Surveying the surroundings, Shin Gongbao chuckled. From the arrangement, it was evident that Bailey and his companions were thoroughly prepared for battle. The children and women had been adequately secured, clearly orchestrated by Bailey. Now, Shin Gongbao awaited the moment when the demon-catching team would fully enter the cave. Junior Demon pays respects to the Immortal. The chant echoed repeatedly as the little demons bowed. Observing the demon-catching team, Bailey and his cohorts hastily returned the gesture. Ha ha ha, splendid. As he assessed the cultivation levels of Bailey's group, Shi Yuan and Xiang Qing felt a surge of exhilaration. How gratifying it would be to capture these demons. Immortal, do you think they could be inducted into the Chan sect? Upon glancing back, Shin Gongbao noted that all members of the demon-catching team had entered the cave. In other words, it was time to act. They, possess considerable talent. All have already ascended to the Golden Immortal realm. According to Chan sect regulations, those at the Golden Immortal level may partake in the formal disciple assessments. Below the Golden Immortal, they can only serve as menial disciples. In Shi Yuan's mind, this was a sure win. Just imagine the contributions of capturing so many formidable demons. Immortal, can my mother join as well? Pointing to his mother, Shin Gongbao inquired once more. Your mother? Following Shin Gongbao's, Shi Yuan and Xiang Qing instinctively shook their heads, preparing to refuse. However, upon scrutinizing Shun's mother's cultivation, they were astounded to discover they could not see through her strength. Immortal, my mother is at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Shin Gongbao glanced at Bailey, while Shun Jingdao subtly winked, signaling everyone to prepare. Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon realizing Shun's mother's cultivation, Shi Yuan and Xiang Qing were utterly taken aback. Kill. Seizing the moment of Shi Yuan and Xiang Qing's distraction, Shun Gongbao swiftly struck, decapitating Shi Yuan with a single stroke. Kill. Shin Gongbao acted with alacrity, and Bailey reacted just as swiftly, bursting forth with incredible speed. The other demons followed suit, launching their attacks. This is outrageous. What do you intend to do? We are disciples of the Chan sect. Do you wish to court death? Wait. This is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. Suddenly, Shin Gongbao and his group erupted into chaos, leaving the demon-catching team in a state of shock. They were disciples of the Chan sect. As demons, how could they possibly dare to oppose the Chan sect? Was this rebellion? Kill. Quickly break out. Hurry, prepare to report to the Chan sect. It's over. Fellow cultivators, we acknowledge our mistakes. Grant us a chance. We surrender. We surrender. In their attempts to resist, the demon-catching team realized they were utterly outmatched. First, Shin's mother blocked the exit, leaving them no chance of escape. Then came Xinjiang, who transformed into lightning, appearing and vanishing at will. Each time he materialized, he would invariably claim a life. The soul-splitting blade in his hand was equally terrifying. Their treasures could not withstand its might. Xinjiang was also formidable. Having broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal level, with defenses, strength, and reflexes enhanced 100-fold. In that moment, Xinjiang truly comprehended the advantage of sheer strength over technique. Bailey performed admirably as well, bolstered by the innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Xinjiang, showcasing commendable combat prowess. Puff, 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 puff. As Xinjiang and Xinjiang intermingled, the demon hunting team fell one by one, swiftly losing their power to resist. Spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs. Do not take my life. Seniors, we are all demons. Let us not turn against one another. Indeed, we are all demons. We must support each other. You cannot slay us. In the end, the demon hunting team knelt on the ground, pleading with Xinjiang for mercy. At that moment, they were genuinely terrified. They had never dared to believe that, under the banner of the Chan sect, they could be slaughtered like cabbages. Forgive me, I cannot take that gamble, nor can I afford to. With a swift motion, Xinjiang struck down the demon who had spoken. With his leadership, Xinjiang hesitated not, transforming into a bolt of lightning to swiftly reap lives. In a mere quarter of an hour, all 213 members of the demon hunting team were slain. Nyolan, Yangwan Madawa, come forth to clean the battlefield. Also, inspect each corpse, and if you find any Linglong inner pills, extract them for me. After annihilating the demon hunting team, Xinjiang exhaled deeply, feeling considerably relieved. Since the appearance of the demon hunting team, he had been on high alert, fearing that any slip could lead to the ruin of the entire Leopard Ridge. Now, with not a single foe remaining, they had earned a moment to breathe. Linglong inner pills. What are these? Confronting the demon hunting team, Bailey was exceedingly anxious, for this was the power of the Chan sect. A closer look revealed Bailey's legs trembling. The Linglong inner pill was indeed a valuable item, a secret technique of the Chan sect. Nearly all the demons within the hunting team were in the midst of cultivation. Naturally, this was also preparation for alchemy in the future. The Linglong inner pill, belonging to the realm of external objects, could be likened to refining oneself into a pill, enhancing the likelihood of breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal level. It could also double one's innate strength. Most crucially, the Linglong inner pill could rapidly augment one's power. Looking at Bailey, Xinjiang smiled and elucidated. The Linglong inner pill had appeared once during the great calamity of Journey to the West. At that time, Kuei Mu Lang possessed a Linglong inner pill, which granted a 20-fold increase in strength, compelling even Sun Wukong to avoid its might. With Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing, the 6 Ding, and 6 Jia, the 5 Directions Revealer, the 4 Zhigong Chao, and 18 Protectors of the Teaching joining forces, Kuei Mu Lang easily handled them all. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong's cunning plan, transforming into Baihua Xiao, that deceived Kuei Mu Lang into relinquishing the Linglong inner pill, allowing him to subdue Kuei Mu Lang. The introduction to the Linglong inner pill at that time stated, this object has undergone countless trials and tribulations in its refinement, taking years to perfect. Combining the essence of both yin and yang to create this Linglong inner pill. One can only imagine the complexity of crafting the Linglong inner pill. Little did they know. The method of its refinement originated from Taishang Laojun, the embodiment of Laozi. Laozi's postnatal treasure is the celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda. Thus, the method of crafting it naturally traces back to Laozi. I have found only 9. While Xinjiang conversed, Nyolan, Yangwan, and Ma Dahua had already extracted the Linglong inner pills. Give them to me. With a swift motion, the exquisite inner elixir was sent soaring towards Xinjiang, who refined it with the blazing flames of Samadhi. Samadhi flames. How many more techniques does he possess? Witnessing Xinjiang wielding the Samadhi flames, Bailey was once again taken aback, perceiving Xinjiang as exceedingly enigmatic. This time, everyone contributed to the effort. The 9 exquisite inner elixirs shall be distributed according to merit. I shall take 2, my father 1, my mother 1, and Bailey 1, the remaining 4. Xiongdong, you shall allocate the rest. After the 5 were distributed, Xinjiang entrusted the remaining 4 to Xiongdong. As the newest member of their group, Xiongdong had performed admirably during the recent skirmish while leading the newcomers. To Xinjiang, as long as one is devoted to the Leopard Ridge, he is worth nurturing. Thank you, boss. Receiving the exquisite inner elixirs, Xiongdong was overwhelmed with excitement and promptly bowed to Shingongbao. Now, hurry and refine them. These are no trifles. You may consider them as a second inner elixir for your use. As we continue to acquire more exquisite inner elixirs, I will refine them with samadhi flames, allowing you to further strengthen yourselves. Remember, the exquisite nature of these elixirs must remain concealed. Should they attract unwanted attention, it could lead to endless troubles. Chapter 40. The revelation of the annihilation of the demon capture team as the aftermath unfolded. Shingbo repeatedly instructed Xing Ding and his companions. Understood, they replied with a respectful gesture. Congratulations, host. You have successfully annihilated the demon capture team, ensuring the survival of Leopard Ridge during this crisis. You are the first to achieve such a feat, significantly impacting the causal chain of the divine proclamation. You have triggered 10 lottery draws. The moment had arrived. The lottery. Shingbo boldly engaged in this venture to activate the causal wheel, which he needed to elevate his cultivation. Thank you for participating. Congratulations. Host. You have obtained 20 purple gold pills. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 9 transformation golden pill. Thank you for participating. Congratulations. Host. You have received 1 9 transformation golden pill. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 drop of ancestral witch's blood. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 transformation technique. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 enlightenment leaves. The rewards, though modest, brought a smile to Shingbo's lips. The ancestral witch's blood was the finest resource for cultivating the 8-9 profound skill. The 9 transformation golden pills were also invaluable. Shingbo had forcibly absorbed the thunder tribulation, and the 9 transformation golden immortal within him had been completely refined, making it an opportune time to replenish with a second pill. The capable LIL could also benefit from one. Then there were the purple gold pills and the transformation technique, which would significantly enhance the strength of Leopard Ridge. Boss, the spoils have been organized. LQNGQing reported, bringing news of their latest gains. A total of 213 members of the demon capture team were slain, yielding 3 superior quality postnatal spiritual treasures, 18 medium quality postnatal spiritual treasures, and 132 inferior quality postnatal spiritual treasures. Additionally, their storage rings contained valuable items, including a total of 96,000 celestial jade. The elixirs were scarce. The entire team yielded only 9. Having concluded the lottery, Shingbo turned to LIL. You take charge of the arrangements and distribute the resources. From now on, you are all members of Leopard Ridge. I will allocate all resources based on everyone's contributions. Surveying his comrades, Shingbo felt a profound sense of fulfillment. If they all worked together, what could they not achieve? However, his spirits soon dampened. Having encountered the first demon capture team, it was likely they would soon face a second. The prospect of exterminating them all seemed daunting. If news leaked, the challenge would escalate to unimaginable heights. Thank you, boss. For the demons, postnatal spiritual treasures were considered precious. Most of their artifacts were crafted from their own fangs, claws, and bones. The opportunity to acquire postnatal spiritual treasures filled them with exhilaration. In any race, self-interest reigned supreme. Without benefits, who would willingly risk their lives for another? It is akin to a corporation. Would you expect someone to toil for a mere 3,000 coins without the promise of reward? The formula is as follows, with a monthly salary of 1,000, boss. I am your father, with a salary of 3,000. Who is the boss? I don't recognize anyone. There is no boss, with a salary of 5,000. The boss must be deluded, with a salary of 10,000. The boss has some issues, but I remain silent, with a salary of 20,000. Whatever the boss says goes, I have no objections, with a salary of 30,000. Everything the boss says is correct, even mistakes are right. With a salary of 50,000. The company is my home. Working 996 is as effortless as breathing, with a salary of 100,000. I don't need to clock out. I can work around the clock, with a salary of 500,000. Wherever the company points, that is my battlefield. With a salary of 1,000,000. Boss, you are my father. At this moment, in the hearts of the demons on Leopard Ridge, the figure of Shingongbao is akin to a paternal figure. Therefore, the units of interest must also transform. The individual, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, father, grandfather, ancestor. Shingongbao, how far are we from the Observing the happiness radiating from others, Shun Jingdao could not muster a smile. He understood that the further they advanced, the higher the risk. Their current position belonged to the extension of the Kunlun mountain range. It is located on Golden Claw Island, and at their current pace, it would take at least 3 years to reach. Looking at Shin Jingdao, Shin Gongao shook his head, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure. Should they kill the demon hunting teams they encounter next time? Throughout their journey, Shin Jingdao never questioned Shin Gongao's decisions. As a father, his role is to provide support. Shin Jingdao sensed that Shin Gongbao had endured numerous grievances. After a visit to the Shin Gongao's character underwent a drastic transformation. He was no longer the idealistic, energetic youth, but rather a shrewd strategist, prioritizing the greater good while being decisively ruthless. Shun Jingdao could hardly fathom the extent of suffering required to forge such a temperament. How much hardship must one endure to comprehend the darkness of the world? Particularly since Shun Gongbao regarded Leopard Ridge as a taboo. It was evident that during his more than a decade he had not experienced warmth. Even the simplest emotional value was unattainable there. What kind of place is this? Thus, whenever others praised Shin Gongao's excellence, Shin Jingdao felt a pang of heartache. Naturally, as a father, he would not express this. Unable to be Shin Gongbao's pillar, he endeavored not to become a burden. At the very least, when danger arises, he would protect his son with his life. Anyone wishing to harm his son would have to step over his corpse first. Rest assured, everything will be fine, as long as we remain united. All difficulties can be surmounted. With a smile directed at Shun Jingdao, Shin Gongbao rose and approached the other demons. Boss, brother. As Shin Gongbao emerged, everyone stood up. Having continuously reaped benefits, Shin Gongbao's reputation had soared to its zenith. They were acutely aware that as long as they followed Shin Gongbao, there would surely be rewards, thus unwaveringly committed. Whether demon or human, what they feared was never the risk, but the absence of hope. It is akin to a person trapped by their surroundings. No matter how hard they strive, they remain ensnared in the mire, leaving only despair in their wake. However, a single impulsive act could lead to rapid success, a notion many would embrace. It is for this reason that throughout history, numerous individuals have chosen to rebel. As the barriers of class are exceedingly challenging to transcend, let us reflect on our current predicament. Although we have successfully vanquished the demon hunting squad this time, the future remains uncertain. My mother possesses a magical artifact that can obscure our presence, thus allowing us to evade detection to some extent. Yet, the distance from here to the territory of the is excessively vast. Even with the best of fortunes, encountering the demon hunting squad seems inevitable. Considering the timeline, the primordial supreme being is in the process of refining the Hunyuan pearl, transforming it into spiritual and demonic orbs. Presently, the is under the stewardship of the Antarctic Immortal, whose temperament suggests that all demon hunting squads will be mobilized. This period marks a dark era for demons, with squads hunting them relentlessly and delivering their capture to the Tianyuan cauldron for alchemical processing. To survive, we must exercise utmost caution. Henceforth, we shall conceal ourselves in caves during the day for cultivation and travel by night. All members must act in unison. As he surveyed the group, Shin Gongbao began to delineate the particulars. Indeed, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with determination. Through their collective comprehension, the message transformed into a clarion call. Dear comrades, diligently follow my lead. By day, we shall practice in the caves to enhance our cultivation. By night, we will set forth to hunt isolated demon hunting squads. Upon discovery, we shall strike decisively and eliminate them. The rewards for vanquishing a squad are substantial. Assembling for departure, it was evident that the group had grasped the plan, prompting Shin Gongbao to issue the command to move forward. Niu Man, Yang Mia, and Yu Ying, ensure your teams are prepared and account for everyone. Logistics team, report numbers. The guard squad is assembled. At Shin Gongbao's command, everyone diligently assumed their roles, organizing the ranks. For those of their caliber, night vision was a trivial matter. Days turned into weeks, into a month. Under Shin Gongbao's leadership, they skillfully evaded the demon hunting squads, perpetually on the move. During this journey, they encountered numerous ravaged hilltops, stripped of resources more thoroughly than a dog could lick clean. Anything of value was almost entirely preempted. Of course, the blood-stained ground was disregarded, as it held little utility. As all demon hunting squads gathered, 3 months in, the Antarctic Immortal issued a directive for assembly. Upon hearing this decree, the squad leaders immediately convened. Alas, another round of criticism awaits us today. What could be done? The demons of the Kunlun mountain range had already been thoroughly purged. To capture more, one must venture further afield. Initially, the task seemed straightforward, yet as time progressed, the challenges intensified. Had I known, I would not have been so zealous in the first month. The faces of the demon-hunting squad leaders were etched with worry. The previous 2 months had seen tasks accomplished with ease. There were simply so many demons in the Kunlun Mountains to capture without effort. However, as the demons have been captured, things have become considerably more challenging. For this reason, everyone's performance has been declining. The greatest fear now is the directives issued by the Antarctic Immortal. My esteemed colleagues, you seem to have grown complacent of late. Over the past 3 months, your first month was your most productive. Yet, with each passing day, your efforts have waned, spiraling downward. I must also deliver some unfortunate news. The 39th team, led by Shiyuan and Xiangqing, has been annihilated by demons. 213 members of the team have perished entirely. As he surveyed the assembly, the Antarctic Immortal announced a grave revelation. For context, the 39th team met their demise in Chapter 39. What? Shiyuan and Xiangqing are dead? How audacious! Which demon possesses the temerity to slay disciples of the Chan sect? The heavens are inverted. Master Uncle, we cannot allow them to escape justice. Upon hearing of Shiyuan and Xiangqing's demise, the crowd erupted in fervor. In that moment, fear gripped them. The Chan sect had always served as their talisman of survival. Yet now, demons no longer fear the Chan sect. They fear only the disciples themselves. In a bid to ensure their safety, the assembly implored the Antarctic Immortal to take heed and eradicate all rebellious demons, thereby safeguarding their well-being. Chapter 41. Crisis emerges, movements exposed silence. To eradicate the demons is imperative, for it pertains to the dignity of our sect. Yet, the pursuit of these fiends must persist. Have you pondered that the recent decline in our performance is not due to your lack of effort? Rather, it is a consequence of the clash between your activities and those of the demons. In the past, your endeavors were undertaken during the day. Perhaps it is time to consider nocturnal hunts? Gazing upon the assembly, the Antarctic Immortal began to devise strategies. Throughout the past 3 months, he had not remained idle. He had been diligently concocting elixirs. Thanks to his efforts, he had assembled a demon-hunting team devoid of any fiends, sustained by an abundance of potent potions. This team had reached an average cultivation level equivalent to the late Golden Immortal stage. Yet, the path to the Supreme Golden Immortal remains long and arduous. This very reason had instilled a sense of urgency within the Antarctic Immortal, for he yearned for more demons to refine and for the hunting team to recover greater resources. Indeed, the habits of demons differ. Many prefer nocturnal activities. Furthermore, our daytime pursuits inevitably risk leaking information, prompting the demons to bolster their defenses. I propose dispatching a reconnaissance unit for targeted strikes. Additionally, we must learn to strategize, such as herding demons into a designated area before launching a grand offensive to ensnare them all. Upon hearing the Antarctic Immortal's words, inspiration ignited among the group. Henceforth, for the duration of 1 month, you shall venture out at night to capture those elusive demons. I shall devise a plan centered around the mountains for effective pursuit. Once the demons congregate, we will seize the opportunity to strike decisively. The Antarctic Immortal, pleased with the team's suggestions, promptly issued commands. Yes, the members rose in salute, marking the conclusion of the meeting. Swiftly, the demon-hunting team sprang into action, donning their night-hunting attire. They set forth from Kunlun Mountain, embarking on their quest to capture demons. As night fell, they concluded their training and prepared for departure. Meanwhile, Sheng Wangbao remained oblivious to the strategic shift of the demon-hunting team. Observing the encroaching darkness, he promptly ordered the demons of Leopard Ridge to mobilize. Currently, Leopard Ridge boasted over 1,300 members, with 28 Golden Immortals among them. The Leopard Ridge Guard comprised over 600 members, all at least of the profound immortal realm. Sheng Wangbao's own team exceeded 200, while those of lesser cultivation were assigned to logistical support, maximizing the utility of every demon. Let us proceed. Once assembled, they began their journey. The procession was not lengthy, with Sheng Wangbao leading the way. Shenzhengdo and Shenzhemu trailed behind, as all members surged forward with remarkable speed. Fortune smiled upon them. Shortly after departing Kunlun Mountain, they encountered a team. In less than a quarter of an hour, Sheng Wangbao's group was discovered by the demon-hunting team. The captain of this team, a golden eagle at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal stage, possessed a unique ocular talent. Upon spotting Sheng Wangbao and his entourage, he refrained from immediate action, instead signaling for the hunting team to follow at a distance and to gather their forces. Jin Song, how many are there on the opposing side to warrant such caution from you? Shortly thereafter, another demon hunting team arrived and approached Jin Diao. Hey Yuan, you have come. Come. Let us observe this tribe together. This tribe is anything but ordinary. Take a closer look. Both the leader and the rear guard are at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Flanking the tribe are skilled combatants. 2 at the peak of Golden Immortal, 6 in the later stages of Golden Immortal, 8 in the mid stages, and 12 in the early stages of Golden Immortal. The rest are all Shin Immortals, Jin Diao promptly introduced, pointing at the group led by Shin Gongbao. Jin Song. Observe the female demon at the back of the line. Her cultivation eludes my perception. To be on the safe side, I suggest we seek assistance from Master Bo. After surveying Shin Gongbao's group, He Yuan resolved to report to the South Pole Immortal. Absolutely not. If we report to the South Pole Immortal, how much contribution value can we expect to gain? My thought is to recruit another demon hunting team, so that the 3 of us can collaborate. Ordinary demons, even if they are Tai Golden Immortals, do not possess combat power significantly greater than ours. With 3 demon hunting teams, we can muster 9 peak Golden Immortals. Even if they have 3 Tai Golden Immortals, it would be sufficient. Naturally, Jin Song was reluctant to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. Such merit could not possibly be surrendered to the South Pole Immortal. That is also a viable option. Ordinary demon tribes have simple techniques and inferior combat capabilities. In the same realm, we can utterly dominate. The opposing side has 2 Tai Golden Immortals and a female demon, along with 2 peak Golden Immortals, totaling merely 5 capable fighters. Our 9 peak Golden Immortals can easily contend with them. As for battles below the late Golden Immortal stage, there is no suspense whatsoever. Enthralled by the prospect of the rewards for subduing this group of demons, He Yuan was evidently tempted. If that is the case, let us contact Shiba. His formidable physical prowess may yield exceptional advantages. After pondering for a moment, Jin Song thought of Shiba and promptly sent his subordinates to make contact. Demon hunting teams are also divided by territory, otherwise, conflicts could easily arise. Coincidentally, nearby regions were under Shiba's domain. Moreover, Jin Song, Shiba, and He Yuan shared a good rapport, thus any benefits could be amicably divided. Jin Song also had another idea. The 3 demon hunting teams could unite to venture into unclaimed territories, supporting one another. Shin Gongbao, have you noticed? We are being tracked. The pursuers may well be a demon hunting team. As Jin Song and He Yuan drew near, Shenmu quickly detected them. As a great Luo Golden Immortal, her divine sense was formidable. Naturally, Jin Song and He Yuan were discovered upon entering her perception range. How many members do they have, and what is their strength? In the past 3 months, Shenmu had experienced rapid growth, and Shin Gongbao had absorbed all relevant knowledge. There are a total of 472 members, all Golden Immortals. Among them, 7 are at the peak of Golden Immortal. 18 are in the later stages of Golden Immortal, with the remainder being early-stage Golden Immortals. Before long, Shenmu discerned the composition of the opposing force. This is not good. If I am not mistaken, the reason they have not taken action is that they lack confidence. There are now 2 possibilities. First, report to the South Pole Immortal and have him dispatch a powerful ally. It is also possible that the Antarctic Immortal has taken matters into his own hands. Secondly, we must await support from other demon hunting teams. If it is the latter, all is well. If it is the former, however, we are in trouble. After receiving the intelligence from Mother Shin, Shin Gongbao felt a throbbing headache. One could say that every decision made by Shin Gongbao is of paramount importance. A single erroneous choice could lead to dire consequences for himself. Father, Mother, I have a bold idea. I will have Bailey lead the escape, and we shall take the initiative to strike. If we are besieged, we can flee, but Xiao Bao and the others will surely perish. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to take the offensive and seek a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Shin Gongbao recalled the battle at Chenang Pass, when he leaped from the rooftop to confront 3 dragons and 10,000 demons alone. This time, the opponent consists of merely 472 members. What is there to fear? Moreover, among them is a great Luo Golden Immortal. Very well, let us teach the Chan sect a lesson. Upon hearing Shin Gongbao's suggestion, Shin Zhengdao immediately chose to support it. Indeed, let us compete and see who can slay more enemies. Mother Shin also chose to support the plan. Throughout their journey, Shin Gongbao had become the pillar of the family. Mother Shin often found herself at a loss in difficult situations, but as long as Shin Gongbao was present, she felt reassured. Thus, it was settled. Bailey, heed my command. We are now being targeted by the demon hunting team. Their strength is formidable and their numbers are vast. If we are surrounded, the losses will be severe. Therefore, we plan to launch a surprise attack. You will lead the team forward to divert their attention while we strike from the rear. Slowing his pace, Shin Gongbao immediately transmitted his thoughts to Bailey. The demon hunting team? Don't worry, Chief, I know what to do. Upon hearing the mention of the demon hunting team, Bailey shuddered slightly, signaling his understanding. All troops, heed my command. Under the cover of night, increase your speed. With a resounding shout, Shin Gongbao urged everyone to charge forward. Yes, understood. At the command, Shin Xiaobao and the others collectively quickened their pace and surged ahead. Not good. They are trying to escape. As Shin Gongbao's group accelerated, Jin Song and Jin Yin quickly noticed and led the demon hunting team in hot pursuit. How do we break free from the formation? Once they entered a dense thicket, Shin Gongbao immediately halted. Shin Zhengdao and Mother Shin followed suit. Where is my brother? Why have they stopped? Shin Xiaobao, ever observant of Shin Gongbao, sensed something amiss as he noticed Shin Gongbao break from the ranks. Stay calm, trust in them. Li Qingqing, you take the lead. Xiongdong, Xiongkue, Xianglei. You will accompany me shortly to assist the chief. After 3 months of camaraderie, Bailey had already considered himself a member of the Leopard Ridge. It was unthinkable for them to abandon Shin Gongbao and his group in the face of danger. Yes, understood. During these 3 months, they had witnessed much brutality. Given the exceptional circumstances, they were resolute in following orders. Li Qingqing and Shin Chongkong, ensure your team remains intact and refrain from straying. Forge ahead, adapting as circumstances dictate. With a brief command, Bailey halted immediately. Xiongdong, Xiongkue, and Xianglei, as witnesses, followed suit. Damn it, we have collectively entered the dense wilderness. Upon witnessing Shin Gongbao and his entourage venture into the thicket, Jin Song erupted in fury. There is no cause for concern. We merely need to track their essence. No, something is amiss. They possess artifacts that obscure their presence. Demon hunting team, heed my orders and immediately enter the dense wilderness. Initially, He Yin took it lightly. But upon realizing the inability to pinpoint Shin Gongbao's group, he descended from the sky and entered the thicket. A splendid opportunity. Prepare for an ambush. This entire scenario had long been anticipated by Shin Gongbao. He wields the Chaos Pearl, while Shin Mu possesses the innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella. Both capable of concealing their essence. It was precisely due to the Heavenly Mechanism Umbrella that Shin Mu flawlessly concealed her true strength. The dense wilderness can cloak their movements. And coupled with the artifacts, the demon hunting team is bound to arrive. Once they do, it will be the moment for Shin Gongbao to launch his assault. With remarkable reflexes, Shin Zhengdao transformed into a bolt of lightning the instant the demon hunting team made landfall. Chapter 42. Annihilating 3 demon hunting teams. The prowess of Shin Zhengdao was already formidable. But with the essence of the thunder tribulation bestowed by Shin Gongbao, coupled with the absorption of the thunder's wrath, he had rectified all his deficiencies. In the blink of an eye, Shin Zhengdao found himself at the heart of the enemy's formation. A deafening crack echoed through the air, as if millions of volts of electricity had been unleashed instantaneously, distorting the blue light in its wake. At that moment, Shin Zhengdao wielded the power of the skyrending soul-severing blade to its utmost potential. His speed was so astonishing that it rendered onlookers incapable of blinking. The blade glinted with a chilling light, dancing in tandem with Shin Zhengdao's phantasmal figure. Each strike released a cascade of blood droplets, etching bizarre arcs in the air. The sharp blade, in friction with the atmosphere, emitted a piercing shriek, intertwining with the sizzling sound of lightning, composing a symphony of death. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! By the time the demon hunting team regained their composure, numerous members were plummeting from the sky like dumplings. Kill! Shin Gongbao was not to be outdone. With a powerful push of his legs, the earth trembled beneath him, his force reminiscent of a cataclysm capable of shattering mountains. Dust swirled around him as he grasped the sky-rending thunder whip, radiating thunder and the true fire of Samadhi, charging forth with ferocity. In that moment, Shin Gongbao resembled a frenzied beast. Wherever he tread, enemies were sent flying as if caught in a tempest, utterly defenseless. The true fire of Samadhi. It was indeed the true fire of Samadhi. Ah, and the might of thunder. Stay calm, maintain formation, defend with me. If the attack were merely a collision, the members would not fear, for such injuries were easily recoverable for golden immortals. However, the addition of thunder and the true fire of Samadhi brought a different peril. Contact with thunder would numb the body, stripping away the will to resist, followed by an overwhelming force capable of shattering bones. Were it not for the 5G returning to one within them, their very organs would be annihilated. The true fire of Samadhi was merciless. Any wounded body that touched it would perish instantly. In light of this, Hyan and Jin Song roared, urging everyone to maintain their battle formation, defend, retaliate, and unleash their techniques to annihilate the foe. Death. Just as they managed to stabilize their ranks, Shenmu's assault commenced. With a single swing of the Ziyun's sword, she unleashed a terrifying force, manifesting as a crescent moon that soared through the air with deadly speed. Crashing down upon the demon hunting team. Boom. The impact obliterated several members, reducing them to a mist of blood. The remaining members were flung backward, as if struck by a hammer against soft tofu, an utterly dazzling display. With a flurry of swift movements, Shin Zhengdao appeared, invoking the infinite flying thunder, swiftly claiming lives. A Deluo Golden Immortal. She is a Deluo Golden Immortal. Retreat. Immediate retreat. Having grasped the extent of Shenmu's strength, Hyan and Jin Song dared not fight any longer and promptly chose to flee. As they attempted to escape, with a single step forward, Shin Gongbao activated the Dragon Subduing and Tiger Suppressing technique. This divine ability, a state-enhancing maneuver, allowed him to enter a heightened state of power, augmenting his speed, strength, defense, and resistance. Currently, as he had only just begun mastering it, he could only unleash a threefold increase in his capabilities. However, to contend with the Black Goose and Jin Song, it was sufficient. No, before Black Goose and Jin Song could widen the distance, they perceived a shadow surpassing them. Without daring to linger, both Black Goose and Jin Song unleashed their powers, wielding their magical artifacts towards Shin Gongbao. What a timely arrival! In his current state, Shin Gongbao's physical form rivaled that of a great shaman, thus he did not even bother to defend himself. To safeguard his clan, Shin Gongbao was merciless. His own survival was of little consequence. The enemy must perish. Bang! The moment Black Goose and Jin Song's assault struck Shin Gongbao, the Thunder Whip transformed into a colossal blade, swiftly severing Black Goose's head. Jin Song reacted with remarkable swiftness, using his protective artifact to shield himself, thereby preserving his own life. However, the defensive artifact was cleaved asunder by Shin Gongbao's strike, along with Jin Song's arm. The 8-9 Profound Art. You have perfected the 8-9 Profound Art. Senior brother. No. Senior, I am a disciple of the Chan sect. You cannot kill me. Witnessing Black Goose's head soar into the air and his body revert to its original form, Jin Song was struck with terror. Simultaneously, he discerned Shin Gongbao's cultivation technique. With a low-grade postnatal artifact, Shin Gongbao had perfected the 8-9 Profound Art. They were truly audacious. Jin Song also recalled the 39th team of the Demon Capture Brigade. According to the words of the Antarctic Immortal, the entire 39th team had been obliterated. Not a single one surviving. At that time, Jin Song thought little of it. Now reflecting upon it, he realized that the demise of the 39th team was the doing of the very person before him. They sought to capture demons. Yet the demon in front of them was hunting them instead. If they aimed to seize us for alchemy, they must be prepared for slaughter. With a burst of speed, Shin Gongbao and Jin Song crossed paths. However, as Shin Gongbao landed, Jin Song's expression turned to one of horror. His body stiffened, and soon his head separated from his neck, collapsing to the ground. With a long exhale, Shin Gongbao employed his magic to elevate the severed heads of Jin Song and Black Goose, suspending them behind him. He then extracted their exquisite inner cores and turned to return to support his parents. What brings you here? Upon his return, Shin Gongbao discovered Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kuei, and Xiong Lei had already joined the fray. Witnessing this scene, Shin Gongbao felt a mix of gratitude and anger. The gratitude stemmed from their loyalty, proving his efforts in their training were not in vain. The anger arose from their disobedience. He had retained Bailey and the others out of concern for unforeseen circumstances, in case Shin Xiaobao and the others encountered peril. However, this was not the time for reproach. Swiftly vanquishing the enemy was paramount. That is, the captain has been slain. Preposterous. We are disciples of the Chan sect. How dare you? Break through. We must quickly break through and report back to the Chan sect. Upon seeing the heads behind Shin Gongbao, the disciples of the Demon Capture Brigade clearly panicked. Yet, having been indoctrinated by the Antarctic Immortal for so long, they did not disband. Die. Shin Gongbao paid little heed to their turmoil and charged once more into the ranks of the Demon Capture Brigade, this time specifically targeting their heads. With each member of the demon hunting team slain, another head hung behind Shin Gongbao. At this moment, he was at the Jingguan Fortress, driven by a singular motive, to obliterate the spirit of the demon hunting team. Despite Shin Jingdao's rampage, employing such methods exacted a great toll, necessitating a swift conclusion to the conflict. The pressure weighed heavily upon Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kue, and Xiong Lei. The demon hunting team, numbering nearly 500, consisted entirely of golden immortals, yet they had not yet lost half of their ranks. Wait. We concede. We surrender. Spare us. We recognize our errors. Grant us a chance. It is all the fault of the Antarctic immortal. He compelled us to hunt demons. It is not our doing. Elders, we are all demons. Let us not turn against one another. Faced with Shin Gongbao's onslaught, the demon hunting team resorted to numerous tactics. However, Shun Jingdao's speed was overwhelming, compounded by Shun Mu's control of the skies. Together with Shun Gongbao, the demon hunting team found themselves utterly unable to break free, falling one by one to exhaustion. With each death, a new head appeared behind Shin Gongbao, a sight so shocking that it shattered the morale of the demon hunting team. Desperate to survive, they hastily bound one another with the demon binding chains. 10 breaths, if you are not bound, you shall perish. Grasping the rupturing thunder whip, Shin Gongbao offered them a fleeting chance. Yes, yes, they pleaded, scrambling to secure themselves. As the battle drew to a close, Shin Zhengyao stumbled, nearly collapsing against a tree. Boss, what shall we do? He inquired, observing the demon hunting team entangled in their own bindings. Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kue, and Xiong Lei soon arrived, seeking direction on how to handle the captives. Kill them all. With a flick of the rupturing thunder whip, dozens of demon hunting members were strung together, their souls shattered. Indeed, following Shin Gongbao's lead, Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kue, and Xiong Lei joined the fray, commencing the slaughter of the demon hunting members. No, you cannot do this. Spare us. We have no will to resist. Why must you still kill us? Ah, I curse you. May you find no peace in death. The members of the demon hunting team were left in shock at Shin Gongbao's ruthlessness, unable to fathom such an outcome. Forgive me. I had no choice, he thought, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. Indeed, he had no choice. For the sake of his family, the demon hunting team had to perish. For only in death would their secrets remain hidden. As they began to cleanse the battlefield, Shin Zhengyao emerged, gesturing for Shin Mu to assist in the task. Yet, more members of the demon hunting team approached. Shin Mu, instead of aiding in the cleanup, turned her gaze towards the rear, sensing another team of demon hunters drawing near. Seeking a suitable angle for ambush, she prepared to feign death. Glancing into the distance, Shin Gongbao promptly issued a command. Feign death. Upon hearing Shin Gongbao's words, Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kue, and Xiang Lei stood bewildered. What sort of strategy was this? Quickly, time is of the essence. To the heart of the battlefield. Prepare to feign death. The demon hunting team was well aware that if Shin Gongbao's suspicions were correct, their adversaries had already sensed something amiss. Should they strike first? The demon hunting team could very well escape with a few survivors. Once a living soul escapes, what remains is an unrelenting pursuit. To feign death, however, presents a different scenario. When the demon hunting team descends to investigate, they are bound to collect the spoils, at which point a successful ambush becomes highly probable. Indeed, dragging several corpses, Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kue, and Xiong Lei, this group swiftly excavates a hideaway to conceal themselves, employing the bodies as a disguise. Similarly, Shin Mu and Shin Zhengyao prepare for the same. It is here. No, prepare for battle. Qing Yao, remain aloft while we descend to assess the situation. Should danger arise, flee immediately. Before long, Shiba perceives the anomaly. Coincidentally, Qing Yao finds herself amidst Shiba's squad. These past months, it has fortuitously been Qing Yao's turn for field work. The operations of the resource hall have been entrusted to other senior brothers and sisters. Realizing her contribution value was insufficient, she ventured forth to hunt demons. Qing Yao's prowess is formidable, her speed remarkable, endowed with a terrifying capacity for reconnaissance. The reason Shiba included her in the team is twofold, a debt of gratitude and a desire to curry favor. The resource hall of the exposition sect is indeed a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 43, The Slaying of Qing Yao and the Pursuit of Winning Qing Yao's Favor. It was imperative to ensure her safety. Thus, when Shiba detected impending danger, he instructed Qing Yao to remain aloft. This way, should a hasty retreat be necessary, she would be the first to escape. Furthermore, the demon hunting team led by Shiba was renowned for their robust defenses and remarkable survival capabilities. Captain, all have perished. Jin Song and He Yan are both dead. Captain, the signs of battle are exceptionally intense, yet no enemy corpses have been discovered. Captain, the resources remain untouched. It appears the adversary has fled. Soon, the team members gathered before Shiba to report the latest developments. They proceeded to scour the battlefield, organizing magical artifacts, garments, and storage rings. Such fortune. Their demise meant these resources were now rightfully theirs. With these newfound assets, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. As Shiba surveyed the scene littered with corpses, a grin broke upon his face. Jin Song and He Yin were formidable foes over the past 3 months. They had captured numerous demons and amassed considerable resources. Shiba's stroke of luck was sufficient to yield a bountiful reward. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of eyes were fixed upon their position. Truly, their leader was formidable. Not only had he annihilated the demon-hunting team, but he had also commanded them to cleanse the battlefield. Such exertion of authority was remarkable. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Shen Gongbao, silently acknowledging his prowess. Throughout their journey, his admiration for Shen Gongbao's leadership had grown, but in this moment, he perceived a further elevation of his worth. One must not betray this harbinger of doom. He was indeed terrifying. The slaughter of the demon-hunting team, followed by the directive to clean the battlefield, was a display of sheer brilliance. Xiangdong, Xiongkue, and Xiang Lei were equally astonished. Shen Gongbao's tactics were as audacious as they were clever. Akin to a bird pecking at a cow's rear. Quickly recover, for another fierce battle awaits. Shen Zhangdao remained composed, his singular focus being the rapid restoration of his own strength. Qing Yao, what is she doing here? As he sensed his surroundings, Shen Gongbao spotted Qing Yao. In that instant, an expression of profound distress crossed his face. In his 2 lifetimes, the only source of warmth had been Qing Yao. The thought of her demise was unbearable, yet in this precarious situation, if Qing Yao were to survive, the existence of Leopard Ridge would be compromised. Shen Gongbao found himself devoid of choices. Karma. Was this the essence of karma? Gritting his teeth, he experienced the weight of causality for the first time. Rebirth had altered the fabric of everything, and the threads of karma were also shifting. With growth came inevitable loss. Captain, we have discovered the bodies of Jin Song and He Yin. They appear to have been decapitated by the enemy. The efficiency of the demon-hunting team's cleanup was astonishing. Their speed akin to a whirlwind sweep. Furthermore, the thoroughness of their work surpassed even that of a dog's meticulous grooming. Haha. Brothers Jin Song and He Yin. Who would have thought that after 3 months of toil, the spoils would ultimately fall to me? Remember, by the time we arrived, the battlefield had already been cleared by the enemy. As for resources, nothing was visible, did you understand? Observing the headless corpses of the Golden Song and the Black Goose, Shiba immediately commanded the members of the Demon Hunter team to remain silent. Yes, Captain, they replied. What did you expect when we arrived? This is precisely what we encountered. Indeed, those wicked rebels not only annihilated the Demon Hunter team, but they also plundered everything clean. The benefits are to be shared among all. The members of the Demon Hunter team are certainly not foolish. All right, continue to cleanse the battlefield. Returning once more to the concealed location of Shen Gongbao and his companions, Shiba instructed his subordinates to maintain their efforts. Their method of cleaning the battlefield was meticulous, progressing from distant to near, concentrating resources in orderly piles. From afar, one could see a heap of corpses, another pile of magical artifacts, a third of magical garments, and yet another of the Qiankuan storage rings, all arranged with impeccable order, without a hint of chaos. Father, have you sensed the presence in the sky? Shall I leave it to you shortly? Qing Yao, at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, posed this query, knowing that Shen Zhangdao, a Tai Golden Immortal, would be more than capable of dealing with her. Good. Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's telepathic communication, Shen Zhangdao swiftly locked onto Qing Yao's position. Qing Yao, I am truly sorry. If it were possible, Shen Gongbao would not wish to take your life. However, he had no choice. Everyone, prepare. Attack. As Shiba drew closer, Shen Gongbao once more conveyed his instructions for readiness. Attack. With a resounding roar from Shen Gongbao, they all charged forth simultaneously. The first to strike was Shiba, who was immediately pierced through by Shen Gongbao's spear. Bailey, Xiangdong, Xiongkue, and Xiang Lei also executed successful surprise attacks, penetrating their adversaries. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Kill. The ambush by Shen Gongbao and his group astonished the members of the Demon Hunter team. They could hardly believe that the enemy lay concealed beneath their very feet. How shameless it was to play such tricks in the dark beneath the lamp. Apostle of the innate treasure, your artifact is actually an innate treasure? With this realization, Shiba lunged at Shen Gongbao, colliding with him forcefully. This was Shiba's divine ability. To be struck by him meant certain death or severe injury. 3 mystical true fire. Ignite. With a tremor in his arm, Shen Gongbao triggered the 3 mystical true fire within Shiba's body. The terrifying flames flickered, instantly reducing Shiba's internal organs to ash. Even so, Shiba still charged headlong into Shin Gongbao's head. With a dull thud, they separated in an instant. Shiba staggered backward repeatedly before ultimately collapsing, lifeless. Shin Gongbao, on the other hand, kept shaking his head, feeling as if his skull would split open. Since practicing the 8-9 mystical arts, it was the first time Shin Gongbao had suffered such physical harm. Uncle Master Shin? In the sky. Qingye was the first to spot Shin Gongbao. He was the one she had been yearning for. However, as she prepared to rush out, Shin Gongbao's actions shattered her understanding. To her horror, Qing Yao discovered that Shin Gongbao was indeed attacking the Demon Hunter team. In other words, the team, with Golden Song and Black Goose, was being slaughtered by Shin Gongbao. Simultaneously, Shun Jingdao's attack arrived. The rift-splitting soul-severing blade transforming into an afterimage that struck fiercely at Qing Yao's neck. With a muffled sound, she vanished from the spot. When Qing Yao finally emerged, a distance of 10,000 meters had already been established. In a flash, Shun Jingdao transformed into lightning and pursued her, fleeing. Just moments ago, his actions had terrified Qing Yao to the core. Had she not possessed numerous treasures in exchange for a postnatal supreme artifact, she might well have met her demise. Without hesitation, Qing Yao activated a teleportation talisman, vanishing from sight. It was disastrous. She had escaped. Shin Zhengdao, suddenly bereft of her presence, felt a surge of panic. With no other recourse, he sought out Shin Gongbao, imploring him for assistance. Father, it's of no concern. If she has fled, let it be. First, we must eliminate the demon hunting squad before us. As Qing Yao vanished, Shin Gongbao exhaled instinctively, feeling less despondent than expected. Very well. Transforming into lightning once more, Shin Zhengdao struck again, dispatching members of the demon hunting squad. Within a quarter of an hour, the entire squad led by Shiba had been annihilated. Quickly, clear the battlefield. We must prepare for our escape. Qing Yao is still alive, and the news will surely leak. Soon, our Leopard Ridge will face the wrath of the Chan sect. All my fault. Shin Zhengdao lamented the consequences of letting Qing Yao go. How could he have failed to keep her? Father, there is no need for self-reproach. During the battle, I had a plan. Qing Yao utilized a teleportation talisman. No one could have detained her. He gestured to Shin Zhengdao, reassuring him. We shall face this together. Rapidly clearing the battlefield, Shen Mu approached, signaling for collective effort. Indeed, we are not yet at our wits' end. Observing the diligent efforts of his kin, Shin Gongbao raised his hand. The three-flame true fire erupted, incinerating the corpses of the demon-hunting squad into ashes. His intention was clear, leave no survivors. Reduced to ash, I doubt they could still pose a threat. Let us go. With everything concluded, Shin Gongbao began pursuing Shin Xiaobao and the others. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have once again survived the onslaught of the demon-hunting squad and even countered 3 of their teams, successfully disrupting the causal cycle, triggering the causal wheel. You have earned 12 lottery chances. System, I now rely on you. Let us draw. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shin Gongbao wasted no time and immediately initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 purple gold pills. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have received a time acceleration card X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a causal punishment order X1. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the cultivation secret method Zhang Lu Golden Body. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals Array X1. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 ginseng fruits. The simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals Array. What could this be? Gazing at the causal wheel, Shun Gongbao felt invigorated. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. This time, the rewards from slaying the demon-hunting squad proved extraordinary. A time acceleration card, a causal punishment order, purple gold pills, 100,000 years of cultivation, and ginseng fruits were all invaluable treasures. The Zhanglu Golden Body is indeed an exceptional secret technique, cultivated by the Western sage, the Taoist of pristine clarity. In terms of rank, it is undoubtedly on par with the 8-9 profound arts. What truly astonished Shin Gongbao, however, was the simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals Array. As a reincarnator, Shin Gongbao was acutely aware of the terror that the grand 10,000 Immortals Array could unleash. During the calamity of the function, The Master of Heaven set up the 10,000 Immortals array outside the Lintong Pass, requiring the joint efforts of several great sages just to make a dent in it. Had it not been for the betrayal of the long-ear Radiant Light Immortal, the outcome would have been uncertain. Note: the simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals array does not require 10,000 members nor a fixed area. It can be directly deployed on living beings to achieve the effect of uniting an entire race for battle. Drawbacks: this simplified version necessitates at least one Great Luo Golden Immortal for support, along with 2 Tai E Golden Immortals and 18 Golden Immortals. While the array boasts numerous advantages and possesses terrifying power, it also entails significant side effects. Thus, caution is advised in its usage. Chapter 44. The Great Escape Fichuope. The Groundhog, what are the side effects but mere trifles? To me, they are advantages. Yet, I wonder if I can bind to the Antarctic Immortal. Upon hearing the introduction of the streamlined 10,000 Immortals array, Shun Gongbao could scarcely contain his laughter. The side effects were of no concern to him. The more potent they were, the more he relished them. Now that Shun Gongbao had ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, he pondered whether he could indeed bind to the Antarctic Immortal. Furthermore, having drawn upon a century of cultivation, he intended to utilize the Time Acceleration card, which might allow him to break through to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The streamlined 10,000 Immortals array was Shun Gongbao's greatest trump card. Should he succeed in binding to the Antarctic Immortal, victory in the forthcoming battles would be assured. There was no rush. Let us see who pursues him. Regardless of which Great Luo Golden Immortal intervened, he would attempt to bind them. Clenching his fists, Shun Gongbao instinctively quickened his pace. What should I do? Should I report this? Meanwhile, Qingyao had returned to Kunlun Mountain. Standing at the entrance of Kunlun, her face was a canvas of turmoil. She could not comprehend why Shun Gongbao had chosen betrayal. What purpose did his slaughter of the demon hunting team serve? Most critically, should she continue to harbor feelings for Shun Gongbao? Lifting her foot, she found herself unable to step forward. In that moment, memories of Shun Gongbao's face, his solemnity, his earnestness during wagers, and his shamelessness in battle flooded her mind. Come out, come out. I wish to rid myself of these thoughts. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the memories of Shun Gongbao, hoping to forget him. Yet, the harder she shook, the clearer the memories became. No, I must seek him out. Whether human or immortal, one must act impulsively for their affections. If one lacks the fundamental capacity for madness, what right do they have to speak of love? Turning around, Qingyao took a step forward, resolutely setting out to find Shun Gongbao. She needed to confront him and inquire about what had transpired. Qingqing, why hasn't brother returned yet? Meanwhile, Shun Xiaobao was in full flight. They had traversed several mountain peaks, uncertain of their destination or the reason for their escape. Leave the adult matters to us. Children should not pry. We shall simply run, as per your brother's command. Li Qingqing harbored her own worries, yet she dared not show them. The reason was simple. She had been entrusted with the group by Bailey, and she had to bear the weight of that responsibility. Yes, this was her brother's command. The Qingfeng team of Leopard Ridge accelerated their pace once more. Let us demonstrate with our speed that we are not mere children. With a burst of speed, Shun Xiaobao propelled himself forward. Yes, Yoman, Yangmie, and Yuing, upon hearing Shun Xiaobao's words, immediately surged ahead with their team. Keep up. Leaving a trace of untransformed leopard urine behind, Li Qingqing dashed forth. Bang! Having only covered a short distance, a dull thud resonated nearby, revealing Shun Jingdao colliding with a massive tree, snapping it in two. Coughing, he could only choke out an apology under the gaze of his companions. I just employed a divine ability and may have overexerted myself. As a Tai Golden Immortal, sustaining injury is virtually impossible. However, this incident is rather awkward. The image of a Tai Golden Immortal colliding with a tree could potentially mar one's reputation for a lifetime. Ah, brother, you all have returned. Just as Shun Jingdao pondered how to face the mockery of others, he realized that no one was paying him any heed. Everyone surged towards Shun Gongbao, encircling him, especially the young female leopards, their gazes almost rapturous. Everyone, let us hasten our pace. We must strive to escape the demon wilderness forest before dawn. The demon hunting teams have likely altered their schedules, rendering daytime relatively safe. Just moments ago, we vanquished 3 teams of demon hunters, thus we are temporarily secure. Yet, this sense of safety is fleeting. We may have already drawn attention to ourselves. I have traversed this region before. Beyond the demon wilderness forest lies a vast plain. We must cross this plain while it is still daylight, or we shall have nowhere to conceal ourselves. Signaling for everyone to follow, Shun Gongbao once again took the lead. With a swift dash, he broke forth, and the others quickly followed suit, all racing out. As the sky lightened, the night drew to a close, and a resounding roar echoed from the center of the plain. This roar was reminiscent of a rooster's crow. Once the first sound emerged, a second inevitably followed, soon culminating into a chorus. Awake, awake, time to work. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare the pumpkin porridge. It's time to eat. As each simple head emerged from the burrow, two prominent front teeth came into view. Indeed, this was Two-Face Slope, the dwelling place of the groundhogs. Hee-ho, hee-ho, hee-ho. At the command of the guinea pig king, the groundhog demons commenced their tasks, gathering materials locally and beginning to brew the pumpkin porridge. Lacking in culinary finesse, they added everything edible they could find into the pot. The groundhogs possessed modest cultivation levels, with only 2 proficient individuals among them. The guinea pig king was at the mid-stage of the Xian Immortal realm, yet remained in his original form, resembling a small mountain, rotund and round. The bucktooth mouse was at the initial stage of the Xian Immortal realm, lean and notably sprightly. The other groundhogs displayed considerable dullness, most being at the celestial immortal level, with several even at the earth immortal level. It's time to eat. Once the pumpkin porridge was ready, the bucktooth mouse promptly announced. Upon hearing the call for food, all the groundhogs formed a queue, eagerly awaiting their turn to receive the porridge. Their bowls were rather shabby, as each had gnawed them out themselves. Given the scarcity of trees on the plain, crafting bowls was indeed a luxury. For this reason, the groundhogs cherished their bowls, each one meticulously maintained. No matter how worn, they were still their own. Splash, splash. After lining up, the groundhog responsible for cooking began distributing the porridge. Once all the groundhogs received their servings, they collectively began to feast. The guinea pig king enjoyed a special privilege, as his subordinates personally served the pumpkin porridge to him. He did not even need to drink by himself. Reclining with his legs crossed, he had his subordinates feed him. However, after the king of the guinea pigs finished a bowl, he noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, rushing towards them at an alarming speed. The target was their territory. With a swift leap, the king of the guinea pigs let out a thunderous roar. This roar left all the groundhogs momentarily stunned, each holding their bowls, collectively bewildered. Battle! With a booming shout, the king seized his spiked club and charged forth. Yet, after advancing a short distance, he realized he was alone. Not a single groundhog followed him. All the others stood frozen, as if caught in a network lag, staring blankly at the approaching dust cloud. Unable to react. It was the buck-toothed rodent who could no longer bear the inaction, letting out a loud cry. With that, the other groundhogs rallied behind him and charged forward. Stop. It's not the Tibetan fox. The scent is wrong. The king quickly ordered everyone to halt. The Tibetan fox was the arch-nemesis of the groundhogs. During this time, the king had lost considerable weight in preparation for the impending confrontation with the Tibetan fox. He silently vowed that once they defeated the fox king, he would skin it and use its hide as a cushion, ensuring that the fox would always remain beneath him. As the king commanded the halt, the voice of Xinguang Leopard echoed simultaneously. As the dust settled, the distance between the Leopard Ridge-esque group of demons and the groundhog shrank to merely 10 meters. Rest in place. Restore your powers. They had run enough. They could no longer afford to rest. Moreover, it was daytime, and they were far enough from Kunlun Mountain to feel safe. Xinguang Leopard had a little scheme of his own, utilizing the groundhogs as a shield. To put it bluntly, if the demon hunting team truly came for them, they only needed to outrun the groundhogs. Just like the adage, when being chased by a tiger alongside a roommate, the correct answer is simply to outrun the roommate. Xinguang Leopard S Group operated on the same principle. They just needed to be faster than the groundhogs. Logistics team, prepare. Upon hearing Xinguang Leopard S command, Bailey quickly made arrangements for a collective rest. Roar, roar, roar. Realizing it was not the Tibetan fox, the groundhogs began to turn around, lifting their bowls to resume their pumpkin porridge. Still eating? You're all in for it. According to Xinguang Leopard S memory, this group of groundhogs had been entirely taken by the Chan sect. As for the reason behind their capture, it was quite simple. They excelled at digging, and this area was rich in minerals. How could the Antarctic Immortal possibly forsake such a lucrative opportunity? Upon grasping all this, Xinguang Leopard was struck with inspiration, envisioning the use of the groundhog's resources to craft a simplified version of the Wanshan Grand Formation. During his run, he was already contemplating the essence of this streamlined formation. He discovered that the simplified Wanshan Grand Formation required the crafting of formation tokens. To activate the Grand Array, one would need to infuse it with personal power. This simplified version was rather demanding, requiring materials that were not easy to procure. Xinguang Leopard found himself troubled, pondering how to gather the necessary components for the formation tokens. Now, however, he looked around and saw that the groundhogs had unearthed a wealth of ore, which he could easily refine. How audacious of you to address the king of guinea pigs in such a manner. Naturally, the buck-toothed mouse seethed with indignation at the rudeness displayed by Xingongbao, taking refuge behind the king of guinea pigs while clamoring in protest. Bailey, I entrust these two ruffians to you. Taking a step back, Xingongbao permitted Bailey to take action. Very well. With explosive speed, Bailey surged forward, swiftly followed by the anguished cries of the king of guinea pigs and the buck-toothed mouse. Have you now grasped the proper way to interact with the leader? Bailey gestured towards Xingongbao, urging the king of guinea pigs and the buck-toothed mouse to reflect. Understood. We pay our respects to the leader. Approaching Xingongbao, the king of guinea pigs and the buck-toothed mouse hastily bowed. I intend to enlist your assistance for a particular task. What say you? Xingongbao inquired with a smile, turning his gaze towards the king of guinea pigs. Leader, if you could help us exact vengeance, we shall heed your every command. Having witnessed Bailey's formidable prowess, the king of guinea pigs yearned for Bailey to eradicate the clan of the Tibetan foxes. Vengeance? What grievances could you possibly harbor? Xingongbao regarded this band of simpletons with a bemused expression. The Tibetan fox. If the leader were to grant me the hide of the Tibetan fox king, I would comply with any request you make. The king of guinea pigs stubbornly insisted on acquiring the hide of the Tibetan fox king at all costs. Chapter 45, The Attack of the Tibetan Fox. What is the strength of the adversary? Glancing at the king of the guinea pigs, Xingongbao immediately contemplated whether to offer assistance. From Xingongbao's perspective, he was naturally reluctant to invite further troubles, especially given the peculiar circumstances. Yet, he also required the king of the guinea pigs' help. Moreover, Xingongbao harbored intentions of subjugation. Looking around, the number of groundhogs was substantial. They could serve as a solid foundation for the grand array of all immortals. Their construction capabilities were remarkably robust, essential for the development of new territories. This group of groundhogs could play a significant role. Additionally, their physical strength and endurance were of great utility. Their power was formidable. The Tibetan Fox King was of the golden immortal realm. Were it not for our resilience, we might have already faced extinction. Turning to Xingongbao, the king of the guinea pigs promptly introduced the Tibetan fox clan. Just as the introduction concluded, a groundhog let out a thunderous roar. With the first cry, other groundhogs joined in the cacophony. The Tibetan foxes have arrived. Pointing behind Xingongbao, the king of the guinea pigs bellowed, revealing the imminent arrival of the Tibetan foxes. Upon looking back, Xingongbao soon spotted the Tibetan fox clan. Though not numerous, there were still several dozen, aside from the Tibetan fox king, who was of the golden immortal realm. The rest were all of the profound immortal level. If Xingongbao's conjecture was correct, this was merely the hunting party of the Tibetan foxes. They have even brought reinforcements. Young ones, let us strike together and eliminate all of the groundhog's allies. Dust billowed as the Tibetan foxes charged forth, intent on annihilating Xingongbao and his companions. What? Upon hearing the Tibetan fox king's command, Xingongbao was left dumbfounded. It was akin to an ant attempting to trip an elephant. Xingongbao was a Tai golden immortal, while Bailey was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. And Shenmu was a great Luo golden immortal. What audacity did the Tibetan fox king possess? Seize him. Without requiring Xingongbao's intervention, Bailey darted forward, grasping the Tibetan fox king's neck and dragging him back. The fate of the other Tibetan foxes was no different. With the intervention of Xin Changkong, Li Qingqing, Huan Mingxiu, and Ma Bin, they swiftly subdued them, binding them with demon-binding chains and unceremoniously casting them at the feet of the king of the guinea pigs. Impressive. Realizing that the Tibetan foxes had offered no resistance, the king of the guinea pigs was momentarily stunned. At that moment, he gained a profound understanding of the prowess possessed by Xingongbao and his companions. King of the guinea pigs, might I request your assistance? Once the task was accomplished, Xingongbao looked to the king of the guinea pigs, beginning to assign responsibilities. Senior, please feel free to command. Whatever you ask of us, we shall comply. In the face of overwhelming strength, the king of the guinea pigs dared not act out of line and could only acquiesce to the arrangements. I require the crafting of a grand formation. Have your kin assist in excavating some ores and divine materials. Leading the way, Xingongbao approached the heart of the fertile mound, surveying his surroundings before instructing the king of the guinea pigs to set to work. This is a simple task. Facing the throng of groundhogs, The king of the guinea pigs let out a resounding roar, delegating the work. Heave-ho! 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 Upon receiving the command, the groundhog immediately commenced its burrowing, delving into the earth in search of ore. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing and her companions were not idle. They began to gather the precious minerals and collectively delivered them to Shingongbao. System, if I envelop the entire fertile slope with the time acceleration card, how much time can be accelerated? Sitting cross-legged, Shingongbao communicated with the system, intending to utilize the time acceleration card, covering the entire fertile slope. The effect of time acceleration diminishes. In the external world, 2 hours equate to 800 years within the fertile slope. System, activate the time acceleration card. 800 years would provide ample opportunity for Shingongbao to act, and thus he promptly engaged the time acceleration card. Beep. Congratulations, host. The time acceleration card has been successfully activated. In the external world, 2 hours translate to 800 years within the fertile slope. System, absorb 100,000 years of cultivation. With 800 years at his disposal, Shingongbao had sufficient time. He immediately began to absorb 100,000 years of cultivation. This action was also aimed at hastening the crafting of the 10,000 Immortals array. After all, the higher the cultivation, the more efficient the results. Beep. Dispensing 100,000 years of cultivation, commencing absorption. Thus, Shingongbao swiftly absorbed the cultivation while others busied themselves organizing the ore and delivering it to him. Despite reaching the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal rank, his cultivation still fell short. Everyone, gather around and begin distributing resources. From the recent defeat of the demon-capturing team, I have acquired 30 exquisite inner elixirs. I shall take 3, and the remainder will be distributed by Li Qingqing. Additionally, you will also be responsible for distributing the purple gold elixirs. Bailey, remove your magical robes and armor. I shall collectively refine new armor for you all. With the experience gained from the last time he received an experience card, Shingongbao had forged for a millennium and learned much. Drawing from his past life experiences, he saw no issue in crafting innate treasures. Moreover, to refine a streamlined version of the 10,000 Immortals Great Array, he decided to customize the array plates upon the armors. Very well. They quickly shed their armors, organizing both their armors and magical robes, which were collectively presented to Shingongbao. Let us commence. Observing the assorted ores nearby, Shingongbao summoned the 3 mysteries True Fire and began the crafting of a cauldron. This single cauldron took him 200 years to forge, ultimately achieving the rank of a superior innate treasure. With the cauldron in hand, the rest became straightforward. Shingongbao amalgamated the armors and magical robes obtained from the demon-capturing team, combined with the ores and divine materials sourced from the fertile slope, along with previously gathered materials from the Chan school, to initiate a fresh round of crafting. 100 years, 300 years, 500 years. Beep. Gentle reminder, the time acceleration card will expire in 15 breaths. Please prepare accordingly. Excellent. Everything is nearly complete. With the final array rune inscribed, Shingongbao waved his hand. A total of 3,000 sets of armor soared forth from the cauldron. These 3,000 sets of armor were adorned in 4 distinct hues: dark gold, gold, silver, and yellow. The dark golden armor is a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. Adorned with intricate formations totaling 9 sets, the golden armor, also a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, features simpler formations and offers less formidable defense than the dark golden variant. With a total of 36 sets available, the silver armor, classified as a medium-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, amounts to 1,800 sets, clearly of exquisite quality. The remaining armors are all yellow, categorized as inferior postnatal spiritual treasures. Father, mother, this armor is for you. Familiarize yourselves with the formations above, as you will need to activate them in battle. With a flourish of his hand, Shingongbao presented the dark golden armor to Shinzhengdao and Shinmu. Wow! As Shinzhengdao and Shinmu donned the armor, exclamations of astonishment erupted around them. It looks so magnificent. Brother, I want one too. At just a glance, Shinxiaobao was captivated by the dark golden armor and immediately sought it from Shingongbao. Dear friends, this armor is not something you can simply take at will. The color and grade differ. The dark golden armor signifies superior postnatal spiritual treasure and represents status. Currently, only father, mother, I, and Bailey can possess it. In the future, to acquire it, one must meet the cultivation requirement of at least a Tai Golden Immortal. He tossed a set to Bailey, and Shingongbao adorned himself with another. Thank you, boss. I will undoubtedly live up to your expectations. Bailey, gazing at the dark golden armor before him. Felt an overwhelming sense of honor and was about to bow to Shin Gongbao. I believe in you, indicating for Bailey to acknowledge ownership with a drop of blood. Shin Gongbao turned his attention to Shin Chongkong, Li Qingqing, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kuei, and Xiong Lei. Boss. Under Shin Gongbao's gaze, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kuei, and the others stepped forward collectively, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiong Da, Xiong Air, Xiong San, Shin Chongkong, Li Qingqing, Huan Mingqiu, Ma Bin, Hu Yi Siji. I bestow upon you the golden armor. There are 36 sets in total. Barring special circumstances, I shall not increase this number. Future newcomers will only receive silver or yellow armor. The golden armor is also a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. I hope you will lead well and contribute to the development of Leopard Ridge. With a wave of his hand, the golden armor flew forth for Shin Chongkong, Li Qingqing, and the others to acknowledge with a drop of blood. Thank you, boss. Pricking their fingers, Shin Chongkong and Li Qingqing hurriedly acknowledged ownership. Shin Xiaobao stepped forward. I grant you a yellow armor. You must strive diligently in your cultivation and lead the Qingfeng team of Leopard Ridge well. If you contribute sufficiently and break through to Tai Golden Immortal, I shall bestow upon you the dark golden armor. Shin Gongbao, perhaps inadvertently, displayed a slight favoritism towards Shin Xiaobao. After all, who else would care for his younger brother if he did not? For instance, when dividing the Ling Long inner elixirs, Shin Gongbao would always take 2 portions, reserving the extra for Shin Xiaobao. Well, brother, let's make a pact. Upon learning he could receive the golden armor, Shin Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He dashed forward, concerned that Shin Gongbao might change his mind, eager to seal their agreement. Silly boy. Quickly prick your finger and acknowledge ownership. Grasping Shin Xiaobao's finger, Shin Gongbao drew a drop of blood to assist him in the acknowledgement. Yea, I now possess the golden armor. Haraha. Niu Man, Yang Mia, Yuing, come and see if it looks magnificent. A curious sensation enveloped the air, as the armor clung closely to the skin, perfectly tailored in size. Before the figures of Niu Man, Yang Mia, and Yuing, Shin Gongbao could not resist the urge to boast. As for Niu Man, Yang Mia, and Yuing, they could only gaze upon him with envy. The other members need not feel disheartened. You are all included. As a member of the Leopard Ridge, how could I ever forget you? The guards, adorned in silver armor, bear the quality of mid-grade acquired spiritual treasures. The logistics team, clad in yellow armor, also embody acquired spiritual treasures. Everyone, hastily draw blood to pledge allegiance and familiarize yourselves with the intricate patterns above. The armor was crafted expressly for you all, and when paired with the identity tokens, it forms a simplified version of the grand array of 10,000 immortals, ensuring equitable distribution of blessings. Thank you, boss, they exclaimed, laughter resonating as they realized they too possessed such treasures. Under Shin Gongbao's vivid portrayal, the collective perception of the armor shifted dramatically, igniting a desire to acquire it. The excitement was palpable. Boss, may we join you? As the revelry unfolded, the king of the guinea pigs and the buck-toothed mouse approached. Over the span of 800 days, they had shared countless moments together, becoming well acquainted with the reasons behind the flight from Leopard Ridge. The king of the guinea pigs was not foolish. He understood that his own kin were not faring much better. Perhaps, as soon as Shin Gongbao and his group departed, the Chan sect would be in pursuit. With their strength, how could they possibly resist? Chapter 46. The forging of the 10,000 immortals array. Join us. Are you certain? The king of the guinea pigs replied, joining you poses no issue, but you must prepare yourselves mentally. To ally with us signifies embracing endless peril. One misstep could lead to demise. Are you truly willing to accompany us? Gazing at the king of the guinea pigs, Shin Gongbao urged him to ponder his decision carefully. Boss, you jest. Remaining apart from you would render us even more vulnerable. Over these past 8 centuries, we have coexisted with your kin. They have divulged everything to us. The current Chan sect is actively hunting demons. If we do not resist, our fate shall be no better. Turning to Shin Gongbao, the buck-toothed rat responded immediately. That depends on your perspective. Given your present circumstances, the Chan sect will not target you in the short term. Most of you have yet to transform and your cultivation is far too low. Using you for alchemy would yield inferior results, thus it is not cost-effective. In my estimation, you may enjoy a few more carefree centuries. After that, the Chan sect will come for you. Reflect on it further, should you truly wish to join us. We will conduct a selection. Once you ally with us, you shall abide by my directives. Shin Gongbao insisted that the king of the guinea pigs consider his choice wisely. Boss, we wish to take a gamble. No need for further contemplation, declared the king of the guinea pigs, resolved to take the plunge. In that case, select the guinea pigs of the Xianxian level. I shall make the arrangements. Turning to the king of the guinea pigs, Shen Gongbao urged him to proceed with the selection. All right. With a mighty roar directed at the army of guinea pigs, the king commanded those above the Xianxian level to step forward. To his surprise, a considerable number complied. Shen Gongbao observed that there were indeed dozens of guinea pigs at the Xianxian realm. King of the guinea pigs, I bestow upon you a set of golden armor. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of my Leopard Ridge. With a wave of his hand, a unique set of golden armor materialized. This armor had been specially crafted for the king of the guinea pigs, incorporating the leather of the Tibetan fox to entice him. Little did he know, the king would willingly join. Well, upon seeing the golden armor, the king of the guinea pigs was instantly enamored. He could not help but fall in love with it. The collar of the armor was adorned with the plush fur of the Tibetan fox, exuding comfort at first glance. The back of the armor displayed the distinct patterns of the fox's skin. Together with the armor's unique design, it exuded an imposing aura. The Tibetan fox was the natural enemy of the guinea pigs. Adorning such armor would undoubtedly elevate the stature of the king of the guinea pigs. It is fair to say that with merely this armor, the king of the guinea pigs would be willing to fight alongside Shen Gongbao through thick and thin. Everyone, since you have joined my Leopard Ridge, I shall treat you equally. These armors are for you. With another wave of his hand, over 30 sets of yellow armor flew forth, bestowed upon the guinea pigs. Thank you, boss. For these guinea pigs, their only possessions had been tattered clothing and a broken bowl. They had never laid eyes on such armor. The exhilaration of receiving armor at this moment was beyond words. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully forging armor, subduing the guinea pigs, and enhancing the strength of Leopard Ridge. This action has disrupted the causal order of the heavenly decree, triggering the wheel of fate. You are rewarded with 6 opportunities for a draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the fate of the groundhog, granting it the chance to resist, and triggering the wheel of fate. You are rewarded with 4 additional draw opportunities. Several groups, a tenfold draw. According to Shen Gongbao's expectations, securing 4 or 5 draw opportunities would suffice. However, to his surprise, he directly obtained 10 chances to draw. Ding. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 transformation pills. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 transformation pills. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 9-turn Grand Restoration pill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 transformation pills. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 9-turn golden pill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Radiance Divine Blade. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Radiance Divine Blade. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 years of martial combat experience. Marvelous items. King of the guinea pigs. I shall bestow upon you a further benefit. These are transformation pills. I shall provide you with 40. Ensure that the groundhogs above the Xianxian level undergo transformation. Remember, you must issue the command. Follow the modeling transformation of the transformation pills. Do not allow any large fangs to linger. Li Qingqing, you will manage these 20 transformation pills, facilitating the transformation of the beasts in Leopard Ridge. Transformation pills are indeed valuable. After transformation, the cultivation speed will greatly accelerate. With these 60 transformation pills, there will be nearly no beast forms remaining within the ranks. Of course, the groundhogs do not count. With over 1,000 groundhogs, transforming them all would require too many pills. However, they can serve as mounts. As for the 9-turn Grand Restoration pill, Shen Gongbao felt a headache approaching. This item appears beneficial, yet its side effects are perilous. Ingesting the 9-turn Grand Restoration pill can swiftly elevate one to the Deluo Golden Immortal level. But akin to the Huanglongli, it will deplete one's potential. The most suitable candidates at present are naturally Shen Changkong and Li Qingqing. They are both directly affiliated with Leopard Ridge. Shen Changkong is Shen Gongbao's uncle, while Li Qingqing is his cousin. Neither could possibly betray Leopard Ridge. Uncle Changkong, perhaps you should take this one. This is a 9-turn Grand Restoration pill. Consuming one will allow you to rapidly enhance your cultivation, breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal level in a remarkably short time. However, following this breakthrough, you will remain forever at the initial stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Do you wish to partake? With a wave of his hand, the 9-turn Grand Restoration pill appeared in Shen Gongbao's grasp. Willing. How could one not be willing? Gongbao, I am well aware of my circumstances. Were it not for the 9-turn golden pill you provided, I would not have even been able to breach the golden immortal realm. Above the golden immortal lies the Tai golden immortal, and beyond that, the Deluo golden immortal. With my innate talent, it would be impossible to ascend to the Deluo golden immortal. Consuming a 9-turn grand restoration pill would allow for a direct breakthrough to the Deluo golden immortal. And I am willing. Moreover, the current situation in Leopard Ridge is rather dire. Shin Kong has a clear understanding of his position. Achieving the Deluo golden immortal level would certainly be ideal. There is no need for complete concern. Did I not present to you the Zhonglu Jinshin? This is an exceedingly formidable method of body refinement. I implore you to practice diligently. Once your physical form ascends, your combat strength shall be formidable. With a mere flick of the wrist, the 9 Revolutions Great Returning Pill was cast forth by Shin Gongbao and bestowed upon Shin Kong to consume. Remarkably, upon ingestion of the 9 Revolutions Great Returning Pill, Shin Kong's cultivation was instantaneously elevated, achieving the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Bailey and Xiongda. This is the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Tian Meng Divine Blade. There are a total of 7 such blades. I shall bestow 2 upon you now. Once you render meritorious contributions, further rewards shall follow. Xiong Er, Xiong San, Hui, Ciiji, and Li Qingqing, you must strive diligently. In due course, as we assemble the 7 kings of Leopard Ridge, you shall represent our domain. With a wave of his hand, the Tian Meng Divine Blade soared forth, directly awarded to Bailey and Xiongdong. Wow, thank you, boss. Exclaiming with boundless excitement, Xiongdong and Bailey prepared to prostrate themselves before Shin Gongbao. They hastily commenced the initial refinement. King Guinea Pig, your foundation is rather lacking. Use this 9 Revolutions Golden Pill to solidify your base. Naturally, all received rewards. And the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill was granted to the Guinea Pig King. Thank you, my lord, thank you, great king. The notion of the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill was beyond the wildest imaginings of the Guinea Pig King. At that moment, he vowed in his heart to remain loyal and contribute to Leopard Ridge. Now, heed my command. Endeavor to activate the formations on your armor. And let us test the might of the great formation of 10,000 immortals. As they sought to activate the formations on their armor, Shin Gongbao encouraged everyone to collectively awaken the great formation of 10,000 immortals. Yes, the curiosity about the armor was palpable. As they all infused their strength to activate the formations, a hum resonated through the air. As the formations were awakened, they felt their internal energies swiftly siphoned away. Simultaneously, the formations interlocked, unifying them as one entity. By my word, the great formation of 10,000 immortals is no trivial matter. Closing his eyes, Shin Gongbao immediately sensed the situation and was taken aback. He had an inkling that they could morph into any conceivable form. However, he also discerned the presence of side effects. Firstly, activating the formation demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. Had it not been for Shin Gongbao's use of celestial jade for support, they would have faltered. Secondly, he was consuming soul energy, and within mere moments, his head throbbed painfully. Yet, the causal punishment decree swiftly took effect, alleviating his discomfort. Thirdly, Shin Gongbao was subjected to various forces impacts. Had his physical form not been robust, it would have crumbled under the strain. As they coalesced, Bai He Tongzi, Mi Lu Tongzi, and Ma Yuan bore the side effects. Shin Gongbao was unperturbed, compelling everyone's strength to consolidate the formation. This process was fraught with formidable side effects. Nevertheless, the outcome was splendid. In just a few breaths, the formation solidified, transforming into a leopard of 100 feet in size. Prepare to advance in tandem with the formation. We shall traverse the plain at full speed before nightfall. Signaling for cooperation, Shin Gongbao immediately commenced a furious sprint. Apart from the formation's coordination, they were naturally inexperienced, and those of lower cultivation struggled to keep pace. Yet, Shin Gongbao disregarded the side effects, continuously adjusting, overcoming numerous obstacles. Ah, here it comes again, this cursed karma. The smile never fades. The exhilaration of Shin Gongbao contrasts sharply with the plight of Ma Yuan, the white crane boy, and the elk boy. Though motionless, it feels as if I have battled for centuries, every muscle aching with discomfort. The power within me has been utterly depleted. Occasionally twitching, onlookers might think I am lifeless. No. I have yet to avenge my great enmity. I cannot concede defeat. Grant me the strength to absorb. Once more, I am besieged by this accursed sensation. When my power is sufficient, I shall undoubtedly seek you out and vanquish you. Damn deity of causality. The white crane boy and the elk boy fare better than Ma Yuan. They are absorbing demonic energy, refining themselves with it. Since their injuries have healed, they have commenced the practice of Rahu's techniques. Driven by their inner hatred, the White Crane Boy and the Elk Boy have never ceased their endeavors. At this moment, burdened by side effects, they choose to endure. Master, it is dire. The demon hunting team led by Jin Song, Black Goose, and Shiba has been completely annihilated. A disciple of the Antarctic Immortal rushed in, breathlessly reporting the latest developments. Chapter 47. Skeleton Mountain, what do you say? A demon hunting team had previously been annihilated. And while the South Pole Immortal did not intervene then, now that 3 teams have met the same fate, intervention is imperative. The simultaneous defeat of 3 teams indicates that the adversary possesses formidable strength. The demon hunting teams led by Shirbua, Jin Song, He Yin, and Shiba have all been eradicated. We attempted to employ special talismans for tracking, yet they proved futile as the enemy has erased all traces of them. Kneeling on the ground, the disciple recounted the events that transpired. Very well. This demonstrates a blatant disregard for my teachings. Summon Huang Long Jinren and Yun Zhangzi. With a cold huff, the South Pole Immortal immediately instructed the messenger. Understood. With a respectful salute, the disciple hurriedly departed. Huang Long pays his respects to his senior brother. Yun Zhongzi pays his respects to his senior brother. Upon receiving the message, Huang Long Jinren and Yun Zhongzi, who were in the forging hall, rushed over immediately. Brothers, the matter is as follows. Addressing Huang Long Jinren and Yun Zhongzi, the South Pole Immortal recounted the sequence of events. Is this true? What demon possesses such audacity to provoke my sect? Senior brother, this matter cannot be overlooked. I propose that you take action personally to quell the insidious foes and make them aware of our sect's might. Hearing this, Yun Zhangzi seethed with anger. Yet he had no intention of taking action. Preposterous. The calamity of the gods is on the verge of commencing. They must focus on crafting treasures for the disciples. They disdain involvement in such trivial matters. Indeed, I suggest that senior brother take decisive action, flaying the enemy to set an example. Senior brother, be ruthless and do not hold back. Huang Long Jinren harbored no intentions of engaging either. The South Pole Immortal's plan offered no advantage to them. Such endeavors, which yield no reward, are unworthy of their involvement. Should the enemy be vanquished, the accolades would belong to the South Pole Immortal. If they were to sustain injuries, no one would lament for them. Brothers, this affair pertains to the demon hunting teams themselves. You make a valid point. It should indeed be left to our demon hunting teams to take action. However, let us not forget that during the last exchange tournament, you suffered a defeat, which displeased our master greatly. The disciples lamented their loss of resources, and grievances ran high. Thus, I hope you will serve as an example for everyone. Since you are unwilling to participate, so be it. Eagle Boy, relay the message to thoroughly investigate the cause of the demon hunting team's demise. Upon discovering the enemy, report back immediately. The South Pole Immortal appeared to have anticipated the thoughts of Yun Zhangzi and Huang Long Jinren, rising and clasping his fists in a gesture of farewell to them. Senior brother, what jest is this? Such trivial matters are well within our capabilities. Senior brother, I contemplated this further. The ability of the enemy to annihilate the demon hunting teams indicates their considerable strength. They must be of the Tai Golden Immortal caliber. If they are indeed Tai Golden Immortals, would it not be tantamount to sending the demon hunting teams to their doom? Both Huang Long and I are at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. If we take action, it would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome. Therefore, let the demon hunting teams provide support while we brothers take the lead. In the beginning, Huang Long Jinren and Yun Zhangzi were reluctant, but upon hearing the words of Nanji Xianwang, they promptly changed their minds. Firstly, they indeed needed to achieve merit. Secondly, they were concerned that Nanji Xianwang might report indiscriminately. Should Yuan Shi Tianzun misunderstand, the consequences would be dire. Both Huang Long Jinren and Yun Zhangzi were acutely aware that disciples of the Chan teaching were categorized by Yuan Shi Tianzun into several tiers. The first tier comprised Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Yuding Jinren, Zhu Lu Sun, and Tai Yi Jinren. The second tier included Ling Bao de Fa Shi, Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzun, Pu Skin Jinren, Xi Heng Dao Ran, Dao Xing Tianzun, and Qing Su Dao de Jinjun. The third tier consisted of Nanji Xianwing, Ran Deng Dao Ran, and Yun Zhongzi, while the fourth tier was represented by Huang Long Jinren, Xiao Zhan, and Deng Hua. The last competition had caused Huang Long Jinren and Yun Zhangzi considerable embarrassment, undoubtedly incensing Yuan Shi Tianzun. Without a significant achievement, they would find it difficult to face him in the future. Their fellow disciples were advised not to force themselves. The impending calamity of the Fengshen was approaching, and it would be wise for them to gather resources and refine magical artifacts. With a cold snort, Nanji Xinwing urged Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhangzi to contemplate thoroughly before responding. Senior brother, we implore you for an opportunity. Bowing respectfully, Yun Zhangzi shed any trace of earlier pride, fearing that Nanji Xinwing might retract his offer. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint you. Huang Longjinren echoed the sentiment, seeking Nanji Xinwing's favor. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. A subtle smile graced Nanji Xinwing's lips, brimming with satisfaction. Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhangzi found themselves easily maneuvered by him. Uncle Master, we have discovered traces. The enemy lingered at Tu Fei for a time. However, it is rather peculiar. According to the signs at Tu Fei, the enemy underwent a certain process of refinement. Yet, such refinement typically requires decades. They could not possibly have had that much time. At that moment, a disciple responsible for tracking the clues stepped forward to report the latest developments. Fellow disciples, you see Nanji Xinwing gestured for Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhongzi to handle the situation. Senior brother, leave the remainder to us, they declared, leading the way to Tu Fei. Exchanging glances, Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhangzi reluctantly accepted the responsibility. Go forth. With a wave of his hand, Nanji Xinwing encouraged them to proceed with confidence. Thus, Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhongzi, accompanied by 300 patrolling disciples, swiftly arrived at Tu Fei. Uncle Master, this place feels strange. Not long ago, we investigated this plain and found it rich in minerals and unparalleled divine materials. However, it was deemed unsuitable for mining, and we decided to wait several hundred years for the groundhog demon to become active before proceeding with excavation. Yet, merely a few days have passed, and upon returning, we discovered that the resources have nearly been exhausted. This is all evidence of forging we cannot comprehend. The disciples of the demon-catching team promptly reported to Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhangzi. It was indeed perplexing. Achieving such a feat without a few hundred years was improbable. They continued to investigate, honing in on the traces of the enemy. Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhangzi did not contemplate the acceleration of time. In their hearts, they believed that the capabilities of demons were limited, and such means were beyond their reach. Senior brother, we have tracked the enemy's whereabouts. They have traversed the entire prairie and should have arrived at Skull Mountain by now. Soon, the second demon-catching team caught up and reported the latest developments. Skull Mountain? That is the territory of the... Are you certain? Yun Zhangzi had some knowledge of Skull Mountain, recognizing it as the domain of the... This place was home to two demons. One was the stone-transformed demon known as Shijin Yangyang, an outer disciple of the... and the other was Ma Yuan, who relished human hearts, wielding a treasured sword and possessing a bone claw on the back of his head, making him exceedingly ferocious. Indeed, the opposing forces number nearly 2,000. The groundhogs here are what they have taken away. We followed the tracks of the groundhogs, knowing that Yun Zhangzi was skeptical. The demon-catching disciples reported once more. This can't be right. Skull Mountain is quite far from here. Given the speed of the groundhogs, it would take at least a year and a half to arrive, wouldn't it? Taking the distance into account, Huang Longjinren deemed it implausible. Upon careful calculation, from discovery to departure and then to pursuit, the time was merely half a month. In just half a month, the groundhogs had reached Skull Mountain. How could that be possible? Even with their cultivation, they would need to fly for several days. Wait a moment, what if they possessed the divine travel talisman? After a moment of reflection, Yun Zhangzi recalled the divine travel talisman. Possessing such a talisman could enhance speed, rendering everything comprehensible. However, only Yuan Tianzuan could currently refine this sort of talisman, and even Yun Zhangzi possessed but a single one. Divine travel talisman? What is that? Although ranked among the 12 golden immortals, Huang Longjinren had never encountered one, his face a mask of confusion. Senior brother, that is of no concern. We must proceed to Skull Mountain immediately, and by the way, we shall also capture Shiji and Ma Yuan. The demon-catching disciples followed suit. With a call, Yun Zhangzi unleashed his speed and soared into the air. Stop! On the side of Skull Mountain, Shun Gongbao raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Huang Longjinren and Yun Zhangzi had made a miscalculation. The reason Shun Gongbao and his group could traverse the mountains so swiftly was not due to any divine travel talisman, but rather the streamlined version of the Wanjian Grand Formation. Under Shun Gongbao's leadership, they had directly unleashed the speed of Tai Golden Immortals. Even when encountering the demon-catching team, they simply fled, confident that the team could not catch up. It was precisely for this reason that they became exposed. Otherwise, the demon-catching team would never have discovered them. Boss, what is the matter? After half a month of frenzied travel, everyone had become accustomed to the streamlined version of the Wanjian Grand Formation, which could be employed not only for escape but also for combat. Congratulations, everyone. We have successfully arrived at the territory of the... At this moment, we are safe. Before us lies Skull Mountain, where there are 2 demons. I intend to pay a visit to Shurji. Confirming the direction, Shin Gongbao stepped forward once more. Having no desire to meet Ma Yuan, this creature is certainly not benevolent. If provoked, it might incite a conflict. However, Shurji is different. This plump young girl possesses an inherently kind disposition and serves as a mere pawn in the calamity of the deification. Shin Gongbao intends to offer her assistance. Hello, little bunny. Do you think your sister is beautiful? At this moment, Shurji is amusing herself with a small white rabbit, which is timid and trembling in the underbrush. Presently, Shurji has transformed into a tiny stone, for her true form is not one of diminutive stature. She can easily metamorphose into a towering mountain. Concerned about frightening the little white rabbit, she has reduced herself to the size of a fist, in her quest to adorn herself. Shurji has adorned her head with a flower and fashioned her hair from blades of tender grass. Around her neck, she wears a garland of red spiritual fruits, intending to offer them to the little white rabbit. Through Shurji's efforts, the timid rabbit finally musters the courage to nibble on the grass atop her head. Yet, as it feasts, the little rabbit suddenly quivers and scampers away. What was that? Turning back, Shurji is enraged and instantly reverts to her true form, pouting in silent indignation. Shurji, my dear junior sister, how have you fared? Chapter 48. The chubby girl Shurji. At the moment Shurji turned around, she caught sight of Shin Gongbao. Do we know each other? The mention of her name by Shin Gongbao left Shurji momentarily stunned. Shurji was particularly reclusive, possessing minimal social interactions and no friends. Otherwise, she would not have sought companionship with small animals. The sudden appearance of a group of demons who recognized her was indeed unexpected. Junior sister. It's not good to only acknowledge the master and not the elder brother. As he looked at Shurji, Shin Gongbao dispersed a simplified version of the myriad immortal formation and approached her directly. Elder brother, I've seen you before, Shurji replied, prompted by Shin Gongbao. She quickly made the mental connection regarding his identity. He was a disciple of the Tongtian Jiao, and since Shin Gongbao referred to himself as elder brother, it was evident he was also an outer disciple. Thus, they were akin to family. However, Shurji felt a bit awkward, for she had nothing of worth to offer Shin Gongbao. Family? Why act so distant? Junior sister, I have come to remind you, Shin Gongbao continued. The Chanjiao has been capturing demons to concoct elixirs, causing much suffering. Upon witnessing this, I saved a few. Given the pace of the Chanjiao's demon-catching team, they will likely arrive soon, so you must be cautious. Shin Gongbao intended to rescue Shurji for a simple reason. She was innocent, inherently good-natured, and reclusive. Such a being could be welcomed into the Leopard Ridge without concern for betrayal. Furthermore, due to her social anxiety, as long as one treated her sincerely, she would never disappoint anyone. The Chanjiao surely wouldn't harm me, right? According to our Jiejiao's tenets, the Chanjiao and Jiejiao are one family. Looking at Shin Gongbao, Shurji showed evident worry. Yet, when faced with issues, she instinctively averted her gaze, preferring to see the brighter side. One family. Are you aware of the phrase most frequently uttered by Yuanshi Qianzuan? Those born of moisture and eggs are but beasts adorned with fur and horns, as a stone demon. Do you believe the Chanjiao would spare you? Asked the fellow Taoist behind me whether the Chanjiao has ever considered sparing them. Junior sister, we must leave. The message has been delivered, believe it or not. Returning to the group, Shin Gongbao bid farewell to Shurji and prepared to depart. Although this was the territory of the Jiejiao, it was not safe. Shin Gongbao needed to delve deeper into Jiejiao's domain. To be precise, he had yet to decide where to go. Most renowned locations were occupied by formidable figures. For instance, Sanxian Island was home to the 3 immortals. The Luofu Cave of Amei Mountain was under the guardianship of Zhao Gongming, and Jiulong Island harbored Yang's son, Wang Mo, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba. After much deliberation, Shin Gongbao resolved to head to Meishan. At present, Meishan was guarded by the 7 oddities of Meishan. If Shin Gongbao went there, he could subdue them. Among the 7 oddities, Yuan Hong was the most powerful, originally a white ape who had attained enlightenment. Towering over 8 feet, he possessed a striking appearance, formidable skills, and mastery of both the Baiju Xiangong and various demon arts, enabling him to traverse thousands of miles in a day, showcasing immense divine abilities and martial prowess. Ever-changing in form, he wielded an iron staff known as the Qitian Pillar, also referred to as the One-Chi Water and Fire Staff, fiercely aggressive by nature. He reveled in bloodshed. During the chaotic times of the Fengshan calamity, as the banners of the Shang dynasty were raised in Chaoga to recruit generals, he was appointed by King Zhou as the general of the Shang dynasty, tasked with guarding the front line of the Yuhan Pass. He was responsible for halting the advancing forces of the Western Zhou at Mengjing. Following General Zhang Kuei, he commanded as the chief marshal and, alongside his subordinate Wu Wenhua, achieved numerous victories against the Zhou army. Unfortunately, he was ultimately captured by Yang Jian, who wielded the map of mountains and rivers granted by Nuwa, and met his demise under the deadly flying daggers. This time, Shen Gongbao sought to alter the fate of the 7 monsters of Meishan, hoping to evade the impending calamity. Just as he was about to depart, a figure pursued him. Qingyao, why is she here? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shen Gongbao was taken aback. His feelings towards Qingyao were exceedingly complex. The last time, he had summoned the courage to instruct Shen Zhengdao to slay her, only for her to escape. Now, she had returned in pursuit. Uncle Master, we must flee quickly. The Southern Polar Immortal has dispatched Hualong Zhenren and Yun Zhangzi to lead a search party, and they are closing in. Upon seeing Shen Gongbao, Qingyao's face broke into a smile. She approached him briskly, urging him to escape. Are you here to deliver a warning? Despite her words, Shen Gongbao found himself unable to act. Uncle Master, there is no time left. For the past several days, the demon-catching team has been scouring for clues. I have misled them multiple times, yet to no avail. Now, Huanglong Zhenren and Yun Zhangzi, accompanied by over 1,000 members of the demon-catching team, are on their way. By the way, they mentioned, there are 2 demons on Skull Mountain. One is Shiji, and the other is Mai Yuan. They intend to kill them together. Grasping Shen Gongbao's hand, Qingyao signaled for him to leave. Why are you doing this? Shen Gongbao gazed at Qingyao, feeling a sense of unreality. Their interactions had been minimal. Why would she come to his aid? Uncle Master, the first time I witnessed you kill a member of the demon-catching team, I was equally astonished. I considered reporting it to the Southern Polar Master. Yet I could not. Later, I followed the demon-catching team and discovered that they were not there to punish the demons threatening the region, but rather to fulfill the Southern Polar Immortal's orders. They capture any demon, regardless of the threat they pose. Uncle Master, your reason for saving them must stem from a sense of injustice, correct? I am willing to stand by your side. Once the leader emerges from seclusion, we shall join forces to expose the Southern Polar Immortal's vile nature and ensure he faces the punishment he deserves. Clenching her fists, Qingyao expressed her thoughts with fervor. Fool. Enough. I am already aware of the situation. You will adhere to the teachings of the way. Allow me to caution you. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. You are merely at the peak of the golden immortal level with your capabilities. You cannot handle many matters. Furthermore, do not disturb me. Beware, for I may be unable to restrain myself from eliminating you. After a moment of silence, Shen Gongbao glared fiercely at Qingyao, urging her to depart. His intentions were clear. He wished to safeguard her from entanglement. Qingyao belonged to the resource hall of the way, possessing considerable abilities. As long as she refrained from involving herself in Shen Gongbao's affairs, she would remain unaffected by the calamity's influence. However, excessive interaction with Shen Gongbao alters everything. One careless moment could lead to being inscribed on the divine list. Gongbao, we cannot escape. The demon-catching team is already in pursuit. In the distance, Shenmu was the first to perceive the problem. Prepare for battle. Mother, you will maintain the grand formation, ensuring the safety of everyone while attempting to eliminate members of the demon-catching team. Uncle Chong Kong, real person Huang Long, and Yun Zhangzi are all at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortals. We shall each take one. I hope you can swiftly defeat Yun Zhangzi and then assist me. With explosive speed, Shen Gongbao charged forward. In this brief moment, Shen Gongbao devised a strategy. The punishment order binds Yun Zhangzi, and the simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals array is sufficient to torment him into submission. Thus, even Shen Chongkong could defeat, if not slay, Yun Zhangzi. As for Shen Gongbao, he would employ a streamlined version of the 10,000 Immortals array against real person Huang Long. Shen Mu and Shen Zhengdao also faced a daunting task in confronting the demon-catching team. Shen Gongbao took the initiative to depart, determined to bind Yun Zhangzi. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Yun Zhangzi and real person Huang Long raised their hands, signaling everyone to halt. They sensed Shen Gongbao. To be precise, Shen Gongbao made no effort to conceal himself. He erupted forth with the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, charging out at the utmost speed. Fellow Taoist, please hold. Upon seeing Yun Zhangzi, Shun Gongbao immediately employed the causal punishment order. Shun, junior brother Shun, what brings you here? Though others may not recognize Shun Gongbao, Yun Zhongzi and Huang Long would never forget him. During the exchange between the Chan and Jia sects, it was Shun Gongbao who salvaged their dignity. Brother Huang Long, brother Yun Zhongzi. Deliberately exaggerating his expression, Shun Gongbao pretended to just now recognize Yun Zhongzi. Junior brother Shun, your timing is impeccable. We are about to hunt demons. Would you care to join us? Huang Long and Yun Zhongzi acknowledged Shun Gongbao's prowess. After all, even at the pinnacle of golden immortals, Shun Gongbao had displayed formidable strength. Now that he had broken through to Tai Golden Immortal, his power was even more terrifying. Hunting demons. What is the situation? Feigning ignorance, Shun Gongbao began to gather intelligence. He had two intentions in this. Firstly, to buy more time for Shun Mu and the others to prepare. Secondly, to verify the truth of Qing Yao's claims. Shun Gongbao's greatest strength lay in his rationality. He endeavored to refrain from preconceived notions, seeking to verify the information, which was quite reasonable. The situation is as follows. Huang Long and Yun Zhongzi could hardly believe that the one hunting the demon-catching team was Shun Gongbao. Thus, when faced with his inquiry, they provided intricate details. What is the demon-catching team doing? Such a trivial matter has taken so long. After listening to Huang Long and Yun Zhongzi, Shun Gongbao confirmed one thing. Qing Yu had not lied. She had not betrayed him, but had indeed sought to influence the demon-catching team's judgment, wholeheartedly assisting him. In that moment, the softness within Shun Gongbao was stirred. To make him take action against Qing Yao would be utterly impossible. That would be truly reprehensible. Very well, brother Shun, let us commence our journey. According to our calculations, the enemy should be at Skeleton Mountain. Once we eliminate them, our task will be accomplished. Signaling for Shun Gongbao to follow, Master Huang Long and brother Yunzong led the charge. Master Uncle, as per Master Uncle's directive, we must endeavor to capture them alive. Upon hearing Huang Long and Yunzong's intent to strike, the captain of the demon capture squad hastily issued new orders. Brother Huang Long, since brother Nanji has requested their live capture, let us first seize Ma Yuan. Brother Yunzong and this disciple will apprehend Shiji. We shall regroup thereafter. Pursuing Huang Long, Shun Gongbao proactively suggested it would be advantageous for you to act together. Capturing Ma Yuan should pose no challenge. Demon capture squad, follow closely, Yunzong remarked, dismissing the enemy with indifference. This distribution suited him perfectly. Indeed, let us quicken our pace. After subduing Ma Yuan, we shall swiftly assemble. With a burst of speed, Master Huang Long dashed forward. Clearly, he was anxious about missing out on accolades, thus unleashing his utmost velocity. Chapter 49. The frustrated Yun Zhongzi and the terrifying side effects. Senior brother, I shall see you shortly. With that, Shun Gongbao surged forth. Onward came a resounding shout as Yun Zhongzi followed suit. Prepare the formation. Shun Mu, ever vigilant, sensed Yun Zhongzi's rapid approach and promptly instructed everyone to assume their positions. Yes. In response to Shun Mu's command, the group swiftly activated the formation runes, channeling their own energies. Particularly those of lesser cultivation collectively presented their celestial jade to sustain the grand array. Come forth, Yun Zhongzi, I present to you a grand gift. May it please you. Shun Gongbao had no intention of seeking out Ma Yuan, instead opting to stealthily circle back. His intentions were crystal clear. Have Ma Yuan distract the true dragon of Huang Long while they collectively vanquished Yun Zhongzi. Naturally, Shun Gongbao, with his designs on the Dragon Clan, intended to remain incognito. Revealing himself would jeopardize his future schemes concerning the Spirit Pearl and the Demon Pearl. Chang Kong, prepare yourself. Upon sighting Yun Zhongzi, Shen Mu immediately signaled Shen Chang Kong to get ready. Yes, as the architect of the Great Formation, Shen Mu urged him on. After all, Shen Gongbao had arranged for Shen Chang Kong to confront Yun Zhongzi before his departure. They are all here. Very well. Let us strike together and endeavor to capture him alive. The multitude at Leopard Ridge, bolstered by the 10,000 Immortals' Great Formation, and with Shen Mu wielding the innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly machine umbrella, rendered Yun Zhongzi incapable of discerning their true power. The teachings of the Chan school harbored a bias against demons, perceiving them as utterly devoid of strength, thus issuing direct orders to charge forth. They truly have come. Are the Chan school and the Intercept school not one and the same? Why does the Chan school act thus? What am I to do? Perhaps I should flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. The moment she beheld the demon-hunting squad from the Chan school, Shiji cast aside her previous assumptions. All she desired now was to escape. Yet, she felt reluctant, for Shen Gongbao had come to warn her. Fleeing at this moment would be utterly disloyal. Kill. With a commanding shout from Yun Zhangzi, over 1,000 demon hunters erupted into action. Kill. The members of Leopard Ridge, already accustomed to fleeing, felt no urgency in the face of battle. They too charged forth. Just as Yun Zhangzi prepared to strike, Shen Gongbao redirected the side effects of the simplified 10,000 Immortals Great Formation entirely onto Yun Zhangzi. In an instant, the majority of Yun Zhangzi's magical power was siphoned away. Moreover, his strength became sluggish, and his soul's energy rapidly waned, resulting in a halving of his overall might. Kill. Before Yun Zhangzi could react, Shen Changkong unleashed an attack, hurling the sea-stabilizing pearl towards him. Shen Gongbao possessed 12 of these pearls. Upon attaining the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, he had bestowed one upon Shen Changkong. This marked Shen Changkong's inaugural use of the sea-stabilizing pearl. And upon impact with Yun Zhangzi, an overwhelming force erupted, leaving Yun Zhangzi momentarily stunned. No, the fearsome energy surged through him, making Yun Zhangzi feel as though the vital energies within him were about to disperse. Particularly, 5 of his ribs shattered upon impact. What a treasure! Truly, what an exquisite treasure! With a wave of his hand, 12 sea-stabilizing pearls encircled Shen Changkong, who felt an overwhelming surge of power. Monsters, you court death. Having witnessed the formidable power of Shen Changkong, how could Yun Zhangzi afford to be careless? He extracted a pill and swallowed it. Experiencing a rapid recovery from his injuries, his strength was restored to a significant extent. However, the simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals formation remained in effect, forcing Yun Zhangzi to endure its side effects, limiting his power to a mere 50%. With the use of the pill, his strength could finally surge to 60%. Simultaneously, he summoned the Golden Staff, the Demon-Banishing Sword, and the Demon-Banishing Mirror. The mirror hovered above his head, aimed directly at Shen Changkong. Once illuminated by the mirror, Shen Changkong would inevitably reveal his true form. Yet, matters were not so straightforward. Shen Gongbao had already informed Shen Changkong of Yun Zhangzi's magical artifacts, prompting him to deploy the Sea-Crossing Pearl for defense. Currently, Shen Changkong was a Deluo Jingxian, and even against the peak of Tai-Yi Jingxian represented by Yun Zhangzi, he still held a chance of victory. Crucially, Yun Zhangzi was still suffering the side effects of the 10,000 Immortals formation. As the battle ensued, with the Demon-Banishing Mirror restricting Shen Changkong, his power was severely diminished, allowing Yun Zhangzi to unleash his golden staff and charge forward with explosive speed. The clash echoed with resounding thuds. Yun Zhangzi took the initiative to attack, prompting Shen Changkong to remain vigilant and engage in combat. Truly, Yun Zhangzi was a formidable opponent, a warrior whose strength was honed through relentless training. Observing their confrontation, Shen Gongbao shook his head. It was clear that neither side could gain the upper hand in a short span. Fortunately, Shenmu was unleashing havoc elsewhere, effectively overpowering the demon-catching team with the simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals formation. What delighted Shen Gongbao most was the unexpected prowess of Shiji, who proved to be a formidable opponent, easily defeating the members of the demon-catching team. With this area secured, once his mother was free, Yun Zhangzi would have no choice but to flee. However, he needed to stabilize the situation with Huang Longzhenren. With a burst of speed, Shen Gongbao chose to depart. The simplified version of the 10,000 Immortals formation indeed had a distance limitation. The farther one was from its center, the greater the side effects. Yet, for Shen Gongbao, this was not a disadvantage but rather an advantage. Huang Longzhenren, do not overstep your bounds. I am a disciple of the Jiejiao, while you belong to the Chanjiao. Why do you attack me without provocation? Upon arriving at Ma Yuan's dojo, Shen Gongbao found Huang Longzhenren already engaged in battle. Due to the torment inflicted by Shen Gongbao, Ma Yuan had failed to break through to Tai-Yi Jingxian and was now at the peak of Jingxian. Even so, he managed to leverage the advantage of his dojo to contend with Huang Longzhenren for several rounds. Ma Yuan, all these years, you have been consuming people. Just look at your mountain of bones. It is the result of your gluttony. The Chanjiao stands for justice and peace in the Honghuang, and today, I have come to collect your due. Gripping a grand halberd, Huang Longzhenren charged forth. Huang Longzhenren possesses a magical artifact, albeit a low-grade postnatal treasure. Observing the halberd, Shen Gongbao could not help but exclaim. Instinctively, he recalled their previous battle. If his guesses were correct, this was a gift bestowed by the Yuan Shitian Zone. The thought brought a smile to his face. Huang Longzhenren, with unwavering loyalty to the Chanjiao, was ultimately looked down upon by Yuan Shitian Zone, who gifted him merely a postnatal treasure as a token. although a low-grade postnatal treasure was still a valuable item. In the eyes of the primordial supreme being, the latter is forever inferior to the former. Ultimately, only the treasures of the latter were bestowed. Senior brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I am changing. I am indeed changing. When it came to the matter of cannibalism, Ma Yuan felt immense regret. These days, he has been tormented by karma. Unbeknownst to him, this was due to the binding of the causal punishment decree by Shingongbao. Now that you recognize your errors, return with me to the Chan sect and accept your punishment. Wielding a great halberd, the yellow dragon sage unleashed the full might of his physical form, relishing the enhancement of the magical artifact. Even if I am at fault, it is my right to return to the GS sect and allow my master to punish me. You, being a member of the Chan sect, have no authority over me. Are you seeking to incite conflict between our two sects? Retreating continuously, the yellow dragon sage pressed on relentlessly, while Ma Yuan felt anger welling within him. Ma Yuan was inherently a fierce individual. Since the yellow dragon sage refused to listen, Ma Yuan decided to disregard him. Dare to quibble? You shall perish. With the acquisition of the magical artifact, the yellow dragon sage felt elated, longing for a prolonged battle. This sensation was akin to a child who had never possessed a toy suddenly receiving one. How could he not feel joy? Yellow dragon sage, you court death. Under relentless pressure from the yellow dragon sage, Ma Yuan began to fight desperately. Alas, his realm and artifact were inferior to those of the yellow dragon sage, leaving Ma Yuan to be overwhelmed. I can no longer endure. Facing the great halberd, Ma Yuan was pierced through and embraced the yellow dragon sage. In the next instant, Ma Yuan detonated the entire skeleton Daoist realm. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud erupted above Skeleton Mountain, and a terrifying force surged outward in all directions. My word, such decisiveness? As the explosion unfolded, Shingongbao was taken aback. In his previous life, he had witnessed disciples of the Jia sect, but he had never encountered someone as unhinged as Ma Yuan. Let's hasten our pace. Once this battle concludes, we shall assist. Hearing the commotion of Ma Yuan's self-detonation, Mother Shin was filled with worry and unleashed her power once more. Just wait. When my junior brother Shingongbao and the yellow dragon sage arrive, your fate will be sealed. Monsters, I shall rend you to pieces. Hearing this, the cloud among men laughed heartily. To him, Ma Yuan posed no threat. With the involvement of Shingongbao and the yellow dragon sage, it was certain that Ma Yuan would meet his demise. Die. Summoning the Dinghai Pearl, Shen Chongkong unleashed his strength to attack cloud among men. Shen Zhengdao also unleashed his power, and as lightning flickered, the disciples of the Chan sect's demon hunting team fell one by one. The group consisting of Bailey, Xiong Dong, Xiong Kuei, and Xiong Lei shone brightly as they relentlessly exterminated the members of the demon hunting team, watching as they fell one after another. What should I do? What am I to do? Looking towards the battlefield, Qingyu hesitated. From her perspective, she wished to aid Shingongbao. After all, to love someone is to embrace all of them. However, Qingyu belonged to the Chan sect, and if today's events were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. To hell with it. If I am to perish, I shall do so alongside Shingongbao. Gritting her teeth, Qing Yao disguised herself with the treasures of the latter and charged forth. This young woman is quite remarkable. I shall inquire about Gongbao's opinion. If he consents, we shall proceed with the arrangement. Mother Shin has been closely observing Qing Yao and is exceedingly pleased with her. However, she is deeply concerned about Shingongbao matrimonial prospects. Throughout their flight, Mother Shin made various arrangements, all of which were rejected by Shingongbao. Upon reflection, it is not that Shingongbao lacks the means to pursue love, but rather that Qing Yao presents a more advantageous proposition. Curse be it. All of you are damned. Witnessing the members of the demon capture team being slaughtered one after another, Yun Zhangzi was filled with rage. Yet, he found himself ensnared by Shen Chongkong, rendering him incapable of offering assistance. Moreover, with the onset of debilitating side effects, Yun Zhangzi frequently suffered severe blows. Enduring immense agony, he understood well that should the demon capture team be annihilated, he would have to confront even more terrifying assaults. Flee. Instinctively, the thought of escape arose within Yun Zhangzi. If not now, when? However, did we ever grant you the opportunity to flee? Shen Chongkong would never permit Yun Zhangzi to escape. Even at the cost of his own injuries, he was determined to keep Yun Zhangzi from eluding him. Chapter 50. Persuading the Yellow Dragon True Man. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. After several attempts to break free, Yun Zhangzi found himself thwarted each time. Enraged, he bellowed. Should he choose to flee, he possessed the means to do so. Using a teleportation talisman would ensure his escape. Yet, Yun Zhangzi opted to wait. He intended to bide his time for the arrival of the Yellow Dragon True Man and Shin Gongbao. Once they arrived, a glimmer of hope would emerge. However, if they delayed too long, the demon hunting team might perish entirely. Speed up, eliminate them all, Yun Zhongzi urged, his anxiety palpable. In stark contrast, Shin Mu was exhilarated, encouraging everyone to hasten their pace to slay the members of the demon hunting team. With the support of the 10,000 Immortals Grand Formation, morale surged, and soon they decimated over 1,000 members of the demon hunting team. At the moment the demon hunting team was obliterated, both Shin Mu and Shun Zhengdao struck simultaneously, charging towards Yun Zhangzi. Shin Mu was the first to act, wielding the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly mechanism umbrella, which pierced Yun Zhangzi's chest with a resounding thud. Following her, Shin Zhengdao transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly severing Yun Zhangzi's arm with a single stroke. Shin Zhengdao harbored intentions of slaying Yun Zhangzi as well, yet the latter's reflexes were astoundingly swift. In an instant, he activated the teleportation talisman, having experienced failure once. Shin Zhengdao altered his target, opting to sever Yun Zhangzi's arm instead. My Qianquan storage ring. A tremor in the void signaled Yun Zhongzi's departure. As he vanished, a pained scream escaped his lips, for the severance of his arm had also resulted in the loss of his Qianquan storage ring. How fortunate. The others swiftly began to scour the battlefield, collecting Yun Zhangzi's Qianquan storage ring. Shinmu activated a simplified version of the storage ring, exerting her utmost effort to unlock it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully ambushed and severely wounded Yun Zhangzi while annihilating the pursuing demon hunting team. This demon hunting team, trained by the Antarctic Immortal, comprised elite soldiers. All 1,080 members have been slain. The Antarctic Immortal is bound to be driven mad. This act significantly impacts the causality of the God-sealing calamity, triggering the causality roulette. You are awarded 15 lottery chances. Would you like to draw immediately? The moment Yun Zhangzi fled, Shin Gongbao received a system notification. Goodness, that was quick, he thought, eager to draw his rewards. The demon hunting team he had just defeated was remarkably formidable, and he anticipated the treasures he might acquire. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate spiritual treasure, the Beast Training Ring X1. Once donned by a demon, it shall render them incapable of resistance, compelled to obey your commands. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Time Acceleration Card X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 9-turn Golden Elixir X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Radiance Divine Blade X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Radiance Divine Blade X1. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Radiance Divine Blade X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancestral Witch Blood X1. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Rui Binding Divine Lock X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Purple Gold Elixirs X20. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Peaches of Immortality X5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancestral Dragon Blood X1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Ancestral Dragon Blood X1. Thank you for participating. What a remarkable treasure trove has been acquired this time. Upon surveying the spoils of the lottery, Shin Gongbao was momentarily rendered speechless. The magnitude of these rewards was truly astonishing. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood and promptly consumed it. At this juncture, Shin Gongbao was in the midst of accumulating his foundational essence. Both the blood of the ancestral shaman and the blood of the ancestral dragon were invaluable treasures for cultivating the 8-9 profound arts. Shin Gongbao was poised to enhance his corporeal form towards the attainment of the Great Luo. As for the potential side effects, Yun Zhongzi could bear them. Shin Gongbao felt a stirring within him. By refining the ancestral shaman's blood and the ancestral dragon's blood, he was certain to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. With the acquisition of the Karmic Retribution Decree, he could subsequently bind to the Southern Pole Immortal. Ding! Notice, the binding target, Ma Yuan, is deceased. Due to Ma Yuan's numerous transgressions, he is beset by karmic retribution upon his demise. The host has gained 100 merit points. The Karmic Retribution Decree may only be utilized once, after which it will vanish. Alas, Ma Yuan has indeed met his end. One wonders whether he will ascend to the god listing this time. According to memories of a previous life, Ma Yuan did not attain such honor. The Taoists of introduction and quasi-instruction sought to bolster the Western sect by recruiting any and all. And thus Ma Yuan was ensnared by the Western teachings, ultimately becoming the revered Wangfu of Ma Yuan. Ah, Ma Yuan, you truly deserve your fate. As the dust settled, the voice of the Huanglong Zhenren emerged. What fortitude you possess. Following the sound, Shen Gongbao beheld Huanglong Zhenren, who was in a woeful state, reduced to a bloodied figure. Perhaps due to shielding himself from Ma Yuan's explosive demise, Huanglong Zhenren had lost his entire arm, his body a ghastly sight. Brother, are you well? Shen Gongbao hastened forward, nearly bursting into laughter at the sight. Why have you only just arrived? Huanglong Zhenren stumbled, but ultimately steadied himself. He felt utterly wronged. It was Shen Gongbao's suggestion that had led to this predicament, yet it was Huanglong Zhenren who bore the brunt of the consequences. When Ma Yuan detonated, Huanglong Zhenren feared he was doomed. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the explosion with his right arm wielding the great halberd. Though his low-grade postnatal treasure was now severely damaged, Huanglong Zhenren's heart ached at the loss. Do not blame me, brother. I have come to assist in your healing. Extending a hand to support Huanglong Zhenren, Shen Gongbao communicated with the system and retrieved the innate spiritual treasure, the beast training ring. Disciple, do you possess any healing elixirs? My internal energies are in disarray, rendering me incapable of mobilizing my magical powers. Please assist me. Once my injuries are mended, I shall repay you. In that moment, Huanglong Zhenren was truly in a dire state. Without Shen Gongbao's support, standing would be a monumental challenge. Indeed, brother, do not speak or resist. I shall tend to your wounds first. Upon hearing Huanglong Zhenren's plea, Shen Gongbao felt a pang of sorrow, his resolve wavering. In his previous life, had he not endured similar tribulations? Within the Chan sect, he had been bullied by his peers and found it nearly impossible to acquire resources. Yearning for home, he had endeavored to gather elixirs, yet after over a century, he had only managed to collect a mere 6. Huanglong Zhenren had faced trials of his own. Resources are dwindling rapidly. Now gravely injured, I cannot even produce a single elixir. Very well. Closing my eyes, Master Huanglong relinquished his defenses, channeling all his energy to sustain the 5 qi, allowing them to interrelate and thus return to their origins. The elixir was brought to his lips, and he swallowed it whole. Subsequently, he collaborated with Shen Gongbao to refine the elixir. Ding! Congratulations, host, the beast taming ring has been successfully activated. From now on, Master Huanglong will be under the control of the beast taming ring. While aiding Master Huanglong in healing his wounds, Shen Gongbao employed the innate spiritual treasure, the beast taming ring, to control him, achieving this with ease. Junior brother, what are you doing? With a sudden addition of the beast taming ring around his neck, Master Huanglong quickly sensed something amiss. Do not resist. Your injuries are far too severe. This is a low-grade innate treasure capable of suppressing your wounds. Indicating for Master Huanglong to remain passive, Shen Gongbao continued to assist him in recovery. Boss, Gongbao, brother. In that moment, Shen Mu, leading the forces of Leopard Ridge, charged forth. You, Shen Gongbao, you deceived me. Upon seeing the members of Leopard Ridge, Master Huanglong comprehended the unfolding situation. After a furious shout, he promptly fell silent. He realized he had spoken too much. If he remained silent, he might preserve his life. Revealing too much at this juncture would surely be a death sentence. The Qianquan storage ring in Shen Mu's hand belonged to Yun Zhongzi. With Yun Zhongzi deceased, how could he, severely injured, expect to survive? Sensing the formidable prowess of Shen Mu, Shen Chankong, and Shen Zhengdao, Master Huanglong instinctively closed his eyes. His singular thought was, let it be annihilation. 2 celestial immortals, along with a Tai golden immortal, coupled with Shen Gongbao. Was this not a pursuit of death? Gongbao, this is Yun Zhongzi's Qianquan storage ring. I have deciphered its seal, and it contains a considerable bounty. Observing that Shen Gongbao was unscathed, Shen Mu was overwhelmed with excitement, handing the Qianquan storage ring to him. Ah, there are quite a few treasures here. If I am not mistaken, these are what Yun Zhongzi intended to utilize for breaking through to celestial immortal status. Now, they have fortuitously fallen into our hands. Mother, there are numerous treasures for body refinement within. Have Qingqing prepare them for distribution to everyone, facilitating further cultivation of the Zhang Lu golden body. Senior brother, cease feigning death. These are top-grade elixirs. They can rapidly restore your injuries. Glancing at the Qianquan storage ring, Shen Gongbao retrieved several items. leaving the rest for Shun Mu to organize. The top-grade elixirs, however, were designated for Master Huanglong. You will not kill me? Realizing that Shen Gongbao intended to spare him and even provide him with elixirs, Master Huanglong was astonished. Hurry and consume it. Your injuries are quite severe. Do not leave any lingering effects. Do not look at me like that. My rebellion was not out of choice. You should have heard my previous address. This is my father, and that is my mother. They are both my kin. The beast-capturing squad is not benevolent. They roam the land capturing beasts solely for the purpose of alchemy. The calamity is approaching, and the disciples of the Chan school have grown arrogant, neglecting their cultivation. The Antarctic Immortal, concerned about the impending calamity affecting the teachings of the Chanjiao, sought to enhance the cultivation of everyone through elixirs, thereby equipping them to face the tribulation. By a twist of fate, I, residing in Leopard Ridge, became the target. In a bid to save my kin, I had no choice but to take action, which led me to slaughter my way here. After administering the elixir to the Honorable Huanglong, Shang Wangbao began to elaborate on the details. Why are you divulging this to me? Upon hearing the revelations, the Honorable Huanglong's countenance darkened, and fear gripped him. It could be said that the more one knows, the slimmer the chance of survival becomes, for only the dead can keep secrets. Shang Wangbao likely intended to reveal the reason first, only to ultimately eliminate him. The rationale was straightforward. The Antarctic Immortal was scheming against the Dragon Clan, aiming to ensnare them all. In a casual tone, Shang Wangbao pledged to assist the Honorable Huanglong in recovering from his injuries. How could this be possible? The Dragon Clan has already pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Court, aiding in subduing the aquatic demon tribes. Moreover, during each peach gathering, the Dragon Clan presents dragon liver as tribute. Given this, why would there be a motive to exterminate them? Upon hearing Shang Wangbao's assertions, the Honorable Huanglong immediately refuted. Why? Because the Dragon Clan possesses immense power, posing a threat. Reflect carefully on the life you've led in the Chanjiao these past years. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Dragon Clan regarding the life of the Yellow Dragon. Shen Gongbao was acutely aware. This individual had endured countless grievances. Yet, did the Dragon Clan have any opportunity to resist? How should we oppose our fate? Since the fall of the primordial dragon, our clan's status has plummeted. Had we not sought refuge in the depths of the ocean, we would have faced extinction. It was only through our previous allegiance to the Celestial Court, aiding them in subduing the aquatic demon race, that we received their protection. But what shall we do once that protection is withdrawn? Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, the yellow dragon could not suppress his roar. They too yearned to resist. They aspired to strengthen their kin. They longed for a life of freedom. However, what means did they possess? In the vast primordial wilderness, strength reigns supreme. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal is but a minor player. Ultimately, the saying holds true. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. Without the protection of a saint, all is in vain. What a protection it is. Pray tell, what has the Celestial Court truly sheltered you from? Wake up. Aside from extracting your dragon liver during the peach banquet, the Celestial Court has done nothing for you. Let me put it this way. The Celestial Court is struggling to protect itself. With the teachings of the Chan and Jia sects still in play, the Celestial Court is merely a third-rate power. You chose to submit to the Celestial Court instead of the Jia sect. I ask you, if the Jia sect were to turn against you, would the Celestial Court come to your aid? Fixing his gaze on the yellow dragon, Shen Gongbao immediately inquired. This. Upon hearing Shen Gongbao's words, the yellow dragon fell silent. You already know the answer, do you not? Others cannot be relied upon. Only by possessing strength can one truly stand firm. For instance, if I do not resist, will any of my family survive? With a cold snort, Shen Gongbao expressed his disdain. Then what should we do? Upon hearing this, the yellow dragon had begun to acknowledge Shen Gongbao's perspective. Eager to know the next course of action, a calamity is impending. Each occurrence of such a calamity spells disaster. Yet, it is also a chance. According to my calculations, the primary target of this calamity is the human race. Rather than passively awaiting our fate, why not proactively engage in it and take a gamble? Fixing his gaze on the yellow dragon, Shen Gongbao encouraged him to embrace the calamity. The human race. This calamity is no trifling matter. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The yellow dragon expressed his deep concern. Brother, have you considered this? During the dragon and phoenix calamity, your clan was immensely powerful. Why, in this present day, has your strength been continuously diminished? Could it be that the ancestral dragon's indiscretions have led to the dilution of your bloodline? With a slight smile, Shen Gongbao looked at the yellow dragon, awaiting his contemplation. Nonsense. The reason we have been weakened is not due to our bloodline, but rather the entanglement of karma. During the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, the three clans committed heinous acts, binding them with karmic retribution. Retribution indeed. Touching upon the painful history of the Dragon clan, the Yellow Dragon was deeply troubled. Yet, what has transpired cannot be undone. The Dragon clan has been ensnared for countless epochs. What recourse do they have? If I could assist the Dragon clan in resolving their karmic issues, how confident are you in persuading Ao Guang to collaborate with me? Shin Gongbao awaited this moment. Of the entire Dragon clan, only the Yellow Dragon had aligned with the teachings of Chan. As one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, the Yellow Dragon Jinren holds a significant place within the Dragon clan, symbolizing pride and glory. Yet, for reasons unknown, there has been little communication between the Yellow Dragon Jinren and Ao Guang. Should the need arise to contact Ao Guang, Shin Gongbao possesses the means, albeit with the passage of time and the necessity of spirit pearls. At present, Leopard Ridge has distanced itself from the purview of the Chan school, compelling Shin Gongbao to seek development for the region. Having endured a lifetime of grievances in his previous existence, Shin Gongbao is resolute in his determination to fight for a better future in this life. Sigh, Brother Shun, I, of the Yellow Dragon lineage, am willing to follow your lead. However, I cannot vouch for the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Dragon, Black Dragon, and White Dragon clans. Nonetheless, I can provide an introduction. With a deep breath, the Yellow Dragon Jinren resolved to take a gamble. What? To learn that the Dragon clan has so many classifications leaves Shin Gongbao bewildered, prompting a desire for clarification from the Yellow Dragon Jinren. All beings of the primordial wilderness are aware of the existence of the ancestor dragon, yet few comprehend its origins. In the dawn of creation, Panga transformed into the primordial cosmos, and from the essence of its kidneys emerged the ancestor dragon, a being of scales and serpentine form. Thus, the Dragon clan can vary greatly, primarily cultivating the essence of blood. The kidneys represent water. As beings of the kidney spirit, dragons are inherently capable of commanding all waters. The yang root connects with Panga's liver meridian, which corresponds to wood, endowing the Dragon clan with vital energy and formidable reproductive abilities, devoid of reproductive isolation. Once the ancestor dragon took form, it could rapidly reproduce, resulting in the largest population among its kind, a phenomenon attributable to these very factors. Turning his gaze toward Shin Gongbao, the Yellow Dragon Jinren divulged the secrets of the Dragon clan. So, it follows that the ancestor dragon is a prodigy? Shin Gongbao coughed. I mean no offense. Ahem. Brother Huanglong, you claim that the ancestor dragon is a manifestation of Panga's yang root. What then of Shouyang Mountain? The words of the Yellow Dragon Jinren shattered Shin Gongbao's preconceptions. According to popular belief, Shouyang Mountain held the true significance. You are mistaken, in comparison to the ancestor dragon. Shouyang Mountain holds lesser importance. The Yellow Dragon Jinren cast a sidelong glance at Shin Gongbao before continuing. You suggest that Shouyang Mountain is a bomb? That is incorrect. Following the birth of the ancestor dragon, it existed singularly. Can it reproduce independently? After the Yellow Dragon Jinren's explanation, Shin Gongbao began to grasp the concept. Yet, he remained perplexed regarding how the ancestor dragon had created the Dragon clan. Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. After the ancestor dragon's emergence, it fused its innate water and wood essence with the primordial 5 elements, transforming into the quintessence of dragonkind. At that time, the primordial realm was still undergoing metamorphosis, and Panga's silhouette lingered. The ancestor dragon dispersed its dragon essence into the blood vessels, the water channels of the kidneys, and the spiritual veins of the primordial earth, thereby giving rise to the innate Dragon clan. First emerged the wood essence of the primordial 5 elements, yielding the Azure Dragon, who guards the Eastern Sea. Next came the fire essence, resulting in the Vermilion Dragon, protector of the Southern Sea. Then the metal essence birthed the White Dragon, sovereign of the Western Sea. Finally, the water essence manifested the Black Dragon, who watches over the Northern Sea, adjacent to the icy expanse of the North Sea, and there remains the element of earth. The earthly dragon spirit, transformed into the Yellow Dragon, guards the spiritual veins of mountains, rivers, and lakes in the vast primordial land. Upon gazing at Shin Gongbao, the Yellow Dragon Master revealed all secrets. Thus, after the elucidation, Shin Gongbao comprehended everything. By the way, how does Master Shin intend to eliminate the karma that burdens us? After concluding his explanation, the Yellow Dragon Master turned to Shin Gongbao, inviting him to share his thoughts. To resolve one's karma, there are 2 pathways. The first is to acquire merit, which can cleanse one as karma. The second involves expanding one's kinship, thereby alleviating individual karma through the collective. In the current primordial era, earning merit is exceedingly challenging. The sole viable approach is through kinship. The dragon clan is too sparse to bear such a heavy load of karma. Their fortune is insufficient. However, the human clan, the protagonists of this epic, possesses formidable fortune. Should the dragon clan align itself with the humans, relying on their fortune and population, all issues could be addressed. Moreover, the human clan offers tremendous merit to be gained. At this juncture, Shin Gongbao opted for silence, as he harbored some intrigue. Certain matters were best reserved for discussion upon encountering Ao Guang. Very well, I shall introduce you, the Yellow Dragon Master replied after a moment of contemplation. Placing his trust in Shin Gongbao, there was no alternative. The dragon clan perceived no glimmer of hope and yearned for transformation. There was no urgency, however. First, he needed to settle his kin. Brother, please return to the Chan sect to recuperate. Once I have arranged for the clan, I shall seek you out. In his previous life, Shin Gongbao served as the national master of the Yin and Shang dynasties. To excel in this role, he meticulously studied the history of the human clan. According to Shin Gongbao's deductions, the optimal moment for the dragon clan to make their entrance would be during the Great Yu's flood control efforts, when the humans would be in dire need of assistance. Should the dragon clan support the flood control, they would undoubtedly earn merit. Shin Gongbao also envisioned securing the position of national master of the humans in advance. Aligning with the humans would be the wisest choice for the future of Leopard Ridge, as it would catalyze rapid elevation and cultivation for all. Furthermore, Shin Gongbao sought to arrange a marriage for Shin Xiaobao, wishing to wed a dragon maiden to ensure prosperity. The more he pondered, the more inspiration flowed. For instance, establishing a lineage among the humans in advance, enabling the emperor to cultivate this lineage, could suffice to sustain the human clan. If he could also connect with the Netherworld and encounter the Earth Mother ancestor, even the Netherworld could become a formidable ally. However, lacking sufficient cultivation and mastery, Shin Gongbao refrained from acting recklessly. Very well, I shall await your return. With Shin Gongbao's assistance, the Yellow Dragon Master's injuries had stabilized. Yet regrowing severed limbs would demand considerable time. This interval would afford Shin Gongbao the opportunity to organize his kin. Farewell for now. Once I am prepared, I shall seek you out. With a rapid departure, Shin Gongbao left. What a peculiar affair. But what is this around my neck? After Shin Gongbao's departure, the Yellow Dragon Master found himself at a loss for words. This visit had been intended for garnering merit. The outcome yielded no accolades, only wounds. As the adept Huang Long contemplated removing the collar from his neck, a terrifying surge of electricity erupted within him, enveloping his form in ominous smoke. Shin Gongbao, you scoundrel. There was no need for speculation. Huang Long had already discerned the collar's purpose. With this device, he was effectively subjugated by Shin Gongbao, bound to obey his commands henceforth. The more he pondered, the more he felt aggrieved, tears streaming from the corners of Huang Long's eyes. However, he soon composed himself. In the realm of the Chan sect, he had been perpetually bullied. Rather than remain a mere pawn, he resolved to gamble alongside Shin Gongbao. What if the outcome proved favorable? Master Uncle, have you returned? At this juncture, Shin Gongbao had already made his way back to the location of Shiji. The moment she laid eyes on Shin Gongbao, Qing Yao rushed towards him. You haven't left yet? Upon seeing Qing Yao, Shin Gongbao's demeanor soured. To him, Qing Yu was akin to a ticking time bomb. Should she choose to alert others, the Leopard Ridge would be plunged into jeopardy. You insolent brat, what is your attitude? Grasping Qing Yao's hand, Shinmu was the first to offer her support. Chapter 52. My Shin Yuan Hong Mother. Shin Guangbao wished to explain, yet his mother offered no chance. Dragging Qing Yao away. Boss, we have struck gold. This time, the demon hunting team had amassed considerable wealth. Just from the celestial jade alone, we reaped over 100,000. The elixirs and magical treasures were plentiful as well. Approaching, Bailey began to report. Let us allocate the resources and prepare to continue our journey. After the departure of Yun Changzi and Hualong Zhenren, the Chan sect would likely react swiftly. At this juncture, Sheng Wangbao had to lead his clan away as expeditiously as possible. There was one favorable aspect. Sheng Wangbao had already reached the bounds of the GS sect. If the Chan sect launched a large-scale assault, it might well ignite a conflict. Furthermore, Sheng Wangbao dared not approach the GS sect directly. Securing his family and Maishan was the wisest choice. Indeed, Bailey never contravened Sheng Wangbao's commands and executed them without delay. Form the array. Let us depart. With everything concluded, Sheng Wangbao commanded the grand formation and led the group onward. Before their departure, he approached the river, caught a fish, and affixed Yun Changzi's Qiankuan storage ring to its body, allowing it to swim off on its own. He also incinerated the remains of the demon hunting team. The Linglong inner elixir was refined a second time by Sheng Wangbao and distributed amongst them. As they fled, Sheng Wangbao employed the Chaos Pearl to obscure their presence, circling around the Jie sect before finally heading toward Meishan. Enduring the side effects of the Grand Formation. Sheng Wangbao was astonished to discover that the blood of the ancestral dragon and the blood of the ancestral, which within him were being rapidly refined, almost as if it were an alternative method for cultivating the 8-9 profound art. Here it comes again. It was that familiar sensation. Senior brother, if it weren't for this state affecting me, how could I possibly be injured? Sheng Wangbao frolicked in glee, while Yun Changzi found himself in dire straits. At this moment, Yun Changzi felt his internal magical power swiftly dissipating. His soul energy was rapidly consumed, and a dreadful malevolence surged within him, accompanied by the emergence of karmic retribution. Malevolence? Karmic retribution. Junior brother, what on earth have you done? In his quest to aid Yun Changzi's recovery, Nanji Xianwen was filled with bewilderment. He sought to understand what Yun Changzi had done to find himself in such a condition. Could it be the blood of the Great Witch? Senior brother. In order to temper my physical form, I ingested 3 drops of the Great Witch's blood. However, I used a supreme cleansing elixir to purify myself. So there should be no issue. As he recalled the malevolence, Yun Changzi thought of the Great Witch's blood. To enhance his physique, he had consumed more of it. Yet, given his cultivation level and the supreme cleansing elixir, it should have posed no problem to refine the witch's blood. Senior brother, help me. Just then, Huang Longjinren returned. What a coincidence it was. Yun Changzi's left arm had been severed, while Huang Longjinren's right arm had vanished. As they gazed at each other, confusion filled their eyes. Huang Long, how did you end up like this? Staring at Huang Longjinren, Nanji Xianwen felt unsteady on his feet. Before entering seclusion, Yuan Shi Tianzuan had entrusted the Chan sect to Nanji Xianwen, instructing him to manage it. Yet, instead of achieving much good, calamities ensued one after another. 2 of the second-generation disciples had been grievously injured. The face of the Chan sect has been utterly disgraced. Alas, misfortune prevails. Ma Yuan seeks to perish alongside me, intending to self-destruct along with his skeletal dojo. Finding a place to sit, the real person Huang Long recounted the events that transpired. What of the demon-slaying team? Have you seen them? The demon-slaying team dispatched this time was the cherished asset of the Antarctic Immortal, and now they are all dead, leaving him in profound distress. Was it not the junior brother Yun Changzi who led them? No, wait. Junior brother, have you sustained such grievous injuries? Pretending to know nothing, Huang Long gazed at Yun Changzi, utterly dumbfounded. Don't mention it. The intelligence regarding the demon-slaying team was erroneous. Their adversaries were formidable. There were 2 alone of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Indeed, their exposed technique appears to be the Zhonglu Golden Body. Yes, precisely the Zhonglu Golden Body. The reason the demon-slaying team was dispatched so swiftly was that they cultivated the Zhonglu Golden Body. As for the other techniques of the Chan sect, they were likely acquired from the demon-slaying team after their annihilation. Recalling the battlefield, Yun Changzi suddenly gasped. The Zhonglu Golden Body, the Western Church. Upon hearing the name, the Antarctic Immortal fell silent. If the Jia sect truly colludes with the Western Church, it would be utterly repugnant. Brother, help. Amidst the banner, the side effects of the streamlined version of the 10,000 Immortals' Great Formation re-emerged, causing Yun Changzi to cramp painfully. Junior brothers, you should return to recuperate from your injuries. This matter ends here. All will be reconsidered once our master emerges from seclusion. Regarding the Western Church and the Jia sect, the Antarctic Immortal dared not act recklessly. Everything would wait until the Primordial Lord's return. Brother, could you spare me a few bottles of elixirs? I have lost my Qiankuan storage ring. Upon mentioning the Qiankuan storage ring, Yun Changzi nearly wept. All his life's savings resided within that ring. Had it not been for the battle that forced him to retrieve all his innate spiritual treasures, he could scarcely bear this loss. Very well. Lacking alternatives, the Antarctic Immortal provided Yun Changzi and Huang Long each with a bottle of elixir, instructing them to return and heal. Thank you, brother. After receiving the elixir, Yun Changzi departed immediately. A careful observation of Yun Changzi's expression reveals his anger. He even suspects that the Antarctic Immortal has deliberately ensnared them. If not for the erroneous intelligence, would they have suffered so grievously? Thank you, brother. Huang Long, harboring different thoughts, found it somewhat easier to accept his plight. Alas, what a situation. After bidding farewell to Yun Zhangzi, the eyes of Huang Long and the Antarctic Immortal were filled with fatigue. They could not fathom why this period had been so fraught with misfortune. Whatever they undertook seemed to encounter problems. Was everything not well before? Forget it. I shall rest for a while and investigate what transpired. Unable to comprehend, the Antarctic Immortal decided against further endeavors, quietly awaiting the primordial Lord's emergence. During this time, he would oversee the regulations of the Chan sect, urging everyone to cultivate diligently. It is still Shen Gongbao who has been striving, ever since the master imparted teachings. He has been in seclusion. What a pity that he is a demon. If only Shngbo were not a demon. Unbeknownst to him, the elder of the South Pole had arrived at the mountain where Shngbo resided, observing the formation rising amidst the eerie silence of the mountaintop. The elder could not help but exclaim, "What a delectable flavor! This spiritual fruit is indeed exquisite." Taking another sip of wine, he found it utterly sublime. Just as the elder was engulfed in discomfort, he spotted a rotund figure riding a pig, one hand clutching the spiritual fruit while the other poured wine into his mouth. Scoundrel! Upon witnessing this scene, the elder rushed forward, seizing the intruder by the ear and commencing an hour-long tirade of invective. Meanwhile, Shngbo, accompanied by the members of Leopard Ridge, had arrived at Mount May. Who approaches? Soon, Shngbo and his entourage were discovered. In no time, the 7 oddities of May Mountain surged forth to confront Shngbo and his companions. Fellow Taoist, I am Shngbo, and I have set my sights on May Mountain. I have come to claim it. Having safely reached May Mountain, Shngbo felt an overwhelming joy. In his previous life, Leopard Ridge had always been a source of anguish for him. Now, he could finally protect his family and begin anew. Most importantly, the calamity had yet to commence, granting him ample room for maneuver. Such audacity! Who are you to encroach upon May Mountain? The 7 oddities of May Mountain naturally opposed Shngbo's intentions. Our strength is moderate, indeed. 2 are Grand Luo Golden Immortals, 2 are Tai Golden Immortals. And we have dozens of Golden Immortals. Stepping forward, Shngbo signaled for his comrades to display their prowess. How formidable! The 7 oddities of May Mountain. With only Yuan Hong reaching the Tai Golden Immortal level, while the others, Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhuzhen, Wu Long, Chong Hao, and Yang Xian, merely possessed Golden Immortal cultivation. Naturally, they were no match for Shngbo and his cohort. Yuan Hong, through my calculations, you have cultivated the 8-9 profound art, excelling in transformation and combat. Coincidentally, I too have mastered the 8-9 profound art. Shall we engage in battle? We are both Tai Golden Immortals. If you defeat me, I will depart with my followers and grant you a 9 transformation golden pill. Conversely, if you are unable to prevail, you must submit to me, and I shall likewise bestow upon you a 9 transformation golden pill. What say you? Shngbo directly challenged Yuan Hong. Is this for real? Yuan Hong, brimming with confidence in his abilities, did not believe he would be defeated by Shngbo. Indeed, it is true. In truth, there are many realms we could explore with our strength. The only reason we have come to May Mountain is due to our brotherly bond. Show me your true strength. I wish to see to what extent you have mastered the 8-9 profound art. Understanding Yuan Hong's temperament well, Shngbo knew this individual was a fierce warrior, and the only means to subdue him was through combat. Very well. Taking a step forward, Yuan Hong immediately initiated the confrontation. His intentions were straightforward, a contest of physical prowess. Come forth. Shngbo's response was equally direct. He stowed away his treasures and charged ahead. What followed was simple. The two stood their ground, trading blows. The exchange felt akin to the beating of drums, echoing with a series of resounding thuds. Pooh! How is this possible? Your physical form is utterly terrifying. After exchanging countless blows, Yuan Hong could no longer withstand the onslaught. To his astonishment, he realized that his defenses and strength were no match for Shen Gongbao. As he beheld Shen Gongbao's fist hurtling towards him once more, Yuan Hong trembled and transformed into a hummingbird, darting away. The path of transformation, perhaps? With a faint smile, the Samadhi True Fire emerged, and Shen Gongbao morphed into a fiery bird, charging towards Yuan Hong. Wait, that's cheating. How can one wield the Samadhi True Fire like that? Sensing the intensity of the flames, Yuan Hong promptly withdrew from the confrontation, primarily because it was utterly unfeasible to continue. Yuan Hong, unlike others, practiced the 8-9 profound art, yielding disparate results in his cultivation. Have you perhaps erred in your training? With a shudder, Shin Gongbao invoked the law of heaven and earth. In an instant, his form began to swell, a terrifying aura of vitality surging forth, and the laws surrounding him manifested, unleashing a formidable power. In an exaggerated display, a shamanic essence appeared around Shin Gongbao. The blood of the ancestral shaman and the blood of the ancestral dragon were rapidly refined at that moment, melding seamlessly into Shin Gongbao's being. Chapter 53, The Origin of the Ancestor Shaman. I concede. I concede. My lord, please retract your divine powers. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Shin Gongbao, Yuan Hong hastily admitted defeat. There was no alternative. The ferocity of Shin Gongbao's energy was simply too terrifying. This force was pure physical might, indicating that Shin Gongbao's mastery of the 8-9 profound arts surpassed Yuan Hong's by leagues. Very well, since you have submitted. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of my Leopard Ridge. Without waiting for Yuan Hong to kneel, Shin Gongbao supported him and bestowed upon him the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhuzhen, Wulong, Chong Hao, and Yang Xian also benefited, receiving the purple gold elixir. An elixir. My friend, you were truly generous to share such a treasure. Upon receiving the elixir, Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhuzhen, Wulong, Chong Hao, and Yang Xian stood in astonishment. The elixir was a rare gem, one they had never even glimpsed before. How could they not be taken aback by this unexpected fortune? Call him elder brother. From this moment on, he is our leader in Meishan. With a glare at Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhuzhen, Wulong, Chong Hao, and Yang Xian, Yuan Hong instructed everyone to acknowledge Shin Gongbao as their elder brother. Since they were now comrades, he felt no need to hold back. King of the Groundhogs, according to the jade slip I previously provided, commenced the construction task immediately. We must renovate Meishan entirely. Bailey, guide our brothers to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and welcome new members. Li Qingqing, prepare to distribute resources. Shin Gongbao wasted no time and began issuing commands to redevelop Meishan. Jin Dashing wished to intervene, but was stopped by Yuan Hong, who chose to cooperate. Shin Gongbao observed this without comment. He had chosen Yuan Hong precisely for his character. Yuan Hong was headstrong and formidable, yet not lacking in intellect. Having just acknowledged Shin Gongbao as his leader, he would not quickly challenge his authority. How could this be possible? As the king of the Groundhogs executed his duties, Yuan Hong and his companions were left in disbelief. They could hardly fathom the Groundhogs' remarkable construction capabilities. Moreover, the 7 oddities of Meishan were equally baffled. Under the Groundhogs' excavation, numerous large pits emerged, perfectly aligned with the lifeblood of Meishan. In the past, the 7 oddities had always been protective of these grounds. My lord, it is now your turn. Once the excavation concluded, the king of the Groundhogs directed his gaze towards Shin Gongbao, signaling him to commence. Here it comes. With a single step into the void, Shin Gongbao began to cast forth various treasures. In addition, he released numerous formation flags. Commence. As Shin Gongbao arranged the formations, the surrounding spiritual energy was mobilized, gradually manifesting into intricate arrays. What an exquisite skill in formation! The 7 oddities of Meishan were astounded by Shin Gongbao's technique. They were left in awe as they realized that under Shin Gongbao's guidance, the veins of Meishan were being unblocked, gradually forming a grand formation. My lord, I will take charge here. I shall suppress it with my true form. As the first grand formation arose, Shiji surged forward to occupy it. Patience. My grand formation will encompass a radius of 30,000 miles. Henceforth, this expanse shall be our domain. With hands forming seals, Shin Gongbao conjured one grand formation after another. Let us toil. As the grand formation arose, King Guinea Pig commenced his infrastructural endeavors. Brother, it seems we are on the verge of prosperity. Indeed, such a formidable figure would not overlook us in Meishan. It is said that constructing a formidable power necessitates a magical artifact to stabilize fortune. Is Boss Shin also preparing to acquire one? Observing the rapid transformation of Meishan, Jin Dashing and his companions widened their eyes, their previous reluctance now forgotten. Almost done. From this moment forth, Meishan shall be our home. Heavenly Root Cloud Mist Tree, come forth. Upon the completion of the arrangements, Shin Gongbao ascended to the mountain peak and released the Heavenly Root Cloud Mist Tree. This very tree was employed by Shin Gongbao to stabilize fortune. With the emergence of the Heavenly Root Cloud Mist Tree, the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drawn towards it, coalescing at an astonishing rate. The entirety of Meishan experienced a palpable intensification of spiritual energy. Roar, roar, roar. Boss, boss. Ha ha ha. We at Leopard Ridge finally have our own territory. As they felt the changes in Maishan, everyone gazed in awe, unable to suppress their cheers. All members of Leopard Ridge gather, planting the heavenly root cloud mist tree. Shin Gongbao stood in the void, calling everyone together. With a single command, all members surged forward, their eyes fixed intently on Shin Gongbao. They were not foolish. They understood well the promising future that lay ahead. What an exceptional cultivation environment. We are destined to thrive. My friends, we have traversed a path fraught with hardships. Fortunately, the outcome is favorable. We have finally settled down. Whether it be demons or immortals, the construction of civilization is of utmost importance. Thus, we at Leopard Ridge shall establish a new civilization. From this moment on, I shall be the Lord of Leopard Ridge, overseeing all matters, both great and small. I will be responsible for planning, development, and management decisions. Given that Leopard Ridge is in its nascent stages, I appoint King Guinea Pig as the Chief of Infrastructure to lead the groundhogs in constructing Leopard Ridge. Every power requires formidable strength to instill awe. I hereby confer the titles of Protector Commanders upon Shin Kong and Yuan Hong. Your task is to lead the guard team and ensure the safety of Leopard Ridge while also overseeing daily patrols. Li Qingqing, you shall be in charge of the logistics department of Leopard Ridge, working alongside my mother to manage our logistical resources. Shin Zhengdao, you are appointed as the Deputy City Lord of Leopard Ridge with the primary responsibility of managing the territory. Additionally, you will also serve as the Director of Education, tasked with training newcomers and nurturing the pillars of Leopard Ridge. Bailey, you are to serve as the Director of Internal Affairs, overseeing internal matters in Leopard Ridge. Qing Yao, you shall be responsible for commerce. Moving forward, I will introduce the written language of the human race alongside trade, military, and courtly civilization. You must all study diligently. Furthermore, let us all work hard for the prosperity of Leopard Ridge, uniting to strengthen our domain. Standing atop the heights, Shin Gongbao began to assign roles in accordance with the scale of a human city. His approach was remarkably straightforward. He selected the core members, who in turn would choose their subordinates. The specifics of the arrangements would be left to the discretion of these key individuals. In addition, Shin Gongbao introduced a salary system. Once established, Leopard Ridge would be perfected. Indeed, as soon as Shin Gongbao's words fell, everyone immediately began to act. Over the course of a week, the temperaments and abilities of all were laid bare. There were no secrets to be hidden. Thus, the selection of personnel was rather precise. In contrast, Yuan Hong, in choosing his subordinates, favored Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhu Jin, Wu Long, Chang Hao, and Yang Xian, showing a tendency towards nepotism. Now, it was time to distribute armor. According to tradition, the unique armor of Leopard Ridge was to be allocated. Yuan Hong, you are awarded a set of golden armor. Your subordinates shall each receive a set of silver armor. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the heavenly Mang Divine Blade. The first person to receive a reward from Shin Gongbao was Yuan Hong. Among the numerous demons of Maishan, only a few stood out: Jin Dashing, Dai Li, Zhu Jin, Wu Long, Chang Hao, and Yang Xian. However, Yuan Hong received over 100 sets of silver armor, which he would arrange for his subordinates. How could it be that such high-quality treasures existed? Did we have them too? Thank you, my lord. Suddenly bestowed with magical treasures and armor, Yuan Hong was momentarily taken aback, akin to waking up to find a beautiful woman in his bed after leaving the door ajar at night. He felt a mixture of tension, surprise, and secret delight, his emotions exceedingly complex. The group of Bailey displayed a much more composed demeanor. Armed to the teeth with treasures provided by over 1,000 demon-catching teams, they were well prepared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully relocated Leopard Ridge, ensuring its safety. This action has directly altered the fate of Leopard Ridge, significantly impacting the divine causality. The causality roulette has been triggered. The host has gained 18 lottery chances. Would you like to draw directly? By all means, let us draw. Shin Gongbao was already familiar with the system's temperament. This lottery promised rewards that could elevate Leopard Ridge to new heights. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spiritual vein, now integrated into Leopard Ridge. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a congenital great formation. When activated, it will clear the earth veins of Leopard Ridge, providing automatic support. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have received 9 pavilions. These pavilions are high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures, capable of enhancing the foundation of Leopard Ridge. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have received a time acceleration card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spiritual fruit. Congratulations. Host. You have received 3 medicinal fields. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 6 high-quality spiritual fields. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portion of 9 heavens resting soil. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 years of cultivation. Thank you for participating. Congratulations, host. You have received a causality punishment order. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a strand of the ancestral witch's essence. Congratulations, host. You have received a drop of ancestral witch's blood. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a drop of primordial phoenix blood. Congratulations, host. You have received a drop of the initial Cheelant's blood. Goodness. This seems to be the path towards directly manifesting the Great Luo in physical form. If that is the case, let the cultivation begin. All members of the Leopard Ridge, heed my command and assemble immediately. I shall impart the teachings here. There are 2 time acceleration cards, allowing me to guide everyone in cultivation for 2,000 years. Understood. As I issue this directive once more, the assembly appears somewhat bewildered, yet they swiftly converge. Qing Yao, please elucidate the principles to the group. Covering the realms of celestial immortals, true immortals, mysterious immortals, and golden immortals. Once everyone is gathered, I direct my gaze towards Qing Yao, inviting her to deliver the teachings. Very well. Addressing the assembly, Qing Yu commences her discourse. System, activate the time acceleration card. I cannot afford to waste precious time. Thus I promptly employ the time acceleration card. Ding. Time acceleration card successfully activated. Within the entire May Mountain, the flow of time accelerates. 6 months in the outside world equates to a millennium in May Mountain. System, absorb 110,000 years of cultivation. Consuming the blood essence of the primordial ancestor, the Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin, I immediately assimilate 110,000 years of cultivation. Qing Yao. A disciple of the Chan teaching has frequently listened to the teachings of the primordial supreme, thus she possesses a unique understanding compared to these unconventional practitioners of Leopard Ridge. As I absorb this cultivation, the assembly seems to absorb the knowledge like a sponge soaking up water, rapidly solidifying their own foundations. Chapter 54. Binding with the Antarctic Immortal. After a year's endeavor, Shun Gongbao absorbed all of his 11,000 cultivation points, allowing his magical prowess to align with his physical form, resulting in a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. With the remaining time, he devoted himself to refining his corporeal body and practicing the 8-9 profound art. 10 years, a century, 800 years. After a millennium, Shin Gongbao completely absorbed all of his vital essence, leading to a direct ascension to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Curiously, at this peak, he found himself unable to progress further, necessitating continued accumulation of foundation and further understanding of the law of heaven and earth. Moreover, his primordial spirit had not kept pace and required deeper comprehension. It seemed he would need to listen to the teachings of the sages. With a sigh, Shin Gongbao opened his eyes and shook his head. He had previously thought the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm to be simple, but in hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. Mastery of the laws at this level demanded absolute comprehension, and achieving perfection was exceedingly arduous. However, Shin Gongbao remained patient. There was still some time before the calamity of the Fengshen, and he was confident he could attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal state prior to that event. Exhaling softly, he rose and stretched his body. At that moment, Qing Yu was still delivering her teachings. With the assistance of the Cloudwish tree, spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly, and the spiritual essence of Meishan was nearing that of Kunlun Mountain. In such an environment, everyone's cultivation was steadily advancing. It appeared there was still time to spare. During this interval, he decided to forge some magical artifacts. Upon inspecting his Qiankuan storage ring, Shin Gongbao discovered he had a substantial amount of materials. He promptly summoned the Samadhi True Fire and commenced the crafting of magical treasures. Ding. Friendly reminder, the time acceleration card is about to expire. Please prepare accordingly. After 200 years, Shun Gongbao successfully forged 3 superior-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. He entrusted them to Li Qingqing as the treasured artifacts of Beizuling. The collective effort of everyone allowed them to exchange their contributions for these rewards. This session of teachings had significantly enhanced their cultivation, with numerous members achieving breakthroughs, their faces adorned with smiles. All right, feel free to engage in some leisure activities. I shall return in 10 days to guide you further, he announced, signaling a break as he prepared for his second discourse. This time, Shun Gongbao intended to establish the path of incense. Indeed, following Shen Gongbao, everyone had reaped benefits, making them eager to comply. After a brief interlude, he commenced his second lecture. Utilizing the time acceleration card, Shen Gongbao was granted a millennium of time. Under his guidance, Basiling underwent rapid transformation as he imparted knowledge on human civilization, commerce, governmental structures, and military distribution. One aspect that left Shen Gongbao dissatisfied was that despite the accelerated time, certain developments could not be hastened. In a millennium, Basiling had not produced any new members. All right, I must take my leave now. The forthcoming period is in your hands. Remember, the path of incense relies on the transmission of teachings. In the time ahead, venture down the mountain and assist humanity. If possible, a city should be established at the foot of Mount Mei, welcoming disciples of the human race to ascend the mountain and guiding them in their cultivation. After a millennium, Shen Gongbao chose to depart. Before leaving, he offered counsel to everyone, encouraging them to traverse the vast wilderness and propagate their teachings. As for Shen Gongbao, he naturally intended to return to the Chan sect. Calculating the time, there were still a few hundred years until the onset of the Fengshen calamity. In these few hundred years, Shen Gongbao had many tasks to undertake. First, in the realm of humanity, the era of the 3 sovereigns had concluded, and the era of the 5 emperors had commenced. Zhuangxiu, Emperor Ku, Yao, Shen Gongbao did not plan to intervene until the opportune moment arrived with you. Once the time was ripe, he would have the Dragon Clan assist you in controlling the waters, forging connections with the human race, and thereby accruing merit. It was also at this juncture that Shen Gongbao decided to let Leopard Ridge enter the world, becoming a lineage of national masters for the human race. Rest assured, my lord, we know what to do. With Shen Gongbao's teachings over the millennium, we are confident and ready for action at any moment. You needn't worry. I will regularly send resources back. Focus on refining your physical forms and enhancing your cultivation. Pay special attention to the paths of incense, culture, and wealth. If done well, it will be sufficient for you to ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With a wave, Shen Gongbao utilized his 5 elements escape technique and departed from Mount Mei, heading towards Kunlun. Let us descend the mountain to impart teachings and gather disciples from the human race. After Shen Gongbao's departure, Bailey followed suit, issuing orders for everyone to descend the mountain together. Although the human race currently played a principal role in the wilderness, their civilization was not highly developed. Relying instead on sheer numbers, their living conditions were far from satisfactory. However, their innate talents were undeniable. Given guidance from esteemed masters, their cultivation progressed swiftly. Shen Gongbao's plan was to recruit disciples to the fullest extent, thereby transforming the existing civilization of humanity. Finally reappearing on the peaks of the Chan sect, Shen Gongbao was filled with nostalgia. From the perspective of the Chan sect, only a few years had passed, but for Shen Gongbao, it felt like several millennia, having employed a time acceleration card. With a wave of his hand, the grand formation was activated. He now had 2 tasks to accomplish. First, to collect resources. Over the years, resources had accumulated significantly, and he would not let them go to waste. Additionally, Shen Gongbao needed to seek out the Antarctic Immortal to bind the causal punishment decree. Once again, indulging in idleness. Fellow disciples, do not presume that with a sage overseeing you, you can become complacent. I assure you, that is not the case. If you do not exert yourselves now, you shall be the ones lamenting when the battlefield arrives. Rise and cultivate diligently. Observe those demons, how hard do they strive? If you possessed even half of their diligence, I would not be so burdened. Just after descending the mountain, Shen Gongbao heard the voice of the Antarctic Immortal, who was currently scolding the disciples of the Chan sect. A splendid opportunity arose. Producing the causal punishment decree, Shen Gongbao began to wait. It must be said, the Antarctic Immortal was quite adept at reprimanding others. Shen Gongbao patiently waited for an entire hour before the Antarctic Immortal finally concluded his tirade. Fellow Taoist, please hold. After the Antarctic Immortal had walked a distance, Shen Gongbao pursued him. Upon hearing the name of Shen Gongbao, the Antarctic Immortal furrowed his brow and promptly came to a halt. Ah, Master Brother. Shen Gongbao has seen Master Brother. Meeting the gaze of the Antarctic Immortal, Shen Gongbao feigned surprise, a smile gracing his lips. He could not help but feel exhilarated. For just moments ago, the cause and effect punishment decree had been successfully employed. Junior Brother Shen, you have emerged from seclusion. Indeed, you have broken through to the Golden Immortal realm. Observing Shen Gongbao, the Antarctic Immortal immediately assessed his cultivation. However, Shen Gongbao had made prior arrangements, concealing his true strength with the Chaos Pearl. merely showcasing the cultivation of a golden immortal. Even so, the Antarctic immortal was greatly pleased. Simultaneously, he felt disappointment towards those disciples who lacked ambition, prompting him to rush out with a whip in hand. Master brother, take care. Watching the Antarctic immortal's retreating figure, Shingongbao smirked, eager to test the might of the cause and effect punishment decree. Oddly, he suddenly felt a chill creeping down his back. Surveying his surroundings, the Antarctic immortal sensed an ominous coldness. Yet, after a thorough inspection, he found nothing amiss. Gather all the resources I have not yet retrieved. Arriving at the resource hall, Shingongbao cast his identity token, instructing the disciples within to prepare. Strength is the greatest assurance. With his physical body reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, Shingongbao radiated confidence. He dared to meet the eyes of the resource hall disciples directly, even nodding and smiling at them. After spending a millennium in Myshin, he still commanded an aura of superiority, leaving the disciples too intimidated to act recklessly. Uncle Master, do you have any particular resources you desire? Resources can be reasonably allocated according to your authority. Meeting Shingongbao's gaze, the resource hall disciple bowed his head, speaking softly, his posture noticeably more submissive. Let all be exchanged for resources that enhance the physical body. The resources for second-generation disciples typically consisted of elixirs, celestial jade, and rare treasures from heaven and earth. Focusing on the best options was naturally preferable. Uncle Master, they are all exchanging for divine materials. Would you like to consider it? In recent years, Guang Qingzi and his associates had been trading for special materials to forge magical artifacts. Thus, the inquiry regarding Shingongbao's interest arose. No need. Convert everything into resources that enhance the physical body. Though the 8-9 mysteries could not be elevated, Shingongbao could cultivate law of heaven and earth, continually enriching his foundation. Uncle Master, please hold on. Bowing low, the resource hall disciple hurriedly arranged and presented the finest resources for body refinement. Well done. Keep up the good work. Receiving the resources, Shingongbao felt a slight surprise. Verily, the Chan sect lives up to its reputation. The resources are indeed formidable. Thank you, Uncle Master. A word of caution. Among the blood of myriad demons, there are a few vials of the Yin-Yang Yin Zhao's essence. The effects on body refinement are excellent. Yet they may incite intense desires. Please be cautious, Uncle Master. Receiving praise from Shingongbao, the resource hall disciple was astonished, yet internally elated. For second-generation disciples seldom offered commendation to others. Such fortunate occurrences. Grasping the resources, Shingongbao turned and returned to the mountain peak, ready to commence his work. He procured a bathing tub, first extracting the myriad demon essence and immersing himself within it. As for the other body refinement resources, Shingongbao indulged as if savoring candy, continuously feeding them into his mouth. What is amiss? Why do I suddenly feel this overwhelming heat? Meanwhile, the Antarctic immortal trembled, acutely aware of an unbearable warmth. This sensation had not graced him for tens of thousands of years. His cultivated technique, the undying longevity art, defied all logic. I must suppress it. Channeling the undying longevity art, the Antarctic immortal exerted all his strength to contain the sensation. However, the undying longevity art belonged to the wood element. While the searing heat was of fire, wood generates fire. The more he attempted to suppress it, the more discomfort he felt. Within mere breaths, the Antarctic immortal's entire being turned crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. Damn it! Who is it? Who has inflicted this upon me? No. I cannot allow myself to be compromised. If I do, my undying longevity art will be shattered. He sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, gradually reclaiming the undying longevity art, choosing to endure the torment. Yet, the Antarctic immortal underestimated the might of the Yin-Yang lustful serpent. In just half a stick of incense's time, he could no longer withstand it. The Antarctic immortal expelled waves of heat from his mouth and nose, akin to a frenzied wild bull. Chapter 55, The Antarctic immortal is ruined. I could no longer contain myself. With a sudden burst of speed, the Antarctic immortal charged forth. Moo, moo, moo. Soon, the sounds of cattle echoed from the demon-catching team. What a delightful sensation. As for Shingongbao, at that moment, he reclined in a bathing tub, luxuriating in the essence of myriad demon blood, utilizing the extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth for his refinement. Shingongbao was astounded to discover that his previous cultivation had been woefully incomplete. The blood essence of the Great Witch, the Primordial Witch, the Ancestral Dragon, the Primal Phoenix, and the Beginning Qilin had all been perceived as mere sources of power by him. With the abundant nourishment from these heavenly materials, Shin Gongbao was astonished to realize that he had fused a brand new bloodline power, a synthesis embodying the blood essence of the Great Witch, the Primordial Witch, the Ancestral Dragon, the Primal Phoenix, and the Beginning Qilin. The laws birthed from this bloodline power were the key to his physical transcendence into the realm of Deluo. However, nurturing a unique bloodline law proved to be exceedingly challenging. Never mind, I shall proceed step by step. My primary cultivation method, the 5 Elements' true marvelous art, is founded upon the principles of the 5 Elements, integrating the essence of incense, literary path, and wealth path to forge my own unique path. Should this endeavor prove successful, not only would I transcend into the realm of the Luo Golden Immortal, but I would also ascend to the level of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Reflecting upon my situation, a bold idea took root in Shin Gongbao's mind. Of course, foundational strength is of utmost importance. An infinite enhancement of the law of heaven and earth would elevate the quality of my blood vitality, leading to the birth of even more formidable laws. Moreover, with my spiritual essence still at the mid-stage of Tai Yi Golden Immortal, Shin Gongbao felt no urgency. Ah, what a thrill! After a night passed, the Antarctic Immortal finally regained consciousness. At that moment, he was brimming with vitality, every cell in his body rejoicing. "Master, you are truly remarkable," he exclaimed. Beside the Antarctic Immortal stood a cow demon, its golden immortal cultivation incomplete in its transformation, gazing at the Antarctic Immortal with eyes full of admiration. As I beheld the cow demon, unpleasant memories surfaced. The more I recalled, the more distressed the Antarctic Immortal became. What had he done? No. My immortal longevity technique. I am on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint level. Sensing his own cultivation, the Antarctic Immortal let out a wail. He had invested immense effort in striving for the quasi-saint realm. "Master, do not worry. I am here with you," the cow demon said, extending a hand to comfort the Antarctic Immortal, its eyes filled with tenderness. "Do not touch me. Perish." The cow demon's words drove the Antarctic Immortal to the brink of despair, and in a fit of rage, he struck down the cow demon. "Master, why?" In its final moments, the cow demon could not comprehend the abrupt betrayal, recalling the times it had clung to the cow's horns in desperation. Who dares to scheme against me? Suddenly, a realization struck the Antarctic Immortal. The yin-yang lustful python. This must be the poison carried within the blood essence of the yin-yang lustful python. As he pondered this, the Antarctic Immortal swiftly identified a lead. With renewed urgency, he dashed towards the resource hall. "I pay my respects, Master," the disciples of the resource hall greeted upon seeing the Antarctic Immortal. "Quickly, retrieve the usage details of the yin-yang lustful python's blood essence for me. Additionally, I require the usage details of the yin-yang lustful python's poison pouch." At that moment, the Antarctic Immortal's heart was filled with overwhelming hatred. Once he discovers the identity of the individual, he will undoubtedly spare no mercy. "Indeed, Master." Soon, the records of the yin-yang lustful serpent's venomous essence exchange were delivered into the hands of the Antarctic Immortal. "Yunzhongzi, Huanglongzhenren, Shin Gongbao, Mingzhu Guiya. No, I am at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The ordinary quantity holds no significance for me." As he perused the jade slip, the Antarctic Immortal turned and rushed forth. His first destination was to seek out Shin Gongbao. With a thunderous crash, Shin Gongbao, who had not been in seclusion nor erected any formidable barrier, found himself confronted as the Antarctic Immortal kicked down his door. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" Shin Gongbao panicked at the unexpected visit. Instinctively, he feared that his deeds had been exposed. However, upon reflection, the Antarctic Immortal had no evidence. And Shin Gongbao quickly regained his composure. "What of the yin-yang lustful serpent's essence you exchanged?" The Antarctic Immortal inquired with fierce intensity, locking his gaze onto Shin Gongbao. "Brother, is it not customary to fill a bathing tub with spiritual spring water and then pour in the essence?" Shin Gongbao pointed to the tub currently soaking. "Did you use it all at once?" The Antarctic Immortal took a few steps closer, dipping his fingers into the water and tasting it. "Indeed." Shin Gongbao feigned ignorance, wearing a perplexed expression. "How did you withstand the side effects?" The Antarctic Immortal's curiosity piqued further. "Brother, I cultivated the 5 Elements' true marvel scripture, which allows me to channel the fires of desire through the cycles of the 5 Elements, thus maintaining balance. As long as I continue my practice, I can endure it. However, after the cultivation, I do experience some discomfort. That is why I engage 5 against 1. Shin Gongbao raised his right hand, confessing earnestly. "This water." The Antarctic Immortal murmured, Ugh. After some time spent in contemplation, he departed, hinting that Shin Gongbao should be cautious in his dealings with the Antarctic Immortal. Observing the retreating figure, Shin Gongbao silently reminded himself to remain vigilant. In the days that followed, Shin Gongbao refrained from venturing outside, dedicating himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, the Antarctic Immortal orchestrated numerous elaborate arrangements. The more he did so, the more curious everyone became. It was unclear who leaked the information, but the tale of events was circulated among the disciples. This retelling, however, had undergone embellishments. Rumors spread that the Antarctic Immortal was disrespectful due to his age, coercing his disciples, and to avoid exposure, he had eliminated one of them. It was remarked that the Antarctic Master had poor taste, choosing a bull demon whose transformation was incomplete. Indeed, while he verbally derided demons, he secretly held a fondness for them. You may not realize this, but the more powerful beings are, the more twisted their hearts become. Perhaps the Antarctic Master has a preference for the grotesque? Unfortunately, should the Antarctic Master silence his critics, this too would be a path left unexplored. Alas, one might even face the indignity of being desecrated post-mortem. With sympathy for the bull demon, Shin Gongbao, having exhausted all resources, descended the mountain and soon overheard the discussions among the disciples. Goodness, is he truly that popular? He chuckled to himself, a smile breaking through as he touched his nose. Unexpectedly, the first use of the causal punishment decree granted such a grand gift to the Southern Polar Immortal. In the eyes of Shin Gongbao, the Southern Polar Immortal ought to express gratitude to him. Without Shin Gongbao, how could he have become a true man? The Southern Polar Immortal is indeed a man who dances with the horns of a bull. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully tarnished the reputation of the Southern Polar Immortal, who now shies away and dares not show himself. This action significantly impacts the causal fate of the function calamity and triggers the causal roulette, rewarding 3 chances for a draw. Ah, what an unexpected delight. One must not laugh. It is imperative to maintain a virtuous image. Shin Gongbao nearly burst into laughter upon receiving the reward, but managed to restrain himself. Oh, Shin Gongbao is indeed commendable. Everyone may mock me, yet he does not. Little does Shin Gongbao realize that the Southern Polar Immortal has been keenly observing everything. He has heard all the actions of his disciples. According to the Southern Polar Immortal's thoughts, Shin Gongbao would certainly ridicule him. However, that did not come to pass. Shin Gongbao refrained from participating in the discussions or mockery, which warmed the heart of the Southern Polar Immortal. Junior brother, come here, the Southern Polar Immortal called out, using soul transmission to summon Shin Gongbao. What do you want me for? Upon hearing the voice of the Southern Polar Immortal, Shin Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. Greetings, Master Brother, he said, bowing once more upon finding the Southern Polar Immortal. Sigh, perhaps my previous prejudices were too deep. Shin Gongbao is far better than Tai Junren and the rest. Junior brother, here's the matter. Last time, Master discussed with the Tongtian Patriarch about sending a disciple for communication and learning. After some consideration, I decided to send you. What are your thoughts on this? The Southern Polar Immortal, looking at Shin Gongbao, presented him with a token to study at the Jia sect. This opportunity was originally intended for Yun Zhongzi, but due to his severe injuries, no suitable candidates were available. The Southern Polar Immortal had also contemplated Tai Junren. However, after the incident in the south, Tai Junren seemed to revel the most, even mimicking the manipulation of the bull's horns in front of the Southern Polar Immortal. Now, the Southern Polar Immortal is avoiding Tai Junren and the others. Shin Gongbao's earlier actions had touched the Southern Polar Immortal, prompting the decision to send him to the Jia sect. I will follow Master Brother's arrangements. Shin Gongbao had long desired to visit the Jia sect, but had not found the opportunity until now, allowing him to venture forth with clarity and purpose. How delightful! Chapter 56. Journey to the Observing Shin Gongbao's unwavering commitment. The Antarctic Immortal nodded slightly, holding him in higher regard. Reflecting on the inexplicable schemes that had led to his defeat by the bull demon and the subsequent shattering of his immortality, his spirits plummeted to an all-time low. He yearned for a tranquil place to tend to his inner wounds. Senior brother, I shall take my leave first. After clasping his fists in farewell, Shin Gongbao departed. Holding the token in his hand, his emotions were a tumultuous mix. Although he was ostensibly dispatched to the for communication, his true intent was to join their ranks. However, he was currently favored by the primordial heavenly venerable, and the Tongdian remained oblivious to the true nature and intentions of the primordial heavenly venerable. Out of respect for their sect, it seemed that achieving his desire to join would be fraught with challenges. It appeared he would need to devise a comprehensive strategy. Junior brother, wait. Just as he pondered this, Shang Wangbao was on the verge of stepping out of the Grand Hall when he heard the Antarctic Immortal calling him from behind. "Senior brother, is there something else you wish to convey?" Shang Wangbao inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face. The Antarctic Immortal, leaning on his cane, descended slowly. A cryptic smile gracing his features as he said, "As you embark on this journey too, remember that you must uphold the dignity of our master above all else. There is another matter you must keep in mind." Shang Wangbao, taken aback by the diminutive figure of the Antarctic Immortal, quickly responded, "Please, senior brother, do tell." The Antarctic Immortal gently gestured for him to lean closer, then whispered in his ear. As Shang Wangbao traversed the path too, he employed the Earth Escape Golden Light technique, his form darting like lightning, remarkable in its swiftness. Unbidden, the words of the Antarctic Immortal echoed in his mind. "This old fellow has tasked me with fostering good relations with the disciples of. Moreover, he specifically instructed that I need not harmonize with everyone. I should merely identify a few pivotal figures. It seems this plan is already in motion to sow discord among certain disciples of, preparing for the impending calamity of the Fengshen." Shang Wangbao mused inwardly. The doctrine of has always been one of inclusivity, welcoming anyone who seeks the path. In stark contrast to the teachings of, this fundamental difference has long been a source of discord between the two sections. Yet, the Tongtian, steadfast in the belief that the three pure ones are one family, endured considerable hardship during the Fengshen War. Ultimately, even vanished from the fray following the tumult. It was only in the end that the Tongtian fully grasped the true nature of the primordial heavenly venerable and Laozi, unleashing the terrifying in a fit of rage. However, in a twist of fate, he was betrayed by one he trusted most deeply, the long-eared Dingwang Immortal, one of the 7 celestials who served him. This individual had consistently enjoyed the trust and favor of the Tongtian, which led to him being entrusted with significant responsibilities and the formidable Six Souls banner. Who could have anticipated that he would ultimately defect to the Chan sect, leading to the dismantling of the Wanshan array? The Tongtian could only resign himself to fate and swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. "The long-eared Dingwang Immortal is my foremost target to eliminate during this expedition to the. It is the fickle and treacherous who deserve our scorn, rather than the enemies themselves. Moreover, I cannot overlook the likes of Lingya Immortal, Jingguang Immortal, and Qiushou Immortal, who, after their defeat and capture, chose to join the Western sect." In his heart, Shen Gongbao calculated his plans, and before long, he arrived at the surface of Jinao Island. There, he beheld the island shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise, with an aura so rich it seemed almost tangible, compared to the spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain. It possessed an added freshness that invigorated the spirit upon inhalation. Oddly, he discerned faint sounds of quarreling in the distance. With a sense of curiosity, Shen Gongbao employed his magical arts and landed quietly on the island. As he traversed, he found the path remarkably unobstructed, a stark contrast to the stringent defenses of Kunlun Mountain, where countless guards patrolled day and night, as if safeguarding the world's most precious treasures. Anyone approaching would certainly endure a rigorous interrogation. Should a member of the demon race lacking a solid background be encountered, they would be met with the Tianyuan Ding, which could obliterate them entirely in an instant, leaving them with a tragic fate. An unmistakable voice resonated from within the Grand Hall, clear enough for Shen Gongbao to hear even from a distance. "Master, last year, when Zhao Gongming ventured out, he inadvertently killed a cow demon. Such acts are clearly unjustifiable slaughters, and in my opinion, appropriate punishment should be administered." What was happening? Had they truly begun to argue? Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting surprise. Soon after, another voice erupted in anger. "What's the matter? It's been so long, and you still dwell on past grievances? Do you dare to challenge me? I'll crush you with the Dinghai Pearl. Come on. You think you're so impressive? When it comes to magical artifacts, the Duobao Taoist, fear no one." Within the hall, the second-generation disciples have engaged in a cacophony of disputes, with others joining in, turning the entire Bo Palace into a chaotic scene. Some had even rolled up their sleeves, ready to brawl, and had it not been for those desperately intervening, fists would likely have already flown. The Tongtian, with arms crossed and eyes tightly shut, trembled slightly, clearly agitated by the uproar among his disciples. Disciple Shen Gongbao has arrived to pay respects. Shen Gongbao strode confidently into the hall, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Among them, the most fervent quarrelers were Duobao Taoist and Zhao Gongming, the respective senior brothers of the inner and outer sections. Having listened to their dispute from outside, Shen Gongbao had already grasped the underlying reasons for the discord within the All of this transpired due to the events that unfolded during the previous conference between the prompting profound introspection from the venerable Master Tong Tian. Upon his return, he endeavored to implement reforms aimed at rectifying the moral standards within the. Despite being unparalleled in his cultivation talent and strength, he soon realized that managing internal matters of the sect could not be solely resolved through sheer power. He sought to instill discipline among his disciples, knowing that coercion alone would not suffice. Thus, he conveyed the will of the sage, urging his disciples to oversee one another and strictly prohibiting the senseless slaughter of innocents to avoid incurring karmic retribution. He even instituted a system whereby disciples who reported their peers' transgressions would be rewarded with resources. However, to his astonishment, these measures did not purify the atmosphere within. Instead, they fostered an environment rife with suspicion and conflict among the disciples. It is essential to understand that minor disputes among disciples are a commonplace occurrence within any sect. Yet, the current state with its members embroiled in heated arguments and even physical confrontations, while resurrecting grievances from the previous year, was utterly shocking. Particularly in the presence of their revered sage, one could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "What on earth is happening?" At that moment, Shen Gongbao called out, drawing the attention of and causing the other disciples to cease their quarrels, though their faces remained flushed with anger. "Disciple pays his respects to Master Tong Tian," he exclaimed warmly, secretly resolving to curry favor with them before devising a longer-term strategy. To his surprise, it was indeed him who had come for learning and exchange. Given the recent turmoil within the sect, felt a twinge of embarrassment, aware that as the esteemed leader, he had nearly witnessed his disciples come to blows before him. A situation that was quite disgraceful. The crux of the issue lay with him, making it difficult for him to express genuine anger. "Ah, Master, I have heard of your remarkable performance in the recent contests, and today, you truly live up to your reputation with such grace and demeanor." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, furrowed his brow, detecting the malice in the words. Turning to face the speaker, he discovered it was the long-eared Ding Guangxian. Filled with silent resentment, maintained a facade of politeness, replying, "Oh, not at all. If I were to compare with you, my ears are still quite undeveloped." His just incited a chorus of laughter among the crowd. The long-eared, upon hearing this, glared in indignation, his anger flaring as he prepared to retaliate. Yet, just then, he sensed a formidable pressure bearing down upon him, akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water, extinguishing his fiery spirit. This pressure emanated from himself. "Withdraw immediately. Today, my brother has sent disciples to engage in learning and exchange. Do you wish to disgrace us further?" Bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Upon hearing his command, the crowd quickly dispersed. Although the Tongtian cult leader was filled with wrath, he merely shouted a few admonishments. Despite the fearsome nature of his voice, it paled in comparison to the ruthless actions of the primordial heavenly venerable, who would not hesitate to take lives. Generally, the Tongtian cult leader refrained from personally extinguishing lives, often delegating such tasks to the Antarctic Immortal. The discord among the disciples was of little concern to him. As he retracted his anger, his demeanor transformed into one of utmost kindness. Gongbao trembled in fear, while Shen Gongbao hurriedly bowed, inwardly sighing at his own insignificance as a mere disciple. In contrast to the exalted sage before him, the Tongtian cult leader's benevolence towards him stemmed not only from his naturally generous disposition, but also significantly from the fact that he was a disciple of his elder brother, the primordial heavenly venerable. Yet, little did the Tongtian cult leader realize that his profound sense of loyalty and righteousness would one day become the fatal straw that led him into the abyss. Chapter 57. Rectifying the Teachings of the Master Uncle. "I have heard that you are vigorously rectifying the conduct of the. Is this true?" The glimmer in Shen Gongbao's eyes indicated a keen awareness that this might be an exceptional opportunity. His tone was imbued with just the right amount of concern and probing. Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiao Master could not help but shake his head slightly, a hint of helplessness and nostalgia crossing his face. "Indeed, ever since my return from the exchange conference, I have gained some insights. That has always adhered to the doctrine of inclusivity, welcoming disciples from all walks of life. As long as one is earnest in seeking enlightenment, I am willing to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. This very principle has led to the grandeur of myriad immortals paying homage to our teachings. However, with the increasing number of disciples, numerous issues have gradually surfaced. The character of the disciples within the sect varies greatly, a mix of both the virtuous and the vile. I believe it is imperative to implement reforms. We cannot allow even a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Yet, who could have anticipated that matters would not unfold as desired? As he reached this point, Tong Tianjiao Master sighed softly again, his breath laden with disappointment and resignation. Shen Gongao stifled a laugh internally, maintaining an outward composure. He understood that the current state of the was far more than just a single rotten apple spoiling the barrel. At this rate, it might well become a barrel of rotten apples with a hint of cleanliness. Master Uncle need not worry. Perhaps I have a method that could assist you. Shen Gongbao suddenly straightened his posture, his face radiant with confidence, his eyes sparkling with assurance. Time ticked by, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Oddly, why was Master Uncle silent? Shen Gongbao pondered, momentarily taken aback, only to notice Tong Tian Jiao Master slowly walking towards the door. Oh no. This plot is unfolding unexpectedly. Shen Gongbao internally lamented, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Gongbao, I think it would be best to let it go. These already shrouded in chaos, swirling in confusion. Should we persist, it may lead to an even greater farce, inviting the ridicule of the world upon us. The voice of Tong Tianjiao Master drifted away, tinged with fatigue and resignation. Shen Gongao stood there, gazing at the retreating figure of Tong Tianjiao Master. His mind racing. Does Master Uncle not trust me? He still referred to himself as a disciple. Contemplating that he must find opportunities to call him Master a few more times, subtly guiding Tong Tianjiao Master to subconsciously regard him as a true apprentice. With this thought in mind, Shen Gongbao resolutely pursued him. Master Uncle, I truly possess a feasible approach. Please grant me the opportunity to elaborate. Seeing Shen Gongbao's earnestness and urgency, Tong Tianjiao Master could not help but chuckle and shake his head, a flicker of warmth in his eyes. Very well, very well. Since you are so insistent, speak on. I am curious to hear your insights. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Shen Gongbao inquired, Master Uncle, have you ever pondered why your previous methods not only failed to rectify the conduct of the but instead exacerbated the turmoil and conflicts within the sect? Why? Tong Tianjiao Master raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. In his eyes, Shen Gongbao was merely a young junior, while he, a venerable sage, found himself utterly powerless against the current chaos within the. What wisdom could a mere fledgling possess? Thus, when he observed Shen Gongbao earnestly inquiring, Tong Tianjiao felt a hint of amusement in his heart, eager to hear what the young man might articulate. Your premise is fundamentally flawed. By imposing mutual supervision among the disciples and instituting a system of rewards and punishments, it may superficially appear that you can effectively regulate their behavior, instilling a sense of caution. However, this merely constrains their external actions, akin to a compressed spring, while it may yield a temporary semblance of order. Any relaxation will lead to a potent rebound, potentially more forceful than before. Moreover, your stipulation that those who expose their fellow disciples can receive rewards undoubtedly sows discord, eroding the harmony among them. Over time, rather than rectifying the sect's conduct, the entire may descend into a chasm of mutual suspicion, obliterating any semblance of trust between brethren. Shen Gongbao spoke with earnestness and clarity, his eyes radiating determination and confidence. Upon hearing this, Tong Tianjiao let out a soft sigh and fell into contemplative silence. He recognized that Shen Gongbao's words struck at the heart of the matter. He had indeed miscalculated. Initially, he had not foreseen the grave consequences of his measures. And by the time he realized the discord sowed among the disciples, it was too late. Their trust had been irrevocably shattered, nearly impossible to mend. Noticing the troubled expression on Tong Tianjiao's face, Shen Gongbao felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet maintained a respectful demeanor, smiling as he continued, In truth, Master Uncle, your approach is not entirely without merit. Had I been the person I was before listening to your teachings, I might have resorted to similar methods in such a situation. Oh, what prompts this assertion? Tong Tianjiao replied, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion rising within him. He could not grasp what Shen Gongbao meant by claiming he would have acted similarly prior to hearing his discourse. Was it to imply that after absorbing his teachings, his perspective had shifted? Yet, his sermons primarily focused on cultivation, neglecting the management of the sect, which had led to its deteriorating atmosphere. Shen Gongbao's expression was one of earnest sincerity, his eyes shimmering with admiration, reflecting the figure of Tong Tianjiao. It was only after listening to your teachings, Master Uncle, that I achieved a sudden enlightenment. The principles you expounded were profoundly intricate, and I initially grasped only the essence of cultivation. However, I felt an insufficiency in my understanding, prompting me to reflect repeatedly. It was only moments ago, upon witnessing your noble demeanor and the profound aura you exude, that I experienced a moment of clarity. Cultivation is not solely the refinement of oneself, but also the cultivation of one's inner nature. Master Uncle, managing these indeed a matter of similar principle. Upon hearing these words, the master of Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, falling into contemplation. I should not merely constrain the outward actions of my disciples, but rather guide them to restrain their inner selves, enabling them to discern good from evil and right from wrong from the depths of their hearts. The master of Tong Tian spoke slowly, a glimmer of clarity and excitement evident in his gaze. Master Uncle is indeed sagacious. As the ancients wisely stated, it is better to guide than to block. The wisdom gained through personal enlightenment surpasses mere repetition by others. Shin Gongao quickly clasped his fists, a look of admiration gracing his face. To guide is indeed superior to blocking. To know is better than to be told. The master of Tong Tian murmured, his heart suddenly enlightened. Previously, by employing rewards and punishments to compel his disciples to regulate their behavior, he had merely restricted their actions through self-interest, a method destined to falter due to conflicting interests. Realizing this, the master of Tong Tian's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed, I must find a way to guide them, to help them understand good and evil from the depths of their hearts and discern right from wrong. Before Shin Gongbao could respond, doubts began to cloud Tong Tian's mind. Could it be that I possess a hidden talent for management, unbeknownst to myself? Shin Gongbao feigned surprise, then bowed deeply, a fawning smile illuminating his face. Master Uncle is indeed the master. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Seizing the opportunity while the master of Tong Tian was distracted, he cleverly shifted the narrative, calling him master. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully and subtly influenced the master of Tong Tian, advancing the rectification of this customs. This action is gradually affecting the future of it, triggering the causal wheel, and rewarding you with 3 lottery chances, which may soon impact the fate of the sage, along with an additional 3 lottery chances. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shin Gongbao's heart soared with joy, though soon a hint of confusion crept in. This already affects the fate of the sage. Yet only rewards 3 lottery chances? Is the system withholding from me? Hurry and reveal it. Host, this action is merely the beginning of the rectification of the sage's fate is exceedingly stable, and the master of Tong Tian's destiny is already bound to the heavenly path. Thus, your current influence on their fates is negligible, warranting only 3 lottery chances. Should you successfully rectify this customs, you will receive commensurate and substantial rewards. The system promptly replied. Ah, I see. Shin Gongbao nodded slightly, secretly anticipating the rewards. He envisioned the nature of these substantial rewards, pondering just how bountiful they might be. For they could indeed sway the fate of a sage. Outside the grand hall, Zhao Gongming and the others had not wandered far. Upon hearing the voices emanating from within, they halted, exchanging puzzled glances. Was that not Shin Gongbao's voice? What could he be saying in there? Yun Xiao inquired, her large eyes filled with confusion. It seems he is praising the master's wisdom, someone whispered in response. Humph. Flatterers are not so easily appeased. The sage's praises are not so easily earned. Chang Erding Wangxian scoffed, a look of disdain etched upon his face. In his view, the sage occupies a lofty position, while all beneath him are mere ants. How could a sage possibly feel any warmth from the flattery of an ant? Yet, the reality diverged significantly from what Chang Erding Wangxian had envisioned. Under the gradual guidance of Shin Gongbao, Tong Tian Jiaozhu came to believe that he had discerned the essence of reforming the Jie Jiao. Entirely oblivious to the fact that he was being flattered, he even began to perceive a latent talent within himself in this regard. This subconscious admiration for Shin Gongbao grew, making him increasingly fond of him. He contemplated with a hint of regret. Ah, why is this disciple not one of my Jie Jiao members? If only he were not the disciple of my brother, I would seize him for myself. Well, since you have gained some enlightenment from my teachings, it is fortuitous that you remain within my Jie Jiao to learn. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for reforming the internal conduct of the Jie Jiao. In a splendid mood, Tong Tian Jiaozhu made his decision. Shin Gongbao quickly feigned a look of trepidation, expressing, I fear I may not be up to the task. Having just arrived and being unfamiliar with the internal circumstances of the Jie Jiao. Moreover, among the brothers of Jie Jiao, some possess a straightforward disposition, akin to the pure and unadorned blue lotus. If I inadvertently offend any of my seniors, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. Shin Gongbao's words were exceedingly tactful, subtly implying to Tong Tian Jiaozhu that some of his disciples were stubborn and could be quite troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Tong Tian Jiaozhu suddenly turned and called out to those outside the hall. Come in. However, there was no response. Do I need to repeat myself? Do you truly believe I cannot sense your presence? Chang'er Ding Guangxian. Step forward and enlighten us on how to flatter a sage. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's voice deepened, tinged with authority. Upon hearing this, Chang'er Ding Guangxian's face turned ashen with fear. He dared not defy Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's command, mustering the courage to enter the hall alongside others. And then fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, "Master, I realize my mistakes." At this moment, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu was in high spirits and paid little attention to him, directly stating, "The conduct of Jie Jiao has recently deteriorated. This is due to my inadequate management, a fault of mine." Before he could finish, the others quickly interjected, "Master, how can you say such a thing? You are a sage. How could you possibly be at fault? Indeed, Master, the directives you provided have been immensely beneficial to us. It is merely the malfeasance of a scoundrel at play." Zhao Gongming discreetly exchanged glances with Duobao, implying something significant. The others immediately understood who Zhao Gongming referred to as the scoundrel. Previously, these two had maintained a relatively amicable relationship as the senior disciples of the inner and outer sects. But now, they were at odds due to the reformation of Jie Jiao. Just as Duobao was about to defend himself, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu interrupted. "Enough. Speak further, and I shall impose punishment and administer the lash." Upon hearing this, the crowd tensed, promptly sealing their lips, unwilling to utter another word. From this day forth, Shengong Bao shall oversee the rectification of the conduct of the Jie Jiao. Do you all understand? The revered Master Tong Tian cast a commanding gaze over the assembly, his tone brooking no dissent. As his words lingered in the air, the crowd fell silent, only to erupt in a cacophony of objections. "Master, our Jie sect is graced by the presence of countless celestial beings. How can we allow an outsider to dictate our sect's practices?" One voice chimed in. "Indeed," another echoed. "Especially since he is a disciple of the Chan sect, with which we hold fundamentally opposing views. How can we trust him to oversee our customs?" The murmurs of discontent rippled through the assembly. Unperturbed by their resistance, Shen Gongbao interjected, his displeasure evident. "I find that rather unpalatable. What constitutes an outsider? While the Chan and Jia sects may differ in doctrine, our leaders are brothers, akin to family. How then can I be regarded as an outsider? Furthermore, has not the Jia sect always proclaimed itself to be inclusive? If I now wish to join, would you truly turn me away? In truth, I have come to engage in learning and exchange. One might say I am, in essence, a nominal disciple of the Master. Wouldn't you agree, Master?" He bowed respectfully to Master Tong Tian, a confident smile gracing his features. Shameless, the long-eared dinging Xian seethed under his breath. And the others mentally chastised Shen Gongbao for his audacity. "Look, a disciple of the Chan sect seems to grasp our teachings better than you," Master Tong Tian remarked, irritation creeping into his voice. These individuals were among his elite disciples, even including inner sect members, yet their behavior left him profoundly disappointed. "Enough of this. I have made my decision. During this period, Shen Gongbao shall serve as my nominal disciple and will oversee the rectification of our practices until he returns to the Chan sect. Should anyone dare to defy this decree, I shall not show leniency. You may leave." With no alternative, the assembly bowed and departed. "Shen Gongbao, do you have matters to discuss with me?" Master Tong Tian inquired, noticing Shen Gongbao's reluctance to leave. "Master, I believe my brothers will harbor resentment, which may lead to friction and significantly hinder my efforts to reform our practices. Therefore, I humbly request a token of authority from you, something that would instill a sense of dread, compelling them to obey my commands," Shen Gongbao replied earnestly. Contemplating this, Master Tong Tian acknowledged the validity of Shen Gongbao's concerns. "Very well. I shall bestow upon you this Qingping sword, forged with the power of a sage. Though its might pales in comparison to the original, it can unleash the pinnacle strength of a great Luo golden immortal 3 times. Take it, and use it to intimidate those who resist discipline." "Thank you, Master." Shen Gongbao accepted the Qingping sword with gratitude, hastily storing it away without a moment to examine it further. "Master, while rectifying our practices will undoubtedly consume an immense amount of my time and energy, potentially impeding my cultivation and inviting reprimand from Yuan Shi, I shall explain the circumstances to him. I trust he will not allow this to jeopardize the camaraderie between our sections. Here is a 1,000-year-old thunder lightning immortal vine. You may leverage its power to enhance your cultivation. Take it. Moreover, within the treasury of the Jia sect, you requested Duobao to guide you in selecting several golden elixirs and mystical scriptures, which would greatly aid in your cultivation." "Thank you, Master," exclaimed Shen Gongbao. his heart brimming with joy as he promptly expressed his gratitude once more. Chapter 58. Testing me? Within the serene confines of the Bo Palace, in the treasure chamber, an ancient aura permeated the atmosphere, as various rare treasures radiated their enchanting luminescence, seemingly narrating their extraordinary origins. Come, this is the treasure chamber of my. It is replete with countless magical artifacts and divine abilities, but you may only observe, not take. The voice of the Daobao Taoist resonated with an undeniable authority. His countenance stern as he coldly proclaimed these words. My master instructed me to retrieve. Before Sheng Wangbao could elucidate, he was abruptly interrupted by the Daobao Taoist. I am aware that you follow me. I shall procure it for you. The Daobao Taoist waved his hand impatiently and strode into the profound passageway of the treasure chamber. The Daobao Taoist harbored no particular fondness for Sheng Wangbao, although there was no personal animosity between them. Sheng Wangbao's prior performance during the contest with the Chan sect had brought disgrace to the. Furthermore, on Sheng Wangbao's very first day he was commanded by the master, Tong Tian, to rectify the conduct of the disciples. It is noteworthy that Sheng Wangbao represented none other than the revered Tong Tian sage, one of the 6 great sages of the primordial chaos and the leader of the. This was, without a doubt, akin to the abrupt arrival of an overseer in the eyes of the Daobao Taoist, filling him with considerable discontent. Casting a glance at the Daobao Taoist, Sheng Wangbao inwardly chuckled. It seems that the endeavor to reform the will not proceed smoothly, even before it commences. This intersect senior brother is already giving me a frosty reception. The Daobao Taoist, whose true form was that of a wondrous treasure mouse, possessed an innate sensitivity to magical artifacts. Having amassed an impressive collection of formidable treasures, he earned his name. During the Fengshen calamity, his disciple, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirits, stood out among the 3rd generation of disciples, boasting remarkable prowess, but alas, was later slain by Guang Qingzi. In a subsequent event, when Laozi transformed into the 3 Pure Ones and faced the sword array of the extermination of immortals, he mercilessly struck the Tongtian master with 3 blows, evidently favoring the Chan sect. Devoted to his master, the Tongtian master, the Daobao Taoist, witnessing this scene, was consumed by fury, resembling a reckless youth, and brandished his sword, aiming directly at Laozi. However, the phrase beneath the sage, all are but ants, profoundly illustrates the vast chasm between their powers. How could the Daobao Taoist possibly contend with the sage Laozi? Laozi did not even need to engage directly, with a mere flick of the wind and fire fan. He ensnared the Daobao Taoist and summoned the yellow turban warriors, who promptly transported him to the 8th Scenery Palace. From that moment on, the Daobao Taoist vanished from public view. Later, when the Tao and Buddhist sects vied for fortune, Laozi led the Daobao Taoist westward beyond the Hanga Pass, transforming barbarians into Buddhists, which ultimately gave rise to the later Mahayana Buddhist leader, the great Sun Tathagata. Sheng Wangbao pondered internally, it is imperative to respect one's elders. Yet such recklessness cannot be tolerated. I must seek an opportunity to guide him properly. Now that I have resolved to join it is essential to consider its future. The Daobao Taoist, a prodigious senior brother, must be safeguarded at all costs. Before long, the Daobao Taoist emerged from the depths of the treasure chamber, his gaze indifferent, scarcely sparing Sheng Wangbao a glance, clearly perceiving him as an outsider. Here, this is the 10,000-year Thunderbolt Celestial Vine, and these are 3 9-turn golden pills. The Taoist Duobao spoke, extending the precious artifact in his hand. As Sheng Gongbao received the weighty 10,000-year Thunderbolt Celestial Vine, he felt tendrils of lightning emanating from it, and a surge of joy filled his heart, compelling his body to instinctively absorb the immense power contained within. As for the 3 9 Revolutions golden pills, he had long grown weary of them. Their efficacy in enhancing his cultivation was rather negligible, so he decided to set them aside for the time being. The divine abilities. My master mentioned I could select some. Sheng Gongbao carefully stored away the elixirs and vine, inquiring, Are you not a disciple of the primordial master of the Chan sect? Do you still require the teachings of our Jes sect? One might just at such a notion. Although Taoist Duobao harbored a disdain for the Chan sect, he acknowledged that the primordial heavenly master was the elder brother of his own master, Tongtian Jiaoshu, and thus he still addressed him as such. Well, each has its own merits. Mastery of various skills is never a burden. Sheng Gongbao replied with a smile, unhurried in his demeanor. After a brief moment, the two emerged from the treasury. Indeed, the repository contained numerous techniques, but Sheng Gongbao understood that only those suited to oneself could be deemed the best. Not everything warranted cultivation. Sometimes, a seemingly weaker technique might resonate better, unleashing formidable power. As for Shang Gongbao, he was particularly inclined towards the practice of the 8-9 profound art and the law of heaven and earth. Junior brother. While the 5 elements Taoist techniques may appear simple, their cultivation is far from easy. It is precisely due to this characteristic that they are publicly accessible within our GS sect. Anyone may practice them. However, to this day, none have successfully mastered them entirely. Taoist Duo Bao suddenly cautioned, not out of benevolence, but rather due to the high potential and formidable difficulty inherent in the 5 elements techniques, a fact well known to all. He feared that neglecting to alert Shang Gongbao might result in reproach from their master. Rest assured, senior brother, I am well aware. Shang Gongbao replied confidently. He had faith. After all, this selection was made by the system and was certainly not lacking. His current path involved forging an indomitable physique through the 8-9 profound art, and by integrating the 5 elements true marvelous art. Based on the principles of the 5 elements, he aimed to amalgamate various elements such as incense, literary ways, and financial paths to forge a unique journey of his own, thereby swiftly enhancing his cultivation. The 5 elements techniques might seamlessly blend with the 5 elements true marvelous art, further deepening his understanding of the 5 elements and augmenting his strength. Taoist Duo Bao cast a sidelong glance at Shang Gongbao, choosing not to elaborate further. The matter had been broached, and should their master lay blame, he would have grounds for defense. Subsequently, Taoist Duo Bao led Shang Gongbao to a secluded courtyard. This shall be your residence for the time being, he stated before preparing to depart. Senior brother, could you assist me with a matter? Shang Gongbao promptly interjected. What is it? Taoist Duo Bao paused and turned to inquire. Please inform our fellow disciples of the GS sect to gather outside Baiyu Palace tomorrow morning. Shang Gongbao responded earnestly. Gather for what purpose? Cannot you convey that yourself? Taoist Duo Bao furrowed his brow, puzzled by the request. My esteemed master has tasked me with rectifying the prevailing atmosphere, and I, of course, dare not be negligent. To do so would be to betray the trust bestowed upon me by my master. As for why I require my senior brother's assistance in this matter, it is because I am a newcomer, unfamiliar with the residences of my fellow brothers. Thus, I humbly request his help. Shang Gongbao affectionately addressed him as master, his tone imbued with warmth. As he spoke, Shang Gongbao produced a golden elixir and handed it to Daobao Taoist. He understood that, being new here, his success depended significantly on the support of this senior brother. Daobao Taoist gazed at the golden elixir in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He quickly cleared his throat, placing his hands behind his back, and remarked, Are you testing me with this? Chapter 59. The illusory form of the 5 elements, although the 9 turns golden elixir, is indeed a precious treasure. It is not particularly rare for the elder brothers of the Jiejiao sect. Nevertheless, it stirred his interest, for the 9 turns golden elixir is a remarkable item. And how could the Taoist Duo Bao remain unmoved? Brother, what are you saying? If you assist me, I naturally cannot allow you to toil in vain, said Shang Gongbao, with a smile as he pressed the elixir into Taoist Duo Bao's palm. On the surface, Taoist Duo Bao maintained a solemn expression, yet internally he was overjoyed. Ahem. This shall be an exception. With that, he turned and departed. Upon returning to his dwelling, Shang Gongbao eagerly retrieved the 10,000-year Thunderbolt Celestial Vine, his eyes glimmering with awe at this wondrous vine. This Thunderbolt Celestial Vine harbors an astonishingly potent essence of thunder, perfectly suited for comprehending the power of the origin. It will harmoniously complement the thunderous essence that I have cultivated within my Dantian. Shang Gongbao exclaimed with excitement, engaging in self-talk. As he began to cautiously unravel the restrictions placed upon the 10,000-year Thunderbolt Celestial Vine, a surge of potent electricity coursed through his body, causing his bones to creak audibly. However, having endured the tribulation of lightning, Shang Gongbao found himself unfazed by the currents emitted from the vine. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if every cell within him were rejoicing. Remarkably, this power of thunder can further expel impurities from within my body and enhance my physical form. Realizing that his corporeal strength was gradually amplifying, Shang Gongbao promptly activated the 8-9 profound art, harnessing this electric force to temper his physique. One might inquire, after having withstood the tribulation of lightning, what use could this electricity serve? Indeed, it holds significant value. The functions of the two forces are fundamentally different. The power of the lightning tribulation is immensely formidable, released in an instant, with the primary objective of obliterating the body. As the saying goes, one must be broken to be rebuilt. The lightning tribulation facilitates this process of destruction. Following the tribulation, a portion of the noxious energies within the body is expelled, Yet as cultivation progresses, new impurities inevitably arise. In contrast, the role of the 10,000-year Thunderbolt Celestial Vine is one of nurturing, gently circulating mild electric currents throughout the body. This represents the process of re-establishing after destruction. It seems I cannot directly refine it. Keeping it within my body for nurturing is far superior. While the changes may not be immediately apparent over time, the subtle influences will yield greater benefits, and it may even be of use to my father and Xiao Bao in the future. With this thought in mind, Shen Gongbao carefully stored the 10,000-year Thunderbolt Celestial Vine and began to diligently study the 5 elements Taoist arts. Ding! As you have cultivated the true marvelous art of the 5 elements and gained insights into the principles of the 5 elements, you can directly master the 5 elements Taoist arts. Instantaneously, the profound meanings of the 5 elements Taoist arts illuminated Shen Gongbao's mind like brilliant stars, and he felt as though he had instantaneously grasped their essence, achieving mastery. The true marvelous art of the 5 elements can merge with the 5 elements Taoist arts to yield a semi-divine ability, illusory form of the 5 elements, requiring the expenditure of 100,000 years of cultivation. The following is a detailed introduction to the 5 elements illusory body. As Shen Gongbao continued reading, his eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, and he found it difficult to contain his elation. The 5 elements illusory body was, in fact, an extraordinarily powerful technique for creating doppelgangers. Furthermore, as the level of the illusory body ascended, it could ultimately unleash the full strength of the original entity. Could it be that, upon reaching full mastery, one individual would be mightier than 6? Shen Gongbao was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Note, the 5 elements illusory body can merge, and its power becomes even more astonishing upon fusion. The system's prompt echoed once more, further intensifying Shen Gongbao's excitement. With 3 chances to draw rewards available, he readily decided to give it a try. Ding! Thank you for participating. Reward: 9 turn golden elixir 10. Thank you for participating. Damn! Shen Gongbao could not help but curse. It seemed he lacked the fortune of a true champion. The next morning, outside the Bo Palace, the atmosphere was rife with anticipation. Weren't we supposed to be organized? Why hasn't anyone shown up? Who knows? This person from the Chan sect is indeed arrogant and thinks he can impose order upon us. The crowd engaged in a lively exchange, revealing the prevailing spirit of the Jie sect. Good morning, everyone. A voice rang out. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Shen Gongbao approached the gates of the Bo Palace, surveying the assembly. You should all be aware of my purpose in summoning everyone here. What do you plan to impose upon us? Speak up, but let me remind you, unless you can defeat me, do not think to command me. Suddenly, someone interjected. Shen Gongbao raised an eyebrow, surprised at the rapid emergence of dissent. The speaker was the dragon-headed Immortal, one of the future traders of the Jie sect. At these words, silence fell over the crowd, who looked on with curiosity and even a hint of mockery as they regarded Shen Gongbao. They all hoped for this individual to embarrass himself. Given his origins from the Chan sect, which they held in contempt, that group often referred to them as spawn of the wet and the egg-laying and beasts clad in fur and horns. Moreover, they had established demon-hunting squads, which was quite ironic considering that many core members of these squads were, themselves, demons. In summary, there had been considerable friction between the 2 factions, but it was mostly minor skirmishes, as the leaders of both sects were sworn brothers. Of course, we need to impose order. My method is to learn from the human race. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. The human race? They are utterly feeble. For our esteemed Jie sect, with myriad immortals in attendance, to learn from mere humans would be a source of ridicule. Indeed, during the calamity of the witch-demon conflict, the human race merely served as sustenance. If you are incapable, step down. If you lack the ability, do not entertain thoughts of ordering us around. In response, Shen Gongbao remained unperturbed, quietly drawing a sword. The moment the blade appeared, it radiated a brilliant azure light, and a sharp aura seemed to emanate boundlessly, leaving the assembly momentarily stunned. The azure pink sword. How could you possess the azure pink sword? Did the master truly entrust this to you? The Taoists of Duobao and the core disciples of the 2nd generation, including the Holy Mother of Jinding, widened their eyes in astonishment. However, this was not the genuine Qingping sword, but rather a counterfeit. With her keen insight, the Holy Mother of Jinding discerned the truth in an instant. Indeed, Sister Jinding was correct. This was indeed a replica, yet it symbolized the master's stance. With the sword in hand, may I now continue my discourse, addressing both my senior brothers and junior siblings? Chapter 60. Learning from humanity, the atmosphere was so stifling that it felt as if it could weep. Particularly, the long-eared enlightened one was visibly agitated, his large earlobes trembling uncontrollably, his face etched with indignation and his eyes sparkling with discontent, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Shin Gongbao surveyed the assembly, cleared his throat, and continued, "Your disdain for humanity stems primarily from the perception of their current insignificance. Yet, have you ever contemplated that humans are the most evolved beings among all creatures? In this primordial world, every entity that reaches a certain stage of cultivation must inevitably undergo the crucial transformation into human form to advance in their realms and powers. Indeed, the human race may appear feeble at present, but it is precisely because of this fragility that they have managed to endure until now. There lies profound wisdom in their survival, deserving of our contemplation. Are you suggesting that by learning from humanity, we can rectify the ethos of our sect?" A disciple interjected, his tone laced with skepticism and disdain. Shin Gongbao nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute and self-assured. He understood that the impending calamity of the Fengshen tribulation would soon sweep through like a tempest. While others might remain oblivious, he was acutely aware of the looming storm. On the surface, this tribulation seemed to signify the decline of the Shang dynasty, a natural alignment with destiny that heralded a shift in heavenly mandate. However, beneath this facade lay the four far-reaching intentions of the venerable Hongjun Laozu. Firstly, at that time, Hongjun Laozu had commissioned his disciples to establish the heavenly court, rendering it the orthodox power of the three realms, effectively becoming his direct influence. Yet, the heavenly court was little more than a hollow facade, lacking true control and substance. Thus, a crucial aim of the Fengshen tribulation was to bolster the heavenly court's might, to attract talent from all corners, and enhance its influence, thereby allowing Hongjun Laozu to consolidate his dominion over the three realms. Secondly, the Fengshen War was a widespread upheaval, drawing nearly all sages into its vortex. The teachings of the Chan and Jia sects, along with the teachings of humanity, were regarded as the orthodox sects by the masses, endowed with immense prestige and influence. Particularly, the Jia sect, boasting the slogan of 10,000 immortals paying homage, advocated the principles of celestial law, yet sought to seize a fleeting chance of survival. Such ambition and audacity were indeed remarkable. As a saint of the celestial way, Hongjun Laozu was reluctant to confront his own disciples directly but could not allow the Jia sect to flourish unchecked. The Chan sect, too, was expanding rapidly, absorbing every promising talent and swelling its ranks. Thus, viewed from this perspective, the Fengshen War was a meticulously orchestrated strategy by Hongjun Laozu to diminish the power of these two sections. The outcome unfolded as he had anticipated. Both sects found themselves ensnared in the vortex of the Fengshen tribulation, suffering grave injuries, with the Jia sect nearly obliterated and the Chan sect sustaining severe losses. Thirdly, a past conflict had left Hongjun Laozu indebted to the Western teachings in a significant manner. The realm of the Western Church is barren and its development arduous. Thus, for the venerable Hongjun to restore the heavenly path, he must resolve this intricate web of causality. To ensure that the Western Church possesses the requisite strength to inherit the destiny during the forthcoming tribulations of the journey to the West, it must first undergo a process of fortification. During the Divine Punishment War, numerous disciples from both the Chan and Jia sects defected to the Western Church, undoubtedly infusing it with newfound vigor. The ultimate aim, and indeed the most critical point, is that Hongjun seeks to suppress the imminent awakening of the human path. He yearns for the heavenly way to reign supreme over the primordial chaos, yet he finds himself powerless to stifle the momentum of human development and, in his desperation, must turn to the very essence of humanity. From that moment onward, the title of human emperor vanished, and rulers throughout the ages submitted to the heavenly authority, proclaiming themselves as the sons of heaven, subjugating their will beneath celestial dominion. In summary, regardless of the perspective considered, be it the willingness of the celestial master or the Jia sect, escape from this cataclysmic conflict is unattainable. They are inexorably drawn into its vortex. Given this inevitability, it is far better to embrace the challenge proactively rather than passively evade it. After all, there exists a profound distinction between enforced participation and voluntary engagement. The latter allows for early strategizing and the acquisition of greater agency. What, then, should we learn from humanity? Should we emulate their cycle of life and death? Should we learn from their perpetual struggle against beasts and their constant hunger? At this juncture, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal scoffed derisively, his eyes brimming with scorn. The others echoed his sentiments, evidently unwilling to permit an outsider to reform their Jia sect. They pondered if even their revered master, a being of saintly stature, could not rectify the Jia sect, what could a mere disciple from the Chan sect accomplish? Shen Gongbao smiled leisurely and remarked, the human race, with its fleeting existence, possesses a profound appreciation for the value of time, opting to invest their limited lifespans in pursuits of greater significance, thus achieving remarkable efficiency. Unlike certain among us who, blessed with longevity, languish in their cultivation, relying solely on the passage of time to accumulate merit, devoid of any ambition for advancement. They are perpetually beset by the threat of predators, their lives fraught with peril and challenge, which engenders a deeper understanding of the importance of camaraderie, fostering mutual support and unity. Their hearts remain untainted, free from intricate scheming and duplicity. These admirable qualities are beyond our grasp. Furthermore, actions are born of the heart. Thus, to reform the ethos of the Jia sect, we must commence with inner cultivation. Therefore, from this day forth, I implore you to engage with humanity, to forge bonds with them, and to absorb their virtues. The essence of the tribulation is the transfer of power within the human realm. Hence, to actively partake in the calamity, one must necessarily engage with humanity. Shen Gongbao's intention was to lay the groundwork among humans before the tribulation arrived, securing greater opportunities and advantages for the Jia sect. Go where you will. As for me, I shall not tread among the human realm. The golden light Immortal huffed with annoyance, turning to depart as if he wished to linger not a moment longer. Shen Gongbao narrowed his eyes, but did not impede the golden light Immortal. You truly disregard my words. At this moment, the master of the celestial sect unexpectedly emerged from the grand hall, his voice imbued with unmatched authority. Master. Upon witnessing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads. The golden light, who had just taken a couple of steps, was startled and hastily turned back, blending into the crowd. Shen Gongbao was not mistaken. He articulated exactly what I wished to convey. From this day forth, you shall embark on your journeys. Master's revered name. Shen Gongbao seized the moment to applaud. Indeed, the disciples had no choice but to echo in agreement. Master, shall we travel together or separately? And for what duration? Inquired the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit. Subsequently, the master of the celestial sect cast a glance towards Shen Gongbao. The latter understood immediately. The master meant that you were all free to choose. And as for the duration, it would depend on the specific outcomes, but should not exceed 300 years. Regarding whether to travel in groups or individually, the master has already conveyed his thoughts to me, and I shall inform you of the details shortly. Upon hearing this, the expressions in the eyes of the crowd towards Shen Gongbao inevitably shifted. It was evident that they were the disciples of the celestial sect. It was clear that they were the followers of the master of the celestial sect. Why then, did the master always entrust matters to a disciple of the Chan sect first? Chapter 61. The contest, though their hearts brimmed with discontent and reluctance, the command of their master loomed like a mountain, and ultimately, they dared not defy it openly. Outside the Bo Palace on Jinao Island, a cacophony ensued. The disciples of the stood scattered, yet amidst this apparent disarray, two distinct factions became evident. One faction, led by the Daobao Daoist, comprised a relatively small number of members, including the Divine Mother of Golden Spirit, the Divine Mother of Turtle Spirit, the Divine Mother of Wudong, and 7 of the 8 Immortals of Palai, who served as attendants. These individuals bore solemn expressions, their gazes reflecting an air of pride stemming from their esteemed identities as inner disciples. In contrast, the other faction was spearheaded by Zhao Gongming, consisting of the outer disciples. Though they lacked the uniformity of their inner counterparts, they emanated a palpable spirit of unity, each face adorned with a rebellious demeanor, as if proclaiming their existence to the world. Where's Zhao Gongming? Shen Gongbao scanned the crowd, suddenly realizing that the leader of the outer disciples was conspicuously absent. Just then, Zhao Gongming's tall figure emerged from the distance, approaching with steady strides and an unwavering gaze, exuding an innate authority. All the disciples have gathered, yet you, an outer disciple, arrived so late. What audacity! Qiu Shouxian scoffed derisively, his expression rife with mockery and disdain. With a cold laugh, Zhao Gongming retorted without hesitation. No one informed me. Since Shen Gongbao intends to rectify the atmosphere of the inconvene this morning to discuss it, why was I not notified? His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Shen Gongbao, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, a trace of confusion flickering within him. He had indeed instructed Zhao Gongming to inform everyone the previous day, even offering a 9-turn golden pill as a reward. However, Upon observing Dao Bao Daoist gazing skyward with an air of indifference, and recalling the animosity that had brewed between them due to the rectification efforts of Tang Tianjiao, he began to comprehend the situation. Dao Bao Daoist's pettiness is quite apparent. Sheng Wangbao silently mused. It was evident that Dao Bao Daoist had deliberately chosen not to inform Zhao Gongming. Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. With everyone present and the noise so great, had none of the outer disciples thought to inform Zhao Gongming? And after such a lengthy interval, how had they failed to notice the absence of their senior brother? With this thought, Sheng Wangbao scrutinized Zhao Gongming anew, his gaze now tinged with scrutiny. In an instant, he grasped the truth. This fellow had likely known of the gathering all along, but had chosen to feign ignorance. Neither of these two is to be underestimated. Sheng Wangbao thought to himself, reflecting on the cunning of both. Nobody notified you? Dao Bao Shixiang informed everyone. How could he possibly overlook Zhao Gongming? I suspect Zhao Gongming is deliberately absent, attempting to cast blame upon Dao Bao Shixiang. Ling Yaxian interjected with a tone laced with sarcasm, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. Humph, Ling Yaxian, you are not Dao Bao Shixiang. What business do you have meddling here? What pretense is this? Draped in a flowing white gown, Yun Xiao stepped forward, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she defended her brother. The Sanchao sisters were the blood relatives of Zhao Gongming, and their allegiance was beyond question. Yu Xiao, do you truly believe that the three of you can act with impunity here, unchallenged by anyone? The Qiu Shou Xian snorted derisively, a sudden surge of power emanating from him, his aura expanding as if to overwhelm Yun Xiao and her companions. In an instant, disciples from both sides advanced a step, the atmosphere growing palpably tense, as if a fierce confrontation was on the verge of erupting. And what if I do? Dare to lay a finger on my sister and see what happens? Zhao Gongming suddenly lifted his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, his strength surging forth like an invisible tide, pressing towards the Qiu Shou Xian and his allies. Though he was an outer disciple, his might was formidable. During the regular function battle, he had single-handedly challenged the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, injuring several in the process, a testament to his unparalleled strength. Should he choose to strike now, few inner disciples of the Jie sect would be able to withstand him. Who said anything about touching your sister? It is you who should consider your own capabilities before attempting to act here. At that moment, Dao Bao Daoren also stepped forward, his voice deep and resonant, a hint of provocation in his gaze as he stood in opposition to Zhao Gongming. The power radiating from the two collided, forming arcane barriers that twisted the surrounding space, as if it could scarcely bear the weight of their formidable presence. In the shadows, Tang Tianjiao Master observed quietly, refraining from intervening. He wished to see how Shen Gongbao would navigate this dispute, having entrusted him with the crucial task of reforming the atmosphere within the Jie sect, thus providing an opportunity to assess his capabilities. Shen Gongbao, well aware of Tang Tianjiao Master's watchful eye, understood his intentions. Alas, I should have arrived sooner. Although the Jie sect has its issues, the friction among disciples was never so intense as to escalate to open conflict, Shen Gongbao mused inwardly, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, poised to erupt into violence, a piercingly sharp azure sword aura, imbued with the intent to kill, descended from above, striking precisely between the two factions. With a thunderous roar, the sword aura cleaved the space, creating a black fissure from which chaotic energy spilled forth, saturating the air with a disquieting essence. The ground itself seemed to split, and both Zhao Gongming and Dao Bao Daoren were forced to retreat several steps, evading the overwhelming force. Numerous outer disciples were hurled backward by the terrifying energy, crashing to the ground, their faces etched with terror. Is that the chinkling sword aura? Could it be our master? Someone gasped, their voice trembling with fear and reverence. At this proclamation, Zhao Gongming, Dao Bao Daoren, as well as Ling Yaxian and Qiu Shou Xian, who had earlier spoken so boldly, were suddenly stricken with alarm, their expressions tightening with anxiety. However, when they discerned that the one who had struck was Shen Gongbao, their tense hearts gradually began to relax, and their trembling hands slowly steadied. Shen Gongbao, how dare you lay a hand on us? The dragon-headed immortal shouted in fury, ready to confront him. Yet, upon noticing the replica of the Qingping sword in Shen Gongbao's grasp and recalling its formidable power from their previous encounter, he halted in his tracks. Instead, he venomously remarked, "You dare to assault senior brother Duobao, who is the foremost disciple of our sect. As a member of the Chan sect, your audacity here is a blatant disrespect to senior brother Duobao and all of us." The others readily perceived the insinuations within the dragon-headed immortal's words. Yet none dared to retort, for it was indeed true that Shen Gongbao had taken action, and being a member of the Chan sect only fueled their discontent. Taken action against you? Which of your eyes witnessed that? Shen Gongbao flicked the replica chinking sword in his hand, a look of indifference crossing his face as he coldly inquired. You, to act before everyone and still dare to quibble. The dragon-headed immortal, face flushed with rage, pointed at Shen Gongbao and bellowed. Enough! Shen Gongbao interrupted him, speaking in a calm tone. I merely struck the ground to test the Qingping sword bestowed by my master. You claim I acted against you. Are you saying that your true form is this land? Or have you sustained injuries due to my actions? You, the dragon-headed immortal, was rendered speechless, his heart brimming with ire. Were it not for Shen Gongbao having received the directive from the celestial teacher to rectify their conduct and wielding the replica Qingping sword, he would have charged at Shen Gongbao for a life-and-death struggle long ago. Chapter 62. The Departure. Ah, how loquacious you are. At this moment, Zhao Gongming suddenly let out a cold laugh and deliberately remarked, You can rectify us for a time, but can you sustain such order for a lifetime? Your master may bestow upon you power, yet he can also retract it. I advise you to temper your disposition, otherwise I cannot guarantee that the disciples of the will refrain from taking action against you. Indeed, there comes a time when rectifying the atmosphere must conclude. And I am curious to see what you will do then. Perhaps by that time, you shall have to return to thee in a most ignominious manner. The crowd echoed in agreement, their voices laced with dissatisfaction and veiled threats towards Shen Gongbao. From the outset, he had been regarded as an adversary by the disciples of, and his audacity only intensified the flames of their ire. The disciples, known for their carefree and unrestrained demeanor due to their teachings, had long sought an opportunity to deliver a stern lesson to him. However, the presence of their master, the celestial teacher, deterred them from acting hastily. Very well, very well. It brings me joy to see you united against a common foe, yet this is far from sufficient. Shen Gongbao addressed them in a condescending and didactic tone, his gaze betraying a hint of deeper meaning. Who among us dares to claim superiority? Surely, it must be Brother Zhao Gongming, our esteemed outer sect disciple. Though he belongs to the outer sect, his prowess stands unrivaled, second only to none. Indeed, Brother Dabao's strength is universally acknowledged. No one within can rival him. The outer sect disciples chimed in, each taking turns to extol their champions, their faces aglow with pride. Meanwhile, the inner sect disciples, including the likes of the Holy Mother of No Return, remained composed, refraining from vocal support for Duobao, yet their allegiances were unmistakably clear. Even if they did not stand with Zhao Gongming, they would certainly not lend their support to him either. How absurd. My master is the strongest. A woman clad in red stepped forward, vociferously countering. This fiery maiden, known as the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, was a devoted disciple of Duobao, her loyalty unwavering. Very well, then let us engage in a contest, Shen Gongbao proposed, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. If we do not establish who the strongest disciple is, this discord shall persist. How shall we determine that? The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit retorted sharply. Shen Gongbao's lips curled into a knowing smile as he gradually sheathed the imitation Qingping sword. As I have previously stated, our undertaking shall involve descending the mountain to explore the human realm and learn their customs and etiquette. Furthermore, we must establish 3 guiding principles. His voice resonated with a calm yet authoritative gravity, echoing in the ears of all present. Stop, stop, stop. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit quickly raised her hand in a gesture to halt, a trace of confusion and discontent gracing her features as she implored. What sort of contest is this? Are we to see who learns the fastest? Her voice was melodious yet edged with sharpness, revealing her dissatisfaction with Shen Gongbao's proposal. Of course, it is not limited to that. The essence of this contest lies in the challenge of truly immersing oneself in the life of humanity while adhering to a stringent decree. One must not indiscriminately slaughter innocent humans. I earnestly beseech the esteemed master to impose a special enchantment upon all participants. Should anyone dare to commit such atrocities, the spell will immediately activate, revealing their transgressions. Do not underestimate this competition. While it may appear deceptively simple, the execution is far more arduous than your usual cultivation practices. So, do you possess the courage to accept this challenge? Shen Gongbao's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept over the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. The prospect of integrating into human society while restraining their innate tendencies to kill innocents seemed a Herculean task to them. They were acutely aware of their own temperaments, Though they typically refrained from wanton slaughter, it was not uncommon for them to act against those who displeased them. Shun Gongbao's demand to suppress their inherent nature was undeniably a formidable challenge. Very well. Daoist Duobao was the first to shatter the silence. His voice resolute and powerful. His demeanor exuded confidence and composure, as if he possessed unwavering certainty in his capabilities. The assembly was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Brother Duobao would so readily acquiesce. Shin Gongbao's eyes narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Truly worthy of being called Brother Duobao. No wonder all regard you as the foremost disciple of the. Your reputation is indeed well-deserved." No sooner had Shun Gongbao concluded than Zhao Gongming could contain himself no longer. A hint of defiance flickered across his face as he sprang to his feet, proclaiming loudly, "Very well, what have I to fear? I shall accept the challenge." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, filled with grandeur and confidence. "Victory for our master!" The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit excitedly raised her delicate fist, her face aglow with enthusiasm as she fervently cheered for Daoist Duobao. Brother Zhao will not be defeated. Concurrently, the outer disciples expressed their support, their voices rising and falling in a chorus of trust and anticipation for Zhao Gongming. Thus, the time frame is set for 300 years. During this period, the master shall vigilantly observe every action and movement of all participants. Your task is to refrain from indiscriminate killings and fully integrate into human life, even establishing your own influence within human territories. Shun Gongbao meticulously outlined the rules and expectations of the contest, his expression imbued with seriousness. In response, the crowd began to gather their belongings and disperse. Some traveled in small groups, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, while others ventured alone, exuding a sense of freedom and nonchalance. The once vibrant Golden Turtle Island became notably desolate in their absence, as if it had suddenly lost its vitality and spirit. At that moment, the master of the Tongtian sect emerged slowly. His imposing figure radiated an aura of authority and power, as though he could command everything. Does this approach truly prove effective? Moreover, I have not cast any curse. The voice of the master of the Tongtian sect resonated low and forceful, tinged with a note of skepticism and confusion. Shin Gongbao smiled slyly, his eyes glimmering with cunning as he spoke. "Master, this approach is undoubtedly effective, and one might even say it serves two purposes." "Oh, how so?" The master of the Tongtian sect inquired, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his gaze as he found himself increasingly intrigued by Shin Gongbao, even contemplating the idea of bringing him over from the Chan sect. Firstly, the human race has always placed great importance on etiquette, venerating loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety. Although my fellow disciples of the Jia sect possess extraordinary talents, they're inherently unruly. This opportunity could serve as a valuable means to temper their dispositions. Through such trials, they will undoubtedly reap considerable benefits on their path of cultivation in the future. Shin Gongbao articulated his analysis methodically, confidence evident in his demeanor. Secondly, Master, you must be aware that the human race is destined to be the protagonists of the future in the primordial world. At this point, Shin Gongbao deliberately paused, gauging the reaction of the master of the Tongtian sect. The master's expression shifted slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he quickly donned an expression of realization, saying, "I presume it was your elder brother, the primordial beginning, who imparted this knowledge to you. Truly, you are favored like the flying bear. It seems your brother dotes on you greatly." "Dotes on me? Ha! Once Jiangxia ascends the mountain, everything will change." In the depths of his mind, Shin Gongbao scoffed silently, aware that to the primordial supreme, the presence of any individual beside him held little significance. He was merely a pawn, easily replaceable and disposable. The human race indeed holds the potential to be the future protagonists. Should our Jia sect disciples forge amicable relations with them, the benefits will be immense, Shin Gongbao continued, attempting to persuade the master of the Tongtian sect. Upon hearing this, the master furrowed his brow, a trace of concern etching his features as he replied, "The calamity is once again impending, and I truly wish for the Jia sect to remain uninvolved. Master, you are well aware that the disciples of the Jia sect possess a carefree spirit, unbound by constraints. Do you believe you can entirely govern them? Rather than allowing them to be passively drawn into the calamity, it would be more prudent to integrate them with the human race in advance, seizing opportunities. This is a chance to refine their characters. When the calamity truly descends, while they may become entangled in karmic retribution, who can definitively declare whether such karma is good or bad? If we do not proceed in this manner, I dare assert that our Jia sect disciples will inevitably be ensnared by karma, and my fellow brothers may. Shen Gongao refrained from continuing. Yet the master of the Tongtian sect had already grasped his implication. Very well, since I have entrusted you with the decision-making power, let us proceed as you suggest. However, I must admit, the Jia sect has become rather desolate all of a sudden. I find myself quite unaccustomed to the absence of their usual clamor. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the master's eyes, as though he were reminiscing about the days when his disciples were by his side. You indeed regard your disciples as if they were your own kin, but alas. Shen Gongbao sighed inwardly, contemplating. Your deep sentiments and emphasis on brotherhood may lead to significant losses in the future. When the elder brothers conspire against you, and the disciples meet their demise or injury, finding themselves inscribed on the divine list, they may either become mounts for others or even face betrayal from their own. Even as a sage, your heart will undoubtedly be burdened with profound anguish at that time. Nevertheless, all of this has become inconsequential now that I am present. Master, rest assured. I shall root out those who would betray you before they have the chance to act. I will also reveal the true nature of the primordial heavenly sovereign to you. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have allowed the disciples of the to venture beyond the island, actively participating in the calamity and laying plans of great depth, significantly altering the fate of the and furthering the path of changing Tongtian's perception of the primordial heavenly sovereign, triggering the wheel of causality, and rewarding 100 opportunities for extraction. Upon hearing the system's notification and learning of the reward of 100 extraction opportunities, Shen Gongbao shuddered with delight, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of infinite possibilities. Simultaneously, this served to confirm just how astute Shen Gongbao's decision was. Allowing the disciples of the to integrate with humanity indeed has the power to alter the fate of the and bring new prospects for future development. Alas, if you do not permit them to indiscriminately slay the innocent, what if they become overly cautious and suffer as a result? A hint of worry crossed Tongtian's gaze. As he remained deeply concerned for his disciples, Shen Gongbao nearly lost his balance, internally scoffing. Oh dear. Are you not aware of the temperament of your own disciples? They are hardly the type to come to harm. Yet, he maintained a respectful demeanor, assuring, fear not, master. It is merely a matter of preventing them from wantonly killing the innocent. It does not imply they cannot safeguard themselves. There should be no significant issues. Moreover, I shall descend the mountain to travel. Should anyone encounter trouble, I will lend my assistance. And if that fails, there is always you. What issue in the vast wilderness cannot you resolve? Ding! Congratulations, host. Your flattery has been well received by Tongtian, to some extent altering his overly rigid and uncompromising nature, triggering the wheel of causality, and rewarding 3 additional opportunities for extraction. Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his words could elicit a reward. Internally, he reveled in joy while maintaining a composed exterior. Very well, if that is the case, you may descend as well, and inform me promptly of any matters that arise. With that, Tongtian turned and entered the palace of Azure Waters, his figure gradually disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Subsequently, Shen Gongbao embarked upon his own journey. However, before doing so, he did not hesitate to utilize all 103 extraction opportunities. Immediately, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Before the previous congratulatory message had concluded, the next followed in quick succession, causing Shen Gongbao a considerable headache. System, activate, silent mode. Shen Gongbao stammered with excitement, his voice tinged with urgency. Naturally, the system paid no heed to his request, continuing its announcements unabated. When the announcements finally ceased, Shen Gongbao shook his head, attempting to dispel the cacophony from his mind. Although the extraction process was not particularly pleasant, the outcome proved to be exceptionally reliable. He obtained a total of Causal Punishment Order X1, 9-turn Golden Elixir 15, Fiery Sun Flame Pill 1. Thank you for participating 74. Upon seeing the final count of 74 instances of thank you for participating,